Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 6 already of Triton ONE, where today is all about the Triton ONE main event, an 8K buy-in, over 1,000 runners, and we are down to a little over 200 players. Today, we'll be playing 12 one-hour levels, and we'll be getting a little closer to that final table that's happening tomorrow, but that's going to be a little tough in 12 hours. I'm Kevin van der Kooi, also known as Rotterdam, and with me is Alex Livingston. And what a day 2 of the main we have ahead of ourselves, Alex.
Yeah, always a good problem to have when you get perhaps more players than you were anticipating. So probably not going to get down to a final table today, but playing 12 levels, see where that takes us, maybe somewhere around 20 to 24 players when it all shakes out at the end of the day.
Big shout out to Andy Wong and Luca Vivaldi for getting over 1,000 players in their first ever Triton ONE main event. I think it's very safe to say that it's been a big success, especially for us as well, because it's been so much fun up to this point.
It's been a lot of fun. There's just been a total buzz in the air, seeing all sorts of new faces mixed with these high rollers, these legends of the game, and everyone coming together, chasing that title, and 1.3 million, a little over 1.3 on top. So huge first prize. Big turnout. Everyone's having a great time.
Yeah, to be precise, we start the day with 218 runners. 167 are finishing in the money, and the winner will walk away tomorrow with $1.3 million for an 8K. That is absolutely insane, and that is perhaps why you're talking about this buzz in the air, because, hey, if we can turn 8K into 1.3 million, I'd be buzzing too.
Absolutely, and day 1A produced the chip leader of the overall day 2, Wang Shiyun, who somehow amassed 5.3 million. In his flight, second place was only 3.5 million. Overall, he's got a 600K lead on Konstantin Vornin. So 21 stacks for Wang Shiyun, and Konstantin Vornin, who's been featured on our stream a couple times, in second place, but there is a lot of big names chasing those two players on the leaderboard, Kevin.
Yeah, Vornin with over 19 starting stacks as well. It is honestly crazy. You know, it's also very cool. Like, we can go down the list because there's a lot of very fun people to talk about when it comes to the top 10, top 15 stacks. But at one point towards the end of yesterday, we had Mukon Shu being moved to the future table, but it was towards the end of a segment. I followed her journey a little bit throughout the day. At one point, she was basically out, like down to 8 big blinds, and now she's bringing in over 1 million chips towards this day, and I love these stories of people that we get to see for an hour and a half at the future table, and at one point you think that journey is over. It's just beginning.
And I'm sure you added her to your favorites on the Triton Plus Poker app.
Absolutely. At that point, I'm keeping track of everybody. That list is expanding, and especially today, it is super fun because, of course, all you have to do is click on your favorites button, and you can keep track of all your friends. My other friend, Martin Nielsen, still in it as well, but lost a lot of chips towards the end of yesterday. Eventually spun it up a little bit again. I saw an Instagram story about getting it in with ace queen versus aces and getting out on top. Always a good feeling in the main.
And should we take a look at some of those big names still left at the top of the leaderboard here, Kevin? Starting with Punat Punsri, $20.8 million in Triton earnings, and he has 8 scores over $1 million. So when the big prize is on the line, Punat Punsri has shined time and time again. But he's not the only big name on the top. We have Jesse Lonis, relative newcomer to the scene, only appeared at Triton for the first time in November, and has already amassed 3 titles, 13 cashes, and over $8 million in Triton earnings. So he's somebody to keep an eye on, the ever-aggressive Jesse Lonis. And just looking at our field here, there's a lot of other big stacks in the top 15 or so. Danny Tang, who is one of the all-time legends of Triton, $21 million in earnings, 5 titles. And, you know, it's tough for these relative newcomers who have to go against players like Danny Tang, Jesse Lonis, right? There's a lot of these players, they've never played a Triton before. You know, this is by far perhaps the biggest buy-in they've played. You know, for some of these guys, this feels like a small buy-in. For other players, it could be perhaps the biggest buy-in they've ever played, and they're going against Danny Tang. They're going against Jesse Lonis. How would you feel in their shoes?
I think it's just exciting. At one point, it just becomes very exciting, and I've had a few lovely interactions with just poker enthusiasts who traveled from Japan or traveled from China, and this is the first time they are participating in a Triton event. We didn't even get to talk about Artur Martirosyan yet, who also has a top 20 stack coming into today. That is exciting. And let me get this straight. Did you just say that Jesse Lonis entered the circuit last November, and he's got 3 titles within 12 months?
Yeah, Jesse has just been on an absolute tear on the worldwide scene. I know he was the Hendon Mob GPI Player of the Year. He's been crushing at Triton. He's been crushing at WSOP. His confidence is sky high. And Artur Martirosyan, who is currently leading, by the way, the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race here at Triton. You can't pick how many points for that particular race in this event, but he will, of course, be staying and playing all the high rollers that follow the Triton ONE.
Those are just a few of the big names. As you can imagine, there are many more big names in the field and plenty of legends waiting to be born. I think with all that in mind, it is time to head over to Luka and see if we can get play back on the way here in Jeju, not Seoul, guys, South Korea, where we will continue day 2 of the main event. And today it's all about the main event. It won't be 8 hours and then we'll show you guys a very fun and crazy wild cash game. No, today is nothing but the main over here when it comes to Triton ONE. Going to be really fun, starting with 218. How many players do you think we'll have left at the end of the day, Alex? 12 one-hour levels.
I'm guessing maybe around 3 tables, 24 players or so, as we take a look at Steve O'Dwyer, longtime Triton regular as well.
I'm actually very excited to talk about our upcoming future table as well, because someone else that got a star a long time ago is on this future table.
I'm going to guess that's Shiina Okamoto.
Absolutely.
So for viewers who don't know Sheena's story, Kevin, what can you tell us about what she's done recently?
It is unreal. I mean, it's not even a recent thing. It is legitimately unreal. So 3 years ago, when it comes to the World Series of Poker ladies events, he finished as the runner-up. That's really impressive. And 2 years ago, like let's say last year, she entered again. After finishing second the year prior, she won it all. This year she came back to defend her title, and she did. So we went second, first in the World Series of Poker ladies event. That's just absolutely stunning. On top of that, last week, just in Barcelona, ladies event, Shiina Okamoto is in, wins it again. I mean, she is properly on fire.
Yeah, and just for our viewers who might not be aware, the WSOP ladies event is not some small field event. It's not some 100-player field. There's over 1,000 players every year that enter that event. So to win that twice in a row on the heels of a runner-up finish truly is impressive. It'll be fun to watch her play. Other players at the table include Webster Lim, longtime regular here at Triton, and of course, Biao Ding as well.
Yep, also a 2-time Triton winner.
Ding Biao.
It sounds like one of these stats that can't really be real in a game like poker, where we see all these brutal runouts all the time, these bad beats. How on earth do you go second, first in fields that consist of 1,000 players?
It's truly impressive. I know there's been some streaks like that in the past. I think of Adam Friedman winning a 10K Dealer's Choice 3 years in a row, but Kevin, that's only a 100-player tournament. The one that Shiina won is a 1,000-player tournament, so certainly defying all mathematical odds.
Going to be really fun to just watch her play for 2 hours, where you don't just get to see a highlight or a crazy hand. You just get to watch 2 hours of absolutely the lady in poker right now that has been on fire more than anybody else in the field. Wolfgang is still in it as well, by the way. We didn't really get to talk too much about him, as there are so many fun players to mention. We saw Wolfgang for a little bit yesterday on the future table. Had a medium to small stack, and that is basically what he brought to day 2 here. But we'll keep an eye on him. He's, of course, in the list as well. Goes without saying. And if we have any cool updates to share of any of the fan favorites, any of the influences, we'll do our best. It's going to be really fun. Today is perhaps going to be the most fun of all these days so far, when it comes down to just keeping an eye on the Triton Poker Plus app, keeping track of all of our favorites, and there will be lots of eliminations, as there are. We're talking about the big stacks, but there are quite a few players bringing in proper small stacks as well to day 2. I know that Ilias, who we saw yesterday night in the cash game, there's Tom Fuchs, by the way.
Dan Dvoris right next to him, and 218 players left, Kevin. We're going to be playing into the money of 167, so that's sort of the first thing on these players' minds. Of course, we are going to continue well past the money. It's going to be 12 full levels, 1-hour levels today, but getting kind of close to the money there, so those short stacks already probably thinking about it a little bit.
Probably won't get there in the first 2 hours, but the second block of poker, hour 3 and 4, the third and fourth level of the day, I think there is a very good chance that we will make it into the money.
That sounds right, and one player I'll be keeping my eyes on is Konstantin Voronin. Certainly been my favorite player to watch so far here at Triton ONE. He is second in chips overall, the Russian.
I mean, it's going to be easy to keep an eye on him because he's right on top of the leaderboard. You don't even have to scroll down.
Yeah, well, you know, he could lose a pot. But for now, easy to find, exactly. Of course, the Triton app also has this wonderful search feature, so very easy to find players in the field, as we see Daniel Rezai, who's on one of our cash games a little bit earlier.
Yeah, if you're not interested in making the account and creating your own list of favorites, then you can just start searching for people. And yeah, you obviously don't need to make an account to get a lot of value and a lot of joy if you're die-hard poker enthusiast out of using this app. But honestly, it took me like 30 seconds, and the favorite list is absolutely goated. It makes it so much easier for me to keep track of these 10, 15, 20 players that we sometimes mention.
There's my guy Justin Saliba rocking a short stack for now. There is a $15,000 Triton ONE event today as well, Kevin. So players who get eliminated from this one, I could see them jumping into that. But of course, we will keep our focus here on day 2 of the Triton ONE main event.
I have a little story for you as we are getting ready to toss the cards up in the air. So I met a Japanese kid yesterday who came here for his first ever Triton experience. He was very excited. He played at 2K. He unfortunately did not cash. He was a little bit bummed out about it. Let's take a little look at Victor Chung as well. Good luck, of course, to everyone who was on screen. And he's got that die-hard poker spirit that I'm sure that you can refer to from your early days as a grinder.
For sure.
Because he didn't even book a hotel for today. He had a relatively early flight. So he came from Japan to Jeju, South Korea to play the 2K. He busted. He sat down at the cash table and he's like, I really hope people stick around till 6 a.m. because I've got nowhere to go. And I have to catch an early flight in the morning. But I do love that grinder spirit.
That's awesome. I love that.
Here we go. This is our first future table. These are the lovely folks that we'll be looking at in the first 2 hours. I'm so excited, Alex.
A lot of short stacks on this table. It's one of the first things I noticed, Kevin, as we see several of them right here.
Okay.
Ka Chao Chung off just 440K opening, and then we see Webster Lim with a nice reshove here with the ace-jack. If you open the ace-8 off from the low jack, probably just looking to raise fold it off of 11 bigs. So nice pickup there for Webster.
And that is exactly what happened there. Yeah, decent little pickup, nice start to the day. Ace-jack offsuit as well. So it's not even the hand that we're absolutely looking to get called with, but if it is like that, so be it. Yeah. Solid start here for Webster, who's of course sitting next to the lady that's been on fire, Shina Okamoto.
And that there under the gun is our table chip leader, Chase Kokoliong.
I'll go with Chase, if you don't mind.
Chase C.
I feel like that's a trap.
Some of the names have been a little difficult for Kevin and I to pronounce, but we're doing our best here. And if anybody hears their name mispronounced, please do let us know, and we will try to remember it for the future. Webster Lim.
From ace-jack to ace-queen. What's next, ace-king?
He's got a nice, easy name to pronounce, Kevin. Webster Lim, one of the easier ones for us. Wu Ping Feng in the big blind, Jack 9 off. I'd be very tempted to see a flop here with this hand.
Wu does look like a poker boss, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
He's sitting there in a smoky room at 4 a.m.
He looks like a guy who could grind a 24-hour cash game session.
Oh, that's when he's getting warmed up.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of whoops, Kevin. Have you noticed this, the fitness tracker?
No, I have not noticed that.
Webster Lim wearing one. I saw Saliba wearing one. Seems to be popular here at Triton.
My producer was laughing because he saw the amount of steps I take on average when I'm at home. So he is not surprised that I didn't notice the fitness tracker.
You were telling me a little bit about that. And should we tell our viewers what your at-home steps average is?
I honestly think we should focus on the hand that's on our screen. I think the viewers are way more interested in that.
That's possible, as Lim probably just going to get this done with the c-bet. Nice start for Webster Lim. Got the reshove through with the ace-jack and the c-bet on the king 6-3 with ace-queen.
Always nice to start a future table with back-to-back wins. And chipping up properly here in the beginning of day 2 of the main event. It is, of course, the 3rd day that the main event is running. We had a day 1A. We didn't really cover that because that was the day that we started covering the final table of the 3K Genesis, our opening event. And later that day, we obviously hopped into the 10K Mystery Bounty. That was a lot of fun. We started covering that when there were 16 players left. But day 1A took place 2 days ago. Yesterday, we had a day 1B. And we did catch most of that action. Of course, we missed a little bit towards the end. Today, it's all about the main event. 12 hours of non-stop poker heading your way.
Biao Ding also sporting a whoop.
Sheena open folding the ace-5 offsuit.
I like this fold with ace-deuce off and the cutoff off just 16 big blinds. Very awkward hand to play.
Short stack here for our final balls of poker as he looks down at 7-6 of offsuit.
Yeah, with just 8 big blinds, Open shoving seems very reasonable here. Small blind into big blind. Let's see what he comes with.
I like it as well. If we do get called, we don't love it, but there is a chance we flop really good. And more often than not, we'll just take it down pre. I think that's why
He does fold.
Wow. He cares about his tournament
And
life.
look, the big blind chase. Kokleong also had the 7-6. And of course, you never really want to be shoving into the big stack because you feel like they may call you a little bit lighter. But with 100K out there between his small blind, the big blind, and the ante, it's a little tempting to just try to get one through.
Unlikely as well. I think that the big blind would call off 7 or 8 big blinds with 7-6. That is a really good way to get rid of your big stack.
Eli McCool asking, is this going to end today? No, Eli, it is not. It's definitely going to go into tomorrow. We just don't know exactly how many players will be left tomorrow. And as I take a look at chat, I do want to tell you guys we do keep an eye on the chat. So if you have any questions for us, or if you want to tell us where you're from, I like to shout out the location, something I usually do at least once or twice a day. Go ahead and tell us where you're tuning in from.
I really love it when the Europeans are already with us. And it's like, guys, it's like 5 a.m. What are you doing over here? It's even earlier.
Right.
So take a look at our fourth hand of this future table. Jack 10 of diamonds. It's a beauty.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited in the hijack. I like this play. He's just moving in, and the reason you do this is because you don't really want to min-raise and face a reshove, but the hand is going to have reasonable equity against a calling range. So even though it might look to some of our viewers like a big shove, 13.5 bigs, this is a fundamentally principled play out of the hijack with this strong of a suited connector.
I'm with you. And I also shared earlier this week that that is my favorite hand. I don't have anywhere near as many or important trophies as you do, Alex, but I do have one that I'm very fond of. And we got it with the Jack 10 of hearts back then. So I always feel a little extra confident when I am forced to make moves.
You did mention that
like
this is one of your favorite hands. This and pocket fours, I suppose.
Pocket fours is more of a bit of a meme. That's the online meme, but...
Okay.
Ooh, that is one of the worst hands to get called by as well.
Yeah, and definitely calling there. Nice spot for Hao Ting Chao, who's going to get it in, dominating his opponent.
Yep. And he still needs to fade diamonds. He needs to fade a 10, some potential straights, but that's about as good of a scenario as you're going to see when you're calling off your tournament live with Ace-Jack offsuit. The original Razor all-inner. Obviously does have a few more chips. There is a 10 in the window. It is 10-10-9. Shu takes a massive lead, and that is incredibly unfortunate
Good
for
game
Hao.
to Hao Ting Chao. Not the way you want to go out. 3 10s. Going to take it. Full house for good measure. And
that is very brutal.
he can only muster a wry smile as he exits the playing area. We do have our first slew of locations populating. We've got people tuning in from Melbourne. Some people are giving us the time zone where they're in, which I kind of like as well. So we've got Colombia at 11 p.m. We've got Germany at 6 a.m.
Yeah, no.
The UK.
In the UK, it's 5 a.m.
Yeah. I'm being told Berlin 6:16 a.m. So I'm not sure.
No. I mean,
Yeah, the UK, right.
Yes.
Right. Germany, yes.
we are 1 hour ahead of the rest of Europe. So, guys, we're back to us temporarily. Obviously, we'll be right back into our future table, but I believe something is going slightly wrong on the technical side of things. But it's all good. We appreciate you guys already being with us. It's been 6 days already of Triton ONE over here, Alex.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of time here. I've been struggling at the beginning to adjust to all the jet lag and all that, but I think I finally had my first proper sleep last night, so that's feeling great. Kevin, have you been sleeping well?
No, well, I have been sleeping well whenever I'm asleep, but I have a very hard time falling asleep.
Yeah, me too. It's like also I think we get a little bit of adrenaline rush kind of being in here in the booth, all the lights, the cameras, and I don't know. It's been hard to fall asleep, but I finally did have a nice one last night. And I believe we are going to head back to the tables here very shortly.
Yep, I'm happy to hear that. Like, no, most of my nights have been rather short, also because it's always kind of difficult to keep track of time, and I just enjoy walking around. I like just trying to peek over everyone's shoulder just to see how everyone is doing.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I'm playing a little bit as well on the side.
Yeah, you've been maybe DJing a little bit. I may have been known to be dabbling in the online streets a little bit when we've been off air.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get back to our future table as whatever was stopping us has been resolved. And we have another all-in. It is King, Queen of Diamonds.
Dirty Diaper, nowhere to go for Ding Biao.
Did China put chips towards the middle, or did he just take it down pre? No, he took it down pre.
Just an open shove, blind versus blind.
You said it in the beginning of the coverage here of this future table, but indeed a lot of proper short stacks.
Yes, indeed. It's again, our big stack only has 39 big blinds, and then we have a lot of those sort of mid-20s big blind stacks. They may feel a little bit of pressure as we near the money with Chase Coquillon covering them, and we have some other viewers telling us where they're tuning in from: Sydney, Montreal, Florida, Tucson, Arizona. I've got family from Tucson. Shout out Andrew McGillen. Gothenburg, that's Sweden.
Look at you, Alex.
Utah. Melatonin being suggested to viewers who want to try and stay awake to watch this as we see Jack 8 of clubs from Wu Ping Fang. Shoving all in from the hijack. This seems reasonable off of just 7.5 bigs.
Yeah. He just doesn't want to get too short, right, where you find yourself in a scenario where
Yeah.
you always get called by the big blind.
Exactly. And he buys himself some breathing room now to perhaps let the blinds go through him and try to find another strong hand.
I love it. Yeah, I've never personally tried stuff like melatonin. I'm sure that it would help, but you're absolutely right when it comes to the adrenaline rush, and that's something I'm familiar with from like StarCraft events as well, or even when I'm at home, as obviously I do a decent amount of streaming over at Twitch. It doesn't matter how many hours I've been live. It doesn't matter what time I quit.
Yeah.
It's impossible to fall asleep right after. Like, I'm going to need
Yes.
2 hours to really decompress, chill a little. And then often, like, I actually eat something right when I'm done, whether it's with this or with stuff at home. And then obviously you need some time to digest your food. But yeah, it's been all good. I have plenty of catching up to do in the following days. Just 2 more days, and we've been enjoying it. As we have an Ace King of Clubs open from under the gun. Jeju makes it 80K. Ooh, Ace 10 here of a very small stack. Lets it go. Keeps his tournament dreams alive.
But Ding Biao with those lucky 8s, he's not going to let this one go. Flatting comes to mind as a very reasonable option, given the open is coming from such an early position.
Yeah, and he still has like 19 bigs to work with.
But he may just move in as well.
Oh, that's a lot of chips.
This is going to get called. We're going to be flipping for over 1.5 million.
That is a big one. Webster Lim gets out of the way, and Jeju with a very quick call here with the Ace King of Clubs.
And when you see you get snapped, you're actually quite happy to see the Ace King suited. It's the only hand snapping you. Most of them are going to be bigger pairs, and then, you know, some Ace King, perhaps Ace Queen would snap.
I think they're always happy when they get it in with 8s. 8 in the window. Look at that. There's something magical about these 8s over here in Asia.
It looks like it is. The smile on the face of Ding Biao. He is going to double up and kind of get close to Chase C in terms of table chip lead. Jeju is still in the tournament, but down to 4 big blinds after losing that flip.
Yep, obviously did absolutely nothing wrong. We open with Ace King Clubs under the gun, and we call off the all-in. We are flipping, but the 8 in the window is brutal. Did find himself a king, but needed a whole lot more after the 8s did make a set.
By the way, swingy day so far for Jesse Lonis. He opened an early position with ace-8 offsuit. His opponent, Zhang Yang, 3-bet small from the next position, and Lonis just ripped it in with ace-8. Ran into the ace-king, did not win that flip. Very shortly after that, he gets in ace-king suited against ace-5 and wins that one, so he's pretty much back to where he started. So Jesse Lonis, as we probably expected, his chips are moving.
Yep. Kenny Hollett, a man who has had multiple deep runs in the WSOP main event, is still in the mix as well. We gave him a shout out or two. He's working with a little over 2 million chips at the moment. Really cool to see the Belgium all-around poker enthusiast and supporter having another solid run up to this point, at least, in another big field. Maybe to him, anything besides the final table doesn't quite feel like a deep run yet, but Kenny Hollett in big fields, he navigates them very well.
Yilu Yuan opening under the gun ace-king, and Wu Ping Fang. This is just in there.
We are going to flip it once more. The jacks will come over the top with exactly 10 big blinds.
So lots of big hands running into each other to start this feature table.
Sheena not really getting anything too exciting yet. Of course, Ace King is going to snap call, and it's very similar to what we just saw.
Two Chinese players enjoying this.
Jack in the window? That's how it went last time around. No, it's another 8 in the window. Flop comes 9-8-8. Ace King needs to find some help.
Wu Ping Fang likes this flop, but wishes he had the 8s that Ding Biao had. Only 6 outs, so for Yilu Yuan.
Yep, no additional draws whatsoever. It is an ace or a king only. And it is another 8. The lucky 8.
I can see why they're lucky, Kevin.
Yep. Well, lucky for Wu Ping Fang here as well, as he too makes a boat. But more importantly, the jacks hold. And he gets the full double. And this is where it's also so nice that he did make that little play earlier with the Jack-8 of clubs.
True.
Because that increased his stack a little bit. Now he's up to 20 big blinds and he's really not in any danger zone anymore whatsoever.
Very good point. Yeah, so very nice start to the day for Wu Pingfang.
Average stack right now is, of course, something you guys can find over at the Triton Poker Plus app. If you just go down the leaderboard of day 2, the 8K main, you'll see right below player number 86 at the moment that the average stack is 1.3 million chips and 33 big blinds. So 1.3 is average, and Wu Pingfang right now still slightly below average, but honestly, no real need to panic.
1 hour blind levels does give you a little bit more space. If you are one of those short to medium stacks, doesn't feel quite as much like a turbo. Chase, Kokoliong, Ace King off. A lot of people have been getting dealt the Ace King as the player from the Philippines opens it up.
Always nice to get Ace King as the chip leader of the table. Probably get a little less credit. People would think you're just trying to get involved. And
Webster Lim. And you know, given the fact that you might think the big stack opening pretty wide here, this could just be all in from Webster, be very reasonable. Multiple options at play. Flatting is also a good option, and he does choose to flat. I like this, of course.
Yeah, when we're working with such a big stack.
Now, Jeju, the only reason he's posturing like this is because he only has 60K behind. He does elect to fold and wait for a better spot. And I expect Yi Luan just to complete the action here.
He's got a whole orbit at this point, though.
Right. So 3 to the flop here.
Yeah, can't really go anywhere with a suited king jack in the big blind. We're closing the action. We know that he's going to need to find some jacks or lots of clubs, but easy call to make from the big blind when we're starting the hand with over 1 million chips. Flop comes 10-8 deuce rainbow.
Yeah, nothing for anybody here.
I see most backdoors for the king jack.
Agreed. I expect this will check through quite often.
Does everyone agree? Webster Lim, who just called pre from the button, could try to make a play on a board like this.
Yeah, sometimes when you are checked to in a 3-way pot, you do just come out with a small bet, trying to clear up some equity. But instead, this card could be quite dangerous for Yi Luan. Picks up top pair, but Chase, of course, has TPTK.
Yeah, that is a very brutal card to see for the man who had all the backdoors alive earlier. Those are dead.
And sometimes on a board with this many draws, as Chase, you do size up a little bit here.
Yeah. It does start looking a little bit like ace-king. When we raise from an early position, we check on 10-8 deuce, and then we start betting on the king that rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, certainly, but also perhaps because of that, you can find a lot of semi-bluffs. Ace-queen, ace-jack could try to rep that king as well. Really difficult for Webster to proceed here with a player behind him.
Yeah, but I would say he lost the absolute minimum this hand.
Yeah,
Could
that's
have been so much worse. And Webster lets go of it. A hand where he could have lost a lot of chips there. He ends up losing almost nothing. This man, though, is in a bit of a pickle. I don't think he's going to get too carried away. They're both working with over 1 million chips, but a call here seems incredibly reasonable. Top pair, decent kicker.
Yeah, this is just call all day. And, you know, the problem for Juan is if the river is something very innocuous, it's going to be extremely difficult to fold.
A scare card would be nice. The 3 of hearts is not one of them.
As innocuous as it gets. And, you know, at this point, his hand is actually quite under-repped. He can have a lot of worse one-pair hands, as well as draws that take this line. So I like a big bet here from Chase, polarizing, looking like aces or ace-king for value, and then also plenty of possible available bluffs. Trying to target that 8x and 10x to put them in bluff catcher mode, but I think Juan's hand just probably too much to fold, even versus a big bet.
It's hard to imagine if you Chase here. Many hands that have you absolutely crushed, unless you're going up against an absolute monster or maybe like a 10-8, but would have probably played out a little bit different as well. He's feeling confident, and he is betting big, Alex. 450K.
Love this sizing from Chase, and really, as Juan, we can see the cards, and maybe chat saying, oh, he should fold here, but no. This is, when you play this hand and you take this line, you check call the turn, I really don't think you can get away from it because, you know, that king is, of course, you have top pair and you're also blocking your opponent's strongest value bets. But you can see that he is in a world of pain right now. He is considering folding. What he's thinking is he's not beating any value hands, and he's just trying to come up with all the bluffs that are possible.
Yeah, it's so tough when you flop, when you turn top pair. It does seem like we made the call, and he will receive the bad news that that turn card was one of his worst nightmares.
So, Kevin, I'm going to give everyone an A for the way they played that hand. I don't think anybody did anything wrong. This is just one of those things that happens in poker is you don't want to be too results-oriented when you see that your opponent has ace-king there and you have the king-jack. When you've taken that line, checking the turn, I really do think you need to call down, and just a bit unfortunate for Luan.
He did use one time back extension chip. I mean, that final bet is for 50% of his remaining stack, but as you said, his hand is so underwrapped and it's actually so much stronger than you often see people calling off river bets with. Does mean that he drops down to 13 big blinds, still over $500,000, but that's a really brutal turn card. There's no other way to put it.
Exactly, yeah.
Worst turn card in the deck for one. As you know, I also made it to day 2, and we were not able to talk about him yet, is a Steven Sung. I feel like it's not quite been the week yet of Steven Sung.
Okay, he flew under the radar a little bit, as I also didn't notice that he was here on day 2.
You know, I had him in my list. I have to update my app, actually. There's another update. The 3rd update this week. Now it makes sense why this app is so good.
I've noticed a lot of updates.
Yeah, let me take a look at what Steven Sung is currently working with. 860K, 22 big blinds, so he's on the shorter side of things. By the way, perhaps somewhat surprising, because he brought a pretty healthy stack, I believe, into day 2. But Daniel DeVores is already eliminated, Alex.
Yeah, he didn't have a very healthy stack. I believe he had about 20 big blinds. Yeah.
We can take a little look at the hand as well. I guess I can just click on his profile, because it is a little bit surprising.
And I see Igor Yaroshevsky also is up over 3 million, so nice start for Igor.
Yeah, then he's off to a very good start, because I think he came into this day with 1.4 or something among those lines.
Exactly, yeah.
So far, absolutely nothing interesting for Shinya Okamoto. As long as he's in the mix, I'm happy. Just hasn't really received any playable cards. Ace-Jack suited, though, for our under-the-gun player. So he's starting this hand with 9 big blinds. He will just move all in. Don't hate it.
Yeah, I think the only play really with 9 big blinds, Ace-Jack suited, plenty of hand.
And it seems like we're going to get it through, or?
Indeed.
Yeah.
And by the way, I do want to just report on the big hand that Yaroshevsky won, because it was an interesting one.
Go ahead.
Yaroshevsky opened in first position with ace-queen of clubs. His opponent called in the big blind. That is Huanli Chang. Flop was 10-6-5, 2 clubs, so Yaroshevsky flopped nut flush draw. Huanli Chang flopped open-ender. It went check-check. Yaroshevsky playing it a bit deceptively. Turn paired the 6. Huanli Chang bet small, 60K. Yaroshevsky called. So there's 340K in the middle. The board is 10-5-6-6, and then the river completes the flush with the king of clubs. And Huanli Chang just moved all in for 1.2 million into 340K, almost a 4x pot bet with just an 8 high with the 8 of clubs blocker. And Yaroshevsky, of course, called with the nut flush.
Sick.
So, you know, that really shows you the value in occasionally checking back a hand as strong as the nut flush, because it does offer you a lot of deception. I can see why his opponent would occasionally want to, you know, come in with that huge overbet, challenging a lot of the one-pair holdings that Yaroshevsky can have, but he was prepared for it.
Our shortest stack at the table, who was left with crumbs after losing a big one earlier, has gone all in for his final 60K on the hijack with pocket sixes. It is a little over 1 big blind, 1.5. And we are off to a good old-fashioned flip. We need to avoid any aces and any sevens. So far, so good for the sixes. If he wins this, he's obviously eligible for the ante. He'd be almost quadrupling up.
And that's probably all she wrote as Jeju gets out of his chair.
He is doing it right, though. He's standing up. He's unclipping the mic, but unfortunately, no 6 on the river. And that will do. Ding wins a small one. Now, taking a look at the hand that eliminated Daniel DeVores is also somewhat interesting. since Igor Yaroshevsky, who's at that table, he min-raised from an early position under the gun, or under the gun +1, made it 80K. Daniel Devoris just ripped it for 18 bigs, give or take, and the big blind called with pocket nines.
Wow.
I think that's a really big call.
It is, and did Devoris have ace-queen or something?
No, queen-jack.
Queen-jack, okay.
That was a flip in the end, but calling there with nines after Igor Yaroshevsky also opens early position, then someone comes over the top for 18 bigs. Calling off with nines in the big blind
definitely seems a bit thin. Jacks are in for sure, probably tens, but nines feels like where I would usually draw the line. Depends a little bit on the opponents, perhaps a bit of history, but that does seem light.
I mean, it is Igor Yaroshevsky and Daniel Devoris, so maybe that's why you feel like your nines are going to do a bit better. I don't know, but still a big call made there, and unfortunately that was the end of Daniel Devoris.
And here on our feature, you know, pretty short stack for Ka Ho Chung. Just moving in here from the small blind makes a lot of sense.
Did get one through very recently with the ace-jack, but had to pay the big blind in the antes last round. Ding Biao looks at Jack-4. It's suited. Offsuit we would have been in, Alex. But
yeah, a reference perhaps to some earlier hands in this festival.
Thinking about it, how much does he have to pay? I think this is a little too much for a hand like Jack-4. I'd be surprised if we do this and he does let go of it. There's something about these Jack-4s, not just over here, but over the last few years in the world of poker. Does crazy things to a man or a woman. Good job by this man, of course, who's just hanging in there, picking up his blinds and his antes. He's not quite gone to battle yet with his tournament life at risk, but I'm sure he'd be more than happy just picking up a big blind and an ante from time to time. As we are going to get a little bit closer to the money, we started this day with 218 runners, 167 will get paid. So at this point, only 21 eliminations away from that money bubble.
Yeah, definitely starting to get close enough that the mid stacks and shorter stacks are thinking about it.
Yeah.
And of course the big stacks as well, because you want to start opening a little bit wider as you get near to the money. As a very clean open here from Chase C, who has chipped up nicely at his final table.
I mean, he got some real good value with that ace-king. Such a brutal turn for Wuxi earlier. Yao gets rid of his 9-7. Shina Okamoto in the big blind with ace-4 offsuit. First time that C's going to get involved in a hand. He's going to battle it out with the chip leader. King-Jack versus ace-4.
First time look at our two-time WSOP Ladies Event winner, Shina Okamoto of Japan.
And one-time runner-up.
And one-time runner-up, yeah.
Goes check-check, as Chase did flop best with middle pair with his king-jack. I feel like he should start betting here.
Yeah, I like the flop check from Chase. He does end up just checking the turn, playing a bit of pot control. And I think this just goes check-check as well. A little too thin to go for value, but he disagrees. Nope.
No, he agrees. And Sheena will receive the bad news that ace-high is no good. Perhaps you have some hope that once in a while ace-high is good there. If king-7 or king-6 suited opens. But
not a ton of hope, but a little bit, you're right. Yeah, I was just thinking king-7 suited maybe.
I'm going to get a little specific. I mean, there's a good chance he, Chase, our chip leader, also opens a bunch of suited connectors, right? Whether it's like 6-7 or 5-6, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
As you said, we are getting a little bit closer to that money bubble. And I don't think Chase is the kind of player who is afraid to get into the mix with some of those middling pairs when he's working with as many chips as he is.
And ace-7 of hearts, certainly more than enough hand.
We'll go for the min raise here and make it 80. Ace-10 offsuit for the man who recently picked up a few blinds. It is the chip leader who is V-pipping at an incredibly high percentage at this point.
Yeah, I think this is a very tempting all-in given who's opening. Did he do he went for a small 3-bet. This is a little bit interesting. I like this play. Let's say he was off 18 to 20 bigs. I like just 3-bet folding small here. Off this stack, it's a bit unusual. I'm not sure what his plan is if Chase were to move in.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious about that one as well. But we are.
I mean, I would guess he's going to call just given the price, but when he does this, instead of just shoving this hand, it almost looks like he's giving himself some room.
Okay. Very tight fold.
Chase, our table chip leader. Looks like he's giving it up, and he will give it up. Ace-7 of hearts gets mucked. Perhaps feeling that his neighbor is incredibly strong to go for that tiny 3-bet here. But I'm a tiny bit surprised that we don't take a flop for 2 big blinds when we are working with over 2.3 million.
Yeah, I think what Chase was thinking is that he's just up against a very strong range because he thinks that most of the more marginal hands that his opponent would be willing to shove would just move in rather than make that small 3-bet. Still, I see your point. The price is extremely good with a suited hand.
Yeah. Obviously, if there was any sort of a weak offsuit ace, I think it's a little bit easier to find that fault, but
Cooper says, LOL, commentators got no idea.
yeah.
Cooper.
What have you ever done in poker, Alex?
Not a whole lot, Kevin. Maybe Cooper should come into the booth and take over for us. I can go play a little online in the room.
Why don't you play Cooper a little bit?
Yeah. Cooper, there is still a Triton High Roller Series going on here. Plenty of events starting from 25K all the way up to, I believe, 250K Triton Invitational. So plenty of time to join us here.
Shina Okamoto will open up King-6 offsuit from the button.
And for Yilu Yuan, if you think that Sheena is opening relatively wide, you can consider shoving here, and he does. And not a great start for Sheena. Not that she's done anything wrong, just run into some hands. Although Queen Jack there making a very nice reshove in a spot where some players would just flat and take a flop.
Especially since we are 20 players away from the money. Well done there. Unfortunate for Sheena, as this was the first time that she was getting voluntarily involved in the pot, rather than playing a hand from the big blind. Still has a little over 500K, or even over 600, I believe. 620 after that hand, but starting to get dangerously short. Starting this following hand with 16 big blinds.
Questions about where is Ali? Ali Nejad will be taking over in a couple of days, along with Kevin Rabichow, Henry Kilbane, and Randy Nanonokolu is working double duty, Kevin.
Yep.
He's been here with us during Triton One, and then will be joining the High Roller Series as well. Webster Lim on the button, Queen 9 of diamonds.
Starting the hand with a little over 20 bigs. We'll open things up.
I did run into Ali at the coffee shop today, Kevin. Had a few words with him.
He's already here.
Yeah, he's already here. He came in a little early just to perhaps get acclimated to the time zone, the climate.
That's awesome. I know he was watching a little bit earlier this week. Some of the opening days of Triton One. Perhaps the final table of the 3K Genesis.
Ali certainly one of the best in the business, if not the best. Been doing it for a long time. I remember when I used to watch poker shows, there were two that I would watch, High Stakes Poker with Gabe Kaplan and AJ Benza. And then, of course, Poker After Dark with Ali Nejad was an absolute classic.
And some of those clips will still get shared to this day over Twitter, Reddit.
Thank you.
Webster chips up a little. Seems like we've got a dealer change. Couple of big hands early on. The chip leader doing chip leader things.
And despite all the movement from other players in the field, it is still the same two at the top. Wong Chi-won, #1, and Konstantin Voronin in second place, with Jesse Lonis, by the way, climbing into 4th position.
Little unfortunate for Aaron, who I just saw got eliminated in 186th place. We saw Aaron, of course, at the final table earlier this week from Armenia. He's had a lot of
Affable Armenian. Had some good outfits, didn't he?
yeah, absolutely. The flames. We'll still think about those flames, baby. Early positions get out of the way. Whooping Fang looks down at Queen Jack offsuit in the small blind. The table chip leader is in the big blind.
Just moving in here is definitely an option. Doesn't really want to induce anything out of the chip leader, but limping and raising small, both on the table as well. He does come with limp.
It is scary though, now that we are 17 away from the money. Jamming into the table chip leader with Queen Jack offsuit.
Yes, certainly. But Queen Jack, nice thing is you're keeping in a lot of hands that you dominate.
Queen Jack flops 2 overs to the board and a gutter ball. There are 2 diamonds though.
Just the gutter for chase.
No one holds a diamond. The turn is the ace of diamonds. That's a pretty annoying card for Wu Ping-Fang, who doesn't really have the stack.
Yeah, it's actually a much better card for Wu Ping-Fang's range than his opponents, as a lot of Chase's ace-X would have just raised pre, and when flop goes check-check, I like stabbing as a semi-bluff.
Went for a bet there of 2 big blinds, and Chase folded immediately, had no interest in the hand at all.
You can get some 6x hands to fold immediately with that bet. You do have a double gutter. And again, that ace just should be much better for your overall range. As we see, Wu Ping-Fang sporting the Triton ONE t-shirt. Lots of great merch available in the Triton ONE shop.
I get that logic, but don't you think as a short stack with a lot of aces, he would just jam from the small blind?
I think he wouldn't jam all of his aces necessarily. And the main thing is that I think the chip leader would have raised almost all of his aces. So
That's true.
the ace of diamonds should still be a slightly better card for the big stack, or for the short stack rather.
Just went for the min bet earlier of 2 big blinds and got it done. And those are Aussie chips that mean a lot to Wu Ping-Fang, who looks down at ace-queen offsuit the following hand, this time on the button.
Yeah, and we did see ace-queen off flat earlier as Webster Lim on the button, but here versus hijack open, I think a lot of merit in just shoving. Your opponent's going to have plenty of raised folds. You can play it a little slower and call. He does just move in.
Announces the all-in. It's been a good future table so far for Wu Ping-Fang, who was at 300 and something thousand chips a little while ago. If he takes this one down, he's closing in on 1 million. I do believe we have an announcement coming up as well, guys, in give or take 2 hands. So we're temporarily listen to Luca, who will be talking about the prize pool. And announce to the field, perhaps, what is up for first. We already know it, Alex, because I guess we are in the future for those guys.
Right. And I think we might have alluded to it a little bit in our pregame show.
Yeah, we mentioned it. But obviously, we'll just listen to Luca, and it's always cool to see some nice shots from the room. Couple of big names at the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. We've got Samuel Muller in 183rd. He's down to 6 big blinds. And my amigo Martin Nielsen in 184th, down to 2 bigs. It's going to be really hard for both of those to make the money. Then again, Samuel Muller was at the bottom of the 3K Genesis, right?
Yeah, and for quite some time, not just at the final table where he came in as the tournament short stack, but maybe with 2 or 3 tables to go, he was near the bottom of the board. So for him to ladder up to 6th was actually quite
sick.
nice.
That was very, very sick, incredibly impressive. I know for certainty he was 14th out of 14th at one point. So.
Right. Yeah. Suited king in the small blind for Cao Ho Chung. Let's see how he approaches this. Just shoving would have been reasonable, but playing it a little more cautiously as the bubble nears.
And I do get it, right? It's something very special and prestigious to be cashing in the first ever Triton ONE main event. Who knows, maybe 10 years from now we've had 10 of these at this point, or even more.
Right.
And going back at your resume and knowing that you've cashed in the inaugural edition, it's obviously something that's very cool. And if we're getting this close in an 8K buy-in, I understand that we want to be cautious.
And Ding Biao with this ace-X, just putting pressure on a lot of the middling hands that Cao Ho Chung might limp. Certainly have to limp fold once you do limp the King 5 of diamonds. So perhaps saved his tournament life, not just open ripping that one.
Ding Biao is one of these guys that strikes me as I don't mess around either. We're not going to do any of that stalling.
Yeah, he's got that gangster kind of image to him, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's like, can we fast forward to the final 27? That's where it gets really fun.
Big fan of that t-shirt too.
Players, it is my absolute pleasure to inform you about your prize pool. 1,046 entries drew into this main event, Triton ONE. With 167 players going into the money, we have generated a total prize pool of over $7.6 million for this event. 167 finishing position will be receiving $12,200, and the winner of this event will be receiving $1,367,000 and this beautiful Triton ONE main event trophy. Once again, players, on behalf of the Triton family, I would like to thank you for your immense support.
Triton ONE, where legends are made and Luca becomes more beautiful each and every single day.
Not the Luca we're used to seeing.
Got a bit of a flare-up.
Yeah.
Oh, Shina Okamoto
Shina
wins it.
Okamoto.
Wakes up with kings in the big blind after the man who just let go of his king 5 shoved pocket threes. Shina needs to dodge a 3. Yes, she does. So get a big double. Big moment, of course, for both players as they are practically all in. King in the window,
wow.
a 3 as well. It is set over set.
Note that the 3 is also working with backdoor hearts here.
That is true. The hearts are still alive.
No longer. Only 1 out for pocket 3s as Sheena looks to double up with a set of kings.
We have seen a man hit a 1-outer before. This time that does not happen. Sheena gets her full double with pocket kings. And unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to our gentleman from Hong Kong.
It's a nice pickup there for Sheena Okamoto, doubling up to 1.2 million. Very safe now with 30 big blinds. As good game to Kaho Chung, and I'm sure that seat will be filled here shortly.
Poker can be an easy game. We wake up with kings in the big blind and they're moving all in. I think it's one of my favorite feelings in poker.
Picking up kings in the big blind?
Yeah, and then there's like it
Yeah.
gets folded around, and then
Never complain about that one.
and then one of the later positions shoved. And you're like, call,
Right.
call, I guess. It's like I too can be a great poker player. On moments like that, I do feel like a bit of a pro.
Sometimes the game feels easy, and sometimes it feels impossible, right?
I know, that's the beautiful thing about it. This was, of course, an easy one for Shina Okamoto, but well deserved. She's been a little card dead in the beginning, tried to get involved once, and not get rewarded. Couldn't get much going, but gets kings in return.
Just 15 spots away from the money now. And again, that min cash is worth $12,200. But everyone has their eyes on that $1.367 million first prize. And the Triton ONE trophy. Probably vault towards the top of the leaderboard in the Triton ONE standings.
You know, I'm smiling a little because at this point I actually don't have the top of the leaderboard open in my Triton ONE app. I've got the bottom open, and Martin went from 2 big blinds to 7. That's pretty sick.
I like how you're focused on the bottom there, Kevin, although...
Yeah, because that's when I can see if any of the big players get eliminated quickly.
Understandable with the bubble looming.
Yeah.
I regret to inform our viewers that Konstantin Voronin, now in 15th place, lost a good chunk of his stack. Unfortunately, we don't have the hand history for that one, but Wong Chi-won still at the top of the board, as he's been for most of the tournament. We do see Michael Nam, who we saw yesterday, has moved into 2nd place, and Jesse Lone is in 3rd.
Did Sheena just move all in from the small blind?
She
is
did.
not afraid at all this close to the money bubble.
Well, this is very principled. 20 big blinds may look like a lot of chips to our viewers, but these ace-x offsuit hands, you can profitably shove up to 20 big blinds quite easily. And, you know, with the money bubble looming, I like this shove even more, just applying max pressure to the big blind.
Very annoying for Webster Lim here, who does have an ace, but knows that his tournament life is at risk. Sheena would not be at risk if she loses this, but obviously would be real short.
Yeah, so Sheena can potentially have some suited connectors and stuff like that to make this big shove, but a lot of her range is going to be weak to medium offsuit ace-x and pairs. And to be honest, you know, not a lot of the bigger pairs, but a lot of the small to medium pairs. And Webster Lim's hand does not do that great against that range.
No.
For instance, he's dominated by something like the ace-7 she has, or by something like pocket 5s that might make this play. So I don't really think he can call it off here, and he does fold.
Great fold. Sheena does pick up another pot. I was taking a little look at one of the other players that just got eliminated, Alex, and that is Ivan Karateo from Belarus. We saw him in one of our future tables earlier this week. I gave him a star as well because he did seem like a very capable player.
You must have everyone starred by now, Kevin.
No,
Pretty much
not at
pretty
all.
much
Like-
the whole field. No, just the people you like on stream for the most
Yeah,
part.
exactly. And just anybody who I thought was fun to watch, so you get a little invested in the story. But Ivan from Belarus, unfortunately, eliminated in 183rd place. So 16 spots short from the money. Samuel Muller still short a stack, but we'll keep an eye on him. Steven Song is near the bottom of the leaderboard as well with 167. It's not quite been the week yet of Steven Song.
No, but plenty of time left. I'm sure he will be sticking around and playing at least the first chunk of those Triton high rollers.
I am very certain of that as well. This place has been good to him in the past. And I'm it's just a matter of time before Steven Song is going to do Steven Song things.
Yeah, excellent player. Does really well in fields like this where you have a wide distribution of player types. Some players are more technical players, Kevin, and they do best often against players who they can sort of predict their patterns. Other players are really good at adjusting to more unpredictable players. I put Song in that second category. He can develop dynamics with players. He can figure out the way unconventional players are playing and kind of understand their moods and the way that those shifts are happening. He's very good at that stuff.
Fold.
Hey, they moved Martin Nielsen to the future table. Look at that.
Ah, Martin Nielsen, you're a good buddy, and he said, fold, please fold, before he looked at his cards, hoping that Webster Lim would give him a walk. He hasn't looked at his cards yet, I don't believe, but once he does, he is going to call with ace-5. Not the hand you want to have necessarily, but plenty of hand against the small blind shove, even with the bubble looming.
It got folded all the way to the small blind. Martin, of course, had a big score in the opening event. The 3K QQPK Genesis finished in 5th for a little over $100,000.
Yeah, now if you were on the stone bubble here, maybe you would consider folding ace-5 off, but still 14 spots off the money. It's not like you could fold your way in. This is just too much hand.
Yeah. Because you know that your opponent's going to do this with a king-5, king-4 kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, or the queen-6, as we can see.
Martin is considering it, though. Doesn't seem that he really wants
Probably jamming any two.
that first cash in the first ever Triton ONE main event. Martin said you're probably jamming any two.
And I think Martin will eventually talk himself into making this call.
Yeah. Going over it.
No gamble, no future, right?
Maybe
Should I
hoping
gamble?
Webster gives him some information.
What do you have?
I think Bao is like, let me see.
Queen 7.
I think the table will be quite surprised when they see Martin has an ace.
I think so, too. This is a lot of hand to be
Yeah.
tanking this long, and it's not like he's just trying to stall into the money again. We're still 14 spots off.
167 money.
167. Oh, I thought it was 176. Okay, then it's not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he thought he was closer to the money than he actually is.
That makes a lot of sense. Martin thought he was 5 spots away from the money, but it's actually over 15 at this point, so he will most likely just make that call immediately as he grabs his chips.
I think Webster's going to be a bit surprised to see that Martin's hand is as strong as it is.
What are you doing? Slow roll.
I think Beyond's saying slow roll.
Sorry, didn't mean to slow roll you.
We do have a term knit roll
Yeah.
that I think might be appropriate here.
But it makes
Queen
sense
six
if
is a
he
strong
thought he was
hand,
5
very
spots
strong.
away
I'm
from
very
the
scared.
money rather than 15.
Yeah,
Queen
it
six.
would be closer. I think
Queen
still a
seven.
call given a stack, but
Yeah, it takes a little while, right? Flop comes 10, 7, 3. Ace 5 still best.
5 of hearts.
So, that's
backdoor
too
draws for Webster. But
Oh, and that will do it.
that will do it.
Martin Nielsen receives the
Okay,
check mark
live.
on the turn.
You slow
Gets
roll.
another
Nah, slow roll,
double.
dude, I'm sorry.
Martin does apologize for the slow roll. I think it makes sense given the context. If he truly thought he was 5 away from the money.
But a nice double there for Martin Nielsen, newcomer to this table. Final tableist of the Genesis event.
Yep,
I did
our
have a friend.
official first ever opening event of a Triton ONE.
Yeah, you did. I appreciate it. Now, Biao can help you.
Need some help now.
You guys are friends, right? You help him.
Yes, I help him. I help him, he help you.
Yes. If you get short,
Who help me?
I can help you.
Who helped me, he says.
Or he can help you.
Okay.
Yes, mate. Yes.
Touche.
They're pointing over at Chase now. Chase can help you. My table chip leader.
Hold on. I got 2 cards. Yeah, it's stick.
Only 2 cards sticking to each other.
You dig? You
I
next.
have more bad news to report. Konstantin Voronin
No!
now
Stop
down to
it.
1.8 million.
Stop
Kevin.
it!
Oh,
Didn't we enter the day with 3 point
大
something?
小盲，
He entered the day
小盲 limp，
with
我大
4
盲一看
point.
3张，我直接把我的
Seven,
牌
I
看
believe.
破，
就不能重洗吗？
That is not good.
气到大小盲了，他小盲 limp。
Is there a world where he does not make it into the money?
If anyone could do it, I mean, he's one of those players who you're never surprised when they spin it up quickly or spin it down quickly. He can go both directions.
He could have been over 10, or he could actually bust before the money.
Right.
Jesse Lone is going strong, though, guys. I know a lot of people have requested to see Jesse Lone at this future table. I'm quite certain we're going to see him at 1 point today. Considering the fact he's at 4.3 million right now,
I
Alex.
heard the 100K is going to be really
Yeah, I agree. He should make our stream table, I'm sure, at some point. King 9 off for Wu Ping Fang. Not enough hand here.
This time,
12 off the money now.
Many VIPs are coming.
you buy me 90%, I play.
Yeah, I'm not rich enough for that. You can buy me. I have 14% left to sell.
I believe there is a 100K short deck tournament coming up as well.
Is there 100? Okay. I
Yeah.
knew the 50K was coming up.
But I've heard that they are thinking of running the 100K.
Okay, cool.
That's what they were talking about. Biaoding said, if you buy 90% of me, I'm in.
Right.
I think they like to do things a little spontaneous over here as well.
Yeah,
Just,
sort of see who shows up
Yep,
and what
see
people
who
want to
shows
play.
up and what they want. And Triton, I think, is really good in giving their players what they want.
I like that.
Biaoding. You help him, I help
Never in
him.
the money short deck.
Who helps me?
You played
Touche.
the last time. How did you like
I
it?
play sweet 4 times,
4 times. You
maybe
like it?
more.
Fun. No?
He doesn't like the short deck.
You prefer Hold'em?
PL.
PLO. Oh.
My man.
I played one PLO tournament last time, 40K, and then Renlin jam on me, check raise jam on me with double gotcha. I had upset and he busted. Huge fun. Never again.
Table chip leader Chase looks down at ace 7 of diamonds.
I saw that
Let's
one
go
before.
of it as table chip leader as we're getting closer to the money bubble.
Right.
Absolutely. Ace 7, plenty of hand
Can I get water?
suited.
As it gets folded to Webster Lim, who's now down to a little over 13 big blinds, or even
This
a little
is
less than 13 big blinds.
A little surprising to me from Webster Lim, just given that the open did come in from early position.
No, there is no open.
Oh, excuse me. I thought the A7 of diamonds had opened.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that he would open,
Okay.
but he
And
folded.
he folded. Yeah, that, I apologize.
No, I was just a bit surprised because I feel like a stable chip leader when we're getting this close to the money bubble.
Yeah.
A suited A7.
I think I just assumed in my head when I saw the A7 of diamonds that he was going to open it.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
And
Yeah,
for-
otherwise it'd be really crazy to come over the top now. King, Jack, tournament live on the line.
For Nielsen, I know we can see the hands, but I don't think you can call here. I think, in a different tournament situation, maybe ace-8 suited gets in here. But Webster's going to be on a relatively solid range, shoving 12.5 bigs from the cutoff. You are now 12 spots off the money. This would feel a bit light to me.
Yeah.
2 players behind as well.
It's one of these moments where if you can see the card, you'd be like, wow, you'd be ahead. But I'm totally with you. I feel like this is a call you can't make. Maybe ace-jack suited, like you start
Ace-jack
calling?
suited, I'm in for sure. Even ace-10 suited, I think. But ace-8 suited,
No, you help me out.
just
you
not quite
help
enough
me,
hand.
Like I
Yeah.
help you
I
out.
had good. No, I can't say. I had a good hand.
It is true.
Good hand.
A nice pickup there for Webster Lim. I like the shove again. You don't want to
like a
really...
call?
The other option would be to raise fold the hand.
At this stage? No, not really.
Martin asking, sorry Alex, but I was just listening to the
Yeah.
table talk there for a little bit. Martin asking, are you happy if I call? And Webster said, at this stage, not really. I
Last
don't think,
time I
honestly, at
played
any
short
stage
deck,
he'd be very
four
happy to
with
get called by ace-8 with
8,
king jack
9,
offsuit.
10. I had a queen jack on the button. Another down check. I bet this 25%. He check jam me 3 export with aces. And he win.
That's sick. Short
A
deck.
term they use very often these days
But
in
his
the
jam is- his
online
jam is
streets
great.
whenever
You
it
can
comes
never
to
jam
video gaming or other
Hexed.
stuff.
His
Is when
jam
people
is
are
very
talking a
nice.
lot,
Hexed.
they're just yapping.
Hexed.
And I
Yeah.
feel right now, Sheena Okamoto is kind of stuck between 3 yappers.
Yeah, but it's kind of nice to hear a bit of yapping because we have had some very quiet tables.
I mean, I don't know the exact situation, but
It's just fun with the way that they are distributed because 3 out of the 4 in that corner are just
And
yapping.
Sheena
with
hasn't said a word. That's right.
How to lose that
aces,
board.
aces are not worth a lot on
Yes.
such a board.
8, 9, 10. He
8, 9,
check
10.
jam.
I sometimes fold aces just to a normal bet on that board.
Aces,
Like
check fold.
aces are worthless. Someone bet half pot, you can sometimes fold aces there. And he checked him one.
Turn is 10, river 10. 10, 10.
He,
5-3 of clubs for Chase.
Short deck.
A whole bunch of clubs
Well,
out
I
there.
ran good against him in Texas Hold'em.
He's going to make the call this time around. Two of the biggest stacks at the table at
So
this
that's
point.
why I don't like
Taking a
short deck.
flop in the window.
No, you were the pro. You should think like
That
this.
was the only exciting part about that flop.
Yeah,
Alex.
I think that
You should think,
you know,
oh my God, short
Chase
deck
has the
so
type
soft,
of hand that
excellent check jam,
could
aces on
consider
that
a check raise on this board. I say that because he covers Sheena, and I say that because he does have all those backdoor draws, so there are some
Yeah.
turns he could continue telling the story on. The board also being very dry, but of course just folding is fine as well.
Sheena let go of a little small after being able to take that one down with just ace high.
One thing that's nice if you do come with just a small check raise on that board is that
Okay, I pay for them still.
people have a hard time defending as wide as you're supposed to, so all the ace jack, ace queen, ace 10, you know, those hands just might fold.
We've got another dealer change. Chase is definitely the kind of chip leader that doesn't get too out of line. Not too many floats,
Agreed.
and he even gave up on one or two hands that we didn't expect him to give up earlier. He folded to a 2 big blind raise with a suited a7. A little bit later, he could have opened the a7 under the gun and decided not to do that either.
Yeah, Chase is just kind of playing solid poker, I think, rather than playing kind of big stack poker where he takes advantage of his stack and really changes his style of play.
Yep. Maybe that's just his preferred style. Maybe he tried that big stack poker thing one too many times and it
Yeah.
just never worked out. And he's been hating life.
already dead.
And he came to Jeju saying, never again.
3% or something.
I'm just
You
going to
I
play my
had
game. And I
check-
don't care how
check
many big
10.
blinds I have.
And of
I
course
will
it is
have
working for him.
Yeah.
You crush
Over
it.
2 million in
Yes.
chips.
Back 2.
Martin Nielsen, who was down to 2 big blinds not too long ago. We obviously saw him get a little double off one of the outer tables, or at least we mentioned that he got a double because he went from 2 to 5. Now finding another double on this future table in that small blind against big blind scenario, where we did accidentally sort of slow rolled Webster Lim a little,
You like it?
It's so easy. You just show up, you put money in the bank.
but it was understandable. We thought that we were
Having lots
incredibly
of big
close to the
blinds,
money, but even then, like 5 spots is a long time to survive.
EPT day 5.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that it would have been done in 6 hands from that
Yeah.
point on, and we would have been all in the following hand. So
Nice.
That's my last 3 tournaments.
Nice.
calling it off with an ace is probably the best
Haven't
thing you can
seen
do there.
lots of deep runs.
Running very hot.
It's Martin and Biao Ding continue their table talk. Martin mentioning that he's got
Actually,
multiple
my
deep runs.
Texas Hold'em tournament career has been more successful than my short deck tournament career. Like I have
That's because there's not much volume in short
very
deck.
little volume.
Yeah.
Like
Flop
I
comes
had
8-6-3
some
with
good
2
results,
hearts.
short deck, like 1 second
Top
place
pair
in
for
Triton,
Whooping Fang.
one where it's
Starting
just
the hand with a
bracelet,
little over 20 bigs.
more stuff, but
With the covering stack, let's see if Ding Biao does anything aggressive here. He does have the King of Hearts and 9 of Clubs, which blocks some of the natural continues.
I think that's pretty normal, right?
yeah.
Like
I mean,
across few events.
it's definitely below expectation, but like on average you cash 1 in 7 times or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it can definitely happen.
Ding Biao
So you're just gonna play
going
the,
over all of his options here with the King
you're
9.
just gonna play the shot deck and
Grabs a bunch of chips and he announces a raise, but I'm not expecting Whooping Fang to go anywhere here with top pair.
Yeah, to be honest, I like this play from Ding Biao. He's just run into a hand that's going to continue, but King of Hearts, 9 of Clubs is a pretty nice combo to have versus button open, blocking some 9-8, blocking some 9-7, blocking some flush draws. And in versus call, you do have some turns that are very natural follow-throughs.
Ding Biao looking to improve, looking for an exciting card to turn his hand into an even bigger bluff.
yeah, it is.
Cheers.
Turn is the 5 of clubs. Is that one of them, Alex?
I don't know. I think he really would have wanted some type of heart to continue telling the story. When your opponent calls this raise. Now the king of hearts in your hand is actually kind of a bad thing because it reduces the number of flush draws they have, which means they're going to have more pair-oriented hands, or of course those straight draws. It's going to be a lot of 8x, 6x, some of which might contain a straight draw. A little bit difficult here, but perhaps he can continue with a small bet and try to jam heart rivers. There's a lot of options. I wouldn't be shocked to see him check.
250.
He does go for that small bet. This is a little bigger than I would have expected. I was thinking maybe in the long lines of 180 to leave a little meteor river shove. And as Wu Ping Feng, you have to try to figure this out. How many bluffs does my opponent have? You know, top pair is a lot of hand, and usually when you call flop raise, it is with the intention of stacking off on all the non-heart runouts at least.
This bet is for almost half of his stack, though, but he's still not going anywhere, or at least doesn't look like we're going anywhere.
And at this point, if you do want to continue with the hand, just jamming also makes some sense for equity denial purposes, but he does just continue with call, leaving just 340K behind.
Ding Biao does have a gut shot, of course, looking for a 7, or a king or a 9 would put him in the lead as well, but the river is the ace of clubs.
The ace is actually not a very good card for Ding Biao because it doesn't improve any of his semi-bluffs, really. But he may just jam on the strength of that 5 and just try to target a lot of one-pair hands from his opponent.
We were pretending to have an open-ender on the flop.
Exactly. The 5 definitely could have connected with some of his check raises.
We got there on the turn. It's a difficult move to make. 1.1 million in the middle, and Wu Ping Feng has 400K behind. It goes check on the river, and Wu Ping Feng will receive the great news that his 10-8 was best all along, and he wins a real big one.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup there for Wu Ping Feng. I think he definitely had options on the turn, ended up just calling.
Scary, of course, as there were a bunch of terrible cards, terrible river cards for him there.
Exactly, yeah.
But it going check on the river. Played it well as if. And look at him now. Was one of my shortest stacks.
He's now jumped ahead of Ding Biao in the chip counts. And that hand took quite some time, Kevin. So, you know, a few more eliminations have taken place. And we are getting a little bit closer to the money.
Take a little look at our leaderboard. Oh, we lost Nico Cope in 177th. And also, Steven Song has been eliminated in 181st place.
Yeah, you mentioned he was fairly short to start the day.
Yeah, didn't have too much to work with. And saw him fall down the leaderboard. Martin Nielsen has had an eventful day. Came in with a little over 600,000 chips to this day 2 of the Triton ONE main event. We saw him at the absolute bottom of the leaderboard at one point with only 2 big blinds, turned 2 into 5, and now got his double at this future table. Definitely enjoy having Martin on these TV tables just because he's such a talkative guy, which makes it fun for us and I think makes it very fun for the viewers too. Wu Ping Feng is on a bit of a heater.
Yeah, man on a mission here. Pocket queens.
Went from 400K to 1.5 million, and he now wakes up with the ladies. Still waiting for the first one to burst out the mamacitas over here, but I guess we truly are missing Patrick Leonard for that. Okamoto looks down at 7-3 offsuit.
I think every day they run like 100 and 300. Like
Be the wrong moment to make a play.
like 100 buy-ins to 300 buy-ins. And
She does let it go.
there's like the biggest stuff on weekend.
And not the most eventful hour of Shina Okamoto, her career probably, but I'm sure she's very happy with it.
No,
In the end, she has chipped up. She found kings on the right moment.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's just how it's going to go for a couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, some poker is one of those things where sometimes you're involved in a ton of pots. Other
Yeah.
times you just sort of bleed down, then double up, and you're all of a sudden over where you started. You never really know what the flow is going to be, and you just have to take what's given to you and not try to force the action too much.
Keeping my eye on Samuel Mueller, who's at 173rd. 3 big blinds, but
Kevin will keep you guys up to date all day on the bottom of the counts. I'll focus on the top of the board, cover our bases. We'll ignore the middle.
yeah, I mean, we can absolutely ignore the middle at this point. That's not too interesting, but it is obviously cool to see who are the final 6 or 7 players that get eliminated right before the money bubble. 167 will get paid here in the first ever edition of the Triton ONE main event. As Martin Nielsen looks down at King 4 of Hearts. Blinds have gone up, by the way. We did not address it. 25K, 50K now with a 50K ante. The opening day, guys, the Triton ONE main event, day 1A and day 1B. Obviously, we had 40-minute levels. Today, we are playing 1-hour levels. And just in case the microphone is picking up that there are 40-minute blind levels, that is one of the side events that's currently running, not related to the main event.
King 10 off from Duan Bin. I can understand the fold. 10 big blinds, but 8 spots away from the money. You do have to be a little bit careful.
Shinhwa Komodo looks down at Jack 7 offsuit. Small blind versus big blind. Webster Lim is on the shorter side of things. Announces all in.
This is a really nice play, covering the big blind Webster Lim, and you can see he folds a much better hand, but nothing you can do there.
The moment that he doubled, he did start getting a little more involved, and especially in these specific spots, he keeps on making some moves. And she may look like a nice neighbor, but it doesn't turn out to be all that nice for Webster Lim.
She's definitely a very dangerous opponent, 2-time WCP Ladies Event winner.
And confidence obviously so important in a game like poker, especially if you're going through these long days. I'm sure Sheena, her confidence is at an all-time high at this point, getting 2 big wins in the last 3 months.
I would have to think so.
We've got Bin joining us in seat 4. Not the first time we see him this week.
Ace Jack off. I know that we're close to the money, but I think this is just enough hand under the gun, 10 bigs. Let's see what Juan thinks.
He's thinking about it. Does announce it. Seems like he has played to your liking so far, even though he's lost a lot of chips, obviously, with that unfortunate King-Jack hand. But
yeah, I like the way he played that hand, even though he was incorrect on the river, I think, against the range. Kind of have too much hand to fold.
Not exactly sure what we're thinking about here with 7 deuce. Are we stalling to get a little closer to that money bubble?
Sure seems like it. Fellow 10 big blind stack. Just waiting for that time clock to dip down a little bit.
That's something we can get away with on the outer tables, but on our TV table with 7 deuce in middle position after an early shove. Come on now. Martin Nielsen looks down at 9-3 offsuit in the big blind. That's not very exciting.
How much is it?
Martin seems to keep track of everything before he takes a look at his own cards.
I think it's just another stalling tactic, but as you can see, he's now looked at his cards and is feigning genuine contemplation, as he does eventually let those cards hit the muck.
In the big blind, I can understand it a tiny bit better than from the middling position. Because you never want to
I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's
sure.
You got a hand you're never calling.
For sure. But I think it's always nice to strike some fear into the hearts of your opponent when you're on the big blind and be like, hey, this is not going to be all that easy from here on out.
I mean, I think we see it so much now in tournament poker that everyone kind of knows what's going on. And
yeah, it's probably not really getting anything done.
Right.
Fair enough. Yeah, we're getting real close to that money bubble now, guys. 5 spots away. And of course, if you are working with anything, 8, 9, 10 big blinds, you're feeling real good about your chances to make the money.
Yeah.
You got to make sure that you actually do it first. There are a whole bunch, just to give you guys an idea right now. There are 2, 4, 6, let's say 9 people with 7 bigs or less. That is the last time. Benedict Farkas, by the way, is one of those 9 players. Our man from Hungary who had a monster stack not too long ago in the main.
As our chip leader is Sunyun Nam, followed by Wang Xiyan, then Igor Yaroshevsky in third, Michael Zhang and Jesse Lonis rounding out the top 5.
Our chip leader Chase, or at least our table chip leader, opens things up with ace-10 offsuit. Shinhwa Komodo looked down at 6-5 of clubs, but decides to let it go.
Nielsen doesn't waste any time this time with the 7 deuce. And as Juan, this is the type of hand that you would ordinarily always defend, but now just 4 spots off the money bubble.
Yeah.
I prefer folding this.
And I think he will do what you prefer. He's been playing very solid. Not a player that we've seen anything of up to this point, 6 days into Triton ONE TV tables, but he's playing well.
Yeah, and let's see if the man from the Philippines, Mr. Kokolyong, opens it up a little bit now as we're just 4 spots away from the money, perhaps understanding that players are making more conservative folds.
I'm sure that a lot of these guys are keeping track of the Triton ONE poker app as well, and Triton Poker Plus app, we should say. It is not a Triton ONE poker app. And at this point, a whole bunch of people all of a sudden busted. A couple of Europeans. We lost the Austrian Bernhard Binder. We've lost a man from the Czech Republic, Roman Harab. And that means that we are now on the absolute stone-cold money bubble. Only 168 left. The graphics may not be updated yet, but obviously all of these guys can keep track of anything that's happening at the bottom of the leaderboard when it comes to the Triton ONE main event. And a lot of them are, and a lot of them will. And if not, I'll keep an eye on these TV screens. But 3 people busting in the same round.
Right, yeah, so. And you do hear the tournament director saying, please play this hand and then stop. So sure, the graphics will get caught up to date there. And we will be hand for hand. Maybe a little bit earlier than we expected. We were thinking perhaps not until the second segment as Martin Nielsen. This is just going to be a fold on the button on the stone bubble. When he hears that announcement, he knows that a couple players have dropped.
Those aggressive Europeans, though. 2 of the 3 Europeans busting there. Very close to the money. Now Martin Nielsen looking down at Queen Jack offsuit. Annoying spot. It does look mega strong.
I mean,
if you do
it's
check.
really annoying if you have something slightly stronger than that there. But I think the Queen Jack off, you just accept the situation. You've got a whole orbit. You know, somebody likely to bust in the next orbit or 2. That 12.2K min cash is quite significant. He does fold.
12.2 is the min cash for the 8K buy-in.
And this is a walk type of hand here in the small blind when you're covered by the big blind.
Whooping Fang keeps on chipping up. What was he looking down at? 6-4. So. Well, this man has definitely had the most successful start out of everyone at this TV table. Was at 400,000 not too long ago, one of the shortest stacks. And look at him now, 1.6 million. He's cruising. Where does that put him? Around the middle, 60.
Yeah, probably around middle of the pack.
But we don't talk about the middle. You cover the top,
Yeah,
I
that's
cover
right.
the bottom.
Yeah.
I'll go away from the bottom, obviously.
And you can see the players now just waiting for the next hand to be dealt.
Funny, by the way, there's actually been a change at the bottom of the leaderboard. Bernhard Binder, who I said was eliminated, is not eliminated.
He's back from the dead?
With 20,000 chips.
Okay, so there may have been a miscount there.
He's back.
So
I mean, he's from Austria, right?
perhaps Binder, thinking he was covered, actually had the covering stack. So we are 2 off the money in that case.
I'm back.
We do have, as you mentioned, about 7 stacks, 5 big blinds and less.
I just got locked out of my iPad. That's so sad.
So we've come over to an outer table here. It does appear that there's an all-in, and typically when you do get hand for hand, you don't reveal the all-in right away. Although these players may have privately discussed what each other have. It looks like the big stack was shoving on the big blind, so I expect the big blind woke up with something very good. Dealer tells him not to show it.
The big blind does have only 2 big blinds. I think that is worth mentioning.
Ah, okay, yes. That's a very good point.
Let's we'll go around the room.
Or I suppose 3 big blinds. Okay, one of them was in the ante.
So Bernhard Binder with 20K.
You can see this nice blue theme we have for Triton ONE. That will all change when the Triton High Roller Series begins.
Look what we got over there in C2. Yay Lee.
Yay
One of our
Lee.
star from yesterday. I'm getting a lot of love and support in the chat.
She seems to be facing a large wager here.
She's got an all-in button in front of her.
Oh, I see. She is all in. Okay. Excuse me.
With a decent amount of chips, by the way.
On the flop as well, on King Jack 6. It looks like the players just trying to follow our action here. It was a 3-bet pot pre-flop.
Yep. He's battling it out with Mehdi.
Mehdi Chaoui, 3-bet small out of the big blind. Came King Jack 6 Rainbow. He continued, and she moved in, and he has called. Yeli is the covered stack, so she is all in and at risk.
There's 3.3 million here, by the way, in the middle.
But I suspect she has something pretty good to call the 3-bet and then move in over the top of the continuation bet of Mehdi Chaoui. We will see the hands pretty soon.
Mehdi, I believe, is from Morocco, if I recall that correctly. I feel like I saw him once on the leaderboard.
Yeli wearing that Maison sweater. Saw yesterday.
It's a lucky sweater. That means he was crushing it yesterday. A star in the making, and that's what Triton ONE is all about.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, now I just need to hit a pause.
Did she say now I just need to hit quads?
It sounded like it. So is she implying that perhaps they've discussed the hands
Yeah.
already and set over set? She has jacks? I'm not sure.
That would be so gross. It'd be incredibly brutal.
Mehdi looks quite comfortable. Actually, both look comfortable, but
Yeah. 3.3 million chips in the middle. A small blind versus big blind battle. Yeli, one of Chat's favorites from yesterday. It's hard to compete with Konstantin Voronin, but
Chat does seem to be rooting hard for Yeli. No surprise there.
after yesterday, so am I. I'm sure Mehdi is a great dude. Made a stronger holding win here, Alex.
I like mark you on the Triton app. I like mark you on the Triton app. So I gotta remember you.
She's talking about giving him a star. Do you hear that?
I did see that. Friendly vibe between those two.
It's also good for the viewers to hear that it's not just us who's using it and handing out stars, okay? Flip him over. I can't wait. The suspense is killing me over here, Alex. Now you can showdown. I see lots of paint. It's kings for Yeli, it's jacks for Mehdi, if I see that correctly.
I think, is it not kings for Mehdi?
You might be right.
We
I
have
think
the
it's kings
five
for
of
Mehdi.
hearts.
That's
And the
Yes,
river
you're right.
is 8 of hearts.
or maybe they have this.
We have lost one player during this hand. We are now down to 100.
Kind of hard to see, but it looked like it was indeed kings versus jacks. Is set over set on the stone cold bubble, small blind versus
Yeah.
big blind.
Brutal beat for Yeli. She called that 3-bet. Flop middle set and somehow was down to 1 out.
Yeah. We did hear her say in the very beginning of the segment, now we just need to make kings, or now we just need to make quads. It looked like she was the one with kings for a split second, but
So we will see also, there may be another all-in at another table.
it's an insane setup, man. Small blind, big blind.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely brutal.
They are very close to each other, but I do think Mehdi had her slightly covered if our stats are correct. This could be one of these Bernhard binder situations where they think someone is eliminated, but it's like, just kidding, you've got 20K left.
No, I believe she is eliminated, but there's just a question if anyone else was potentially all in at the same time.
Okay, we got the exact hand, by the way. It was kings for Mehdi, so he flopped the top set. And I guess Yeli was drawing that if she had king jack. If the graphic was correctly, so she flopped
Okay.
top 2 pair and Mehdi
Okay.
flopped top set. I mean, it's still
Either
obviously-
way, yeah, total cooler. There's another all in here.
It is very brutal, but
It's between Dai Ming and Daniil Vasilev. Dai Ming is the all-in and at-risk player. The action is that he limped. Daniil Vasilev just moved in and Dai Ming called, leading me to believe that Dai Ming probably has an extremely strong hand.
Showdown.
calling off.
Our all-in player Jack, Ace of Diamonds, and Jack of Hearts. Against Ace
Something like Ace Jack versus Ace 5?
Ace Jack versus Ace 4.
Ace 4. Close enough.
Ace Jack ahead, all in at risk.
Diming, small, ooh, baby cards, but 8 deuce deuce is safe for now. Obviously some chop outs available.
A 7 of Hearts on the turn. Ace Jack is ahead.
Ace Jack is indeed ahead.
With a 5 of clubs, Kang has
It wasn't against Ace
Big
5.
double up for Diming, yeah. Notice limp trapping the Ace Jack and just calling it off on the stone bubble, and he's going to get rewarded. He's going to be up over 2 million in chips now.
Big double for Diming.
Hummingbird Lab says, for reference, this is the way to operate a poker tournament. I could not agree more. Triton does an amazing job with all of the coverage, and you know, I've watched a lot of streams before. I can't ever remember seeing this level of detail on stream for the stone bubble. This is really cool. Even just the fact that we're streaming all the earlier levels of the tournament. A lot to be gleaned from those. Sometimes you'll watch a poker stream and it's just the final table, but there's a lot more going on in these middle stages of the event.
And the final tables are amazing, and you see a lot of great plays there, but it is incredibly cool to see some of these elite poker players navigate the early levels. And also for us, a really good way to get excited over players that we were not familiar with yet.
Yeah, this is an all-in between Julian Warhurst and Zhao Hongjun.
Against a pair of 9s. 9 of
Zhao
hearts,
is at
9
risk.
of spades.
Ace Jack of clubs at risk against the pocket 9s.
It's a fair fight. I see paint, lots of
I
paint.
see
We have a
clubs,
queen
though.
of clubs, a jack of hearts, and a 7.
Okay, just one club. But the Jack.
With a 6 on the turn.
So no one is going to get eliminated, right? Because Zhao was the one with Ace Jack.
And a 10 on the river.
Yeah. Double up there for Zhao Hongjun.
Zhao Hongjun has doubled up his stack.
No one's getting up. Everyone is gathering around the next table. There's another exciting hand, Alex.
Yeah, you see the always affable Victor Chong, rarely spotted without a smile on his face.
You see the hoodie with the arrows, by the way?
Ah, yes, that's the one you were referring to.
Yeah, that's,
yesterday.
that is off-white. All right, what do we got over here? We're going to do our best. It's a bit of a guessing game for us sometimes as well, but makes it extra fun. Someone at home is going to have a way bigger monitor than us. Oh, they think that was set over set. It's like, well, it looked like it. And we're on the stone bubble. But
And Quickon is our all-in player. Gentlemen, let's see those cards.
so a mega shorty in the big blind here with only 110,000 chips. 2 bigs. That is the player we saw have a very deep run in the 3K
Our
QQ
all-in
PK
player has
Genesis
jack
opening
of clubs and
event.
king of hearts against 3 of clubs and 6 of diamonds.
He can't watch.
And it's the King Jack all in at risk, I believe.
Same.
On the flop.
Of course, I
All
was going to say
spades,
100%
a 10, a 3, and a 4.
professional luck box.
3 has paired up.
Turn 9.
King
Turn
Jack
9.
now in all sorts of trouble.
There's a
Turn
Jack,
is
though.
Side bet.
jack of
Wait, we book
diamonds.
it.
Big turn card for the
Yeah.
all-in player.
It is a 12K turn card for now, as long as the river is
And
safe.
the river is an ace of diamonds.
So he will double up
Yep.
his 2 big blind stack. Huge at this stage. As you can see, the players
Double up his stack. Players, please
all
go back
interested
to
in
your
watching.
seats. We do have to break a table before we continue.
All right.
So I think we're now on the stone bubble here, Kevin, as Yaley was eliminated. So we have 168 players, and we're paying 167, so we may get to see another batch of those all-ins. That was kind of cool to have so many all-ins there
I
on the
know.
bubble. Kind of reminds me of the WSOP main, where you often get 4 or 5 all-ins on the stone bubble. Field this size, you might not expect so many all-ins, but the players are taking some risks as we near the money here in the 8K main event.
Right now, before we start the next hand, and as you guys heard from our tournament organizer, it's going to take a little while because one of the tables has to break. Samuel Mueller is 167th. That is when you still
Okay.
get paid, with 25,000 chips. But we revived him from the dead. Bernhard Binder, who we thought was out earlier, is 168th with 20,000 chips. I'd love to know where exactly they are.
Yeah, the position key for Binder there. Can he just fold a few hands, or is he going to be forced all into the big blind soon? As we see, at the top of our leaderboard, Igor Yarashevsky has moved into second place. The very dangerous player out of the Ukraine.
I'll see if I can find you that info for Bernhard Binder.
Also in the top 5, current player of the year leader, Artur Martrosian, hoping to have a nice couple of results here in Triton, Jeju, and keep his lock on the top of that leaderboard.
So I actually think the Austrian, who we thought was eliminated, and in the app it even said he was eliminated, it still does in the hand history. When he lost most of his chips, he was actually at the bottom. So that's great news for him, because that means that he can at least fold like 4 hands, and he should be able to still get a min cash.
Absolutely, and very smart to just try to fold into the money now.
Yeah,
as the Austrian, Bernhard Binder, big fan of his name, by the way.
If we have 20K, I agree. At this point, I'm folding aces. Like, I don't care.
Yeah. Of course, you do get the overlay of the big blind ante, and every time you do get all in, so it's not like he just doubles up to 40K. You'd get up to, 140K plus the blinds, maybe 180.
Would you fold aces?
I don't know if I could bring myself to fold aces, but I would also be very interested in the stacks of the other players, right? How many short stacks are going to be forced all in before me? That's kind of critical in spots like this.
I can take a little look at Samuel Mueller, his table draw. Let's see where he was. All right, Samuel Mueller just paid the small blind, so he too has like 5 hands to survive. The two Austrians combined don't have a single big blind, but they can both make it into the money.
And they very well might. As you look at the bottom of our board here at the feature table, if you're Yilu Wan, if you're Duan Bin, Webster Lim, Martin Nielsen, you're very handcuffed here. You need to just basically fold into the money, perhaps barring something like kings or aces.
That's pretty funny. The two of them combined don't have a single big blind, but they might still walk away with at least $24,000. Right now in third place when it comes to our future table for the opening 2 hours of poker. Today we'll have 12 hours of main event coverage heading your way. It is Sheena Okamoto. 1.4 million. Definitely got a little more active after she got her full double with those kings.
And Chase Coquillon, who we've seen be sort of on the snug side, perhaps given his stack. I'd like to see him be a bit more of a big stack bully on the stone bubble here.
He might just be a very nice guy.
No nice guys in poker. Kevin, as it looks like cards are almost in the air. We do have a dealer change here on one of the outer tables. Ryan Johnson says, did not expect to hear Rotterdam's voice opening this stream. And one thing I've noticed, Kevin, as we continue our coverage, I've been working with you for about 6 days now. There seem to be some StarCraft fans tuning in, or perhaps fans who've heard you doing other poker commentary streams. People who are surprised to see you here at Triton might know you from other walks of life.
And I've said it before, there's a lot of overlap between esports and poker, but especially I think RTS players and poker. As we have a potential hand developing somewhere. That was Samuel Mueller, by the way. We've obviously been talking about him perhaps a little more than we should, but it is a cool story because he is sitting there with 20,000 chips. Less than half of a big blind, but he might make it into the money. Yeah, obviously very cool for me to see a lot of StarCraft fans stop by, and more often than not, it is StarCraft fans from the past. StarCraft 2 has been around for 15 years. That is an incredibly long time. Not many people will stay interested in the same video game for over a decade. So there's people who have watched a lot of StarCraft 10 or 12 years ago. Even yesterday, I had the chance to run into Corey Eyring for a little bit. I mentioned it before, American content creator, very active in the YouTube streets. And I just said hi to him because I've been enjoying watching a lot of his content. And he's like, so what do you do? I was like, I play StarCraft on Twitch and I commentate StarCraft. He's like, StarCraft 2? No way. I used to play that game all the time.
Oh, so really? Yeah. So you guys were able to bond over that a little bit?
Yeah, I was just keeping it very light, but I did think it was cool that he apparently has played a lot of StarCraft 2 once upon a time as well. As we are just making sure that all hands will start exactly when they should, and we distribute the players from the broken table in a fair manner.
Looks like Steve O'Dwyer there. The Yankees hat.
It's already our second to last day, Alex. It's so sad.
I know. Although I may be sticking around a little bit longer, as the 25K event has intrigued me. Once my duties are done here in the booth, I may switch over to the dark side.
What does Cooper have to say about that? The man who called us.
Cooper?
Yeah, he called you clueless earlier.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, he may be right. We'll see. We'll see how I perform in that event.
I think you're gonna crush it, mate. Not worried. What's happening over here? All right. Obviously, soon there will be lots of hands that we can talk about as we are on the Stone Money Bubble. 168 players left, 167 get paid. 2 Austrians have less than 1 big blind combined, but neither of them has to pay up in the next 4 hands. Honestly, 4 hands is a very long time.
Yeah. And Chase Coquillon does get a walk in the big blind, shows the 7 deuce of hearts. The power of being the chip leader in a spot like this, and I always recommend players to play a bit aggressively in the early stages of the tournament because of the power you have when you do become table chip leader on the bubble and the way you're able to sort of wield that as the tournament goes on, particularly in some of these bigger field events.
Everyone is probably taking a little look at that Triton Poker Plus app, wondering, all right, how much longer is this going to go? Because this is fun, unless you're like somewhere around 10 big blinds. It's like, okay, I'm not going to get out of line. I can't really take advantage of this either, and I absolutely don't want to bust. Then this can actually be a bit of a drag. It's like, come on, get it over with. I just want to play some poker.
Yeah, it's quite frustrating when you're one of those 10 big blind stacks and you're just super handcuffed. But of course, once the bubble does end, then the stacks fly in and you usually see a flurry of eliminations.
Someone is going to be very unfortunate. Beautiful arrows. What have we got over here? Is there someone all in? Seems like we had a button open. It got folded to the button.
Yeah, I think the button just moved in and the big blind Han Shao called versus Chen Ming Kong's button shove. Okay, this may be a different hand, actually.
Yeah, no, there's lots of chips. Or he grabbed a lot of chips there, Alex. You may have just been a fortune teller, but seems like we're going away from that table because there's something more interesting happening elsewhere over here at the tournament floor.
Yeah, a little difficult to keep track of all these all-ins here. Ren Lin smiling at this table. He seems to be involved, perhaps, in this all-in.
Oh, that's Justin, right? Over there in the white
that
shirt.
is Justin Saliba, yes.
Yeah, he's done a good job because he was very short.
He
like
was
20.
very short coming in, like 320K or something, and he's chipped up a bit.
Ren is always smiling. Huh?
Always smiling. Honestly, it's hard to imagine a better poker ambassador than Ren Lin, in my opinion. He's very funny to play with. He's always in a good mood. He's friends with everybody.
So I believe this went a Chile Open, Ren Lin 3-bet, all in, and then call.
So you would think that Ren Lin 3-bet calling off of this covered stack is going to have quite a big hand here, but he's perhaps a little more willing to gamble on the bubble than some other players are.
Well, I would say ace-queen minimum?
I would think so, yeah. Some premium pairs, but you know the expression ICM is for poor people that, that Nacho Barbero coined. I think Ren Lin might echo some of those sentiments.
I can't believe you just busted that one out. So we're thinking 10 plus, ace-queen plus. Is that fair to call off here?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players, again, would not be that wide going 3-bet call. They wouldn't even have a hand like 10s or ace-queen off. They might just rip those hands or even flat them. But with Ren Lin, yeah, perhaps. I do think it's more likely to be something a bit stronger than that.
Since they haven't treated us to a mystery hand in a while, why don't we play the mystery hand game over here, Alex? What does Ren Lin have?
Pocket queens, pocket kings, perhaps, comes to mind. I mean, he could be wider than that, of course. What are you thinking?
Trying to come up with...
Yeah.
I was thinking actually that Ren Lin had pocket jacks, but if he's putting her on pocket jacks, he obviously doesn't have it, so then it might just be ace-king suited. Might even just be kings. You know what? I'm going with kings.
Yeah, I think kings is a very reasonable guess, of course. I'd be surprised to see something like ace-queen.
Ace-queen suited?
I just think those hands on the stone bubble would not play this way, 3-bet calling.
Renlin is a different beast.
He sure is.
No, I think you're right. Just be a bit silly. Also, just because it'd be really fun to get a cash in the first ever edition of a Triton ONE main event.
Yeah, and if our viewers are wondering why this is taking so long, you need to wait for the play to conclude on all tables before we start revealing the all-ins. So there probably is a table where there's still some action pending.
Most of the time, the players are very friendly with each other, and they'll let them know, obviously, what they have.
Someone in chat saying that Ren said he has pocket kings, so...
Didn't catch that, but that's the case. What do you think that Chile has?
Perhaps Jacks, Queens, Ace, King, something like that.
He looks happy. If he did tell her that he has pocket kings, he looks very happy.
Very difficult to tell, isn't it?
Could be queens too. But I'd be less happy knowing I've got queens against kings.
但还是可能会花式的。你看小姐姐这么好看呢，应该运气要加成一点。
I'm excited to see this one. It's going to take a little while, of course. Once the money bubble has bursted, play will just continue. You guys are used to it. 2-hour blocks throughout the entire day. We're going to try to get as many fun and cool people on the future table as possible. Still plenty of really cool folks that have a stack here in the Triton ONE main event that we haven't had at the future table yet. Jesse Lone is, I think, being most requested, but I would also truly love to see Igor Yaroshevsky, because we have mostly seen him when he had shorter stacks. Now we can actually see what he's capable of.
Yeah, he's definitely fun to watch too, but I can understand why the players want to see Lonis. Perhaps nobody in the world on quite the tear he's on, and the fact that he plays the style he does certainly makes for good TV, but we've got a lot of great people to choose from here, and that's the difficulty of our production team. Artur Mahatrosian, I mean, and sometimes you just have two players on the same table that you want to see both of them. So sure, if Jesse continues, to be in that top 10 in chips as the tournament goes on, we'll certainly see him at some point.
Yeah, I can imagine that we won't get to see anything of him today. If it's not the next 2 hours, it's probably going to be the following two. Just need to make sure that he's got enough interesting folks around him.
Somebody in chat saying, she's either rich or she has aces. She's laughing.
I mean, she's not at risk, by the way. That is important to mention. It is Renlin who's at risk. He is starting this hand with, if our stats are correct, 1.1 million. And she's got 2.3 million.
And I just think that, we've seen a lot of pros here at this tournament. A lot of people who have great mental game and composure.
All right. All in and a call. Is this our hand? She does look very happy for someone who's going up against kings. Let's see it.
是不是不重要，先上个新闻，可能 K2。
That is one.
Tony has a pair of kings, king of heart and king of clubs.
Is that eights? Uh-oh.
I think it's not even eights.
It's
six.
Ah, okay. Well,
8-6 of diamonds. So she thought that Ren was making a move.
yeah. Some power bokeh there. Kings.
And on the flop there is a king, so we have a
top
set of kings and a 4 of spades and a 9 of hearts.
Dead to back doors.
Yeah, 7-5, right? Or 7-10.
Or diamonds.
Sure,
There's a
of
5.
clubs.
Never easy.
Always a sweat. Looking for a 7.
And the river is a 3.
Renlin will double up.
Tony has doubled up his stack. We're going to move on to the next table.
Big double there for Renlin. That's very fun as well, because that means that he will now work with 3.5 million chips, and we can really, 2.5, and we can really start keeping track of him. All right, we're going to move over to one of the other tables. Very certain that the Austrians won't be at risk. They've got 4 hands.
Yeah, and with all these all-ins in the last couple of hands, very likely somebody busts before they need to get all in.
Look at this man. This man is dressed for his final table picture. It's a little early, but that's a good looking shirt.
Against Minkon, so once again seed 1 and seed 8. And let's see those cards, please.
Seed 1 at risk. We have no idea what anybody has.
It looks like 2 kings again.
A pair of kings, king of hearts and kings of club against 7-3 of spades.
7-3 offsuit. So I guess it was a button shove and big blind call.
7-3 suited, actually.
Oh,
Spades
sorry.
working, but
On the floor,
very
we have
safe
three
flop for the
elements,
kings.
Ace and 6 and Jack
I
of
apologize, I
diamonds.
heard offsuit. We're still in a bit of trouble with 7-3.
A queen of diamonds.
Diamond chops, I
Yeah.
believe. That's the excitement. With another diamond, they would chop. Oh my
With the 8
goodness!
of diamonds, we have a split pot for this table.
I'd be
We're gonna move
fuming,
on
Alex.
To the next
Very frustrating for the kings.
Honestly, at this point, I wish I would have busted. Okay, maybe it's not that bad, but what a run out there. 7-3, chops it up with kings. After the board ran out all diamonds. Next all in. Who's at risk? Seems like we actually played some poker.
Yeah, I believe this is actually a completed action on the river. So unclear if these players have told each other what they have, but there's no sweat besides the cards themselves here.
21 are
We
all
get-
in an equal between Seolin and Sai Ting Yi.
That looks like a busted straight, or is it an overpair?
We are on a river.
Yeah, there's no more cards. Someone wins, someone loses.
So Seolin has a pair of queens. He has doubled up his stack against Jack King. So players, please go back to your seats. Thank you.
So I guess King Jack bluffed on the river and Queens called it off.
Yeah, and nice call by the queens, by the way. The board was 10-6-4-9 deuce with 3 diamonds. Queens, no diamond, called a triple barrel bluff from the King Jack. So always difficult to make those call downs on the stone bubble, Kevin.
Yeah.
Credit to the queens and a very nice double up for that player.
140K on the flop,
That was-
450 on the turn, and 1.2 million on the
And it
river.
was Lin Zhu who doubled up as we take a look at the very sad face of Bernhard Binder, who had to learn that in all those 3 all-ins, nobody was eliminated as he sits there with his 20K awaiting his fate.
Sure, he's very sad, but he thought he was out.
But he'll always have a cool name.
He's a good-looking guy. That helps as well. I mean, he's got like 3 more hands. I think he's going to be okay. These Austrians, they'll be surviving. I guess no one busted this hand.
Yeah, 2 in a row where we had multiple all-ins and nobody busted. So 2 more minutes will come off the clock and we'll deal the next hand.
So now we're going to see 17 seconds of action when it comes to our future table. And then we go around the tournament floor again. Unless they actually wake up with some hands here. Last hand, our table chip leader, Chase, got a walk in his big blind with 7 deuce.
Yeah, chasing the big blind now. Let's see.
I
Oh,
think
that
he
was
was-
last hand.
I
so
think that was
chasing
last
the
hand when he
Saray.
had 7 deuce, yeah.
Yeah, very true. We'll see if the action folds around to Chase, as he is now in the small blind.
Any setups? Oh, Shinhwa is going to get involved. From under the gun +1, looking down at 10,
9 of hearts. And notice that although covered by both the blinds, or sorry, although covered by the small blind, she covers everybody else in between. And she perhaps thinks that our big stack here, Chase, won't get too out of line, but ace-queen offsuit for Chase. This is a big hand in this situation.
This is most certainly a big hand. I'm actually very curious to see how Chase is going to play this.
Yeah, and if I'm Chase, I would be expecting Sheena's opening range to be on the tighter side here, just given it is the stone bubble. I think he has a few options here. 3-bet folding seems reasonable. Just expecting her to overfold to the 3-bet, but not jam super light. He could just rip it, of course, and even flatting is in play.
Fun hand. And what I like as well is that it goes on for a little bit longer, so I actually think it won't take too long before we start flipping over cards on these outer tables.
Agreed. And if you think that Sheena's opening sort of her normal range
Yeah.
there from early position, then
Did
I
he
do
just-
like the 3-bet.
What did we just announced? 3-bet to 300K.
And this sizing is nice too. It's going to be very difficult, even though the price is good, for her to peel light in position on the stone
Hey,
bubble.
Nikki,
So
are
nice
you free?
takedown there from Chase.
You want to be on TV?
This one or no? This one.
I think Martin just asked Sheena if she wants to be on TV. She already is.
Do you want to be a star? She already is.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of legends and stars will be made this week over here at Triton ONE, but Sheena is already one of them. And that means that once more the play will stop. We're going to head over to these outer tables to figure out who is at risk. Obviously, the clock is ticking for Samuel Mueller. and Bernard Binder, who both have less than a big blind. Seems like we are once more playing some real poker over here, Alex. Nothing like a pre-flop all-in. We are on the turn, if I can count cards correctly. Is this three-way action?
No, I believe it's just heads up.
Okay.
Action on Allison Pieszewicz.
That's a tough one.
Pieszewicz.
I believe Allison playing under the Brazilian flag, but he's got a proper, let's say, Polish
Yeah,
last name.
I was thinking it was a Polish last name. Agreed.
But Allison is very Brazilian.
Yes. There's a 400-meter hurdler, Allison Dos Santos, third best in that event. Don't ask me why I know that.
Yeah, this really came out of nowhere. Which event?
But
What?
he is out of Brazil.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a track and field enthusiast, and I may have mentioned the World Track and Field Championships in Japan shortly after I'm done work here. I was considering popping over.
That is really cool. All right, so the bet is 450K. That is 7 big blinds. The action is on Lu, Jeonzong.
Pre-flop action, it was Allison who raised. Lu Junzhong defended the big blind, and check called flop. Board is 3-6-9-7 double flush draw, hearts and diamonds. He check calls a big bet again. This pot is swelling.
Most certainly is. It definitely went a little bit closer or faster than I originally expected. We kind of thought that we'd be approaching the money bubble in our second block of poker, but these are still the opening 2 hours.
10
The
of clubs
Triton
hits the
ONE
river.
main
It does
event.
go check, check, and our big blind shows, I believe, 8-6 for the straight. Rivered straight, or is that 6-6? That might be 6-6 for a set of sixes on the flop.
Not a very pleasant turn card there. Seeing that the 10 of clubs rolls off, no, any 8 makes a straight, but at least all the flush draws bricked. And the set of sixes is good for this man, but no one was at risk here. Fun hand, Alex, but I want to see people be at risk.
You want to see the blood? I mean, the best of both worlds would be a big bloody pot with multi-street action, of course.
Sure. I mostly just want to see people at risk, because that is why we are currently taking a look at these outer tables. Does not seem like there is any action over at this one. With 168 players left. We are probably working with like 18 tables, give or take.
Yeah. I guess a little over that.
19?
20, if they're 8-handed tables, 20 would be 160, so 21.
Okay. Maybe we still have some 9, but I guess only the final table is 9. Triton is always indeed
I believe
8-handed.
Triton is always 8-handed.
Yeah, you are
which
correct.
I do like, of course.
Wow, is it a new round? No one busted, so we went from everyone being at risk to no one being at risk. I think we're back to our future table.
You are correct, sir. So bad news for Bernhard Binder, who's trying to hold on with that 20K. Every time a hand goes by and nobody is all in at risk, he gets a little bit more sad as his big blind nears.
Yep. I do believe that this time around someone is going to be at risk in one of the outer tables just by being forced to go all in.
Okay,
but it's not one of our Austrians.
Yeah, Wan Zhu, I believe, is forced all in this hand out of the big blind. So we will get at least one all in, as the Austrian players will have a clear rooting interest in that one.
Sad for him, right? Because he had 85,000 chips. He had 3 times as much as Mueller, 4 times as much as Bernhard Binder, but he's the first one to go all in.
Sometimes in these situations, Kevin, Mueller and Binder, who are both on a very tiny nub, will make some sort of swap, just in case one of them happens to spin it up and they can have a rooting interest in the other.
Really?
Yeah, it's a common thing when you get 2 very, very short stacks.
Cool. Not too familiar with it. Well, this is just a regular hand.
And it is Hanju all in the big blind. Wanju. There is side pot action, of course, here. between Han Xiao and Daniel Rezai, who appear to have just checked it down on Queen 9, Queen 10, 4. 3 spades.
You don't love seeing that if you're forced all in on the big blind.
Well, but in some senses, you like to see that they checked it down because you know that nobody had a hand they could value bet.
That is true. Like,
So
it could be worse, but
we don't know, of course, what our all-in player has. You don't like being 3-ways, but you really don't like seeing money fly in for that dry side pot.
bet raise all in. It's like, okay, now I'm probably in trouble with 2 random cards.
As we can see, our all-in player, Wonju, rocking that beautiful Triton ONE hoodie that we've been wearing a little bit in the studio. Not today, of course, as we've been asked to suit up for this event.
It's the main after all.
It is indeed, and I hear tomorrow you may have to wear a tie, Kevin, much to your chagrin.
I really don't think there's any need to discuss this on here. You're right, mate. I'm not a fan of ties.
I keep throwing you under the bus.
It's all good.
We need to fill the airwaves somehow as this...
Oh. Oh, they're like, don't you show. Someone got a peek.
Somebody says in chat, I'd be sad if my name was Bernard Binder. I don't know. I think it's a great name myself. I like the alliteration.
I like it as well. I think it's solid.
Rezai sitting on a monster stack here.
Man, in the big blind, at risk, forced to go all in. Was a little short, over 100,000 chips, and that is what he needed to post the big blind and the ante. Obviously, otherwise you'd have to pay the small blind the following end. So you're basically very safe if you have over 130K. The 1 and 3 players absolutely don't have that. If he somehow survives this, A, he's rich, and B, he can absolutely outlast the Austrians.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If he survives this, he can just fold his small blind, fold the whole next orbit, and make sure he gets into the money.
For anyone who has just joined us, min cash 12K. 167 players will get paid from the field that started with a little over 1,000 runners.
So it was already a long day for the players, 12 levels, and the bubble just slows it down a little bit more, Kevin.
Yeah. I think it'd be nice for the field if we do get rid of the bubble right before the break. Of course, our first break is coming up. We're going to play 2 hours and then everyone gets a tiny break. We're going to get a little break as well.
But we still see 37 minutes on the clock in this, the second level of the day. So because the bubble slows things down, slightly longer shift for us in the booth and for these players, but they do have a chance to use the restroom in between these hands.
Yeah, plenty of downtime for everyone.
And he's been called by seat 1 and 2 by Xiao and Daniel. We're going to see the cards. We are on the river.
3-way all in.
Please show down your hands. Thank you.
Daniel shows the 10. He shows the deuce first.
Pair of 10s.
On the board, we have a queen of hearts, 9, 10, king of spades, 4 of diamonds. Our all player has a 5. Against deuce 10.
like that will
10
do
has
it.
paired up and ace deuce. We have lost 1 player during this hand. We're going to move on to the next table.
So the way it's going to work is if other players bust, they will split that min cash, Kevin. So Wonju has been eliminated, but he's waiting to await the results of the other all-ins to see if perhaps he gets a piece of the pie. Certainly rooting for other players to bust on other tables.
And both of the Austrians nursing their sub-1 big blind.
And here it's Joe Chong.
Between Han Jun and
All in and
Joseph,
at risk.
Joseph is our at-risk player. We are on the flop with 5, 6, and a queen. Our all-in player has a pair of kings against 4, 7. Han Jun has a straight draw.
Pocket kings against the open-ender.
On the turn, we have an ace. And an ace on the river, our all-in player. Joseph has doubled up his stack.
Joe Chong doubles up with pocket kings.
Yep, no one getting eliminated over here. Kings on the bubble is becoming iconic over here.
Yeah. Certainly not going to play too many hands when you have a stack like Joe Chong had. And I guess those were the only 2 all-ins, so Wonju gonna walk away with nothing. And we are in the money.
That is correct, down to 167. And guess from here on out it's going to go real quick because at this point we've got close to 15 players with less than 10 big blinds. You can even say, actually it's way more even. All the way up to 139th, no one has over 9 big blinds.
Yeah, there's a lot of short stacks, and I think we're going to see a lot of all-ins very quickly now.
Yeah.
There was a question in chat if Wolfgang Poker is still in. No, he did bust short of the money.
I can take a little look at my list of favorites, but yes, indeed. Yeli out in 169th, Song went out in 181st. I mean, Wolfgang went out 212th. He did make it to the start of this day, but he came in with a pretty small stack. I think it was a little over 10 big blinds. So
right, so
he was absolutely not going to fold his way into the money. He had to make some moves. See if there is a hand history.
And Kevin, let's play some cards. You know?
Yeah, almost forgot what this would feel like.
Now a lot of these 10 big blind stacks just going to play normal poker. ICM no longer a concern. Wu Ping Fang, however, pocket jacks in the hijack.
Wolfgang busted in one of the outer tables, so we don't have a hand history for that one. But yeah, this man, we almost forgot about it, but he's been on a bit of a heater at this future table. Started with around 400,000 chips, and he's at 1.5 million now. He got queens, what feels like ages ago, but that was like 3 hands ago.
Right, and Biao Ding, Queen 10 of diamonds in the small blind, doesn't look like a man who's going to fold Queen 10 of diamonds in the small blind.
No, he looks like a man who's going to play Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, call and small 3-bet, both options here. And he just moves in, and this is something you sometimes see with these suited Broadway hands, but this is not going to get through the pocket jacks of Wu Ping Fang.
Who is obviously asking for a count, but it is jacks. And whenever I see pocket jacks in moments like this, I always think of Dog Pork.
And this is actually a reasonable play from Biao Ding because you can get a lot of offsuit hands that dominate you to fold, but pocket jacks in great shape. As Wu Ping Fang is the covering stack, Biao Ding is all in and at risk.
26 big blinds with Queen 10 of diamonds. Gets called, of course, by the jacks. We're off to see a very big flop turn and river. Wu Ping Fang. It's been on a bit of a heater. Oh my goodness, that is a nightmare board.
Queen for Ding Biao.
There is a queen, there is a diamond in the window as well, but obviously the queen is a lot more important. And that means that Wu Ping Fang is down to 2 jacks. All of his hard work, it's about to disappear unless we find a jack on the river, and that is not a jack.
And that is very disappointing for Wu Ping Fang, who shakes his head as he pays Ding Biao 1.3 million, and he's going to be down to about 300K there. So very unfortunate for Wu Ping Fang, who was playing great, really building up a stack nicely, and now to lose most of it, getting it all in very good there with the jacks against Queen 10.
Absolutely nothing you can do.
And Ding Biao, a dangerous man when he picks up a stack like this.
Yeah, not afraid to make a move. He's got a little fortunate there.
Short deck hand.
He's showing his love for short deck with Martin Nielsen, apparently, who is in seat 8. Yeah, Queen 10 of diamonds is an absolute monster in short deck.
Those suited connectors, very nice in short deck. A lot of flushes and straights with all the low cards gone.
And of course, flush is more powerful than full houses over in short deck. And Jack 10 is an absolute monster.
Jack 10 suited, I hear, is is good or better than aces in some situations in that game in short deck.
Play a tiny bit of short deck from time to time. I'm absolutely not an expert by any means, but sometimes it's fun. If you're looking for some action flops, short deck is your game because almost every flop is an action flop.
Yeah, certainly. There's a lot of pre-flop all-ins as well in that game, Kevin. I think that game would be played better if it was pot limit pre-flop and no limit post-flop. Because there's so many just massive overshoves in that game.
I do believe that they play it like that sometimes.
Okay, yeah, but not in these tournaments, I don't think.
No, that could be right, but that's definitely something that I've seen and heard of.
Right.
And you're not the first person to tell me that either.
Nielsen enjoying a massage now that he's in the money. He's got $12,000 he can use towards that massage bill.
Should be all right for a little while. King, Queen offsuit for Martin Nielsen under the gun. 8 big blinds.
I think it's just in, Kevin.
It is just in. There we go. Let's see if somebody wakes up with a hand.
Yes, indeed. Yilu won. And of course, you're not maybe loving it seeing a shove in front of you, but ace-jack offsuit's a lot of hand versus an 8 big blind shove. That 8 big blind shove can have a lot of worse ace-x, some suited hands.
That's tough.
And indeed, he is all in behind.
This man has also done nothing wrong yet, by the way.
Credit to one. And look
Whoa!
at this. Chase Kokelyong picking up the pocket kings.
I'm sorry for the bad beat.
Putting on a poker face. Nielsen already talking about the bad beat he's going to put on his opponent, but he is the one who is absolutely dominated by the man from the Philippines.
At this point, you're wondering, how does King Queen even win this? I'm going to need a lot of help for that one. What a monster pot developing over here. Obviously, a couple of shorties going at it. Sheena smiling a little, aware of the fact that Chase must have an absolute monster here to call off the under the gun and the under the gun +1 call.
Indeed.
And Kings is indeed a monster. Martin Nielsen with 6%. Yilu, a little more to look forward to.
28% for Yilu with the overcard.
Yeah.
Nielsen perhaps telling his massage therapist that they can be wrapping things up, but no, he looks hopeful. Requesting a straight. Seems like an eternal optimist to me.
Either trip queens or a straight. Running hearts would be good for Martin Nielsen.
Running hearts or straight cards. Yes, requesting the 10 of hearts.
Make it interesting.
Yilu now can also win with another jack, so he has picked up some additional outs.
And now Nielsen drawing dead as Yilu Wan needs an ace or a jack.
Good game.
Otherwise, Mr. Kokelyong will be even richer.
He's already quite rich. The river is the 7 of diamonds, and that means a double KO. The Kings of Chase hold up.
MG asking, is there any chance to have Jesse Lonis' table on stream? I would guess that if Lonis makes it to the end of the day, we will definitely see him at some point. We do rotate the tables. There is a little bit that we can control, and not everything is in our control in terms of which tables we can use. So keep an eye out for that. But, of course, if you want to keep an eye on Mr. Lonis or anybody else, you can do so in the Triton Poker Plus app.
I'm willing to throw out a $10 friendly wager with you that we will see him in the next 6 hours. So
I will pass on this particular wager.
Unbelievable.
What am I up on you? Am I 3-0?
Yeah, you're up 3-0, and you're just not giving me any chances at all to get even.
What, I mean, I need to like the other side, right? You offer me a fair bet, I'll take a side. If it's
Hey, I wanted to take the over on the field, and you said, no, that's not a fair bet, and it was the under in the end.
Okay, okay.
So that was a very fair bet, because I would have been wrong.
Right. I guess I missed another 10.
Kind of feel like you're nid-rolling me here for a couple of $10 bets. You just like having a 3-0 lead over me, don't you?
I love it. I get to sit on that lead as Jesse Lonis has moved into 3rd in chips. Artur Meritrosian in 6th. It's still Sunhyun Nam at the top. Igor Yaroshevsky 2nd.
Some really big names in the top 10. The Austrians have busted, by the way, so neither of them was able to spin up their 0-point-something big blind stack. Samuel and Bernhard are eliminated, but hey, they both made the money. One bin moves all in with ace-10, but it seems like everyone is already folded. What a moment for Chase, by the way, to pick up kings. 2 shorties from early positions all inning, and you look down at pocket kings.
Yeah, what a lovely spot. And you know, if you looked at that hand prior to the money bubble bursting, those 2 hands, the king, queen, and ace jack off, likely would have just folded. So Chase, the beneficiary of the fact that the bubble has already burst.
I think that entire segment of the money bubble was a lot of fun, outside of the fact that we lost Yu Lee. What the hell was that? King Jack versus Kings on King Jack, whatever. Small blind versus big blind. I'm very upset with the poker gods right now, Alex.
Yeah, that was quite the cooler for Yi Lee.
Maddie, by the way, was on the right end of that setup. He is now in 13th place. 3.5 million chips, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Duan Bin, suited ace deuce under the gun. Definitely a candidate to just move in. And he does.
A little less than 10 bigs. All right, Chase, what do we got?
And the unfortunate Wu Ping Fang.
Yeah, a bit of a roller coaster of a future table for him. I mean, did absolutely nothing wrong there with the jacks.
Just bad timing from the deck, really, that
Yeah.
Ding Biao hit that queen.
Ding Biao makes a big move there with Queen 10 of diamonds. We rightfully call off with jacks, and we just get unlucky. Poker is a brutal game sometimes, but it's been an eventful and very memorable 2 hours of poker, at least for him. I feel like this is something you'll keep with you for a long time, because I don't think he travels around the world and he plays on TV tables all the time. So
Right.
a bit of a roller coaster ride is perhaps more fun than just folding every single hand.
Yeah.
Even though having...
He would have rather just had that 3 million chip stack, but
of course.
I see what you mean. It's been exciting for him.
That goes without saying.
Not somebody we've seen at Triton, I don't believe, in the past.
You can always click on his profile.
I'm just doing that. And indeed, his first ever cash at Triton was in the 3K Genesis event.
Oh, so he's off to a good week.
Yeah, he's min cashed both the Genesis and the 8K main event.
He's not done yet. King 7 comes over the top after John Lee has opened things up with Queen Jack of clubs.
And this is a nice spot where, because he has just enough to reopen the action, it discourages light calls from the big blind, such as the hand of Duan Bin, who is going to have to put his hand in the bin, I believe.
Seven, 6 of 10 big blinds. Yeah, we're going to have to let that one go.
So Wu Pingfeng gets it in good with the king high. Could get up almost to 500K if he can hold here against the Queen Jack of clubs of Jun Lee.
Let's run it. I'm rooting for Wu Pingfeng. He deserves a double after that
Very
brutal beat with
reasonable.
the checks.
After the brutal beat he took. Interesting flop. Queen Jack making top pair. Wu has the flush draw. Fair fight.
Of course, a couple of red kings are good as well. The 7 is no good.
Gut shot acquired.
Oh my goodness, too many outs. I feel like this is the right amount of outs. We don't have the double over. We don't have the open ender. The gut shot, the flush draw, and 1 life card. That is the right amount of outs. Unfortunately.
Well, he might need an ocean to hit them, as the 4 of hearts doesn't change anything. Jun Lee will eliminate Wu Pingfeng.
Brutal.
Good game, sir. You played well.
Yep. Played very well. Definitely had the biggest spin up for a little while at this future table, and obviously got it in real good against the Queen 10. But it is what it is. Goodbye. At least he got another cash. Back-to-back cashes here over at Triton ONE. We'll remember him. I enjoyed watching Wu. Thought it was fun.
Agreed.
How many players are we down to right now? I feel like it's going so quick. We've lost a lot of players right after that money bubble bursted, which is obviously kind of standard. Seems like we've lost 22 players.
That is a lot, yeah. As a lot of players were down around 10 big blinds or less, just waiting for the opportunity to go all in without that ICM disaster outcome.
Right now we've got 15 players with less than 10 big blinds. But obviously if you have 8 or 9 big blinds, there's definitely some time.
As we take our first look at this new player to the table, Naohiro Matsuda of Japan.
We have replaced half of the table. I'm upset. Where did all our guys go?
As Ding Biao, not much in the small blind here, but doesn't always stop him.
He's got a big stack. Queen 10 of diamonds. His lucky hand.
His hand is weak, his heart is big.
This time we're looking at 5-4 offsuit. We'll make the call. Can't really blame him for it. Fun hand to take a flop with.
And I was actually thinking he was in the small blind, out of the big blind. A little bit more standard here. But he's been outflopped. Kicker problems for Ding Biao.
They both flop a bottom pair. But Matsuda, of course, with the ace kicker. He's very far ahead. We'll continue betting here from the hijack.
I think you can definitely play a bit of pot control here with this stack to pot ratio. He does go for the bet, though. Also very reasonable. The problem is you really don't want to face check raise here. And against a player like Ding Biao, who is very aggressive, that is a viable possibility, though. Will he go for it with his hand? I'm not sure.
190.
He does, and now what do you do as Matsuda?
That's real tough.
Your equity is quite poor against the made hands, of course. even though in this case he does have Ding dominated, and then against draws, you're often more or less flipping. So it's a bit of a tricky spot if you think your opponent has real draws and real made hands. Now, when you start to throw in some bluffs, some weak gutters, that sort of thing, you're doing a lot better. Matsuda looks like he wants to continue, and he will.
I was going to say, I know what I would do. I would fold, but
Yeah.
Matsuda shows us why he's there, and I'm here. Makes a very good call.
And we do know that Ding Biao is one of the more aggressive players on this table, certainly capable of check raising with some back doors, some weak gutters, that sort of thing. This card is going to make Matsuda feel a lot better about his hand. None of the draws completed. And with the 7 pairing, it's less likely that Ding Biao had a 7, for instance.
Ding Biao strikes me as the kind of guy that's not going to slow down, though. 655K in the middle. Matsuda with a little less than 500K behind.
It's a bit unclear because Ding Biao has showdown value still against flush draws and that sort of thing, and I like the check. But he's now way behind the queen and the 7, even further behind than he was on the flop. And if you think your opponent, if you're just trying to sort of raise here to clear out some equity on the flop and you don't think your opponent's going to float you very wide, then your hand is actually in some bad shape on this turn. Matsuda checking back, very happy to try to show this down. Now the question is, does Ding use this card to bluff despite not having a heart in his hand?
Ding Biao deep in the tank.
Biao still has a little bit of showdown value against potentially some ace high that would have called flop, against some straight draws that may have played this way, but he certainly would think his hand's not always best. And Matsuda's going to be very happy to take this one down.
Yeah, specifically, I guess, like ace-jack, ace-10, especially if those were with spades, where the backdoors were alive, but it is good enough. Ace-5 is good enough. Matsuda gets rewarded for a great call on the flop.
Well played with Naruhiro Matsuda, excuse me.
Ding Biao looked a little surprised to see that holding, and I can't blame him. That's a real tough call to make.
Yeah, difficult spot on the flop, and that's where, against somebody as aggressive as Ding Biao, you can consider checking back some of those weaker showdown value hands, like an ace-5, some strong ace-highs, etc. But he ended up winning a nice pot there as we take a look at this outer table that will become our next feature table, Kevin. I see Artur Meritrosian headlining that table.
That is correct. Big Arthur in C2 with a lot of chips as well. Got a hard time figuring out where he wants to leave them.
It is a very nice stack. Punet Punsri as well there. So 2 of the bigger stacks and 2 of the more well-known Triton players at the same table. That'll be a fun one to watch. As we do see Meritrosian all in here, it is Yuen Yuan who is all in and at risk against Meritrosian. And he looks like he's cutting out chips to pay her off on this king high texture. I believe she did hit top pair of kings against his pocket 10s.
Arthur can miss a few chips. He's got plenty.
He's got a lot.
Whoa. We are back to our TV table. And after a button open, Shina Okamoto has just announced all in. Now we can see that that button open was at the absolute bottom of the range. 4-3 of clubs.
Yeah, by the way, a very notable raise fold there from the 4-3 of clubs into the blinds of 2 very capable players in Ding Biao and Shina Okamoto. A bit of an unconventional play. He also raised 2.5x. I saw 125K there from Duan Bin, who's been relatively solid and tight, so perhaps trying to take advantage of his image, but not going to get through the 2 jacks of Shina.
And he did that of 10 big blinds as well. So normally that would make a lot of alarm bells go off, but if you've got jacks, you've got jacks.
Yeah, usually when you do have some raise folds off 10 bigs, you do want to use bigger cards. Just blocking the amount of reshoves you're going to see from your opponents, but ace-king offsuit here for Naohiro Matsuda, fresh off of a confidence-winning pot against Ding Biao.
Making that great call on the flop with bottom pair. Oh, 2 big hands. We could very well run it here, 20 big blinds each.
Yeah, if the positions were a little later, this would just be a very clear all-in from Jun Lee. But given it's under the gun raise, I like the decision just to flat this hand.
Will anyone else wake up with anything? I think Biao looks down at a very weak ace. Against all this early position aggression, we can just let this one go.
King 10 offsuit hits the muck as Webster Lim, I think, will complete the action here with Jack 7 suited.
Yep. 50K extra to play for 375 with a suited jack.
Yeah, this is a spot people used to get wrong, where when you're very short, people would think that out of the big blind, you just need to be all in or fold. In reality, that's not true. You can just call and realize your equity.
That's an exciting card for Jack 7 of clubs. Unfortunately, the other two not so much. 8-5 deuce rainbow. If you're John Lee here with pocket nines, you're loving life. Flopped an overpair.
Yeah, and I expect 3 ways Matsuda will check this flop somewhat often, and if he does, Jun Lee's certainly going to want to bet and get some value and protection for those pocket nines, very vulnerable to overcards.
A little annoying for Webster Lim. It
Suha
does feel like you would love to see a turn card here, but
yes, very true. And, you know, not going to in this case. And Matsuda firing off a very small bet. Very interesting spot for Jun Lee. When your opponent bets this small, sometimes when you see a small bet like this, I'm tempted to treat it like a check. So if you were going to bet anyway against a check, then when you see a small bet, you make a raise. And Jun Lee agrees, making it 275.
it's a sizable raise as well.
With no backdoor flush draw, a little difficult for Matsuda to continue here. But let's see what he does. Certainly could call and try to hit one of those 2 overcards, or could get really aggressive.
Sucks to give up on ace-king, but there's not a whole lot to get excited over here. Getting called under the gun +1, obviously always a bit scary. And then getting raised after you go for a very tiny bet on the pretty dry board, 8-5 deuce. I think Matsuda's going to find a fold here, Alex.
I think so too. No backdoor flush draw. Looks like he is getting ready to let it go, but not yet. Wearing that Montclair hoodie.
It's like I've waited a house for it.
And it hits the muck. And we do have a shout out to our producer, James Dempsey from Suha in chat, saying, nice upcoming table choice. I hope that James is there and well. So perhaps somebody you know, James, I'm not sure. Suha. Regular viewer.
James getting love for his table choices. Where is Jesse Lonis, though? If we don't get Jesse anytime soon, I'm going to hop into the chat.
Yeah, there's Jesse Lonis we certainly need to get at some point.
I still think we're going to get him in the 3rd or the 4th block
And
of poker.
I'm just rooting for Konstantin Voronin to make a comeback and get back in the mix, although, of course, we've seen plenty of him already.
What is
over
he
these
working
past
with
few
right
days. Let's have a little look. There he is. 80th place, 1.4 million.
Okay, so we still have some chips. Our table chip leader looks down at pocket 8s. 100 Chase. From the Philippines, right?
Yes, Chase Kokoliong of the Philippines. Opening it up with the 8s. Napkins for Sheena.
Queen 9 for Matsuda in the big blind. It's tempting. So chip leader was opening.
Yeah, I would play this one.
Cool.
Matsuda is in agreement. Take a flop. It is a fair fight. Queen 9 versus pocket 8s. And we flop top pair for Matsuda. With a couple of backdoor straight draws as well. The 8s, not loving it.
However, he is coming with a C-bet just off the strength of his early position opening range. Probably not thinking he's going to get messed around with too much. If you're Matsuda, you know, bigger kicker, maybe you just check raise and play for it all here. You want to keep some top pair in your check calling range. No heart in hand. So one of the weaker top pairs, perhaps. You could play this as just a check call, but both options in play. I think I like calling a little bit more. I don't think I'd want to play for stacks here versus this small bet just yet.
And once more, Matsuda's in agreement, makes the call, and he's hoping for a safe turn. The turn is a board pairing 7. I guess an under the gun +1 open, we don't hate to see that board pairing 7.
No, but at this point, if you're Chase, Yeah, a little bit of showdown value. He does just check it back. And does Matsuda go for value here? I think he should. Yes, the backdoor flush came in. But when your opponent bets so small on the flop and checks back the turn, to me it looks a lot like pocket jacks, 10x. Of course, we can see in this case pocket eights. I would expect a lot of those hands to check back, and I would just be going for some type of value bet here with the queen nine. But he does just check, perhaps to induce a bluff, and it goes check, check rather quickly. Mr. Matsuda of Japan will chip up to 1.2 million as Kokoleong surrenders.
Gets the news that his queen is good. I also think it's just maybe a little bit of protection of the tournament life there, because if we do
Very
lead
true.
out betting,
Yeah,
but the chip leader comes over the top and puts you all in, that's all of a sudden you have to call off your tournament live with queen nine from the big blind.
Yeah, I can understand that. From what we've seen, and of course, Matsuda hasn't been at the table that long, but from what we've seen of Chase, I don't expect him to be the type to find too many bluff raises there on the end. But you make a good point, Kevin, that the stack sizes definitely do dictate our decisions in some of these close spots when it comes to how we want to proceed.
Nice hand for Matsuda regardless, as he chips up a little bit. Chase can, of course, take the hit. Still sitting very pretty.
By the way, our 15K Triton ONE high roller is underway. Early chip leader is Steven Song, but not much of a chip lead as the tournament has just started.
Chun-Ming Fong is back. We have seen him before. He's going to open things up under the gun with ace-king offsuit.
Sun-Ming Fong deciding, yeah, to just min-raise here. All-in would have also been reasonable off of his stack. Webster Lim, threes, very short stack. Do you just stick it in here? He decides no. He wants to be the one who has potentially a little bit of fold equity, and he could be dominated very often from this under-the-gun range.
Matsuda's got a tiny bit of a decision here, but he lets go of his king-10 offsuit, and the Jun Lee did not have a decision. He lets go, so ace-king will take it down, but I feel like whenever we're looking down at 10 or 11 bigs, I just kind of want to double if I get a hand as good as ace-king.
Yeah. Players being informed that they will be moving to the outer areas when this level is over. We still have about 12 minutes left in the level.
We, of course, mentioned earlier today that we'll be doing 12 levels, so 12 times 1 hour, and we will always broadcast the 2-hour blocks and then take a little break. The first one just took a little bit longer because we approached that money bubble a little quicker than we normally do. And, of course, the clock gets stopped, so 2 hours is going to turn into 2 hours and 40 minutes, give or take. But the rest of the day, it is going to be very consistent. 2 hours of future table coverage, break. 2 hours, break. 2 hours, break.
That's right, and I did see a slightly tight fold there from Chase Kokoleong under the gun with king 8 suited. Certainly not anything super notable, but as the table chip leader, would expect that hand to open at least some of the time, as Jun Lee in the small blind here does fold the king 3 of diamonds against Sheena's slightly loose raise with the queen 7 suited, but credit to Sheena, she takes it down, as she did have a lot of shorter stacks behind her, and I think that was part of the thinking in raising that hand. In particular, Webster Lim only had 3.5 big blinds, so it's no big deal if you get all in against him with the overlay.
That is spot on. It always feels good to take one down from the hijack. Sheena chips up a little. Been very solid. Just didn't get the most exciting holdings. Had a couple of very clear and obvious calls with the kings, and I think she made a big move earlier with jacks, but that was also an obvious one from the big blind. And other than that, he's picking her spots wisely.
And it's two Americans at the top. Sun Young Nam followed by Jesse Lonis.
What is new?
Day one, yeah, day one chip leader. Chun Lung Wong also in, or Chi Wan Wong, excuse me, also in the picture in 4th place, with Chun Lung Wong in 3rd place.
You lost me after the Americans at top. I was able to follow that part.
Some of these names, again, a little difficult for Kevin and I to pronounce, so excuse us if we do get any incorrect.
Webster Lim folded threes, did not, or at least he didn't want to call off with threes. This time he's the one who can dictate whether or not we're going to push some chips in the middle. And we are absolutely going to run it here, Alex, because it is ace-jack versus pocket tens.
Yeah, so if this shove was a little bigger with the pocket tens, I like playing flat with my entire continuing range. It allows me to have some lighter continues and also trap some bigger hands. But with it only being 180K, I do like re-raising. I might have just gone for a click back, but just going all in is also totally fine to clear out some equity.
And it will just be a heads-up battle between ace-jack offsuit and pocket tens. Let's see if Webster Lim can find his double.
2 overcards for Webster Lim, longtime Triton player.
Lost most of his chips a little while ago when he jumped from the small blind and got called by the big blind of Martin Nielsen with ace-5 offsuit. Here we go. Flop comes king 8-7 with 2 clubs. They both have a club in their hand. Webster Lim still needs to improve. This is where we get the queen of clubs with a sweat, right? Well, the 9 of clubs.
Pretty good card there.
Similar.
Webster Lim could now hit a 10, an ace, or a club.
The only thing that's unfortunate is that there are not that many 10s left.
Yeah, that's right. Jun Lee blocking a couple of his outs. And Webster Lim says, GG. Good game. Webster Lim, the 3-time Triton title champion, will hit the rail.
Very short, of course. Down to less than 4 big blinds. Makes the obvious shove with ace-jack, and that will do it. Jun Lee getting a couple of nice holdings so far, ever since he got moved to this table.
It's very true, and we're going to see a little more turnover. Again, right after that bubble bursts, you often see a lot of eliminations, as we are now down to about 133 players left in the field.
I just saw a very handsome man on our screen.
Who was that? I missed it as I was looking at the counts.
Could have been James.
Ah, Mr. Dempsey making an appearance on our stream. Yes, there he is.
If you guys want Jesse Lonas at these tables, just keep mentioning to him. He can't ignore you forever. Igor Yaroshevsky still with a top 10 stack. Absolutely worth mentioning from time to time, because yes, we've had him already a few times at the future tables, but he always was short. This time he's got some real chips to work with. And I'd love to see Igor play.
As would I.
Big stack poker.
Ding Biao under the gun, ace queen off. And I think Jun Lee, just too early of a position to want to get involved here.
Can't win them all, man.
The open coming from under the gun.
Ming Feng, one of the shortest stacks, looks down at ace deuce, 8 deuce. Same goes for Chase. 8 deuce offsuit, ace offsuit. What do we got in the big blind? This man's been a little quiet as well, right? We went for that little play from the button earlier with the 4-3 of clubs where we raised it up.
Right.
Unfortunately for him, Shino Okamoto woke up with jacks, so he was forced to fold. And he doesn't look like he's having the best time, but he is in the money. And how about those pay jumps, Alex?
Yeah, I haven't looked too much at the early pay jumps, but I do know that our min cash is guaranteed $12,200, and it looks like we are approaching a small jump to 13.3K. As we take a look at our chip counts here at the feature table, again, this will be changing. We'll be going on a break in about 5 minutes, and we'll have a whole new cast of characters. But you see Chase Kokleong of the Philippines at the top of our counts here, Duan Bin at the bottom, and Shina Okamoto right in the middle, the 2-time WSP Ladies event winner.
Matsuda in 5th. He's been playing very well. Jun Lee, also a guy to keep your eye out on. Playing good so far, but also getting hit by the deck a little. Getting some strong holdings.
And speaking of hit by the deck, second place at this table, Ding Biao getting very fortunate, shoving 26 big blinds from the small blind against hijack open with queen 10 of diamonds and binking against the pocket jacks.
I already miss our fallen soldier, but the show must go on. We know that Chase is not the biggest fan of these weak-suited aces. We've seen him fold them a couple of times, but if it gets folded to him on the button, I can imagine a world where he won't open. An ace, a 7 of diamonds will announce the race. More diamonds.
Diamonds would be disastrous for Ding Biao, who assuredly will make the call for 50K more.
Does announce the call. I don't even want to see it, Alex. I was fine with a knockout earlier on that money bubble because I didn't want that to go on forever. But King 9-7 with 2 clubs.
Safe.
Bottom pair for Chase.
Again, I think you can come with either bet or check here against somebody as aggressive as Ding Biao, but with the covering stack and perhaps a tighter image, Chase just deciding to bet, and Ding shakes his head in frustration as he lets that Jack-6 hit the muck.
What do you think of the green watch?
It's not my style, I won't lie.
I think it would look good on you.
That one that Chase is wearing?
Absolutely. Slightly smaller model.
I was going to say, it's a big watch, too.
Yeah.
I don't have the biggest wrists in the world, so Big watch might look a little weird on me. One that big. Chase can pull it off.
Might get some run good in your PLO.
Is that a whoop on his other wrist as well?
I think so. Seen it from quite a few players, right? Where they've got a watch on one side and some sort of a fitness tracker on the other. I think I had one of these Fitbit things a long time ago, but couldn't really
Step counter?
Couldn't really figure it out. I gave up. Jun Lee's going to open things up here with King 10 of hearts. Chase looks down at ace queen offsuit from the cutoff. Announces a 3-bet to 300,000, I believe it was. There it is. Ace deuce of clubs hits the muck. 200K extra to take a flop with King 10 of hearts.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, you are suited, but against the value range, often dominated. I think just folding is definitely on the table here, and he does.
Does let it go. Chase takes down another one. As we are nearing the end of these first 2 hours of poker that have turned into 2 hours and 45 minutes due to us approaching that money bubble a little quicker than we initially anticipated. Starting the day with 218 runners, going down to 170 real quick. Then it took a little while, but here we are.
Yeah, there's been a slew of eliminations after that lengthy bubble.
Obviously, a lot of the people that did get eliminated can still sign up for some of these side events that are running over here. In the opening week of Triton ONE, the inaugural edition. And if you guys are used to watching the super high rollers over on this channel, of course, those will start 2 days from now.
Taking a quick look at that 15K Triton one-day high roller, I see JNT, Jean-Noel Thoreau, somebody who's had quite a bit of success here at Triton with 9 cashes and several of them very big. He did get second place in the 100K main event last year in Jeju for $2.8 million.
Matsuda getting a walk on his big blind with Jack Deuce offsuit. You don't hate seeing that.
Life is good.
Yeah. No one just really woke up with anything.
He's got some type of blue card protector that's blending in nicely with those blue chips.
It's another little Pokemon, but I don't think it's Mudkip.
Yeah.
Don't think it is a Pokemon. Actually.
And this very well might be our last hand of the level here with just 50 seconds on the clock.
It's been a long stint for all the players as well. And I think especially if you're not used to playing on a TV table, it can be a little draining to start your day under those bright lights. But
yeah, I completely agree. The lights are bright.
Hey, the off-white hoodie has made it to the table. Last or second last hand is Ding Biao. Let's go, and everybody's already unclipping those mics. I don't think Sheena Okamoto is quite done yet. It's been a lot of fun watching her do her thing in the first 2 hours. Didn't really get involved in the most exciting hands, but overall she did good. Chipped up a little bit, survived, and stayed out of trouble.
Absolutely, and
well, let's make sure I didn't speak too early, because that would be problematic. We are going to take a flop one last time. It is the 9-7 for Jun Lee, who flops top pair. No backdoor draws. Sheena Okamoto with her 2 overs flops nothing. Last hand before we start our break, Alex. The rest of the table is already left.
yeah,
I always feel like that's a little bit awkward when you're still sitting there and
Yeah.
everybody's already left.
I think the level was so long with that long bubble that people just want to go use the restroom, get a snack, get some fresh air. Sheena coming with the small c-bet, not going to get through the top pair of Jun Lee. Does he come for check raise? It looks like he's reaching, and with 2 overs and a spade, a big spade, does Sheena float this flop?
I think you can honestly go 2 ways, right? Yes, we can make this call. We can stick around and see if we can turn something a little bit more exciting. We can also just think, I've sat here for 2 hours and 40 minutes on the bright lights. Let's go ahead and enjoy my break while I have it.
Yeah, I think sort of a threshold combo here for Sheena.
And Jun Lee hasn't really been out of line yet. I know that he only joined the table like 30 minutes ago, but every single time he's been involved, he's shown up with the goods. We haven't really seen him make plays with air.
She does let it go, and with that, we will be very shortly heading on a 10-minute break. 10-minute break for all our viewers, and it'll be Randy Liu coming in and joining you in the box afterwards, Kevin.
That is correct, which means you get a little more than 10 minutes. These are the final chip counts of the remaining players of this future table. Obviously a very different lineup than we started with 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. We've seen people come, we've seen people leave. And I think that will do it. Overall, it was fun, really cool to see Shiina Okamoto for a little while. Unfortunately, the last hand not going her way, but very solid start. I think you're ready for your break, Alex. Anything else you want to add before we welcome you back in a couple hours from now?
I'll just say I will be tuning in on my break, Kevin, because we've got a very exciting table coming up with Punat Pansri and Artur Meritrosian. So I'm going to be tuning in to watch that. Hopefully see some fireworks between you and Randy calling the action there.
I was about to say, like, I'm not going to create any fireworks with Randy, but it's always fun for me to watch Big Arthur. Seen a lot of his online play. We'll take a little break. We'll be back in 10 minutes approximately with a new TV table. We'll see you guys then. His tournament dreams alive.
But Ding Biao with those lucky eights, he's not going to let this one go. Flatting comes to mind as a very reasonable option, given the open is coming from such an early position.
Yeah, and he still has like 19 bigs to work with.
But he may just move in as well.
Oh, that's a lot of chips.
This is going to get called. We're going to be flipping for over 1.5 million.
That is a big one. Webster Lim gets out of the way, and Jeju with a very quick call here with the ace-king of clubs.
And when you see you get snapped, you're actually quite happy to see the ace-king suited. It's the only hand snapping you. Most of them are going to be bigger pairs, and then some ace-king, perhaps ace-queen would snap.
I think they're always happy when they get it in with eights. 8 in the window. Look at that. There's something magical about these eights over here in Asia.
It looks like it is. The smile on the face of Ding Biao. He is going to double up and kind of get close to Chase C in terms of table chip lead. Jeju is still in the tournament, but down to 4 big blinds after losing that flip.
Yep, obviously did absolutely nothing wrong. We opened with ace-king clubs under the gun.
If you are one of those short to medium stacks, doesn't feel quite as much like a turbo. Chase, Kokoliong, ace-king off. A lot of people have been getting dealt the ace-king as the player from the Philippines opens it up.
Always nice to get ace-king as the chip leader of the table. Probably get a little less credit. People would think you're just trying to get involved. And Webster Lim.
And, given the fact that you might think the big stack opening pretty wide here, this could just be all in from Webster, be very reasonable. Multiple options at play. Flatting is also a good option, and he does choose to flat. I like this, of course.
Yeah, when we're working with such a big stack.
Now, Jeju, the only reason he's posturing like this is because he only has 60K behind. He does elect to fold and wait for a better spot. And I expect Yi Luan just to complete the action here.
He's got a whole orbit at this point, though.
Right. So 3 to the flop here.
Yeah, can't really go anywhere with a suited king-jack in the big blind. We're closing the action. We know that he's going to need to find some jacks. Or lots of clubs, but easy call to make from the big blind when we're starting the hand with over 1 million chips. Flop comes 10-8 deuce rainbow.
Yeah, nothing for anybody here.
I see most backdoors for the king-jack.
Agreed. I expect this will check through quite often.
Does everyone agree? Webster Lim, who just called pre from the button, could try to make a play on a board like this.
Yeah, sometimes when you are checked to in a 3-way pot, you do just come out with a small bet, trying to clear up some equity. But instead, this card could be quite dangerous for Yi Luan. Picks up top pair, but Chase, of course, has TPTK.
Yeah, that is a very brutal card to see for the man who had all the backdoors alive earlier. Those are dead.
And sometimes on a board with this many draws, as Chase, you do size up a little bit here.
Yeah. It does start looking a little bit like ace-king. When we raise from an early position, we check on 10-8 deuce, and then we start betting on the king that rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, certainly, but also perhaps because of that, you can find a lot of semi-bluffs. Ace, queen, ace, jack could try to rep that king as well. Really difficult for Webster to proceed here with a player behind him.
Yeah, but I would say he lost the absolute minimum this hand.
Yeah,
This could
that's
have been
right.
so much worse. And Webster lets go of it. A hand where he could have lost a lot of chips there. He ends up losing almost nothing. This man, though, is in a bit of a pickle. I don't think he's going to get too carried away. They're both working with over 1 million chips, but a call here seems incredibly reasonable. Top pair, decent kicker.
Yeah, this is just call all day. And, you know, the problem for Juan is if the river is something very innocuous, it's going to be extremely difficult to fold.
A scare card would be nice. The three of hearts is not one of them.
As innocuous as it gets. And, you know, at this point, his hand is actually quite under-repped. He can have a lot of worse one-pair hands, as well as draws that take this line. So I like a big bet here from Chase, polarizing, looking like aces or ace-king for value, and then also plenty of possible available bluffs, trying to target that 8x and 10x to put them in bluff catcher mode. But I think Juan's hand just probably too much to fold, even versus a big bet.
It's hard to imagine if you Chase here. Many hands that have you absolutely crushed, unless you're going up against an absolute monster or maybe like a 10-8, but would have probably played out a little bit different as well. He's feeling confident and he is betting big, Alex. 450K.
Love this sizing from Chase. And really, as Juan, we can see the cards and maybe chat saying, oh, he should fold here, but no. This is, when you play this hand and you take this line, you check call the turn, I really don't think you can get away from it because, you know, that king is, of course, you have top pair and you're also blocking your opponent's strongest value bets, but you can see that he is in a world of pain right now. He is considering folding. What he's thinking is he's not beating any value hands and he's just trying to come up with all the bluffs that are possible.
Yeah, it's so tough when you flop, when you turn top pair. It does seem like we made the call and he will receive the bad news that that turn card was one of his worst nightmares.
So, Kevin, I'm going to give everyone an A for the way they played that hand. I don't think anybody did anything wrong. This is just one of those things that happens in poker is you don't want to be too results-oriented when you see that your opponent has...
Shina Okamoto.
Shina Okamoto.
Wakes up with kings in the big blind after the man who just let go of his king 5 shoved pocket threes. Shina needs to dodge a 3. And if she does, she'll get a big double. Big moment, of course, for both players as they are practically all in. King in the window, a 3 as well. It is set over set.
Note that the 3 is also working with backdoor hearts here.
That is true. The hearts are still alive.
No longer. Only one out for pocket 3s as Sheena looks to double up with a set of kings.
We have seen a man hit a 1-outer before. This time that does not happen. Sheena gets her full double with pocket kings. And unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to our gentleman from Hong Kong.
It's a nice pickup there for Shina Okamoto, doubling up to 1.2 million. Very safe now with 30 big blinds. As good game to Kaho Chung, and I'm sure that seat will be filled here shortly.
Poker can be an easy.
And they do best often against, you know, players who they can sort of predict their patterns. Other players are really good at adjusting to more unpredictable players. I put Song in that second category. He can develop dynamics with players. He can figure out the way unconventional players are playing and kind of understand their moods and the way that those shifts are happening. He's very good at that stuff.
Fold.
Hey, they moved Martin Nielsen to the future table. Look at that.
Ah, Martin Nielsen, you're a good buddy, and he said, fold, please fold, before he looked at his cards, hoping that Webster Lim would give him a walk. He hasn't looked at his cards yet, I don't believe, but once he does, he is going to call with ace-5. You know, not the hand you want to have necessarily, but plenty of hand against the small blind shove, even with the bubble looming.
It got folded all the way to the small blind. Martin, of course, had a big score in the opening event. The 3K QQPK Genesis finished in 5th for a little over $100,000.
Yeah, now if you were on the stone bubble here, maybe you would consider folding ace-5 off, but still 14 spots off the money. It's not like you could fold your way in. This is just too much hand.
Yeah. Because you know that your opponent's going to do this with a king 5, king 4 kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, the queen 6, as we can see.
Martin is considering it, though. Doesn't seem that he really wants
You're probably jamming any 2.
that first cash in the first ever Triton ONE main event. Martin said you're probably jamming any 2.
And I think Martin will eventually talk himself into making this call.
Yeah. Going over it.
No gamble, no future, right?
Maybe
Should I
hoping
gamble?
Webster
Let
gives
me
him some
see.
information.
What do you have?
I think Bao is like, let me see.
Help.
Queen 7.
I think the table will be quite surprised when they see Martin has an ace.
I think so too. This is a lot of hand to be
Yeah.
tanking this long, and it's not like he's just trying to stall into the money again. We're still 14 spots off.
167 money.
167. Oh, I thought it was 176. Okay, then it's not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he thought he was closer to the money than he actually is.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. Martin thought he was
Yeah,
5
that
spots
makes
away
sense.
from the money, but it's actually over 15 at this point, so he will most likely just make that go immediately as he grabs his chips.
I think Webster's going to be a bit surprised to see that Martin's hand is as strong as it is.
What are you doing? Slow roll.
I think Beyond's saying slow roll.
Sorry, didn't mean to slow roll you.
We do have a term knit roll
Yeah.
that I think might be appropriate here.
But it makes sense
six
if
is a
he
strong
thought he was
hand,
5
very
spots
strong.
away
I'm
from
very
the
scared.
money rather than 15.
Yeah,
Queen
it
six.
would be closer. I think
Queen
still a
seven.
call given a stack, but
Yeah, it takes a little while, right? Flop comes 10, 7, 3. Ace 5 still best.
5 of hearts.
So, let's
backdoor
just
draws for Webster. But
Oh, and that will do it.
that will do it.
Martin Nielsen receives the
Okay,
check
we're
mark
live.
on the turn.
You slow
Gets
roll.
another
slow roll
double.
you, I'm sorry.
Martin does apologize for the slow. Martin Nielsen, who was down to 2 big blinds not too long ago. We obviously saw him get a little double off one of the outer tables, or at least we mentioned that he got a double because he went from 2 to 5. Now finding another double on this future table in that small blind against big blind scenario. Welcome back, everyone, to day 6 already of Triton ONE, the opening edition of Triton ONE, where we are in day 2 of the main event. Alex is on his break, and I am joined by the one and only Randy Liu, who is excited because he can talk about Arthur Martirosyan for hopefully the full 2 hours.
Yeah, the thing is, when you talk about Arthur Martirosyan, you're probably thinking about the Super High Roller Series, but he's out here playing a Triton ONE, has a massive stack going into this day 2, and currently, you know, he has some other strong players at his table, so it's not going to be easy breezing. If you take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see that Steve O'Dwyer, who also at this table, he's got 11 big blinds. Punat Ponsri, a household name at the Triton series. So, like, if I look at this, I'm thinking it's a Super High Roller Series, but we are here in Triton ONE main.
And the fun thing, by the way, is that you can have multiple tables open in this app. So I actually added table 15, because that was the feature table that we just had. So that's actually kind of fun as well, to keep a little eye on the table that we just watched for 2 hours.
I got something for you.
Tell
I
me.
found a new trick in the app.
Oh, no.
Apparently, you know how you can search for people by name on
Yes.
the leaderboard? You can also search for them by name. Oh, maybe the phone version only? Oh, my God. I can't be showing that. But basically, you can type someone's name and it'll populate the table for you. So you don't have to, like, I don't know, find them on the leaderboard and click around. A little trick. Can't show you here, unfortunately, so I don't know. Oops.
It's all good. Still good enough. I'm just letting the viewers know that in case they want to follow the storylines of some of the players that we've just been watching for 2 hours, that would be over at table 15. I think 2 tables is perfect. You can have a whole bunch of them open, but at one point you just have to scroll. And then it becomes too many cards at once, and it just becomes confusing for everyone. So obviously all eyes will be on our Neo Future table. But in case you guys want to keep an eye on Sheena Okamoto, her run perhaps, table 15 is the one that we were just watching. See if Chase can keep on extending his lead over the rest of the field. As we'll go around the tournament floor. We get ready for actually 2 hours of poker. In the beginning of the day we said it's going to be 2 hours, but I kind of thought that the money bubble would be bursting in the second block. Instead it was in the first. As the field is shrinking at a very rapid pace. Starting day 2 with 218 runners. We're down to 129 right now, Randy.
Close to 10% of the field remaining. But obviously all eyes on that top prize, 1.367 million. Oh man, and I can't wait for the heads up match. That's a $550,000 heads up match that'll happen sometime tomorrow. At least that's the plan. But let us creep in slowly. towards our feature table. See if we can spot anyone we know. But maybe it's because everyone we know is at this featured table. Look at this star-studded cast.
James already received a couple of compliments for selecting this table, and rightfully so. I'm mostly excited for the man in seat 1, Artur Martirosyan. We have spent, I would say, at least 10 hours online talking about Artur, watching him play together over the years. And it's really cool that we get to do it once more, but this time in person here at Triton ONE, where legends are born, but Artur is already one of them.
He's already a legend. Here he is, ace-4 suited.
What I like about Artur is that everything about Artur is very cool.
True that.
Ace-4 of diamonds is going to be the first hand that he will open under the gun +2. Christopher Mateo has ace-6, starting this hand with a little over 20 bigs, almost 30 to be fair. So
Very cool to see Mateo still in the mix. A lot of fun watching him yesterday.
Steve O'Dwyer with king-7 offsuit in the big blind. He is starting this hand with a little over 10, but after putting in the ante and the big blind, he is playing 540 behind. Makes the call with king-7 offsuit.
Yeah, the thing is he's so short, it's very easy for him to realize his equity, and he knows Artur is raising very wide.
Because he's Artur.
Basically, yes.
Flop comes king-5-4. That's a pretty fun one, as Steve O'Dwyer flops top pair of a very shallow stack. Artur Martirosyan has 1 diamond on the board and flops the wheel draw.
Wow, this is a little bit cooler given that O'Dwyer is so short. Artur's going to feel very compelled to want to put more chips in with his gutter ball, backdoors, ace high.
How would we feel about just announcing all in here? Is that excessive, or is that a play that you would have peace with?
Certainly fine. You could raise to induce from like ace-8, ace-9 that has like 3 outs.
135.
155.
We are going to bump it up a little bit. We make it 135 for that price. Artur is not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's practically a min raise. I wonder if he thinks he has fold equity, or does he just take the good price in position?
One problem with calling is that, of course, a lot of turn cards won't really help him. It won't improve our hand. But does announce the all-in, and Steve O'Dwyer will make a very quick call with top pair and a very weak kicker. Artur looking for an ace, a deuce, or running diamonds.
Yeah, he just didn't believe Steve O'Dwyer, and can't fault him given his hand. But Steve O'Dwyer in great shape.
First hand of these 2 hours of poker, and immediately we are looking at a 1.3 million chip pot. Will Artur find what he is looking for? The 3 is no good, so now Artur needs an ace or a deuce only. We did not pick up additional outs. The river is the deuce.
My God.
Artur makes the wheel straight immediately, and that will do it for Steve O'Dwyer. Flop stop pair, gets it in good, but it's hard to beat this man in any pot. Artur drills the deuce on the river.
Oh, here's your order. Your menu, sir. What else would you like?
He's like, I did order a deuce. It's good to see that it got served that quickly.
Unfortunately for Steve.
Yep, got it in real good there.
Guess his warm-up is over here at Triton ONE.
This is James's chance. This is when we move Jesse Lonis to his future table.
But you know Jesse Lonis is the overall tournament chip leader. And if you move a big stack to the featured table, hasn't been a good track record.
That is true. But Jesse Lonis is also close to invincible in any Triton event. Triton ONE or high roller, it does not matter for that man.
What happens when you put 2 invincible players against each other, aka Artur Martirosyan?
We chop every single pot. And we won't bust anyone.
Can I use this or no? No. This one?
Next to Artur Martirosyan, We have a lady from Thailand called Non Sing. She's been very active. She's been in a lot of events. Basically, every single time I open my Triton Poker Plus app and I go down the leaderboard, I've seen her involved. Like, she's legit been in 5 tournaments or something up to this point.
So she's grinding everything she can.
Yep.
Cool to see.
Very, very active player.
120.
Danilo Velasevic. He's going to open things up with Jack 10, but look at Wong. Looks down at aces. Welcome back, by the way. We've seen Wong before.
Yeah, and that's a great welcome.
Yeah. He's like, hello there, guys.
Hello.
I've missed you too.
Maybe a little small 3-bet.
Yeah.
I think that'll be really good.
How about 265?
I think that's very good. What did he come with?
I think it's 290.
340.
No.
A little bit on the larger size, but not unreasonable, of course. Perhaps stylistic.
Oh my goodness. What is happening over here, Randy? Hand 2?
They have like equal stacks as well. Punat Punsri is likely to be gone here. Ouch.
Danilo is wondering what on earth did I get myself into, but he will get out of the way real quick. But these two hands are absolutely going to run it. The best and the second, well, the third best starting hand in poker. That's ridiculous.
They're so deep. They're what, 45 big blinds-ish? Of course the 4-bet's incoming. Maybe like 800? Seems reasonable, 7 something.
This could very well be one of the bigger pots this entire event has seen so far. Can't think of many pots that have been over 5 million. We do announce the 4-bet to 650,000. And Danilo's like, whoopsie, wrong moment.
Not the wrong moment for Shinhwa Wong.
No. Imagine getting aces, second hand, TV table, put in the 3-bet.
Cold 4-bet. Oh, that's so sweet. But there is definitely some consideration on, is it better to 5-bet jam or call? I think there is a lot of merit to calling because Punat Punsri is a hyper-aggressive player. And if he is bluffing with, you know, ace-5, ace-queen, they're not going to call you jam. I think this call is pretty good in general for against the whole range.
1.5 million chips in the middle. Aces versus queens. How would you have felt about a 5-bet to like 1.2 million?
I think that's just a little bit too suspicious. So you either just 5-bet rip or you call. Seems okay.
Fair enough. Flop comes Jack, Jack 5. No one is getting away here.
Yeah, that's no excuse for Punat Punsri to not lose all his chips. But for now, you know, he should be very confident about the 2 queens, right? His opponent called the 4-bet. There is a little bit of concern of, you know, maybe slow played aces, but that flop is amazing.
Obviously, when we are 3-betting large and then we call a 4-bet, we are suggesting some serious strength. The bet is 300,000. How would you like to see Wong play this flop?
I would like to see him call, mainly because he's in position. His hand's not vulnerable to anything. There's no flush draw out there. Just keep calling. If your opponent has queens or kings, you'll get the chips anyways. But if his opponent has a bluff, let him keep firing away.
Makes the call. We are off to see a turn. Over 2 million chips in the middle. The turn is the 9 of clubs. That doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, the only thing it really changes is there might be a sliver of pocket 9s in Wong's range, but he probably flats that against the open anyways.
That'd be a lot of chips pre-flop for pocket 9s.
Yeah, I agree. So I would say it's a very low possibility. For now, the queens just still feel very good. Because he bet so small on the flop, it doesn't mean that Wong isn't just floating a little bit more.
525.
The bet is 525. At this point, it really is one of the larger pots we have seen so far in the entire edition of the Triton ONE main event. Average stack at this point is, just to give you guys some context, 2.1 million.
You just got to continue slow playing the aces. There's no flush draw out there. Your opponent has 4-bet you, bet 20% on flop, 25% on the turn. slam dunk call, in my opinion.
Over these 6 days, we have seen 2 big hands at one of these TV tables where they had the exact same holding. Jacks against jacks. I believe we saw kings against kings once upon a time as well. Do you think for a split second, Wong is thinking that this could be aces versus aces?
You know, I could see it from his point of view, but I suppose he doesn't really care.
No, of course you don't care. But before you get very excited, I feel like that's a thought that would cross my mind. Because Punsri does look real strong here. Yeah, then obviously just praying that it's kings or queens. Tiny bit worried perhaps about a very random jack, but the possibilities of that are so low, and we can't really go anywhere with aces.
There's definitely some concern, though, from Punsri, right? Because he's put in a cold 4-bet. He's bet the flop and turn, and his opponent hasn't folded yet.
Yeah.
So what does he have?
And what do we beat with queens?
I'm not sure, but let's see a river card.
But where do we go? The river card is the 4 of hearts. Once more, does not really change anything. I don't think any pocket 4s made it to the river.
Have you ever seen a cleaner run out than this? My God. Jack, Jack, 5, 9, 4. No flush draws ever showed up.
1.4 million behind, 3.1 in the middle.
My question here would be, what worse hand will call if I bet once more with the 2 queens? The only hand I can really think of is like pocket 10s, but are they going to call? I think that's unclear. Yeah, he
That's
checks
why
it.
we're going to slow things down a little. Now, if Wong does announce all in here, is there a world where we let go of the queens and we save our 1.4 million chips?
I think it's very possible. I'm just having so much trouble putting Wong on a bluff. Yeah, he's betting.
With the line we have taken, it does feel like it's never a bluff, but
Wait, he only bet 325.
I guess we call that.
I think Punat knows he's behind, but it's so small.
A little over 5 big blinds is the river bet. I believe he already said something about aces.
Yeah, aces. The 1 combo of jacks. Crying call. He knew it.
Yep, he said it, he knew it, he could feel it, but still it's very hard to get away from it. Good news is we still have 1.1 million chips.
Actually, that sizing was really nice by Wong because I believe if he jammed based on what Punat Punsri said, he was probably going to fold the queens, thinking he was up against aces.
I think you're right. Well, there's obviously a world where we get it all in pre.
Yeah, obviously that's the optimal,
Yep.
but he didn't know he had queens, obviously. If he saw that, he was like, yeah, I'm all in free. But still.
Let's not forget that it's Danilo who opened the action to this hand a long time ago.
So
With Jack 10, by the way.
So do you think that Punat Punsri should invoice Milosevic? Like, hey, you cost me a lot of chips by opening. Could have been a smaller pot, maybe.
And Milosevic is also probably thinking, you guys costed me a lot of chips. Why can't you just strap each other for once and we play a little 3-way pot?
You know what he's thinking? Why couldn't you guys all slow play and I just hit trip jacks against
Exactly.
queens and aces?
And a 3-way, obviously, it becomes a little bit more likely that one of the players does hold the jack, and then there is a good chance that aces and queens will slow down a little bit as well.
So that's how it's going to be, huh? Just big pot after big pot?
Second hand of this block of our future table. And immediately close to 4 million chips in the middle.
I lost on Dwyer in the first hand, and then that disaster.
It does put Wong 7th overall right now with his 4.6 million chips, 78 big blinds. And we've got a Neil chip leader. It is the American Nam. He's up to 6.5. Seems like Jesse Lone has lost the pot, but he's still got more than plenty. 3 Americans in the top 4, by the way. That's really taking over.
Yeah, and they are, you know, a bit of a minority in terms of nationalities representing this tournament.
Christopher Mateo opened things up with King 10 of clubs here from the button, and he takes one down. Nothing about his shades or his earring, Randy. I'm disappointed.
Look, I'm focused on the action. The action's good. We're so deep. That's when I get sidetracked.
Arthur on the big blind this time around. Shortest stack at the table is Arthur, his neighbor, Non-Sing from Thailand, as he is working with a little over 4 big blinds. But did just pay the big blind and the ante. So I guess if we really hate our hand in the small blind here, we can give it another 7 hands.
Yeah, I think she should be very conservative in the small blind, given the layout.
Christopher Mateo was able to take the last one down with King 10. Let's go with this one. All right. Well, yeah, Randy, that's an all-in hand if I've ever seen one. Small blind versus big blind. And we are down to less than 5 big blinds. Arthur makes the quick call. And he's just happy to see that he's got 2 live cards with his suited jack here.
Yeah, she should be happy. Decent favorite. Maybe can spin the stack up.
He looks happy. But it's Arthur Martirosian. He's tough to beat.
He is
Even
very
with
tough
Jack
to
Deuce.
beat. He just took out O'Dwyer of Ace-4. Here we go. Oh, that's not bad. Especially blocking one of the outs of Arthur Martirosian.
That is indeed not bad. Arthur now down to 3 outs. It's a little less than he had previous.
Drawing dead. That's a good
He's drawing dead, isn't he?
Yep, because it would be a full house for King 10. So we are drawing dead on the turn. And that is a nice little double here for Non-Sing from Thailand. I'll take that.
Of course. Those are hard chips to get from that man. Archer is probably thinking, I loan them to you for now. They come back with interest.
At least he's keeping him on his side of the table. There, within arm's reach. Yeah, Arthur with the quick call there, having a suited jack. He's obviously not loving it. Where do you think Arthur starts considering folding for what size? If it's like 350, 400?
Let's see, 400 would be how many big blinds? Yeah, 400 probably folding. That'll be more than 6, right? 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good line.
That's what I thought, but I love hearing it from you, Randy. Velasevic, who missed out on that Jack 10 flop. That would have been paradise for him. But it's hard to see a flop when they wake up with aces and queens behind you.
Were you in the booth with me when Christopher Mateo was on the stream, or was that Alex?
I have definitely seen him, so maybe
Okay.
it was me, or I was just watching the stream, but I've definitely seen him.
Okay, yeah, very cool to see.
Arthur Martirosian in the small blind with 7-4 offsuit.
This is a weak hand, so let's raise it, says Arthur. 7-4 off.
Not a whole lot that UN can do here.
It's unfortunate.
I would really be hating life being anywhere near Arthur on the table.
I know, even having position isn't safe at all.
I try to stay as far away from him as possible. Even if he would be on the table next to me, I'd start getting a little worried. Just by looking over my shoulder, he's like, he's still there.
Can you imagine you look down, he's looking straight back at you?
That's when I just announce all in with any two, because I want to get out of there, Randy. We love Arthur, guys. This goes way back, but Randy and I spent a lot of time commentating some final tables online back in the days. And Arthur was always there, and he was crushing.
You know Arthur actually hangs out with, like, real-life bears, right? Do you believe it?
I absolutely do believe that.
Check this out.
Really? But he looks so wholesome in this picture. That's the happiest I've ever seen Arthur look.
It's a real-life bear. Same size as him.
That is a great picture. I
This
wish we
guy-
could. You have to send that to James.
That's amazing.
I know this is not the kind of stream where we just casually bring up a picture, but that is a fantastic picture. And you can find it over at Arthur's Instagram.
Someone sent it to us last time in our booth when we were in Montenegro, so I had to do a little searching, but I found it. I don't know if it's still there.
It's a great picture. To give you guys context, lots of snow. Arthur and a bear.
Holding hands.
Yeah, yeah. And Arthur looks very happy. I love how you guys are sitting on all these gems. Every single time I'm either here or I'm on a little break, I discover a new gem. Yuan has raised things up from the small blind, taking a note out of the playbook of Arthur.
It's a big raise.
Yep.
But the good thing about the big raise, it dissuades your opponent from wanting to continue. Because King 9 offsuit against the 3x was certainly call. Here, it's very questionable.
It almost feels like Danilo has all in or fold as his options.
I think so. And he folds. So that sizing really paid off for Yuan.
Nice shirt, though, for the man from Serbia. I'm a little jealous. I don't have that color.
Oh, was he wearing a special Triton shirt or something?
I believe he's rocking one of the Triton shirts.
Let's see.
Over here in Jeju, the Triton merch is still up for grabs. As soon as you enter the casino, just take a left and you'll see a little stand. I saw the beautiful purple shirt and I asked our manager for it. I was like, hey, I received 3 colors, but I really like the purple one as well. So he laughed in my face and said, yeah, that's for the high roller series. Well, good to know my place in life.
I'm not sure after she passed
I guess we'll just try to spin it up later on in one of these cash games, Randy, and see if I can pick up a shirt.
So you're going to go home with a suitcase full of new clothing? That's nice.
Yeah, honestly, it would be very nice. Like, I stream on average like 300 days a year.
But you put first.
Bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to wear a lot of them because I do generally really like them. I love the material, the fit. It's perfect.
It's going to be a good memento on this trip.
Absolutely.
Our time reunited, my man.
I mean, reunited. I'd mostly say that I met you once 10 years ago. You gave me like 3 minutes of your time and you moved on with your day.
It was 2 minutes.
Yeah, at best. The moment I said hi, I saw you wanted to leave. I was like, damn. It is true what they say, never meet your heroes. No, I'm joking, guys. Randy wasn't that bad. Well, we spent a lot more time online together than offline. Folds all the way to Velasevic. Look at that shirt. Little red Triton logo. Ace King offsuit in the small blind. Now he's hoping that the man with all the chips, Wong, in the big blind, wakes up with a big hand.
Yeah, probably goes around 3x. Seems pretty good. You want to
Really?
induce your opponent to play.
You got that big?
Because your opponent has position, they're more likely to call, and that's not really what you're looking for. But ace jack, you know what's going to happen, don't you?
I know what's going to happen. All in and a snap call. I mean, it is 20 big blinds, to be fair. We might want to think about it a little bit. But I would never put a chip with a small blind on ace king, yeah? Yep.
Yeah, I don't think this is even close. This has to be an all-in and a call. Here we go.
It is indeed all in and snap call. Sometimes I say things, but then I look at the numbers and I'm like, ugh, how far off was I? But
nah, this is pretty good.
this one did work out. And the moment you get snap called there, if you're Wong, you do know immediately you're in trouble. You're like, oh, that's not what I expected. I thought this guy was trying to steal my big blind and my ante. So we're off to see an exciting flop. It is Queen 8-5. There's not a lot there for Ace Jack. Hoping for a jack or perhaps a board pairing. Ace.
Doesn't change anything.
Nope. Does not change anything. So it's a jack and a jack only for Wong. Unfortunately, Wong does not get it. Look at Danilo Velasevic from Serbia. So nice, by the way. When you see ace king, then it gets folded all the way to you. Even the button doesn't open, and you're like, oh, come on. Like, yeah, okay, I want to win a couple chips, but I was hoping for a little more than that. And then you get all this action from the big blind.
Yeah, the easiest way to play it, too, just to get in pre. You don't have to worry about hitting your hand. Well played for Danilo.
Wong obviously still has plenty of chips, but he is starting to distribute some of those chips that he just won in the second hand of this block of poker. It is aces versus queens.
I went to peek into Danilo's profile, and he has 2.8 million in Triton earnings. Actually, in Montenegro, he played 7 events, cashed 5 of them, And he actually went heads up into 50K for 1.3 million. So he would really love to pick up a title here in this main.
How good is your European geography?
We're Serbia.
Yeah.
Close to Russia.
Uh,
Oh,
it's
no.
a bit of a stretch. I feel like there was a more obvious answer there.
Close to Yugoslavia.
Part of Yugoslavia once upon a time, correct?
Can you just tell me and
Yeah,
not hurt me like this?
I absolutely can, but you were just talking about the Triton series that took place
Montenegro.
in... Yes.
It's right next to it.
Absolutely.
Actually, now that I think about it,
You
yeah,
knew that.
I did know that. So when I need to call someone on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I'm calling you.
Sure, and when it comes to geography, you can probably use me. It's all right, Randy, you're American. As long as you can find every single state on a blank US map, I'm proud of you.
You know I can't you?
Seven's here for Velocevic. You do know that Yugoslavia is no longer a thing, right?
I do now.
Oh my God!
Me and Europe, we don't really bond too well.
I think it's been over 2 decades, but it's all good.
Close enough.
We've got sevens versus deuces taking a flop. Queen Jack 5 with 2 diamonds. You know, Randy, no matter how sleepy I may feel, or sometimes a little bit warm, whenever I got you next to me, I always get some energy. Velocevic is going to bet out 2 big blinds. Very tough for Christopher Mateo to stick around there with ducks. No little there.
Yep.
No third dogling to be found. I think Velocevic is giving off a clear signal to the rest of the table. If you do want to chip up, head on over to the Triton merch shop. So we're going to take a little look at the tournament floor. I don't think there are any big announcements. Take a little look. 120 players remaining. I guess that means that we are down to exactly 15 tables.
Exactly 15 tables.
If all the seats are filled up, of course. They should be. This one is.
Yeah, full table. Feel like we got some new faces.
I mean, we didn't lose anyone. We got Chen in the mix. Wong, let's go. Christopher Mateo has been pretty involved so far. Looks down at 7-5 from the small blind. Battle of the Shades. Small blind versus big blind.
Who do you pick?
All dark.
You got different frames.
Chen looks down at Jack 8 offsuit. Fine to check back and take a flop with in position. Day 6 already of Triton ONE. Second day of the main event. Technically the third, but of course we had a double day one.
You checked that one fast.
Snap check. Ace 9-9 rainbow. Not very exciting for 7-5 offsuit.
That's exciting for 7-5 offsuit, isn't it?
Pairing your 5?
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, that's very exciting. That's a whole lot more than we could have hoped for. Jack 8 hasn't found any connections. It does go check, check on the turn as well. Let's see what the river brings. The river is the 10 of diamonds. The 5 of Christopher Mateo is best.
Yeah, it's just whether it's better for him to bet against King High or just check and induce a bluff.
Steve.
He's going to try and bet. The 5's usually good.
With the way that this hand has gone down on the flop and the turn, I would agree. Check, 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 check. The 10 could be annoying because they do connect with the random, higher card on the river once in a while, but Christopher Mateo takes another one down. How have you been enjoying the first 6 days of Triton ONE so far, Randy?
it's actually been just amazing. Like, you know, just doing the coverage with you, with Alex, like every table has been very exciting. It's refreshing to see the new faces, but also familiar faces who, you know, just tried to, you know, make a statement at the Triton One as well. Massive field in our Genesis. That was a lot of fun to cover from day one. Once again, we're covering this main event from day one, so we get to relive that experience with a bigger buy-in, seven-figure payday, over 1,000 runners. You know, it's just everything you can wish for.
Well, maybe a world, by the way, where Nansing got involved here, right? 10-9 of diamonds, under the gun, big blind is coming. We are by far and away the shortest. Like, I wouldn't hate a shove there.
I probably would have shoved, but I don't know. Sometimes you don't want to go out 10-9 suited.
That is true. Absolutely true. I can only echo everything that you just said, of course, answering the question. I do think it's been a lot of fun. It's been so cool to get familiar with a lot of new faces and get invested in their stories. And from here on out, their career. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about this day and age that we live in. It is so easy to start following someone that you're interested in, especially through our app when it comes to Triton events. But obviously, you can use various other social medias as well. There's quite a few of these players, of course, have social media pages that are very easy to find. It's been really cool. I think we have a very exciting day 2 of the main ahead of us. This is only the 3rd level of the day. We'll be playing 12 levels in total. I mentioned earlier that I will keep my eye on table 15 because I think that makes sense. If we just spend 2 hours talking about a bunch of players and talking about a table, it would make sense to refer to it once in a while. Unfortunately, for all the Sheena Okamoto fans out there, it seems like she lost a pretty big hand with Queen Jack versus Ace Deuce. I think we just ran it pre-flop. Flop came Ace Jack 9.
But does she still have chips?
She still has chips, but not that many. 570,000. So a little less than 10 big blinds, actually. At the bottom of the leaderboard at this point. 109th out of the 117 remaining players. Who we also still have at the bottom of the leaderboard is Benedek Farkas from Hungary. We've seen him have big stacks quite a few times throughout various events, but we have yet to welcome him to one of our final tables. It's not a deep run. That's the good part. The bad news is he's down to 10 big blinds at this point. Justin Saliba, by the way, has been short for like the last 200 players, but he's still hanging around there as well.
He's going to just fold to the final table.
Be sick. I've seen people do it.
Sure. Or it will come with my food. It will come with my food soon.
Arthur is hungry. What do you think a man like Arthur would order at the table? Just a big old steak?
Yeah, he looks like a lot of protein.
Velasevic will let go of his 8 deuce. Wong may be a little unhappy about the fact that he lost a bunch of chips with Ace Jack versus Ace King. In a small blind, big blind battle, but he got out of the way quickly. And that means it gets folded to our button. Queen Jack offsuit for Punsri.
All in.
Announces all in for 15 bigs. And does not seem like the small blind or the big blind woke up with anything. So we'll chip up a little here.
Back to 1.1. Still plenty of work to get back to where he started this feature table.
As David Chen is our new chip leader, the American, 6.8 million at this point. That is what it takes to be the chip leader, Randy, of the remaining 100 and something players.
There's 2 people from Thailand at this table. That's seems like an unlikely coincidence.
We've seen a decent amount of Thai folks over the last few days.
True, but the same table? That's pretty cool.
Oh, that is cool. I feel like Malaysia, Thailand, both countries with a lot of poker enthusiasts who absolutely do not shy away from traveling to play some poker. as we have temporarily lost our feet, but it will come back. I don't know if we are still live, Randy. I hope we are.
Well, we are, because I see Arthur again. Life's good.
Live is good. Seems like it got folded all the way to the small blind. Arthur announces a raise by the looks of it. We have made it 150.
Oh, I'd love to see Ewan jam, but she just calls. Huh. I think she should be jamming into Archer, who's raising relentlessly. Perhaps she doesn't know yet.
Just take it down pre. I want to say I don't hate the call either. Flop comes Jack A3 Rainbow. King Queen is good, but it does become a little more tricky to play now, especially against a man like Arthur and Martirosian, who we know does not shy away from betting with absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out what size to go with. What does he come with?
A little word for Yuan now. That is so small that you're very tempted, but it's so small, yet 10% of your stack.
Yeah, it is so small. I probably would float in position. There are decent turn cards. Obviously, if you turn a king or queen, it's nice, and maybe your opponent barrels. Let's see what happens.
The turn is a 5. King Queen is still best. And it's hard to believe here, if you're UN, that King Queen High is best.
It's also hard to believe that Archer could get a double barrel through too often when your opponent calls pre-flop and calls his flop. They usually have something worthy of continuing again, so...
You're not doubting Arthur Martirosian.
You think he's going to double barrel this?
I believe Arthur will always double barrel.
Oh my god, he's giving me that look. Okay, check.
For a split second there, it started to look like he was going to do it. But he does check. 540,000 chips in the middle. Yuan has options.
I think checking is still okay. Unless you really think you can blow out an ace high. Yeah, pretty
Does
good.
check in the end. I think she didn't just want to snap check, because that would look kind of weak. So Arthur makes it to the river with 10 high.
I kind of think Archer's going to go for it. His expectation is that Ewan would always want to reshove an ace pre-flop, blind versus blind with, you know, a shallow stack. So if you can't put your opponent on an ace ever, that means they got something in the middle, and if you just blast it away, they'll probably just fold.
And Arthur does bet big, and this is a very difficult call to make for King Queen. Half of your stack. It is the not nothing.
Look,
it would be a sick call, by the way.
It would be a very sick call, but it looks like an ace. The problem is, it's our turn, it's not an ace.
He said it's 10-4 of clubs. But Arthur will take another one down as he gets back a few of the chips that he lost earlier.
Can you bring for us? How many?
Yeah. Can we have like water for everybody, please? Like bottle water? Yeah, like 8.
A bottle of water, mate.
8 bottles of water for the table, but he's gonna pocket all of them. Chip leader.
Yep, I just mentioned him. David Chen. 6.8 million chippies.
You got that color shirt?
I do not have that color shirt. Sorry.
I don't either.
My microphone was jumping all over the place. But no, I do not have that one. But green is all right. This is not really my color. I do love purple. Purple is an amazing color.
Imagine they make an orange one.
I mean, there's already some orange on the Triton ONE shirt that we received. The blue and orange. And I like
orange
that
with
one too.
shades of red, shades of yellow.
I am not engaging in that conversation again. You're just setting me up for disaster over here.
That's what I do.
Check, and I stepped right on into it.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to do the triple check raise.
You really like that, don't you? Because it's so rare. You thought it was so silly it got mentioned, and then we got to see it.
That was seriously one of the most amazing moments I've already had at this Triton ONE.
Pocket nines for Chen. Under the gun +2, starting the hand with A little less than 15 big blinds.
All in.
And he's just going to open ship it with the 9s here. You like it?
I think it's solid. I think raising is okay too, and Pusacha Nonsing is in there, Queen Jack for 5 bigs, and actually it's a very good spot for her because she's flipping and she gets an overlay from the blinds.
I don't hate it. Lots of money to fight for. 770K in the middle. If Nonsing can find a queen or a jack, we are back in the mix. We'll be having more chips than we've had in a little while. He's been very active this week. Flop comes ace is 6-6. See 2 hearts, I believe. Yep, there are 2 hearts on that board. Running hearts is a possibility. But a queen or a jack would make life a lot easier. The 7 is no good. One time, Randy.
One time for Thailand?
Yeah. One time for Nonsing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that will not do it. The 9s hold up.
Seats open on 11.
There will be an open seat on
Hey,
our
man.
future table. Nonsing gets eliminated in... Which place is it, Randy?
The payouts button.
112.
But, you know, you said she was playing like every single event, so
Yep.
it's pretty cool to get a 14,900 payout for this main.
Made a pay jump as well, right? Multiple even. Min cash was 12.2. Eventually it went up to 13.3. And Nonsing has survived a little while longer. Walks away with 14,900. Basically 15K. Takes a little picture. Wants to make sure she can remember Chen, who busted her with the 9s. It's like, I'm coming for you next event.
Yeah. Follow, star him on the Triton Poker Plus app. And find him.
See what he signs up for. And it's like, that's where you hop into the mix as well.
Yep.
That'd be good.
Finding new ways to use the app.
Instead of giving someone a star, you should be able to give them like a nemesis.
A thumbs down.
List of favorites. List of bounties.
Yes.
Click. Arthur Martirosian looks down at 9-8 of hearts. Arthur likes to open a lot of hands, and this is definitely one of them. You don't get 4.4 million chips by folding, Randy.
True that.
Wong in the big blind. Or small blind. No, big
I'm
blind.
good, thanks.
Let's go of 8-3 offsuit.
Thank you, bro.
Here are those waters that Arthur ordered for the table. Generous guy. Look at him. He's like, it's on me, guys.
Is he being charged 8 waters right now?
I highly doubt that.
I think that's for his food.
Yeah, I think that was for the steak.
How many steaks? Over, under?
8 steaks for the table, please. Don't worry, guys. I'll finish what you can. I'm really happy we got Arthur at the table. This is cool. But I do agree with Chat, Randy. I don't know if you're keeping an eye on Chat or not, but Chat keeps on asking for Jesse Lonis, and it is about time. It is about time. By the way, Igor Yaroshevsky keeps on chipping up. He is now solidifying his position in the top 10, up to 5 million chips. Makes me really happy, as I said it before a couple of times. Yes, we've seen Igor, but he kept on being so short whenever they moved him to one of these TV tables. Now he's got a real stack to work with.
When you give him a lot of chips, it's a lot of fun to watch. So hopefully we can witness him and Jesse Lonis at our feature.
Hey, I recognize a man that I've seen in the past here in Jeju. Kelvin Lee in 15th place of the main.
Nice jam here of 2 7s for you win.
Ten extra big blinds for Arthur, and he lets go of it. So the 7s will take it down 3. Are you familiar with Kelvin Lee, Randy?
Yes, I am. He has shown up to our Triton stop before. And you know, he's just a very calm, collected guy and happy to play some high-stakes poker.
Made a damn good impression on me last time I was able to watch him for a little while. $111 players remaining, or 110 even. Benedek Farkas still at the bottom, but he's got 9 big blinds. At this point, there are no ultra shorties in the tournament. Basically, the shortest stack that you're going to find is 8, 9 bigs. So we just saw Iwen also pick up some chips with her 7s. Punat Punzri looks down at ace queen suited under the gun. He's going to min raise it. Is there anyone with anything over here, Randy?
Well, it's going to get folded to the blinds. Mateo first, quickly out. What about you, sir? Nope.
Chen not interested in our hand, but it wasn't suited. Sapunzrui will take down another one, but is obviously still bleeding a little from that big hit his stack took earlier when he ran queens into aces. It could have been worse. In a weird way, he saved himself 1.1 million chips.
You know, he actually could be out of the tournament in that hand had they just got in pre.
Actually, I think he had like 200,000 chips more, so that was not possible.
But very close then.
Yeah.
Practically out.
True.
But here he's, you know, not deep, but 20 big blinds, you can wiggle around a bit.
Well, you can absolutely still dream. I think anything above 10 is, like, it's obviously not great if you're hovering around 11 or 12 bigs, but it's really no reason to panic. Chip in a chair. I'm not someone in tournaments. There's really no point in ever giving up.
I'll give up this hand for sure.
Wong is not giving up.
Give it up, man.
It's Arthur. He raises every hand.
But the guy was just playing the raw power of the 4s. He's never going to hit a set.
That is true. They are supposed to never see a flop. I think Wong has watched the broadcast of the past.
9-8 suited. It's a great hand to complete with. Going 3 ways.
We have not mentioned Konstantin Voronin in quite some time. That is because he has dropped down the leaderboard, guys. He's still in, but he's below 1 million chips, one of the shortest stacks remaining. Fun little 3-way battle here between 9-8 of diamonds, ace-6 of clubs, and pocket 4s. Honestly, on day 6, will they finally make a set? The answer is no, Randy.
Yep.
But it is a fun flop, by the way. The open-ender for Punsri. As Arthur, of course, flops top pair. And the 4s do have the backdoor hearts.
Mind you, one of the outs for Punsri is the 6, and that would actually make aces up for Arthur. It's checked over to the least amount of equity. Pocket 4s. Pocket 4s believes, it seems, as it's cutting out chips. Good luck. Good luck getting through these 2 hands.
And these 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just 2 okay holdings. It's
2 very strong players as well.
Yeah. Wong might just be doing this for us. This is where he bets real big on the turn. Nobody improves. He takes it down. And he's like, that one is for you, Randy. He points to the camera. You'd be shocked.
Oh, I would bow down to that. Knees on the floor. 8-9, straight into the muck. Didn't like the sizing.
Also having to worry about Arthur still behind you. And of course, the 2 hearts on the board are very annoying. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't try, but then again, it's close to 20% of our stack. It's tough there, I think, with a player to act behind you. 2 hearts on the board. If you do hit the jack of hearts, you don't know if you're good. If you hit the 6 of hearts, you don't really know if you're good, even though you probably feel okay about it. I can get behind it. Arthur is not going anywhere, though, with his ace, a 6 of clubs. Top pair. The 4!
Oh my god, no way. No. No.
A 4 from heaven. It took 6 days over here at Triton ONE, but pocket 4s have made a set. And that's why Wong is betting 4s on that flop, Randy.
Didn't make sense. It's for us, isn't it? It really is. Let's go to Value Town.
Life is good, by the way, when you're bluffing 4s and you turn a set. What a man. What a man.
Am I dreaming?
No.
This is real.
In a weird way.
Pinch me.
No, I won't. And Arthur lets go of it immediately. Makes the correct call on the flop. Makes the correct laydown on the turn after his opponent somehow turned a set. Arthur is good.
Pretty well played. He didn't even think about it very much.
No,
Maybe it's the
only
way that this
two
man
there.
grabbed his chips. Only moved them forward like that if they were sitting on pocket fours. Shiina Okamoto got a double on one of the outer tables. She got it all in pre when she was short with ace-10 offsuit, and she won the hand against pocket kings from a man from either Slovenia or Slovakia. I have a very hard time keeping those flags separated, but there is a way to figure it out, and I'll
Click
do
on
that
the
for
name.
you.
Yes.
I think if I have to guess, by the way, this is Slovenia. It is Slovenia. Let's go. You might
do
be
know your
familiar with it.
geography.
I mean, those flags are very similar, by the way, and especially if like the icons or the graphics that you're looking at are tiny, I think it is pretty difficult to call those two flags apart. Iwan won't have any difficulty putting these two cards apart. Ace Queen of Hearts. Starting the hand with 1 million.
Yeah, I think it's too much to just outright rip. So let's just raise, try to get someone to call. Velocevich, pocket sevens.
Always a little bit tricky to play sevens in second position when the under the gun player has opened. I don't hate folding here, Randy. I'm a fan of folding sevens here, and he does it. I think a lot of people are not a fan of it. But
No, honestly, I actually probably would fold in that spot too. Not just because the opponent who's opening is playing off of million. It's very questionable how to play at post flop if you don't hit a set. And then you also have to worry about getting squeezed off your hand, which you know you're always going to fold if the 3-bet does come in. I think it's pretty good.
fours be okay, though.
Fours be all right, yeah.
Because they always make sense. We're so
Yep.
back.
They always make a set on the turn.
Yeah.
They always make a set on
If
turn.
there's action,
That's what's
need
been
to schedule
wrong.
it, so I have 30 seconds.
We only got to see flops.
there's
Yeah, we only got to see
a
3
raise,
cards. You need to see
it's on
4
the-
cards.
I have the normal time. Okay, cool.
What a turn card that was. Wong now all the way back to 3.9 million, by the way, after taking that one down, sharing the table chip lead together with Arthur Martirosian. What I like about Arthur as well is that obviously this man has played millions of hands of poker. He seems so unfazed by everything. He's just there, maybe thinking of his bear somewhere in Russia.
That was my pet bear.
Yeah. Like, I hope he's watching the stream.
He's got like a huge plasma TV.
Yeah, outside, broadcasting. The bear is bringing over its cups as well.
The cups.
They all sit outside in the snow and they cheer for Arthur. Pocket queens for Wong. This man can't complain about the run of cards he's been having. He got aces in a dream spot. Just made a set of fours on the turn. And he now finds the mamacitas.
How much? It's 120.
That is a little bit problematic because 10-9 offsuit for one more big blind is actually quite good.
Can't blame her for calling. And she will call. And now we just really hope for Yuen that she doesn't flop on the top pair on a 10 or a 9 high board. That'd be problematic. It is
No.
9-3 deuce with 2 spades. Disgusting, Randy.
Her hand is strong enough to even go for a check raise for value. Especially with the 3 deuce danglers out there, coupled with the 9. Just so unlikely that interacts with the pre-flop raiser from +1.
When the poker gods have it out for you, they have it out for you. The bet is 120,000. I honestly couldn't even falter if she would just rip it all in here.
Yeah, probably more likely to raise smaller, but she just calls, which is potentially good news for her.
Yeah, hoping for some scare cards on the turn. The 4 of diamonds is not really one of them.
I still don't see how she can get away from this.
No, right now I don't think you can get away.
Especially on the 4. Sometimes your opponent has like an ace-10, ace-jack, they barrel away.
Unless we've got an old school soul read. And to be fair, every single time that Wong was forced to reveal his hands, he has shown up with it.
True.
And Ewan has seen quite a bit of it. Not everything, but quite a bit. Does feel like she's worried, and obviously with this bet,
Okay,
if you,
so
if you call turn, you almost have to call any river, right?
I probably would move in if I'm going to commit more
Yeah.
chips because the wheel draw is actually a bit dangerous.
It's just too many scary cards. There are very few cards that come off on the river that are not scary for your current hand.
Correct. And then maybe you got some fold equity, which is nice.
So it's all in or fold. Those
Should
are
be.
the two options that we have. Technically, we have a third, and that's call, but it would be really, really, really difficult to play on the river. Any ace is scary, king is scary, queen is scary, jack is scary. It does seem that she has gone for the least likely option, and that is the call.
She might be able to save her tournament life if a scary river card comes, or maybe she improves.
Less than 10 big blinds behind, 1.1 million in the middle. The river is an ace. That's maybe one of the cards that could scare her.
I think to just check through, the queens has to be a little worried now. Like an ace deuce got there, ace three, ace four.
Any five makes it straight.
Mm-hmm.
Fives are possible from the big blind.
Of course. This has to be a check. And that's really nice for Ewan to probably preserve her tournament life.
Yeah. Wong is not quite done yet. He might check. He will perhaps check, but he could also put her specifically on a hand like a 9. It
Yeah.
has kind of been played like a 9. Yeah,
Wow.
look at that. That's a strong bet.
That's
Very, very
really
strong.
nice. Very cool. But just 200K, but still, it's
Yeah.
very hard to make this bet with queens. He just knows where he's at.
There's a little bit of that old school mint in value. Thin mint. 200K. Like 40% of what we have.
I actually think she can get away. I know the price is amazing, but 200K of her stack is very important relative to what's remaining. That's a really nice fold.
Absolutely. I think there are many ways where she would have busted this hand. Obviously, that does make her drop down the leaderboard and makes her even shorter than she already was, but she's still in it.
How many levels to play?
Strong bet on the river. I'm impressed by that one.
Pretty impressive.
I think he truly put her on a 9 there.
And the restraint to not call off due to pot odds is really nice too, with 10-9 off.
Just a very unfortunate board, and that's kind of the danger of defending from the big blind. But you're going to have to fight for your big blind. You can't just always give it up. You can't always fold that ante in the BB. If you flop top pair there on 9-3 deuce, what are you going to do?
Just
Yeah, overall looks really well played by both.
It says 11 on that, but I think it's probably 10, right? Maybe 9 if it's the bubble, I don't know.
Yeah,
10 probably.
We are now down to 105 players. One of your favorites, Ignacio Moron, has been eliminated in 108th place.
Close to the top 100.
That is correct. Benedek Farkas has lost. Oh, never mind, he's still here. I thought he left the bottom side of the leaderboard, but still hovering around there. But he is a survivor, still in it.
Is this close? Maybe.
600?
Yeah.
It's a decent king. Probably expect the small blind to jam
Mhm.
so many hands for sub 10 bigs.
I think there is a very good chance that Danilo Velasovich from Serbia is going to make this call. Not loving it, but it's just so tempting.
And he also chipped up a bit where he can kind of afford going with this one.
It's probably very, very close for him. King 9 he would have already called by now.
I think so, yes.
King 8, he talked himself into a call. This is as close as it will get, but I have the feeling that he will make this call.
I think I'm getting the same feeling as you.
He's stroking his beard. Flexing his watch. Before we grab some chips.
Oh, just fold. Nicely done. Given he was up against ace queen suited.
King 8 is in.
I think so. King 9 for sure. So it seems like King 8 was the cusp.
He went over it and makes the correct laydown.
Would call you, would call, probably.
Vanilla said you would have called. A good call. Do we have a new player?
It looks like it.
Who is Arthur's new neighbor?
Who wants to lose chips to me?
Might be missing Nonsing a little, but
I can use this one or no?
he's gonna have to get used to the new face.
I think whichever you want.
Okay, either.
They didn't set any for it.
I'm not quite certain yet who the new neighbor of Arthur is, but as soon as it appears on our graphics, we can figure it out. Or the camera zooms in. There's a good chance that at this point we have seen him after 6 days of Triton ONE. The inaugural edition of Triton ONE. We have mentioned it many times throughout this week, but in case you guys started watching the stream a little bit later, Triton ONE is of course different than the Triton High Roller series. This event has been brought to life to give a lot of people the Triton experience and be part of a Triton event. Well, not necessarily having to risk their entire bankroll participating in the High Roller series. What kind of a shirt am I looking at over here, Randy?
What language is that?
I'm going to go with Russian, since he is Russian. Alexei Borovkov. Arthur's got a chatting buddy.
Yes. We can start speaking Russian.
Privet.
What's that mean? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Как дела?
Look at this.
My table chip leader looks down at 7s.
The Tianyu Chen is open jam 19 big blinds. That's a lot of big blinds to open jam from early position.
Most certainly is. But why are they jamming 19 bigs?
Why? That's the question. Is he doing it with aces, kings, queens? Which pair does he no longer open jam?
That'd be kind of crazy, no?
I think so.
I don't think I think 19 bigs is too many.
But if he thinks it's ace kings and ace queens,
yeah,
he should be calling because you can see the edge.
But it's very close, and you are risking 25% of your stack.
I think if he's jamming ace queen like this, he's probably also jamming like 8s and 9s, if I had to guess. Is he ever jamming 6s?
I mean, Chen is wild, but that seems a little excessive.
I think so. I'm just trying to find the right line, you know?
I think it's difficult, and I think that Wong is trying to do the exact same thing. I can't fault him for folding here. I feel like it's a little much.
But a call would be nice, too, if he can find it. Folds. Got the 7s in the bin today.
It just feels like you're putting yourself through torture to potentially make a very difficult call. And then you make the call, and you're like, I'm 5% ahead.
Yeah, so I think in that spot, the logic not only is that, he's never crushing.
No.
He's never, you know, 80-20. His opponent never has ace-5 suited, for example, given how many blinds was shipped. So he was just
and from early position, yeah. No.
So it's just not worth it.
To me, that is a very, very reasonable and acceptable fold. Of course, 5% is a lot if you do it 100,000 times, but it's a little unlikely you're going to be 100,000 times at the final 100 players, the main event of the inaugural edition of the Triton ONE. I can get behind the fold there. If that is 8s or 9s, we are just torching our stack. We've got a new chip leader, by the way, in the remaining 110 players, and it is Alison Miguel from Brazil with the Polish last name. That I would like to stay away from, but we can give it a shot together if you like to, Randy.
I think I know what it is.
Pikazovic.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
Wasn't that complicated, actually. Sometimes I just get intimidated by how long these names are. I was like, I'm not starting with it, but oh my god, Polish is not that hard.
You're pretty good. You're a great co-pilot.
David Chen is still in 4th, by the way, in case you guys were wondering what happened to the old chip leader. And of course, we'll do our best to keep you guys up to date. If you don't want to wait for us or you're very invested in some of the other storylines, make sure to take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app yourself. Yes, we have been talking about it a lot, but it really is that good. If you care about any of these players, if you want to keep track of your friends or family, it is absolutely worth downloading. You can even watch the stream through the app too. What a flop here, by the way, for Jack 8. Christopher Mateo in the big blind. Wong tried to maybe take a pot down with Queen Deuce offsuit in the small blind. It's going to be very hard for Wong to win this one, Randy.
Yeah, but he's probably going to try and stab on 8-8-5. It's just the type of texture where the big blind who is decently short is not going to float that much. Obviously, this is amazing for Mateo.
Like stabbing with a plastic spoon into a brick wall. We need to stop stabbing.
Maybe we stab again. Oh, because you just turned a pair.
Yeah, but then we have showdown value, you know?
True. But yeah, I definitely would check here and just probably call most bets and go from there. But even for Mateo, it's not very clear if he should bet or not because it's very often his opponent just has air.
I'd go small. I think small is good. What was it? 160.
That's small, I like it. If you are going to bet, try to get some curious calls. I don't really see how Queen Deuce could really fold as played for now.
Wong seems to agree, as he will make this call.
There's just so many straight draws you need to keep honest or random floats. The river is where things get very tricky.
As I believe the blinds will go up after this level. The river is a 4.
It's a complicated river card. It does bring in some hands like 6-7. Maybe like a 6-4 hits a pair that's better than a deuce now.
I feel like Wong will almost always check here. He just doesn't want to snap check because that makes it seem like he's a little too eager to just check this one down. He's balancing out his checking time range. Christopher Mateo does having none of it. We flop trips in the big blind, small blind versus big blind battle. This man ain't worried.
They just need to figure out the perfect sizing. Is he trying to get called by like a 5x? Or is he trying to get called by like an ace high, a deuce, a 4?
Overbet.
It's not out of the question, to be honest. Polarizing the range.
720K in the middle, 1.1 million behind.
500.
That's 500.
Quite respectable.
Hoping to get called. Wong does not seem like he wants to give up on his ducky that quickly. You've always told me that it's hard to make a pair. We already know Wong has been listening to you, Randy.
But you know it's hard to make trips as well.
Even harder, one might say.
5 seconds.
Wong actually faced by a lot of difficult decisions lately. Despite the fact that we were running quite pure earlier, we got rewarded and paid off in some big spots. Uses a time bank chip. Do you know what the difference is between the red ones and the green ones?
You can't use the red ones post-flop.
You can't?
Cannot. There's a little bit more to it, but Velocevic, as you saw, just told him you can't use that time bank.
Oh, makes the call, and Christopher Mateo gets paid off in a big way. Wong did not want to let go of his pair of deuces, but he is wrong. That's a big hand for Mateo.
And sized perfectly, and it seems like Wong might even be short on time banks, which made him make that hasty call.
Yeah. So how come there are different chips for pre and post flop?
So these red time banks are put into play sometimes, basically around pay jumps, things like this. So you have, I believe, 10 seconds to act pre-flop if nothing has happened, unopened. And then you can use these new additional time banks that were awarded out to extend your time. It's to speed up the play and stop stalling, basically. But once someone opens, let's say I open and it's on you, then it's just regular time banks and you don't use the red ones anymore.
Fair enough. As we take a little look at our current future table, where Arthur Martirosian is now the biggest stack after Wong just lost a bunch of them in that small blind versus big blind battle. Velocevic up to 2.6 million. Christopher Mateo right in the mix after winning that big hand. Our newcomer Alexei Borovkov working with 1.6. He is on the shorter side of things. And the 3 short stacks are Chen, Punzri, and Yuan. Punzri obviously losing most of his chips earlier in a very cold deck scenario. Queens versus aces. Somehow did not lose all of them, Lost most of it.
Lost most of them, and Alexei
Nice,
Bordakov.
160.
Jack, Jack.
If only there was a nickname for the pocket jacks.
The pocket jaggities?
Jiggities.
Come on, I knew that.
Your age is showing.
An ace-10 could consider 3-betting occasionally. If it does, maybe like 320, 340.
390.
390 is the bet. Feel like Alexei has a very clear decision. Ace Jack for Wong, but I think we can just let go of it after the early position open and the big 3-bet by Velasevic. Well done by Wong. Didn't even really think about it. Oh my goodness, what is happening over here, Randy? It's a setup.
Queens versus Jacks. 3-bet in front of you, but a slam dunk 4-bet all in from Tianyu Chen. And this is gross for Borkov when he gets back to him.
Yeah, but I feel like we can't let go of Jacks when we're playing less than 20 big blinds. Also because he's got more chips than Chen. So if he would lose the pot against Chen, this is indeed gross.
I don't think he's folding either.
No.
He knows it's a strong range, but he also knows when the 15 big blind stack reshoves, it could have 10s. It could have ace queen.
All
you
the
know?
ace kings?
Yeah, and all the ace kings, and obviously a Jacks is a favorite against those hands. I just think it's just a cooler. Just nothing you can do with Jacks in this spot.
I think you're spot on. And I think Alexei Bordakov will move all of his chips in the middle. He won't be at risk, but obviously most of it will be in. And Danilo will realize that this was the wrong moment to make a play, but that's all good.
But you can see Bordakov is very uncomfortable with it.
It's your tournament live that's on the line. These guys have been playing it. Wow,
Wow,
let's
amazing
go of the Jacks.
fold. That's so hard to do.
And now Velasevic is wondering. It's like 800k extra to play a 2.7 million chip pot.
The odds are right about there, yeah.
Yeah, 10 big blinds extra to play for a monster pot. Yeah, so often he's going to be dominated.
Yeah, he's always in bad shape.
Yeah.
Like 100%. He folds and
wow,
nice takedown for 2 queens. No showdown needed.
Well done by Chen, but he should have gotten a whole lot more. What a great fold by the newcomer. We haven't seen him play too many hands yet. Alexei Bordakov. That is a big fold there with Jacks, Randy.
It seems like a near impossible fold, but the impossible is possible, I suppose.
It was very impressive. He got away from that.
Quality of play has been impressive.
I'd honestly happily get it in there.
Me too, man.
Even if I'm wrong, I'll be like, well, I'm still happy.
Out with the jiggities.
Yeah.
Are we losing Punat?
Yep. It seems like we are losing one of our players to make sure that the field stays even.
This man folded Jacks. I'm out.
Yeah. He's like,
Can't get any chips.
Table change, please. Now, that's a crazy fold, but very, very well done.
160.
Velasevic is going to open up the next hand as well with 6s. Obviously, last hand he was the 3-better, but likes to get involved. Wong looks a little down ever since he made that call with the pair of ducks on the river. And he was wrong against the trip 8s. Alexei is taking his time as he announces the call. I'd be terrified.
What's he got?
Doesn't matter. I'm terrified.
Well, he's defending from the big blind.
Is it time for the mystery hand? Flop comes Queen 8 deuce rainbow.
No, it's just a delayed graphics hand. Don't worry about it.
I know. I am aware of how our graphics work, Randy.
Okay. Calm down, buddy.
Ace 9 of hearts.
Potential? I think there's potential with against the 100k bet.
6s will. See, but it is basically one big blind. It's a tiny bit more.
Yeah, it's
just
nice.
Just making the dealer's life easy, I guess.
The ace 9 overcard to 8, and that turn
Ooh.
card is lovely.
Wow, look at that check. That was firm. He used his entire body for that check. Are you sure about this, brother?
I think there's a decent chance sixes actually bets again.
Yeah,
He
because
can try
that's the kind of card that he's supposed to represent, right, from the hijack.
Yeah, and also there's not that many ace highs that check call to flop. Unless they make two pair. I don't blame Velocevic.
But the suited aces with the backdoors, there's always a chance they stick around.
Here we are.
And that is the case this time. Ace-9 obviously did see one hard on the flop. Couple backdoor straight draws available as well. And Alexei Borovkov will make the call. There's now more in the middle than Borovkov has behind. Was just forced to make a very difficult laydown. There's a 6 on the river. I'm walking out of the studio. I hope you know that. That was really close, but it's a 7 of hearts.
Stay here.
Check, check, perhaps, because looking at what's in the middle, looking at what Borovkov has behind, I feel like it's really tough to get him off a hand.
If he thought the 8s were folding on the turn to the double barrel, then he's up against a strong range, so it makes sense not to follow through the third barrel.
And Borovkov flips over his hand with confidence. Unfortunately, Velocevic loses another one. Couple of unfortunate missteps in a row. So we are now down to 90-something players. Justin Saliba, the shortest stack in the field, down to one big blind, but he's still hanging in there. And Benedikt Farkas from Hungary has been eliminated. Victor Chung has been eliminated as well. He had a big stack a while ago. And so did Danny Tang. He was playing over 3 million. What on earth has happened? Ace-King versus the Jacks of Laszlo. Wow. That means that Laszlo from Hungary is one of our chip leaders now. That's a monster pot, Randy. 7.7 million chips. Ace-King versus Jacks. The Jacks made a set.
Laszlo has 7.5 million in chips. Not too bad.
Top 3 or?
Top 2.
He's very good as well, Laszlo.
No.
Very capable pro from Hungary. There's something about these Eastern European grinders. Well, speaking of Eastern European grinders, Borovkov with 9s in the small blind, with Artur Martirosyan, his big brother, in the big blind.
Call.
Yeah, as a sign of respect, we're not allowed to raise here.
No, how much?
But you're allowed to trap.
Yes.
Queen 3 suited. That's probably going to fall in the check back range. Queen 3 offsuit might raise.
I would love a check here from Artur.
Yeah, he must know that a lot of people try to trap him.
Because he's Artur?
Pretty much.
Flop comes 10-4, deuce, all diamonds. Monotone board. This is where Borovkov. I like the way he checks. This is amazing.
It is pretty cool.
Like it's a public service announcement. Check is coming.
Come on, Arthur, you can do it too. Not that way. Don't check like that.
The turn is another 10, so the board pairs.
I think it's value betting time.
Yeah. 9s are real good in a small blind versus big blind battle on this board.
You can get turn plus river against a 4 or deuce X. Plus, you want to protect yourself against a diamond.
Yep. Makes it 120. Arthur takes a look if that black queen 3 is still there, and it is. Let's go with it. Alexei wins round 1. The Battle of the Russians. Why did he have to give up a chip? He
That
took
was
too much time?
the red time bank. So, yeah, pre-flop he took too much time.
So you like go in depth and then you have to pay it up?
Yeah, but you get these time banks for free. When they introduce them, everyone gets like 2 or 3 or 4.
I know. But
Yeah.
you don't pay up immediately. You don't toss them in yourself voluntarily.
Oh, yeah, you pay them at the end. You can do it voluntary if you want, but not necessary.
Let's go. Velocevic, a bit of a swingy TV table for this man from Serbia. Will fold under the gun. Actually falls to Chen. Just got some chips heading his way with those ladies, but it should have been more. Somehow this man folded jacks after opening the action and getting 3-bet by an aggressive Eastern European. And then short stack all in.
They're playing some very good poker.
Yeah. Seems very good. When you on. He's just a little card that, and short. Sometimes there's not a whole lot you can do, but he's doing a great job in hanging in there.
We are in this. We've passed 100 players remaining, marker.
Yeah.
Nice.
Going real quick, only 94 left. Justin Saliba currently our shortest stack with 1 big blind, but that does not mean anything. Next pay jump, just in case you guys are interested, is... It's going to take a little while. We actually just had one. Basically, 96 was the last one to walk away with 14.9. From 95 until 71st, it's the same. So no pay jump for a long time. Everyone that's currently still in walks away with 16,500. But no pay jumps for a very long time already, worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, if that's the case, then your play would not change at all.
I think Arthur, his play never changes.
Especially with jacks on the button.
Any tool would do.
Oh, you know, I actually think Velocevic is strongly going to just reshove the 20 bigs against this opponent on the button. This is pretty rough.
Yeah. He's been in a lot of trouble. He's been bleeding out some chips lately. Would obviously love to defend his big blind and the ante here. Oh, he's going to get snap called by Arthur Martirosian with jacks. And the money is already in there.
I guess it says. No.
It was so quick that he thought it was aces, but it's not aces. Jack's obviously good enough. Arthur already made up his mind a long time ago when he opened from the button. We're calling everything. Here we go. Flop comes ace, 5, queen. No helps for Danilo.
Doesn't matter. Good for
A 3 or a 4 for some extra outs?
Maybe. No.
It is a deuce and a deuce only for the man from Serbia. Swingy session for him over here on the bright lights on our TV table. And the 9 does not do it. More chips heading towards Arthur. And we'll say goodbye to Velocevic for now. But he does still have a beautiful Triton shirt.
He still does, but if you are a Velocevic fan, don't worry. He'll be here for the Super High Roller Series.
I'll be watching.
You'll be watching. And you'll be watching Archer collecting more chips.
I want you to bring a lot of energy and the same jokes, though, during the Super High Roller Series.
Oh, don't worry. My co-commentators, they're going to learn about the Pocket Force. They've
they've
never heard about it.
No, don't do that. You're going to make me look so bad.
They were like, what? You did what for a week? You talked about what?
No, please don't do that. Taking a little look at all the outer tables. Seems like a lot of tables did break and fuse. So a few of the tables that we were talking about earlier, they no longer exist. Sad to say goodbye to Velocevic for now, because I did kind of enjoy watching him play and feel like there was some potential there, but just started bleeding and couldn't stop the bleeding, ran into it there towards the end.
Yeah, but, you know, he is gone, but he went out with smiles.
Yeah.
Wasn't pained.
I mean, he might be good friends with Arthur, right? They have probably played lots of times together, live, online.
This guy's been very impressive, though, Alexei
Yeah.
Barkov.
He is very impressive, especially the way he checks.
Yeah, I kind of want him to be the big blind so we can see the check.
Dude, we need sound effects on this stream. Like a sledgehammer. Arthur, let's go of Jack 10 after Borkov opens from the hijack. Borkov will take it down. We need to know. Maybe chat can help us out and let us know what is written on his shirt covering the eyes. You think it would just say censored?
Oh, that's a pretty good guess. That's a
How's it?
really good guess.
I think I'm way off.
Okay. It's better than what I would have said.
Do I want to know?
No.
Okay, moving on. I'm certain someone can read it. We're obviously waiting to fill up these seats once more. Borokov, ever since he's entered, he's done everything right. This man should have been gone. He got dealt jacks versus queens. How does he have more chips now than he had before that hand, Randy?
I know. I feel like Shinhwa kind of had some tough spots.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I mean, he made a really good bet with those queens on that ace-high board. That was a cute little bet, even though it did not get called. But feels like he's a tiny bit down after making that call with the ducks.
He just has, like, you know, tough decisions post up. But still, he has a 3.3 million chip stack.
Well, he's doing totally fine.
Round 2? Taking Mateo.
And the flop comes 6-6 nothing. Not this time. King 7 deuce. 2 spades. Top pair for Wong. Mateo, not a whole lot to get excited over. Yes, we do have 1 queen, but if the only thing we've got going is a backdoor spade and flush.
I mean, I could see him be curious with the queen of spades.
Just because queen high could be good?
Basically that, coupled with some runners. 1 over to the middle and bottom card. But, you know, nothing wrong with folding.
I think once in a while it's okay to just let it go.
You don't got to fight for every single pot because you got backdoors, because then your frequencies are way out of whack.
Well,
you always have a backdoor, you know?
Yeah, I like backdoors and something, but this would have been really stretching and reaching. Shinhwa Komodo is still alive as well, Randy, making it into the top 100 of this Triton ONE main event that started with over 1,000 runners, working with 1.3 million chips.
Okay, I was going to ask for a chip count.
Yeah, 1.3. Basically what she had when we said goodbye to her after the first 2 hours of poker. But it's already another impressive deep run.
Just happy to see her here at Triton ONE.
I think she's at the table of Laszlo, who's got 7 million chips. After winning that really big hand against Danny, who was one of the chip leaders not too long ago. Yeah, I guess if we get it in with ace-king versus jacks and jacks make a set, so be it. Arthur Martirosian. What happened to his foot?
His food? He ate it so fast you didn't even see.
I did see him bend over a few times, but what did he have? Was it just a soup, like a noodle soup or something?
We never got to saw.
We never got to saw?
Let's see.
It's all good. I'm rubbing off on you.
Kind of wish we see now. No, saw.
Arthur takes another one down. Tiny smile. Today, not bad. New Russian friend. Lots of chips. Some good food.
You want to take it back in this tournament? No? Not
Ding
in-
Biao.
Hi.
They brought him back.
Oh, you saw him earlier.
Yeah, he was there for so long. That's funny because it's the exact same seat as well. Legit.
It's always good fun to watch.
Arthur Martirosian with ace queen offsuit.
You don't like me?
It's funny because we see the cards and it's like, okay, it all makes a lot of sense. But if you're sitting at this table, you're going to be getting so sick of Arthur being involved in 7 out of the 8 hands.
I swear he just said to Ding Biao, "You don't like me?"
Ding Biao seems to be kind of chatty. He was chatting a lot earlier when Martin
500.
Nielsen was for a split second at the table.
500.
Oh, he's had enough of Arthur.
No, but that's exactly what I just said, right? We see what Arthur is holding, and it's like, yeah, okay, it all makes a lot of sense what is happening over here, but Wong's had more than enough. I used to be the sheriff in town, not this guy who's taking pictures with bears. King deuce suited.
He's probably going to call the 3-bet rather than a 4-bet, I would think, because they're very deep.
Yeah, they're both deep. Average stack right now, just to give you guys accurate info.
Cool.
2.6 million. So they're both way above average. Arthur having double average stack. Wong close to it. Not quite. So we're going to take a very exciting flop. Ace, Queen offsuit versus King, Deuce of Spades. Wong looks like a man who already regrets what he has done.
Let's see if he gets bailed out.
He can flop big. Obviously, it is a pretty fair fight in the end.
Oh, yeah.
King A3 with 2 clubs. Arthur does hold the ace of clubs.
Archer might even give a little action.
Yeah.
I could see it, especially if a small bet comes in, which should happen on King 8-3.
Like, this is very different than the last hand, of course, because A, it's a bigger pot, and B, we've got the backdoor straight draws as well. We've got the backdoor not flush draw, which is always better than a queen high flush draw.
An ace queen high might even be good.
Ace queen high might be good. We've got an overcard to the board. Like, there are a lot of reasons to continue here, especially for that sizing.
The guy just bet 150K into 1.2 million.
He never wanted to be part of this 1.2 million chip pot.
So this is a mandatory continue for Archer. He's just debating, is there merit to ever check raising? Of course, that's probably not going to be the play, given you don't have ace-king in your range.
Like, if you're Wong, you're really happy you flopped top pair, but you've got no kicker at all. You might still be a tiny bit concerned he's going up against a stronger king or something that's even better, but Arthur checking on the turn here, that's going to make Wong feel real good about his hand. Just calling that tiny bet on the flop and checking on the turn. Wong probably feels pretty confident that his pair of kings is best here.
Yeah, I would feel pretty good about it too. I'll say this, if you bet the turn, you need to ask the question, if you get check jammed on, are you willing to call off? That's hard to answer. Perhaps he doesn't think that's going to happen too often, so he bets once again. 475.
Bigger bet this time.
But still on the smaller side relative to the pot. Kind of weird because you got the nut no pair with a draw to clean Broadway. A lot of the double barrels you beat in terms of high cards, you kind of block quite a bit. Queen tens, ace queens.
Arthur did obviously pick up some additional outs with the gut shot, but lets it go. And Wong takes one back, steals one from Arthur. Making a move with King Deuce of Spades, but flopping top pair.
I always give respect to the man that's willing to step up against Arthur Martirosian with deep stacks. A lot of fun to watch.
Be careful what you wish for. It's fun as well that they're sitting directly opposite of one each other. I would look away for a long time if I take Arthur down in a pot. Especially if the delay is caught up and he sees it was with King Deuce. I'm out of here, Randy.
Yeah, next time they lock eyes, there's 2 bears standing behind Archer as well. You mess with that. Papa bear?
You could go for it here. A suited ace. We're under the gun +1. The big blind is coming. The ante is coming. And it is indeed going to be an all-in here for you when you want. Is this a mystery?
It would be the craziest mystery hand I've seen against the open jam, but okay.
Hi. We've seen some mystery hands in somewhat similar scenarios.
Bodakov, what you got? King 10 suited. I think that's in.
From the big blind, we can absolutely make this call. He will receive the news that spades are no good. Ace Deuce is a little bit ahead. It is the QQPK all-in.
Pretty fair fight, standard call, given the stack size, the hands.
I'm rooting for an ace.
Dealer. You rooting for an ace? How
Yep.
about the ace with the king?
Totally fine. Gonna feel pretty good about that one if you're Yuan. Bodakov, of course, has played fantastic so far ever since he got moved to this TV table. But he's got plenty of chips.
Didn't want to lose E1.
Oh!
We lose E1 when. That's brutal.
These rivers continue to be incredibly brutal over here at the TV table during the Triton ONE festival, and in this case the Triton ONE main event. Yes, C is out of here. C's had enough.
I mean, how disappointing is it? You think you're going to get the full double up, and the river card is a dagger to the heart.
Good news, of course, for Alexei as he chips up a little bit more. He did nothing wrong in that hand. That is an almost mandatory call from the big blind.
I remember you didn't send me message.
Message?
Yes. Which? You check our speech record.
Later.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. I remember too.
This conversation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're exchanging threats over here or we're talking about late dragging a tournament, but I remember. I remember too.
Yeah. They had
I think
so
there-
few words exchanged,
Yeah.
but so much was said.
I think it was something about not saying that they entered a certain tournament or they were going to late ratchet, something along those lines. Missed the exact details.
The details are tough.
Everything about Arthur is just so cool, man. I can't get enough.
Why?
All in.
Why?
Yao Ding. Not afraid to get into the
No,
mix.
he didn't say all in, right?
Ah,
Okay.
I thought I heard all in.
Suited Robbie is a little much for 1.8 million.
Hey, that might be the best way to get Arthur out of a pot.
Yep, need to go all in and get him out of the pot. Now he's got enough to call 9-8 suited. Probably just calls. Kind of feel like they're going to exchange some words by the end of this hand.
Flop comes ace 4-3 with 2 diamonds. Jack 4. The suited Robbie does flop best.
I like sprinkling in chips.
I didn't even see how many chips Yao Ding had yet since they just moved him to the table. I thought he was maybe very short, making a play.
Oh, he checks it back. Oh, yeah.
Trip force. Suited Robbie keeps on delivering.
Mm-hmm.
Will Arthur make a move here? That would be a mistake, and Arthur does not make mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Confirmed.
The last time Arthur made a mistake was in the $12 Bounty King 3 years ago. And that's because he was at the final table with the 10K at the same time. Ooh.
Oh, is this a mistake in common? I guess technically not from his point of view, right?
Let's see what happens. 480K in the middle.
Probably just value bets the 8 himself. I wouldn't fault him for thinking it's the best hand.
Something like 200K?
At
Smaller?
most, probably. Yeah, he went smaller.
That's 100. Goes quarter pot. That is music to the ears of Ding Biao. Sitting on trip force. It's going to be very hard for Arthur to put him on trip force. There is a third diamond that rolled off on the river.
It's just that the action's been so passive. So once he springs up with a raise, Archer's going to be pretty confused.
But would they really want to make a move on Arthur? On the river, with air, on the TV table, Randy.
I mean,
I
the thing
wouldn't.
you can tell they have some history given the conversation right before
Yeah,
his
yeah.
hand. So you know he is the type that could do it.
Mm-hmm. No, they seem to be very familiar with one each other.
$560.
We are going to bump it up to 560. Now, Arthur felt good about his 8 earlier. He probably doesn't feel very good anymore. It's an uncomfortable and an annoying spot. But I think at one point Arthur will, as so often, make the correct decision and let this one go.
Yeah, I think when he breaks it down, sure, the line looks very weird, but then again, who bluffs in this manner?
Then again, who bluffs Arthur on the TV table?
And who does it successfully? You know? A lot of people try.
There's a very short list. I think we tossed in one of the Time Bank extension chips.
I mean, it makes sense. This one definitely needs some thinking.
Always annoying when you could have just checked it back on the river. You go for a very tiny bet because you think there is some value to be gained, and then you face yourself in this scenario.
I mean, there's a chance he actually saves chips by betting out in this instance against this specific hand. He might have probably called bigger bet. For now, though, it's trying to think what could he be? It's just some kind of YOLO bluff, you know? Check, 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 raise, huh?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's very tough. But Arthur, as so often, will make the correct decision on the river, facing this big raise by Ding Biao.
Arthur, no mistake, Martirosian.
This is a very high-level table, by the way, Randy.
It's actually a really bad table draw.
Yeah.
But a really good
no
draw
one
for
wants
us.
to be here.
So good for us to watch, though.
Absolutely no one wants to be here.
What's this?
Probably our next feature table.
Ooh, Ren Lin, Lady Gaga.
Who else do we have?
I don't recognize most of these players, but
You've seen enough. You've seen Renlin and you're happy.
That's all I need, to be honest.
Isn't that Chase in Seek 2 that we had earlier? Yeah.
8.
It is Chase. Got a long last name. But it can roll off the tongue quite nicely. I'm staying away from it.
But last time you went for it, you got it perfectly for Pikachu, which...
Yeah, but the European names are safe.
Want to try a really long Thai name? That one's really... Those are complicated.
I know. That's one of them. Chase is Thai.
Oh, is
no,
he?
wait. What's he Malaysian? It's close.
Let's look. Let's look.
He had a lot of chips earlier, so he should be among the upper end of the leaderboard.
You might have to use the search function.
Sure. But there's only 80 players.
Okay, okay.
If I was looking for a big stack, we'll find him easily. 27. No, sorry. He's not the Thai. He's from the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
That is correct. Because we had 2 Thai people on that table, but they were obviously sitting next to each other, and that was Nonsing and Punzri. Yeah, he's from the Philippines.
This man also from the Philippines, Christopher Mateo.
Have you ever been to the Philippines, right?
I have. Manila.
I'm jealous.
I had a very bad experience there.
I'm no longer jealous.
Because I got food poisoning, that's why.
Ah. Well, I would have avoided that, so I'm jealous again.
It was actually kind of funny. When we went there, went to go eat at this place, and then everyone ordered the same thing. And the one European guy didn't want to order the European food at the Philippines. And then everyone got food poisoning but him. And he was Dutch.
Really?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Ever heard of Martin Garrix?
The DJ? Sound like it.
No, it wasn't. I'm not that well connected.
It's all good. No, I think I know. Ace, Queen 10, Rainbow. Not the worst flop ever for Christopher Mateo as he flops top pair and a gutter ball. Our new player in seat 1 has replaced Danilo Velasevic. Looks down at Queen 7 of diamonds, has middle pair, some backdoor diamonds. He's seen enough. He likes what he sees and he makes the call.
Can't fault him against a 25% C bet. That's not 2 pair. Still just a pair of queens.
Yeah, I think at this point we like our hand a lot less. You know, when you flop middle pair and you see some backdoor diamonds, you're like, all right, let's stick around, let's play a turn. But then the turn doesn't really do anything for us. And if we then face another bet from the under the gun +1 raiser, it becomes less appealing. But it goes check, check on the turn.
That's a very conservative check back from Ace Jack. One that Taweto is very happy to see. For now, you gotta bet Ace Jack. Your kicker is very relevant.
When you see another check on the river, probably feels like you're good. Also, we are worried about King Jack. We're at least blocking that.
You're also blocking spades.
Yeah, we're blocking everything.
So what does that mean? That means we should value bet.
At this point, the only thing we are not supposed to block is value bet.
It's better not to mention it. Don't talk about pocket fours.
I didn't, actually.
Oh.
I wasn't going to, no.
Whew.
I'm lost, mate. I don't think pocket fours stick around on ace 10 queen rainbow. It'd be very adventurous against an under the gun opener.
All right, what did he announce?
250,000.
I think that's actually a perfect size because he's aware that his opponent often has a 1 pair. Could be a queen, could be a 10, and you kind of want to give them the excuse to make a hero for a cheap price.
But good fold here from our big blind player. Let's go if it realizes he just doesn't really beat a whole lot. Other than maybe like a hand like 7s or 8s that could consider taking a line like this, 9s.
I think he should be happy. He just got to see turn in river for just 110k. You know, it's
He
pretty.
got to see all 5 cards.
That's right, for a cheap price. The discount.
I can't believe you backpedaled on that statement, by the way. I brought it up with so much pride and joy as a fun memory. And then the first thing you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Not always is it about seeing those 5
Gosh,
cards.
you remember.
That's my biggest life lesson of yours.
I apologize. Can we make up?
Why? It's been good to me. Or you mean
So
you
you
apologize by downplaying the statement?
Yes.
One,
Okay.
one
Yeah,
blue
absolutely,
chip
we're done.
in white stack.
Oh, thank you.
Look at Arthur. Arthur is so sharp. How does he even see that? It's blocked. From this angle, it's blocked.
He's the captain, man.
On this table, correct stacks only. Or I'll take it quicker than I otherwise would. Arthur is the GOAT. What's up? Perhaps so is Alexei. GOAT in the making. He has played incredibly well, and I still can't believe he folded those jacks.
Yeah.
10s, 9s. I can see it, Randy, once in a while. But jacks? How do we fold jacks there?
Who's going down next?
The table. Arthur raises things up with 7-6 of hearts. Wong in the big blind, looks down at Queen Deuce. Don't do it.
Ooh, he attacked with King Deuce suited. Obviously a
know.
different spot. Don't tell me it's crossing his mind, is it?
5 seconds.
I think he's gonna let this one go. No?
Okay. At least it's not more than...
He's just gonna
Maybe
put up
more.
a fight. This man is not afraid of Arthur Martirosian. He likes to battle. Queen Deuce offsuit is a hand that does not flop very well.
He's given a lot, the most resistant to Arthur.
Yeah. He's like, someone's gonna do it, guys. I'll be that guy. Queen Deuce versus 7-6. A flop comes King 9-8. Arthur flops an open-ended straight draw, but it is, of course, the bottom end of it. The hearts are still live as well. And Queen Deuce, to the surprise of very few people in this room, flops nothing.
Back.
Think Arthur bets here? There's enough reason to bet.
He's always thinking that he can multi-barrel this type of hand. They're super deep. Sometimes he makes a straight. His opponent makes some kind of 2-pair. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense if you want to build a big pot.
Bet 150,000.
Does bet. I think one can honestly let this one go. We tried to put up a tiny bit of resistance, but there is just nothing for us there, and he does let go of it quickly.
Would you say Archer is like the player you most wanted to watch coming here for Triton?
Definitely one of them.
Like,
I mean,
he's top 5, top 3.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we spent so much time talking about him. We spent so much time watching him online. And just always thought he was very cool. And like, unless a lot of the other guys that exclusively play super high rollers, I've played a decent amount of hands in my life against Arthur. Obviously in tournaments that meant absolutely nothing to him, and he would never remember any of them. But the man is such a grinder that he'd be in 20 different tournaments at any given moment. And yeah, I'd be in some of those. So it's just cool, right? It's always fun to meet those people and see them in real life for the first time. But I wasn't quite certain about everyone who was coming, as there's obviously like no public announcement. This is the lineup of people that is coming guaranteed. But been looking around, but I would absolutely say, especially like when it comes to just elite players, Arthur without a doubt top 5. Yeah.
Yep, nice.
But I think one of the cool things about events like this is that you can also meet vloggers, influencers, fellow commentators. Like well, everything about that is obviously very cool.
Yeah, that's what's great about Triton ONE.
But yeah, Arthur top 5. You don't have a picture with him. I'm waiting until Triton ONE is over.
Yeah, you get him.
Then I'll go undercover as a fan and I'll be like, hey guys, can I have a picture?
And then you go, can I have a picture with Bear too?
I think that's going to be a little tough over here in Jeju. We are down to 81 players, guys. A lot of the people we've been talking about throughout the day are still in. Did Justin Saliba finally leave us? Yes, he did in 90 seconds. Could not hang on to that one big blind. Honestly, if Alexei Borakov plays one more good hand in these remaining 10 minutes of this level before we head into a break, this man has earned himself a star in my Triton Poker Plus app. I'm not even joking. You familiar with Alexei?
I am actually. Yeah, he's a player who I think a lot of people aren't because he comes from nosebleed cash games, you know.
Does he have a nickname?
I believe it's Avora or something similar to this.
Okay.
But a lot of people wouldn't know him, especially in the tournament scene. And, you know, he dabbles in tournaments. He doesn't play every single stop.
I'm already impressed.
One more hand for a star, right?
Yeah, one more solid hand. But you've already sold me on it. He gets a star. By the way, our Neil chip leader of the remaining 80 players, Igor Yaroshevsky. Over 8 million chips at this point.
5 seconds.
Also, Mehdi, who was responsible for eliminating Ye Li earlier.
Wait, hold on.
Are we making a move?
Because that's more than just a call.
That is more than a call. Puts in the big 3-bet from the big blind with ace-8 offsuit.
How good is Archer? Can he figure it out with king, queen off?
Hijack versus big blind.
And the big blind's 3-betting small off of the 20 big blind stack. He's just going to stay away. Can't blame him.
He looked like he didn't trust it, though.
No, he didn't trust it.
I mean, Chan's been a little quiet lately. And the last time he was involved, he took down a big one pre, where he didn't even have to show. But that was, of course, with the queens.
I think that 3-bet there is really nice timing. He knows his image. It'll get respect.
And it's against Arthur, who has been opening 80% of the hands.
Yeah.
This time actually had a nice hand. And we've got a very cool top 10 at the moment. Ryan Plant has been having a very big stack as well from the UK for a long time. He is in 10th overall. And Chase Kokaleong, who we mentioned earlier, and we obviously had at our previous table, he is in 12th place right now, the man from the Philippines.
Queen 7 suited. Yeah, he does play 80% of his hands, doesn't he? +1.
On a bad day.
On a bad day. That's right. Oh, here we go. Ace Queen for Tawe Toe.
We are 8 minutes away from a break.
Archer getting 3-bet once again. Different player this time. Archer versus the table. Ding Biao shaking his head as he folds the ace-10.
Yeah, probably looks down at a finally playable hand, but with all this action and violence from the early positions, he's going to have to let go of his ace-10 real quick.
Play too much.
Did you hear that?
He's talking to Archer.
Yeah, he's like, you play too much.
How come Archer doesn't respond?
Because Archer is annoyed. He just got 3-bet twice. What does a man have to do to get some respect in this place, Randy? I think Ding Bao a little annoyed, right? Because he had ace-10, and it's like, well, you hope to just battle it out of one of these later spots. Okay, let the button open or whatever. So much action, not much you can do.
150.
160,000.
And Archer raises once again, but a real hand this time. Pocket tens. Over to Mateo. playing that. So he folds. Looks like it's likely going to get over to Alexei Bodakov.
It's tough to earn a star with 9-5 offsuit.
A little smile from Arthur. He's like, yeah, I raced 3 in a row. I know.
This time he was probably hoping that someone would put up a little fight. 10s are pretty good. We haven't found anyone yet to fill up seat 8. Since we are down to 88 players, no, actually we're down to 80 players. So we should be able to fill up seat 8. Exactly 10. Break that table. Maybe they're waiting until the break.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll figure it all out. The break upcoming.
Bill so quick, starting over 1,000 runners. Day 1A and day 1B combined. Now we are already down to our final 80.
Did we start today with like 200 something?
218 to be exact. And 167 made it into the money. We are now down to, okay, it's apparently 81. Did they revive Bernard Binder again from the dead? No, right? Like he's been out for a while.
Well, maybe Justin Saliba found another chip.
By the way, Konstantin Voronin, been a little quiet around him. Still in. Obviously doesn't have the biggest stack. At one point was it like 4 million chips. Unfortunately, he has chipped all the way down at 1.2. 1 million. He's now back to 1.7. Is below average, but hanging in there. I hope to see some Voronin action. We did already take a look earlier at our next future table, and we know it's the one with Ren Lee. They're a pretty big stack, by the way. Tony Ren Lin, 21st, 4.4 million. That's not bad. It's about what Arthur is currently working with. His action gets folded to Chen. It's not been too involved. Let's go of the ace deuce. He's afraid of raising into the Russians.
Well, this hand is going to be raising into the Russians.
He might regret it. Alexei will let go of 8 deuce on the button. Arthur lets go of his small blind, jack 5, and in the big blind we look down at 10-4. So Ding Biao will take one down.
Next hand, please.
Alexei looks very unhappy.
You know why, right?
Yeah, that was his button.
No, because you didn't put a star on him yet.
He's got 3 more minutes. No, he's going to get one anyway. Curious about his journey throughout the rest of the day. Alex Ponakovs is still in the mix as well. He's 51st, does not have a crazy big stack, but obviously a player from Latvia that we'd like to keep an eye on.
5 seconds.
Seems like there was some sort of an announcement there. Christopher Mateo looks down at ace, 8 of hearts.
Raise to 160, pass.
I think I know this dealer. It's the one who announces pass, pass, pass.
Oh, you did mention this the other day, too.
Yeah. I think it's a blonde guy with glasses.
Drum roll. Is it him? Yep, you are right. You know, now I'll never be able to forget this information going forward for the next few weeks, so thank you.
King Jack of Diamonds on the big blind for Wong. Wong has definitely been involved over these last 2 hours, Randy. You can't say that he's just been sitting there and he's not done anything.
He's a fighter.
Got a little lucky, of course, with that King Deuce big 3-bet got called against the Ace Queen of Arthur Martirosian, and he spiked top pair. It's tough for him to win this one, but with a queen, anything is possible.
He's got enough hand to check call most flop bets. I wouldn't think Mateo would go for a big size if he does see bet.
Actually goes check, check on the flop. Tiny bit surprising. The turn brings a board pairing 5.
Probably wouldn't start betting now if King Jack of Diamonds. If he had a spade in his hand, sure. Here it's pretty weak.
Seems like some of the players are giving up. They have the feeling that this is going to go on for a while, and this could be the final hand before the break. Come back, come back. 10 seconds. No. Seems like the public service announcement has been made. Everybody is taking off their mics. That's why you guys hear those scraping sounds. And that will do it, Randy. We were excited for 2 hours of Arthur Martirosyan. And it's safe to say he did not disappoint.
Yeah, he certainly delivered. Was a lot of fun to watch. And here he is, still the table chip leader, 4.675 million. Plenty of chips to work with. And I had a lot of fun watching him play.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And honestly, our new Russian, Alexei Borakov, folding those jacks. Why is he here?
I don't know, but he somehow was able to survive that moment. You know, he was up against queens, and then he kind of just made good play after good play. Healthy stack at the moment.
Fun 2 hours. I'm just scrolling down the board. We are left with 81 players. As you guys can take a look, these were the 2 tables. That's what I mentioned earlier, by the way, where, of course, we have our TV table in the top left, and then you can bring up any other table in the bottom left. And I kept an eye on what used to be the table of Okamoto and Chase, but yeah, everyone kind of got moved around, and we were left with Okamoto. But it was obviously a lot of fun to keep an eye on that. He's still in there with 1.5 million. Could be another miraculous run.
Could be 20 big blinds. You know what it is. You can never count yourself out when you got that many chips.
No. Final 81. All the players are on a break. We're going to take a little 10 to 15 minute break as well. Then we'll be back. Of course, Alex Livingston will be in the booth. And I am sure that the next final table with Tony Renly is going to be good too.
Super good. Trust me.
All right. Lots of smiles. Lots of good poker. We'll see you guys in 10 minutes. But it was understandable. We thought that we were incredibly close to the money. But even then, like 5 spots is a long time to survive. I highly doubt that it would have been done in 6 hands from that point on, and we would have been all in the following hand. So
That's my last 3 tournaments.
Nice.
Calling it off with an ace is probably the best thing you can do there.
Lots of deep runs.
Running very hot.
Martin and Biauding continue their table talk. Martin mentioning that he's got multiple deep runs.
My Texas Hold'em tournament career has been more successful than my short deck tournament career. Like I have.
That's because there's not much volume in.
Very little volume.
Yeah.
Like.
Flop comes 8-6-3 with 2 hearts. Top pair for Whooping Fang. Starting the hand with a little over 20 bigs.
With the covering stack, let's see if Ding Biao does anything aggressive here. He does have the King of Hearts and 9 of Clubs, which blocks some of the natural continues.
I think that's pretty normal, right?
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
across
it's definitely below expectation, but like on average, you cash 1 in 7 times or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it can definitely happen.
Ding Biao.
So you're just gonna play
going over all of his options. Yeah, with the King 9.
You're just gonna play the shot there and.
Grabs a bunch of chips and he announces a raise, but I'm not expecting Whooping Fang to go anywhere here with top pair.
Yeah, to be honest, I like this play from Ding Biao. He's just run into a hand that's going to continue, but King of Hearts, 9 of Clubs is a pretty nice combo to have versus button open, blocking some 9-8, blocking some 9-7, blocking some flush draws. And in versus call, you do have some turns that are very natural follow-throughs.
Ding Biao looking to improve, or looking for an exciting card to turn his hand into an even bigger bluff.
Yeah, it is.
Cheers.
Turn is the 5 of clubs. Is that one of them, Alex?
I don't know. I think something think he really would have wanted some type of heart to continue telling the story. When your opponent calls this raise, now the king of hearts in your hand is actually kind of a bad thing because it reduces the number of flush draws they have, which means they're going to have more pair-oriented hands, or of course those straight draws. It's going to be a lot of 8x, 6x, some of which might contain a straight draw. A little bit difficult here, but perhaps he can continue with a small bet and try to jam heart rivers. There's a lot of options. I wouldn't be shocked to see him check.
250.
He does go for that small bet. This is a little bigger than I would have expected. I was thinking maybe in the long lines of 180 to leave a little meteor river shove. And as Wu Ping Feng, you have to try to figure this out. How many bluffs does my opponent have? You know, top pair is a lot of hand, and usually when you call flop raise, it is with the intention of stacking off on all the non-heart runouts at least.
This bet is for almost half of his stack, though, but he's still not going anywhere, or at least doesn't look like we're going anywhere.
And at this point, if you do want to continue with the hand, just jamming also makes some sense for equity denial purposes, but he does just continue with call, leaving just 340K behind.
Ding Biao does have a gut shot, of course, looking for a 7, or a king or a 9 would put him in the lead as well, but the river is the ace of clubs.
The ace is actually not a very good card for Ding Biao because it doesn't improve any of his semi-bluffs, really. But he may just jam on the strength of that 5 and just try to target a lot of one-pair hands from his opponent.
We were pretending to have an open-ender on the flop.
Exactly. The 5 definitely could have connected with some of his check raises.
We got there on the turn. It's a difficult move to make. 1.1 million in the middle, and Wu Ping Feng has 400K behind. It goes check on the river, and Wu Ping Feng will receive the great news that his 10-8 was best all along, and he wins a real big one.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup there for Wu Ping Feng. Let's play some cards, you know?
Yeah, almost forgot what this would feel like.
Now a lot of these 10 big blind stacks just going to play normal poker. ICM no longer a concern. Wu Ping Feng, however, pocket jacks in the hijack.
Wolfgang busted in one of the outer tables, so we don't have a hand history for that one. But yeah, this man, we almost forgot about it, but he's been on a bit of a heater at this future table. Started with around 400,000 chips, and he's at 1.5 million now. He got queens, what feels like ages ago, but that was like 3 hands ago.
Right, and Biao Ding, Queen 10 of diamonds in the small blind doesn't look like a man who's going to fold Queen 10 of diamonds in the small blind.
No, he looks like a man who's going to play Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, call and small 3-bet, both options here. And he just moves in, and this is something you sometimes see with these suited Broadway hands, but this is not going to get through the pocket jacks of Wu Ping Feng.
Who is obviously asking for a count, but it is jacks. And whenever I see pocket jacks in moments like this, I always think of dog pork.
And this is actually a reasonable play from Biao Ding because you can get a lot of offsuit hands that dominate you to fold, but pocket jacks in great shape. As Wu Ping Feng is the covering stack, Biao Ding is all in at risk.
26 big blinds with Queen 10 of diamonds. Gets called, of course, by the jacks. We're off to see a very big flop turn and river. Wu Ping Feng. It's been on a bit of a heater. Oh my goodness, that is a nightmare board.
Queen for Ding Biao.
There is a queen, there is a diamond in the window as well, but obviously the queen is a lot more important. And that means that Wu Ping Feng is down to 2 jacks. All of his hard work, it's about to disappear unless we find a jack on the river, and that is not a jack.
That is very disappointing for Wu Ping Feng, who shakes his head as he pays Ding Biao 1.3 million, and he's going to be down to about 300K there. So very unfortunate for Wu Ping.
King, queen offsuit for Martin Nielsen under the gun. 8 big blinds.
I think it's just in, Kevin.
It is just in. There we go. Let's see if somebody wakes up with a hand.
Yes, indeed. Yilu Yuan. And of course, you're not maybe loving it seeing a shove in front of you, but ace-jack offsuit's a lot of hand versus an 8 big blind shove. That 8 big blind shove can have a lot of worse ace-x, some suited hands.
That's tough.
And indeed, he is all in behind.
This man has also done nothing wrong yet, by the way.
Credit to one. And look at this. Chase Kokelyong picking up the pocket kings.
I'm sorry for the bad beat.
Putting on a poker face. Nielsen already talking about the bad beat he's going to put on his opponent, but he is the one who is absolutely dominated by the man from the Philippines.
At this point, you're wondering How does King Queen even win this?
Cool.
I'm gonna need a lot of help for that one. What a monster pot developing over here. Obviously a couple of shorties going at it. Sheena smiling a little. Aware of the fact that Chase must have an absolute monster here to call off the under the gun and the under the gun +1 call.
Indeed.
And Kings is indeed a monster. Martin Nielsen with 6%. Yilu, a little more to look forward to.
28% for Yilu with the overcard.
Yeah.
Nielsen perhaps telling his massage therapist that they can be wrapping things up, but no, he looks hopeful. Requesting a straight. Seems like an eternal optimist to me.
Either trip queens or a straight. Running hearts would be good for Martin Nielsen.
Running hearts or straight cards. Yes, requesting the 10 of hearts.
Make it interesting.
Yilu now can also win with
hearts,
another
ten of
jack,
hearts.
so he has picked up some additional outs.
And now Nielsen drawing dead as Yilu Wan needs an ace or a jack.
Good game.
Otherwise, Mr. Kokleong will be even richer.
He's already quite rich. The river is the 7 of diamonds, and that means a double KO. The Kings of Chase hold up.
MG asking, is there any chance to have Jesse Lonus's table on stream? I would guess that if Lonus makes it to the end of the day, we will definitely see him at some point. We do rotate the tables. There is a little bit that we can control, and not everything is in our control in terms of which tables we can use. So keep an eye out for that. But, of course, if you want to keep an eye on Mr.
Less than 10 big blinds. But obviously, if you have 8 or 9 big blinds, there's definitely some time.
As we take our first look at this new player to the table, Naohiro Matsuda of Japan.
We have replaced half of the table. I'm upset. Where did all our guys go?
As Ding Biao, not much in the small blind here, but doesn't always stop him.
He's got a big stack. Queen 10 of diamonds. His lucky hand.
His hand is weak, his heart is big.
This time we're looking at 5-4 offsuit. We'll make the call. Can't really blame him for it. Fun hand to take a flop with.
And I was actually thinking he was in the small blind, out of the big blind. A little bit more standard here. But he's been outflopped. Kicker problems for Ding Biao.
They both flop a bottom pair. But Matsuda, of course, with the ace kicker. He's very far ahead. We'll continue betting here from the hijack.
I think you can definitely play a bit of pot control here with this stack to pot ratio. He does go for the bet, though, also very reasonable. The problem is you really don't want to face check raise here. And against a player like Ding Biao, who is very aggressive, that is a viable possibility, though. Will he go for it with his hand? I'm not sure.
190.
He does, and now what do you do as Matsuda?
That's real tough.
Your equity is quite poor against the made hands, of course, even though in this case he does have Ding dominated, and then against draws, you're often more or less flipping. So it's a bit of a tricky spot if you think your opponent has real draws and real made hands. Now, when you start to throw in some bluffs, some weak gutters, that sort of thing, you're doing a lot better. Matsuda looks like he wants to continue, and he will.
I was going to say, I know what I would do. I would fold. But
Yeah.
Matsuda shows us why he's there, and I'm here. Makes a very good call.
And we do know that Ding Biao is one of the more aggressive players on this table, certainly capable of check raising with some back doors, some weak gutters, that sort of thing. This card is going to make Matsuda feel a lot better about his hand. None of the draws completed. And with the 7 pairing, it's less likely that Ding Biao had a 7, for instance.
Ding Biao strikes me as the kind of guy that's not going to slow down, though. 655K in the middle. Matsuda with a little less than 500K behind.
It's a bit unclear because Ding Biao has showdown value still against flush draws and that sort of thing, and I like the check. But he's now way behind the queen and the 7, even further behind than he was on the flop. And if you think your opponent, if you're just trying to sort of raise here to clear out some equity on the flop and you don't think your opponent's going to float you very wide, then your hand is actually in some bad shape on this turn. Matsuda checking back, very happy to try to show this down. Now the question is, does Ding use this card to bluff despite not having a heart in his hand?
Ding Biao deep in the tank.
Biao still has a little bit of showdown value against potentially some ace high that would have called flop, against some straight draws that may have played this way, but he certainly would think his hand's not always best. And Matsuda's going to be very happy to take this one down.
Yeah, specifically, I guess, like ace-jack, ace-10, especially if those were with spades, where the backdoors were alive, but it is good enough. Ace-5 is good enough. Matsuda gets rewarded for a great call on the flop.
Well played with Naruhiro by Naruhiro Matsuda, excuse me.
I think Björn looked a What I like about Arthur is that everything about Arthur is very cool.
True that.
Ace-4 of diamonds is going to be the first hand that he will open under the gun +2. Christopher Mateo has ace-6, starting this hand with a little over 20 bigs, almost 30 to be fair. So
very cool to see Mateo still in the mix. A lot of fun watching him yesterday.
Steve O'Dwyer with king-7 offsuit in the big blind. He is starting this hand with a little over 10, but after putting in the ante and the big blind, he is playing 540 behind. Makes the call with king-7 offsuit.
Yeah, the thing is he's so short, it's very easy for him to realize his equity, and he knows Arthur is raising very wide.
Because he's Arthur.
Basically, yes.
Flop comes king-5-4. That's a pretty fun one, as Steve O'Dwyer flops top pair of a very shallow stack. Arthur Martirosian has 1 diamond on the board and flops the wheel draw.
Wow, this is a little bit of a cooler, given that O'Dwyer is so short. Archer's going to feel very compelled to want to put more chips in with his gutter ball, backdoors, ace high.
How would we feel about just announcing all in here? Is that excessive, or is that a play that you would have peace with?
Certainly fine. You could raise to induce from like ace-8, ace-9 that has like 3 outs.
135.
135.
We are going to bump it up a little bit. We make it 135 for that price. Arthur is not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's practically a min raise. I wonder if he thinks he has fold equity, or does he just take the good price in position?
One problem with calling is that, of course, a lot of turn cards won't really help him. It won't improve our hand. But does announce the all-in, and Steve O'Dwyer will make a very quick call with top pair and a very weak kicker. Arthur looking for an ace, a deuce, or running diamonds.
Yeah, he just didn't believe Steve O'Dwyer, and can't fault him given his hand. But Steve O'Dwyer in great shape. And we're back at the landing casino here in Jeju, the Shinhwa world. Alex Livingston now joining me. No longer Kevin Vanakoy, but then again, we do have 82 players remaining out of 1,046 entries. I believe we started the day with 218. I don't know if you got to catch the last frame. We got to see Arthur Martirosian just kind of doing his thing with the big stack. But our new feature table, we can go ahead and take a look at it. Ren Lin, 4.4 million chips. What you got to say about him?
I mean, Ren Lin's a great guy, somebody I've known for a few years in the poker world. We actually did a draft team together, 25K fantasy draft. Then the next year he ditched me. I said, what's going on, man? I said, yeah, Ren, we're going to run it back. We got second. We were basically draft partners. And then he's like, oh, no, I have new partners this year.
So he felt you were the reason why he didn't get first.
I don't know. I mean, I carried my own weight on it. We drafted me that year. But in any event, no, Ren's a great guy. And I really think he's what you want as a poker pro. So many of these guys, and I understand it. I understand they have their reasons for it, but they're so stoic and sort of not giving you much personality at the table. Ren is the complete opposite of that. He gives you a lot of energy, personality. He's fun. He's always in a good mood. So I was very glad to see we have Renlin here at our feature table.
Yeah, obviously very fun to watch him. He's always chatting, making little comments. Lady Gaga, as you already know. But, you know, he does have a lot of big contenders at his table because they have a lot of chips. Kishimoto to his right, 5.2 million. To his left, there's 5.4. Emilian Patavi, 4.8 million. Very well experienced. Like, this is a pretty deep stack table given how deep we are into the tournament. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I believe they're all guaranteed, what, 16.5, but of course, it's all about that top prize, 1.367 million.
And it is Igor Yarashevsky leading the way in the overall field as the front runner to win that top prize of 1.367 million.
He's got 9.6 million chips.
But 81 players remaining. Certainly a lot of big names at our feature table and away from it.
82 people. Maybe you're on delay.
Maybe so.
Don't worry about
Maybe
that.
that was a sneak peek. One more is probably going to drop.
Who's getting crushed?
Who's it going to be?
Who's in 82nd? We don't know.
I see Sheena Okamoto still in the field. She was, of course, on our first feature table.
Yes, that is right. But here we are. Let's take a look at the chip counts. Ren Lin. He's right in the middle. Seat 4, or 4th on a leaderboard, with 44 big blinds, 4.4 million in chips. Not bad, but surrounded, like I said, by a lot of players with a lot of chip stacks. James Mendoza only has 12 bigs, so he will be the short stack at this feature table.
And it looks like 7 different countries among those 7 players
Keyway table when you enjoy
being
this
represented.
moment. Don't gamble too much.
Only you gamble. Toji bluff.
I don't gamble. I try to let my friend get enough triple to make it here and a day free.
Thank you. Good.
My Japanese is
Don't wait for me, please. Then.
very handsome guy and very dangerous.
Ren Lin's going to do the chatting for us. Here we go. 10-9-7-2 clubs. What do we have here? Open and straight draw versus bottom pair.
Check.
Quick check back from Ren Lin as he
Oh,
turns
thank you,
2 pair.
Gaga. Yummy,
But
yummy.
Kishimoto turning diamonds. We could see some action here on this card.
Ren Lin said, Kaka, yummy, yummy.
My friend, that's my range. It's not your range.
Holy.
That was my range. Ay, bonita. Maybe you open under. You open under, I call.
He is open-ended, Ren, but he's got diamonds to boot.
This speech play is amazing. River card's ace.
And if you're Kishimoto here with just 8 high, very tempting to follow through, although perhaps reading something into Ren's speech play.
Now you check. That was your range and you check to me. I need a bluff this time.
Self-commentary.
Yeah, very happy to let Ren do our work for us.
That's 575.
575K.
Wow, my friend. How can you fold that hand? Wow. See the TV, so how good you are.
Yeah, you need to bluff.
Nice check fold there from Kishimoto. I think a lot of players would have been tempted to follow through, but perhaps picking up on some strength
have
in
to
the speech
bluff.
play of Ren.
Jay high, you need a bluff.
Definitely going to be a lot of words exchanged by Ren Lin and the rest of the table.
Certainly by Ren Lin. We'll see. To be determined about the rest of the table.
It's a one-way street maybe for some.
Emilian Patavi under the gun, suited ace. Plenty of chips.
200?
He's in.
Yeah, but Tavi is actually one of the players who does show up for our Super High Roller Series
My friend,
sometimes.
you sure stay and you still, huh?
Malaysia's Teo Ming Juan. Pocket eights with the goal.
9-7 suited folding in the cutoff. Not wanting to play off just 27 bigs. Ren Lin in the small blind with 7s. Call seems prudent.
Yeah, a super deep stack for all 3 of these players. A 3-bet would seem like an overplay. So there's the call as you expected. Chase, Jack Deuce of Diamonds.
To fold.
You have to call my friend.
Yeah, no choice.
No
Even
choice.
he call.
We did
That's my
see
change.
Mr. Kokolyong a little bit earlier.
Not yours.
Good to see him back.
Why don't you know?
Ooh, set of eights.
Check.
From Malaysia.
Not much for anyone else. Let's see if Patavi follows through. 4 ways, a little trickier to just bet even these driest of boards.
I got a best hand.
And the check back from Jun. Realizing, Randy, on this board that has no straight or flush draws, that it's extremely unlikely someone can improve to beat him on the turn. So just giving everyone a chance to hit something.
Yeah, very cool play, especially super deep stack. It's a bit uncommon, but he realizes he's going to get a lot of value out of the king anyways.
Yeah, I kind of like it on that board in particular, where it's so dry. Maybe you just let someone turn middle pair or an open ender and then get a bit of a deceptive raise in, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. You probably stab if
bet.
there's a flush draw, or maybe king 9 where there's gut shots, but here it's king 8-3 as loosely connected as possible. And Patavi.
He's now induced this, yes, from Patavi. And now the question becomes, do you continue to feign weakness just calling here? And I think that does make a lot of sense, even though the turn does bring some straight and flush draws.
Love this.
Kind of makes sense to just continue with call. Make sure that no king X gets away now, and perhaps somebody can even overcall with a hand that's drawing dead or thin.
Here comes the flush draw.
The only hand that does have outs, as Patavi surely facing 2 calls. Unlikely to follow through on a lot of rivers, but a tray would be a disaster for him.
Patavi's expecting someone to have a king that does not exist. The card's a 10. Suppose it connects with some 2 pairs.
Check.
2.25 in the middle. Let's see if he can avoid disaster and slow down.
He looks like he wants to go for it here, Randy.
He's trying to make excuses.
Check.
Gives up wisely. But this hand's going to bet, of course. Set of 8s. What are you worried about?
Question is sizing here. I think something rather big could be nice here.
So are we targeting like 2 pair, or can we get called by 1 pair?
I'm thinking more targeting the 2 pair hands.
1.55, that looks like
I
2
like
pair,
this.
right?
And, you know, something like King Jack could still hero call, potentially.
That's 1.550.
But I could see a lot of 2 pairs on this river checking to play check call.
Pass. Pass.
Doesn't get the river bet, but still a lot of value was had with that flop check back. Imagine he bets that flop, he wins nothing.
Yeah, that was a cool little deviation from perhaps what we normally see there for Teo Ming Jun.
Payung hai pa dun. Kaya.
There's questions in the chat about the graphics saying 82 and me saying 81. It just doesn't always get exactly synced right away, but
yeah, don't worry about that.
Nothing too concerning. We are on a 1-hour delay. Right there with you, the viewers.
Just that the Triton Poker Plus app is so good that, you know, you got your focus there, and sometimes it doesn't match what we see. No worries.
Pocket 5s for Ren Lin.
How are you, my friend? Oh, yeah. So
Who's
much
seated?
cheapest.
Is there a new table mate?
No much, no much.
I suppose there is.
There is an empty seat. It should be occupied by said voice.
My
For
friend,
now,
you
though,
joined there.
King Jack offsuit.
Very bad call.
Really bad call.
Bad call
Very, very
announced.
bad call.
Patavi, not in the mood.
He could make him draw dead if he flops to the 5s. Does not.
And if faced with small bet here, King of Hearts Jack, kind of a tricky hand.
I think he's never folding because it's a button open, which contains a lot more hands that aren't connected that he beats with King Jack high. King Jack also overcards the 9, which is nice.
Agreed. You are going to be ahead here a decent chunk of the time. Obviously, a little tricky to play the hand and in bad shape against an ace, but he agrees with you. Of course, that backdoor nut flush draw, very helpful.
Did he try to summon a 5 with that hand gesture?
And for Ren, maybe just taking your showdown value here.
Beats a little bit of hands, right?
Yeah, beats hands like the one Patavi has.
This run out's gotten quite interesting because the King Jack might have been looking to show it down, but on this river card, I think there's a lot of reasons to consider betting.
I think so too. And do we go with something big? Or do we think a small bet is enough to fold out a hand like Queen of Diamonds, Queen of Spades?
I think I go pretty big, to be honest. I feel like a lot of the semi-bluffing hands that make big hands on the river, like a Jack 10 hearts, they probably just stab the turn.
Yeah, so if we go big here, we can potentially even fold out a weak ace, right, Randy? If we go something like pot, and this does get through quickly. Nice work for Patavi.
My friend,
full pot.
Always gamble. Oh, my friend, they will chip a little to nothing. Chip a little to OBB. OBB.
Seems like Patavi's not going to engage with Renlin for the next 2 hours.
I could see Renlin being, annoying to certain players, but to me, I love his stuff. I find it entertaining, even if there's some repetition to his repertoire.
You guys good friends then, given that you guys teamed up for the...
Well, we were until he ditched me.
Oh, okay. Now it's awkward.
No, we're buddies. Sometimes in the WSOP, he orders Chinese food, and if he sees me at one of the neighboring tables, he'll get an extra portion for me.
You guys get like the Din Tai Fung or something?
He's got a guy, I guess, who...
He's got a guy in the alley.
who brings him Chinese food every day. I don't know where it comes from.
Okay.
I don't know the deal behind it. But it comes in these little, Tupperware containers, and it's usually pretty good.
I see. So he's got a personal chef.
A chef or maybe a friend who runs to a restaurant. I don't totally know the deal. Pocket eights for Chase. Makes sense just to call here. Even cutoff versus button, I think, would be a lot to try to 3-bet and get it in. King 4 in the big blind, very dominated.
Yeah, what's really cool about this...
Not in this case.
Featured table is I expect a lot of post-flop spots, just given the stacks.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I agree. And it's a lot more fun to watch this sort of 40, 50 big blind poker than it is to watch the 15, 20 big blind where it's a lot of pre-flop play.
Laszlo is the new player who arrived at this table. He brings in a massive 7 million in chips. Flops the nut flush draw.
Even more chips now at this table, and while the 8s are ahead, you'd always rather have that nut flush draw. Better playability.
Easy money.
Implied odds.
Easy money.
Oh.
So you got to watch Chase play a little bit earlier, is that right?
Yeah, and he had the big stack on the table on the bubble there. I thought he played a little bit more on the snug side than he might have with so many chips, but certainly solid. Didn't make any mistakes, just wasn't sort of pushing the envelope like some players would with such a big stack leading up to the money. Queen Jack off, discipline hits the muck, 5s. in. Again, 5's in early position. You know, when the stacks all get around that 20, 25 big blind range, not as compelling of a hand, but with a little bit more room to maneuver here, I like opening them.
Always a dream of flopping a set and winning a big pot when you're sitting on 4.7 million. James Mendoza, 10 big blind stack.
The American certainly going to be in there with the Queen 9 of clubs for a call.
One more BB. Deposited.
Pretty nice looking flop for Kishimoto.
Very nice, actually.
And with these stacks, I think you bet and just sort of shrug if you get shoved on or raised. Don't think you can get away.
He just did the betting himself.
And that's also an option. The only thing about that move is that perhaps you limit your opponent's ability to continue with some weaker holdings, but you know, denying equity to overcards never such a bad thing.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be doing that with like an overpair. 5's he was like, you got it, let's go.
Right. Very reasonable. 1.5 SPR. Ace King here for the newcomer to the table, Laszlo Barani.
I like the frame on those glasses. Pure white.
Yeah, it's a cool look, isn't it?
Looks like it's going to fold over to our big blind. Lu Yu Hong.
Let's go with the 9-6 off. Barani extends his table chip lead.
He's like, surprised, huh? It's over? One wants to put in more?
Laszlo, by the way, is 6th overall in the tournament chip counts. We're still led by Igor Yaroshevsky. Jesse Lonis, who started the day near the top of the counts, has fallen down significantly.
Who else is on the leaderboard?
We have Meidi Choui in second. We saw him win that huge pot with the kings against the jacks on the bubble. Cheng Cheng in third. Chen Ming Kong fourth. Zhou Daji in fifth. Archer Moore Trojan still lurking in 10th place. Punat Ponsri 16th.
Punat Ponsri rebuilt his stack, huh? Nice, because Punat was in a situation where he had queens versus aces and he didn't get stacked.
Okay.
Down to 10 bigs. Not bad.
And Lone is still plenty healthy, by the way, in 20th place. Just not up as high as he was on the leaderboard. Renlin under the gun. Suited. One gapper of the Broadway variety.
My
Seen
friend,
him raise worse.
I don't want to gamble with you. You are dangerous.
Ren's the kind of player where, you know, some guys will engage in his banter and kind of go back and forth with him. Others prefer just to stay in their own world.
50K Korea money?
I already had my dinner break though, right before this.
But still, yeah. For tomorrow. If I pass out, it's 50K.
You can remain the cash on the table, easier.
Kishimoto certainly in with the suited hand, although he's dominated.
It's got a very cool, relaxed vibe.
Yeah, I like the look of this guy.
Ace, ace, 9.
My friend, you join them, my friend.
Yeah, so bad, so bad.
He agrees.
You want? Ace 9? Wow.
If he had ace 9, then what did you have, Ren?
Because you said very beautiful.
No, I don't think you want. If you got an ace 9, you need a fold. You don't need a tank. So if only one ace, maybe I got better kicker. So now you won. Not guarantee you won. Yeah, make sense?
Makes sense, makes sense.
I am very
Very professional.
super professional.
From what I understand, Ren's like this even off the TV table,
Oh,
right?
Yeah, this is no
No lights on me,
no
didn't turn
TV
on.
act.
Yeah.
No, and he's just always got good energy. You know, he's not. I've never seen the guy in a bad mood.
Yeah, he gets bad beat, he's like laughing it off, right?
Yeah, he's never moping. Maybe he's just got all the money, but
I don't know. It's just a good mindset to have and a
he's-
very hard mindset to have in this game.
yeah, it's really impressive stuff and just such a good ambassador for the game, especially over here in Asia, in this growing region for poker.
Yeah, and the thing is, he can speak Mandarin too, so it's not like Chinese can avoid his conversations.
Right.
He just translate it. Kishimoto, what you gonna do? 9-7 offsuit.
He decides to raise, challenging Renlin. They have similar stacks and
Just
similar hand.
Yeah,
But you got 2 under.
Under?
says you have 2 unders. He does have 1 under, Ren.
Imagine a C-bet would come in if you're raising 9-7 offsuit, 10-3 deuce, doesn't rate to hit anyone.
I think so too. A lot of the offsuit 3x and deuce x, and he just look at that. Ren just folding before the chips are even out.
But you got pair, you got pocket 4. No good.
Chase. Didn't just
I do think psychologically sometimes when you do that as Ren, just kind of like folding before the chips are out, you can give a little more confidence to your opponent. And maybe they can start to feel like they can make some smaller stabs in a lot of spots.
So you think Renlin is
A lot of money.
strategizing as he makes some of these little antics?
I mean, definitely he is. I don't know if he were there. Like in that case, it feels like it kind of helps Kishimoto a little bit. But of course, he could use that to his advantage later. Certainly not a huge deal.
First play, serious.
I mean in poker, but I mean.
No, I said the first place
The first
in the
place?
one tournament.
Okay.
The bigger one is 1 point, maybe just 1 million.
In Texas, right?
What do you think on this pronunciation?
Texas
Teo
only
Min
400K.
Juen?
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Teo Ming Juen?
Texas
It's
never
Malaysia,
ever
I'm not
won.
really sure to be honest.
Yeah.
I know we got the Ming right though.
Teo Ming Juen. We'll go
Solid.
with that until somebody from the Philippines, or Malaysia rather, corrects me. And as Laszlo, you never love these offsuit King X hands in the big blind. Don't mind the fold.
Yep. The quick fold actually.
So not a ton of action so far to start this feature table, but the stacks are deep enough that there definitely could be some fireworks. See Cheng Chang now at the top of the leaderboard. He's been just steadily climbing all day.
Well, it seems we actually lost Shina Okamoto that you guys got to watch in the first 2 hours of play. Ended up jamming 13 big blinds with ace-3 suited. Ran into the ace-king of Red Ran Poo. Didn't get there.
Unfortunate to see
So 70th for Shina Okamoto.
Sheena bust, but there are still quite a few Japanese players in the field that can carry that flag for her.
Like Kishimoto.
Indeed. And he does just get rid of the 10-9 of clubs. Maybe a little bit tight, just given the stacks, given that he's 50 big blinds deep with the opener. From the cutoff, I think he might have played from the button. Marginal one here for Kokoliong, but he does call, and sometimes you'd prefer to have these low cards where you feel like your cards are live when they are connected.
They most certainly are live. It's the early position raise and ace,
Very boring
8-8.
here, nothing.
Looking grim.
I like here got the good running in the outside. Running.
Min bet here.
I
Should be
don't
good
mind
enough.
I I don't mind that one.
Do you ever feel, Randy, like when someone bets small on a paired board like ace 8-8 that you can just go ballistic and check raise bet and rep that 8 and they don't have that many 8s and get them to fold ace king, ace queen? Sometimes I get these devious ideas.
It's really player dependent, right?
Over 100.
You know, you can't just do it to everyone and expect the same results. But
very true. And I feel like, you know, you never get the flop fold. Probably don't get the turn fold very often, but that river shove.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, it really
it's
looks
definitely
scary.
Better to do it against a position that's unlikely to be holding the trips. So in that spot, it was early, and I would say it's unlikely to have an 8x.
Exactly, yeah.
But if it's like, I wouldn't want to do it if it was like a button opening, because they have like 8-6 suited, 8-5, things like that.
Makes a lot of sense. Ace king suited shoving for 8 big blinds.
800K?
8 BB.
8 BB.
8 BB.
Ren asks for a count, but surely
8 BB, I need a fold.
Yeah, this is
play.
ambitious. Built the blinds. You got anything? Nope. One more? Nope.
Pretty hand, but
Yeah.
not for this situation.
Wow.
Enjoy 250,000 chips in profit.
And when you are down to 8 big blinds, picking up 2.5 feels enormous.
You don't want to give away your 51, huh?
Sleep. I need a push up, push up. Next hand, push up. Every time when I fail, I sleep, push up. Help, yes. Hurt my muscle. And it made me play better.
Sounded like Renlin was talking about doing some push-ups.
Yeah, he said something about push-ups next hand.
And getting up from his seat.
Yeah.
Can we get the camera on him? All right,
There he is.
He is doing push. Oh, wow.
And
he's got good form.
Yeah, I've seen him do this at WSOP. He can do a lot of push-ups consecutive. I don't know about 100, but around there.
Wait, does he stop?
Now, he does good form, but is he going all the way up, Randy? I mean, yeah, it's pretty good.
This is more than me a long time ago.
And look at the speed with which he's getting those reps in.
Okay, let's just put the flop on him.
Certainly he's maintaining good posture here, and he is going low.
We are going to leave the flop out. Okay, ace jack 3. Oh.
We needed a push-up counter graphic there.
Over under how many he did?
Felt like mid to high 30s.
Okay. I'm exhausted now watching him. But we must continue to play this tournament. Ace jack 3 rainbow. Pre-flop raiser queen 10.
This should get it done for Kokoliong, I think. Although, you know, button versus big blind. Players can always be a little more suspicious still. The king 6, no back door. Yeah, hits the muck. And I have some bad news for our viewers. Maybe just bad news for me, as I am the biggest fan of this player. But Konstantin Voronin is no more. Started the day in second place, and unfortunately, he is out in 78th. The entertaining Russian.
I beat you. Okay. Feel good now. 精神了。
Feel good, Ren?
开搞。Oh, English bonita, yes.
And immediately rewarded with
English
ace queen.
2 BB.
2 BB announced.
2 BB.
2 BB.
I don't know if that's a legally binding raise or not. Kokoliong says no to the suited connectors. We have seen a bit of caution with those sorts of hands in the face of aggression.
Go for, go for, go for.
You really want me to give you dinner, huh?
I do see
I
Rotterdam
tried
in the
it.
chat. Randy, keeping his eye on things.
You know who's not out? Arthur. That's right.
I need a gear hitter something.
Okay, big blind
Gear
defense
one.
from James Mendoza.
King Gaga or Lady Gaga?
No Lady Gaga.
No Lady Gaga, professional.
Lady
King
Gaga.
Gaga or Lady Gaga?
Lady Gaga with the nut flush draw.
What a flop for Ren Lin.
Wow, such beautiful hand.
See. Tells no lies.
I think a very small bet or check back is pretty good.
Completely agree. I was trying to decide between the two, which I prefer. Check back can be nice because so many hands draw dead against you, but maybe the small bet looks more consistent with what you do with so much of your range.
I think the thing with the small bet, it allows the lone spade to still continue. So he still creates flush versus flush situations. He opens the door for a weaker holding to just put more
My
chips in.
friend.
But
Who
Mendoza
do you
does get
wanna?
away from the 5 quite wisely.
Lady Gaga.
Lady
huh?
Gaga.
Any card but Lady Gaga. I
You
call.
know that.
Yeah,
Very
I know already,
professional.
yeah. I fold a king.
Yes. Typo.
Do some more push-ups and you might get ace queen again, Ren.
Yeah, I'd be
How many hours you sleep a day?
going back to the floor.
Me?
Yeah.
7.
7? I need an 8 hour, but I always sleep a 6 hour.
But now, like, my sleep schedule is fucked up. Like, ever since I landed in Asia.
Wow. Mama mia.
Upgrade.
Beautiful dealer always give me beautiful hand. You make me like a gambling show. 2 BB.
A little smile of the dealer. How can you not? The words that come out of this man's
I feel like
mouth.
Ren can just get away with saying anything and people will enjoy it. Ace King. He's told no lies so far. Beautiful hand
Good for my
indeed.
friend, good for-
They can't put you in the future table, bro. All beautiful dealers every time.
I know.
You get all the beautiful cards.
And I think we
All right,
love
looks like
each
an
other.
ace-3 offsuit's coming in.
Bigger problem.
It's unfair.
My friend, you got a 2 outs.
3.
Could be trouble for Yu Hang here.
This is a pretty bad flop.
Quick min bet.
And obviously most turn
Okay,
cards
okay.
improve the kicker of the ace-3.
Yeah.
Okay, so that 3 kicker improves to a 9, but obviously that's not going to be helpful against ace-king.
Yeah, basically the higher the card there, the worse it is for Liu Yu Hang because now he starts to feel more comfortable that he's just chopping with all the ace-X. With the 9, you know, of course he still loses to ace-10 through ace-king. But it's really tricky because you don't have, neither player has too much deuce-X. So the ace is kind of close to the top of the range for Yu Hang defending. He can have some better kickers, of course.
So half a mil, 2/3 spot. Now you really have to ask the question, what kind of hand is Ren Lin barreling off with from +1 that
So
you beat?
Ren is really polarizing here. He's saying he has ace-10 plus for value.
Yeah.
That's the call.
GG.
Or some type of
I
bluff
am
that's
doing
probably
that.
queen high
I
or
need
worse.
help, dealer.
It's hard to get much help on this board development. Oh, help for Liu Yu Hang. Holy.
And that's
Seriously?
Very unlucky for Ren Lin as this pot is going to be chopped.
Doesn't matter how many chips are going in. No one's folding. Full house versus full house. I think Ren Lin knows what's up. Can't believe this is the river card.
My range, you're still bad.
Doesn't matter what size you make it. Ace-3 isn't folding.
Calling. Terrible river. 你 call 哈？啊，那真的是太上头了呀！
I like that river, man.
I know terrible river. Only this river save you. So dirty. You beautiful but not gorgeous dealer. Almost love you.
I love you now then.
Aya, mamma mia.
Liu Yu Hang, understandably smiling, seeing how lucky he got.
Perfect size, perfect flat, perfect turn. Terrible
Everything
river.
was perfect. Perfect, Tony.
See, I tell you, I always got good hand. You see, when you show the hand, only the one time bluff you catch me.
Also, I need to
Only
defense,
one
man.
time. Huh?
I need to defense.
Don't defend that hand. It's not good.
Oh, really? Oh, no more next time then.
Yeah. Deuce free, different okay.
Ah.
But the ace free,
No.
usually you only free out.
Mm.
No good.
Mm.
You hit the ace, it's no good.
是 ，Yeah.
对不对
Yeah, you're right.
我说的都是实在话，对吧？良心主播。从小无妻，没错啊，有一点点道理哈。
Right, you are always right.
So he had to tell him in English and Chinese.
Ren's just fun to watch, man. He's just.
What about him telling the dealer, "You're a beautiful dealer"?
Yeah,
not,
but you
but
know,
not
like,
gorgeous.
Well, some people can make comments like that, and it comes off a little creepy.
Dealer, you made
But
me
with
just
Ren,
like
it's
a
just
no look gamble.
somehow not.
No look gamble. Okay, I know he looks.
There's an innocence to
We
Renlin.
VIP 100%. But never lose right now.
As Patavi, somebody who perhaps doesn't care much for Ren's antics, perhaps a reasonable 3-bet bluff candidate from time to time, but he does just let it go.
Ace free, don't defend a bigger blind, a small blind.
I'm big blind then.
No future. Easy money. You see how easy him?
Someone in chat saying Asian Martin Cabral talk too much. I don't know.
Very different.
I don't really agree. Yeah, Martin is.
The words coming out of this man's mouth is very different than words coming out of Martin's mouth.
She's doing good job.
Everything Martin does is designed to annoy people,
And
to
the
benefit
goal-
himself in some way. I don't think Ren is trying to annoy anybody. I think he's just providing entertainment.
2,000 next time.
你们等一下看视频，把把有牌，今天都没怎么打。
跟我一样，
Yes.
只打10牌。
只打10。
Personally, I always prefer when there's a little more
Toji.
chat going on at the
No
table.
Toji.
If everyone was a quiet tanker with a hoodie and sunglasses, I don't think the game would be a lot of fun. Patavi, he'll be playing this one.
He's got the hoodie.
He's got the hoodie, and he's quiet, but seems like a nice enough guy. Seems like he's very much just in the zone. King 10 of spades. Interesting, interesting combo here, because I think King Jack of spades can definitely get in for a flat. He does call. Thoughts, Randy?
Yeah, I think King Jack suited is for sure calling. King 10's the one where you're not really sure how to approach it. Off of 24 big blinds seems okay against a 40 big blind open, which can contain some hands that are dominated, but also does contain hands that dominate King 10.
Yeah, it felt like everything was on the table. Everything from call to fold to small 3-bet once in a while.
Couple fours. Pre-flop raiser is Patavi, out of position.
Feels like a decent spot to check here. Modest amount of showdown value. And your opponent's often going to have either a hand like a medium pair that's way ahead of you, or something like an ace-jack that you're doing really well against. Instead, he bets this.
Sizable, huh?
Yeah, this is interesting because I don't think you're folding out pocket eights, and I don't think you necessarily want to bet that big against ace-jack or ace-queen.
Kind of seems like it. I suppose it makes things simpler, that you'd get floated a little bit less from
Yeah.
ace-jack, ace-queen.
I suppose like exactly against something like Jack 10 of clubs, it's a nice bet.
Yeah. We'll see how his game plan
Interesting
unfolds.
to see that, though, yeah, because we have seen, for the most part, people are approaching these flop c-betting spots by either using small bets or checking a lot. Haven't seen a ton of 2/3 pot, particularly in the later stages of the tournament as the stacks get a little shallower.
Currently, we are 65 of 1,046. King 10 suited now in the hands of James Mendoza. 7 big blinds. Only one play.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one's always all in. There's a lot of love for Renlin coming in the chat. Jasper says, I had the pleasure of sitting next to him in the first levels of a PLO tournament. Rosvedov, 400 big blinds to start. When I was under the gun, I would straddle and Len would restraddle. Lynn would restraddle.
James has the pleasure of perhaps getting busted by Renlin, who's got ace king in the small blind.
Call.
Just calls. Doesn't need to ISO given it's already a large raise size.
Yeah, keep your range a little wider here, actually, is a nice play.
Not hearts? 3 hearts?
Could be. It's okay. 3 hearts.
You have the ace of hearts.
I'm happy 3 hearts.
Mendoza looking for a 10, hearts, straightening cards.
One heart busy in Renlin's hand, but let's see a flop. Can you find a 10? No.
Not what James Mendoza was looking for. He's going to need 10-10 or Jack-Queen.
Broadway card, please.
This looks very bad. 10, please. 10.
Good game, Mr. Mendoza.
Yes, you know how to do.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Nothing he can do when he's short stack. Started this feature table with about 12 big blinds. Couldn't get anything going. Went with the King 10. Ran into the Renlin.
And things have gone quite well for Renlin at this feature table, barring that river where he had ace-king against ace-tray.
And you can kill Tony.
Oh, I love this.
Tina.
Yeah, class act.
He's offering him dinner. So ever
kill
since
all
he
your
did those
friends.
push-ups, things have been going very well for Renlin.
This is true. I might need to use that as a tactic in some
Yeah.
tournaments myself.
You need to do as many as he did.
Yeah.
30, I believe.
I could do 30.
But
In between each hand.
But I think Ren could do more than me, for sure. That was not him maxing out.
You only one time bluff your only one time. Yes.
King, queen for Patavi, 7-handed now.
200?
Sorry.
Ooh, pocket 10s in the big blind. It is under the gun versus big blind. 42 big blinds or so effective.
Right, I think calling is very reasonable here, given the positions.
So I guess if it was a button open, you're more likely to 3-bet.
Button open, I would almost always just 3-bet call, yeah.
Does go up the call as you expected. 10s versus king queen. Ace high texture, never lovely with 2 10s.
And we saw Patavi with the big c-bet sizing earlier on 974. What size is he going to use here if he chooses to bet, which I think he will?
Generally speaking, you see small bet sizes on these loose kind of ace high
125?
textures.
Agreed, and he agrees too. And for Kokoliong, of course, not happy to see the ace, but for such a small bet, we're going to need to see another card.
Yep. Probably pretty happy to see the very small bet. 10's still good.
See if Patavi gets creative here and decides to fire multiple streets.
Yeah, I feel like if you bet this turn and get called, you have to strongly consider one more bet. Given you're under the gun, you can have all the big aces. If you don't bet here, it's okay to just give up too. He checks, worried about the ace.
For Chase, maybe you can do something cute, like min bet. Bet a little bit more than min, or you could just check.
A little blocker bet, you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, again, you'd rather your opponent open from a later position where they have more 9x and hands like that that you can target, but, you know, diamonds did miss. I think something in the quarter pot or so region. He's going a little bigger.
300.
Well, he knows he's got the best hand, given the action, I suppose. 300K. Trying to get called by a 9 or a worse pocket pair.
Yeah, it's unlikely that King Queen's going to call this bet, of course.
I like this comment in chat by Alex0808. No need to learn GTO, just do push-ups.
Yeah.
We figured it out. It took many years. Now we have a baby suited ace out of position. Versus Batavi, Jack 5 off suit, similar stack depth.
Batavi looks like he's got devious ideas.
Looks devious to me. 350 with Jack 5 off suit.
Possible he thinks Chase is not the type of player who's going to have a lot of limp re-raises and that maybe he gets a fold right away. But ace-3 of clubs going nowhere, and this pot already up to 800,000.
Nine, 7, 5, 2 spades. Wow, he takes the lead of the pair of fives.
Yeah,
Now
advantage Batavi, and is he going to come with a bet of some sort here? You know, this is a type of flop that could actually connect pretty well with Chase's limp calling range. A lot of middling cards might be in there.
Yeah, the perceived raising range also from the big blind doesn't rate to hit this board texture, so sometimes you can check back the flop and do some bluffs. For now, though, ace-3.
You know, Chase quickly checks there. I would have considered betting his hand.
To fold out better ace highs?
Yeah, to fold out better ace highs, and you do have a gut shot. But then again, you know, double flush draw board, maybe you just have enough better candidates to choose from.
This board is getting quite connected.
And Batavi's going to be very happy to just show this down.
Show the Jack 5, sir, because you win. Like, oh, really? You made it 350 with that? I see how it is. No extra words being exchanged between these two. Friendship over, potentially. Look at the leaderboard. What do we have here, Alex?
The overall leaderboard or the Triton or the
you pick
table leaderboard? We have
whatever you want.
Barani still at the top here at this table. Liu Yuhong at the bottom. Ren Lin, of course, nice start after doing those push-ups up to 54 big blinds, but everyone's pretty deep besides our table short stack, Liu Yuhong, so there could be an opportunity for some very large pots. Although there hasn't been a ton of wild play so far at this table, not a lot of light 3-bets or anything like that.
I kind of feel like the fuel of the push-ups goes down with time, and Ren Lin's been sitting out of some hands as of late. Perhaps he needs to recharge another
sometimes
30
you just
or
get
so.
dealt the bottom half of the deck, though, right?
No, but it's based on the push-ups, man.
Yeah.
Maybe sit-ups get you medium strength hands.
I see what you're saying.
Jumping jacks, jump rope.
We do have a new chip leader, Meidi Chaui, who we saw winning that pot where he flopped top set of kings right on the bubble.
An ace-9 offsuit from Lu Yu Hong. That'll do it. Look at that little card protector. Is that like one arm? Did you see?
No. The one on top of
the
stack?
That's right. Where's the
Couldn't-
other hand?
I couldn't tell what that was. Two card protectors there as well, though. There's another one behind it.
Is that Thor's hammer? I only
I
see
don't
the
know.
handle right now, but I'm pretty sure it was a hammer.
Identifying card protectors has not been my strong suit throughout the course of this event, as
Come
I missed some
on.
of these cultural memes.
I know your strategy talk is pretty good, but what about the
This
analysis
is a
of
weak
the
point of mine. I think we might need to sub Kevin Vanderkoy in for that analysis.
Okay.
Ace Queen of Diamonds in the hijack for our table captain here, table chip leader. Patavi certainly will be interested on the button. Diamonds would be disaster.
They could make a royal flush of the king of diamonds.
Yeah.
Does it work like that? Probably not. What's he going with? Certainly V-pip in it. I think he said call.
And if I'm Jun, considering my options here, do you ever just get a little wild and come with a squeeze? No, and he folds. That's a little tight to me, Randy. I would think he'd want to at least play. And Lu Yu Hong also had options, immediately called, but I think all in was on the table there. Of course, a lot of this comes down to how you perceive that button flatting range. The wider it is, the more you want to take these aggressive actions out of the blinds, but could have been a four-way pot. Instead, it's three ways. Eights, flopping an overpair.
Yeah, this is a amazing flop for pocket eights. Action, though, on the pre-flop raiser, who is going to reach for some chips. How much we betting? Blocking three whites.
I think if Patavi had slightly better backdoors, like if you had 9-8 of diamonds here, I think you would always continue. With the Jack-10 of diamonds being a little bit further away, although providing higher overcards, how does he proceed in this three-way pot? I mean, it's very tempting versus this small bet to do something.
He's giving me the vibe that he's going to do something.
The thing is, though, Randy, on a board this dry, and he does just fold, you might not have a lot of raises on a board that dry, so...
It's just not credible?
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like something you do with a set, certainly. And then what are your other value raises there? Maybe a slow played aces. I don't think you want to value raise something like ace-7 there, three ways. And for eights, while part of you probably wants to get protection, you really don't want to run into a bigger overpair. So he does just like to call. I think the eights had options there as well.
Flush draw acquired for Laszlo.
Yeah, you got to be tempted to keep betting here as Laszlo.
Around 2 million?
To pressure those one pair hands.
Thank you.
Keep in mind, Laszlo did ask Lou how much he had behind. About 2 million was the response, because he has a lot of interest in double barreling this ace-queen suited right now. But
yeah.
Eights is still a good hand, and he checks it back. The king is an interesting one. Rates to hit the pre-flop raiser more than the big blind check call.
Yeah, I kind of like check here as Lu Yu Hong. In some of these spots in the past, I've advocated for some type of blocker bet. But here, where my opponent can have a lot of ace-king and king-queen, but also can bluff a lot of ace-10 or queen-jack, and use this as a scare card, checking seems kind of nice.
这是平跟他吗？
That was an interesting hand, Randy. There were a lot of junctures for a lot of players where things could have happened differently.
Yeah, it could have been a turn bet. Ace-queen suited. Could have been maybe a float.
Ace-6 of hearts could have played the hand in the small blind. Eights could have potentially just shoved pre.
Just depends on what operators we have.
Right, and does eights ever just check raise the flop too for protection on 7-3 deuce rainbow? Suppose it depends how wide you think your opponent's opening.
I think it's hard to get value from the top pair there because 7x isn't a big part of your opponent's raising
Yeah,
range.
it's more just for protection and sort of recognizing that the pot's already getting large and you don't have that much behind, but maybe he just had too much behind to make that play.
Well, does he want to get involved once more? Queen 10 offsuit. Nope. Too early of a position. But ace 7 suit in the hijack. It's not bad. Above average.
Chase recognizing that. Yaroshevsky, by the way, has retaken the chip lead, so it's been a sort of scrambling around at the top between Yaroshevsky, Chui, and Cheng Chang. Sergei Petrovishky, the Russian who we've seen in the 3K Genesis event, played very well in that tournament. He's in the top 10 in chips now as well.
Here comes Malaysia's Teo Ming Jun.
And Juen looks like he's been sort of, I've had the impression that he looks like he's been wanting to make a move at some point, but just hasn't really had the cards. So not totally surprised to see this nice pickup here for him.
Yeah, down the dominating hand. Smooth sailing. 6 million now.
And I like the size and, you know, the hand choice. If he were a little shallower, I wouldn't have liked as much, but this deep, I kind of like it.
Oh my God, what is this?
Ren.
What is this voodoo?
Is this going to work as well as the push-ups?
Just so much coordination on that. So right elbow, left knee, left elbow, right knee.
Staying limber.
I kind of want to see what's next on the hit routine. Someone should bring out some dumbbells for him. Want to see him do some jumping jacks with dumbbells. Before we do, ace 3 suited now for Laszlo, has been active as of late.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
When you
much.
always trick the leader, out of position, fold. I play very well now.
He's got to be like the most active poker player when a tournament is going on. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I've seen a few other guys do push-ups on breaks, like on the 15-minute breaks, but very rare to see someone do it when they're actually at the table. And for Chase, who got 3-bet the last time he opened a suited ace, under the gun, he does just take the prudent approach and fold it.
We actually don't see that too often these days. People folding baby suited aces off of bigger stacks, but nothing wrong with that, especially with aggressive players behind him.
Yeah, and in fact, we did see Chase in the first edition that he was at the feature table fold ace-7 suited under the gun as well, so a little cautious from early position as Laszlo going to defend the king-jack and could get in some trouble on a king-high flop.
Yeah, one more big blind. Play some solid poker.
Show one, huh?
Look at that. He's taking the lead, however, Batavi's got the queen of clubs, which gives him a lot of equity.
Yeah, this is like the ugliest top pair you can flop, even though the kicker's good. It just feels gross to face any amount of heat.
A check back from the king-queen.
That makes you feel a lot better, and that does not.
Unless you're Batavi.
And for Batavi, where the big blind's going to have a decent amount of 9x, perhaps you go for value now and try to get a couple streets. You can also check back, keep your range wider, maybe induce some bluffs.
I guess the big blind defended, so there's technically more offsuit hands that make a smaller flush. There's not many smaller clubs, but there's a couple.
This seems very reasonable. Ensuring the 2-pair plus just auto continues.
How do we continue a pair
But
of jacks?
king-jack red doesn't feel like the hand that wants to continue good fold.
Very nice. Just avoid the complicated river decision that's likely to come, especially when a player bets on the 4 flush on the turn.
Yeah, I think if you have 2-pair, though, you just pure continue because you can fill up still. If you have a straight, just a little too much hand to fold for 1-bet, but the 1-pair, even such a good 1-pair.
Should have just YOLO'd represent the 9 of clubs. Where's Ren? What'd you do? Oh, Ren's drinking water.
Ren is just doing everything you can do in terms of health and nutrition at the table. Surprised he's not getting a massage in between sets.
I know, like the cool down, he's getting massages.
Surprised he doesn't have like a physio guy stretching his legs.
Yeah,
at
or
the table.
like a foam roller.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those massage guns.
Do you like those?
I got one. Collects dust.
Yeah, it feels like something you buy for $290 on Amazon and never use.
Mine was more than 290.
Oh, you got the good stuff.
Got the
550.
Got everything. I know. I'm not really proud of it. Suited connectors. Chasing every single hand, or is it just me?
He's been, I don't know, he's been getting some good hands. He did fold the ace-4 suited under the gun.
He's been given choices.
Yeah.
Not much of a choice here. 9 deuce deuce, 2 clubs. Batavi also seems to be in every single hand. The 2 overs. Do recall him betting just like min earlier against Chase and just winning it.
Doing it again, 125. Just over min.
Yeah, if your opponent's just playing fit or fold, why not just c-bet everything, right? With small sizes. You're not getting punished.
Agreed. Punat Punsri, 13th place, still doing well. Take a quick look at our 15K Triton ONE high roller. It started today. It's a 2-day event. Michael Watson atop the leaderboard. Nacho Barbero, always fun to watch, in second place. 207 entries so far, but still quite a few levels open for registration. And also running a satellite into the 25K event, which is a Triton 25K, Triton high roller.
That's the opening event, if I recall correctly, which I promise you, it's going to be very big.
And it is in conjunction with WPT. It's a collaborative effort.
250K, ace king.
Yeah, note the 2.5x open. We haven't seen as much of that in recent times. We've had some tables in the 3K where we were seeing a lot of funky opening sizes. Ace jack off in the big blind, probably just a call.
Yeah, more reason to 3-bet this against a late position open. But here, probably side on the air of caution. Okay. Jack high, top pair, top kicker. What a world.
Ace of clubs as well.
Knuckles it back. Not flush draw acquired, but Ming Juan does pick up a gutter ball. Although obviously some of those outs are tainted. Probably just go for value now, right?
Yeah, I think if you're Patavi, you want to start putting money in the pot, but he does check.
Interesting. Perhaps he has too much of this board. Didn't take the bait.
Now, surely, we must seek value, as we can't expect our opponent to bet for us after he's checked back 2 times.
Yeah, we don't want to hand like ace-4, ace-3, ace-5, just check it back and miss value.
Pocket
6s,
sevens,
7s,
yeah.
10x.
All those hands. And a lot of those hands really are just going to check back, so any type of value bet here, certainly.
Yeah, they've shown you signs that they're looking to get the showdown. Gotta just do the betting yourself.
25? 825.
He goes big, it looks like. 825. This is a bit surprising, Randy, because your opponent really doesn't look like they have a very strong hand. They kind of look like they're capped at something like, I suppose, ace-10.
It looks like your opponent has ace-high.
Yeah, ace-high or some medium pair, and is this really going to get called by those hands?
Perhaps it's confusing our Malaysian friend. It's like, seriously, an overbet now? We've just been checking. It does lay it down. Emelian. Try to trick his opponent. Didn't work.
I mean, you definitely own the guy when he does call and you just rip over the one pair for the 1.5x pot overbet, but I don't know.
Seemed ambitious a little bit from getting called in that spot.
Yeah.
Unless he's really trying to out-level his opponent.
Coco Leong on the button. He's shied away from some of the marginal hands up to this point.
Yep. 9-6 suited in the muck. Could have certainly raised it. Now does Emelian want to play aggressive or just limp 10-9 suited?
425.
425.
And I think our graphics haven't caught up, but I think the big blind is 125 now, so not as big of a raise as it may have looked.
It's like a 3.5x.
Yeah. And for Ming Xuan, calling feels natural.
Yeah, I like calling with king queen. You retain a lot of the dominated kings and queen X's that might raise.
Exactly, and you don't really want to play for stacks, I don't think, with this hand, even blind versus blind. So this looks nice.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
And 3-bet fold would also be kind of crazy, right? Just 3-betting too much equity. Good flop for Patavi, 9s and deuces. Expect him to continue with a small bet here quite often.
Well, if he had air, he likely would have c-bet on 9 deuce deuce. So when you got the goods, makes sense to bet. Try to induce some floats,
325.
some bluff raises.
And he does bet 325. And for the king queen, it's at least tempting to peel with those two overcards that look pretty clean if you hit them.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy to call here.
The other nice thing is, I think if you do hit that king or queen, that Patavi is going to barrel those cards fairly often when he doesn't have anything.
Does just fold, though.
Using them as scare cards. And yeah, a little bit conservative there in position facing the small bet.
It's good timing, though. Saved himself a couple big blinds.
.60 players remain. You mentioned we had 218 to start the day. And they're dropping fairly quickly. Jack 10 of diamonds here for Barani. That is a min raise to 250.
Okay, king queen offsuit for Liu Yu Hong. Seems a bit excessive to re-raise this hand off of these stacks.
Agreed, and Barani hasn't been particularly out of line despite wielding such a large stack. Yu Hong agrees, just calls.
Top pair versus the inside straight draw coupled with the backdoor diamond draw. This is a hand that can certainly fire the flop and maybe even the turn.
Yeah, it kind of already looks like one of those multi-barrel hands, doesn't it?
Yeah. 200 into 650. There's actually merit to even check raising king queen right now on queen 8-4.
Absolutely there is. This is very opponent dependent. Does just opt to call.
Yeah, perhaps if there was a flush draw, more likely to consider check raising. Turn card now brings the 10. Pair acquired.
Yeah, maybe Barani just thinks now he has a lot of showdown value and he can play a little pot control.
There we go.
And for Yu Hong, I would be value betting this one. It looks a lot like my opponent does have some 10x, 8x, maybe just some ace high, but I don't expect to face a ton of bets.
300K.
And I think we just have to call this one. We can maybe even beat some value bets here. Maybe 10-9.
Here we go. Solid game Liu Yuhong's been playing. 3.8 million now. So you see the hammer? I was right. You know Thor? Do you know who that is? Oh my god.
I mean,
you don't know Squid Game, you don't know the Avengers, you don't know Thor.
I'm very out of the loop on a lot of these.
Do you watch?
I don't really
TV?
watch a lot of
Do you only
TV.
watch poker?
I golf. I
And
don't really
golf.
watch poker. I
Well,
watch
golf.
golf.
Is really exciting. Watching people
Yeah.
walk around and putting.
It is exciting.
What's your favorite show? Happy Gilmore?
No,
You don't even know what that is, do you?
I've watched Happy Gilmore. I didn't think the second movie was very good.
Haven't seen it yet, but
the first movie was great, of course. You know, I liked Breaking Bad. I liked Ozark. I've watched a few of these series, but
haven't seen those.
No?
Don't know what they are.
We move in different circles when it comes to our multimedia entertainment.
I'm gonna get the vibe that chat won't be happy with
Either
one of us.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, then let's just stick to the poker. Ace-8 offsuit now in the small blind. What did he plunk in? 300K? Ooh, into Kaoru Kishimoto's ace-queen suited. That's a re-raising hand, isn't it?
Certainly in these positions.
Yeah, re-raise to call it off seems pretty good.
He agrees with you.
Full 3x in position. That was a quick 3-bet. Not sure if Yu Hong's going to read into that at all.
Yu Hong's been on the conservative side. But sometimes those players just feel like they're getting picked on. He is going to get away, it looks like, by the quick removal of the hammer.
I think that's fair. 60 remaining. Don't make any reckless moves.
Gamble, gamble.
I haven't heard Renlin talk in a while. Forgot he was there for a second.
True enough. He hasn't played many hands recently. Maybe he needs to go do some more push-ups.
He's tired. He can't do any more workout. I believe he also runs a lot. Is that correct? Do you know?
Yeah,
anything?
well, it's funny. I was playing tennis with Ricky Mao today, a good friend of Ren Lin, and he said that Ren had given him a free roll on this trip, a $10,000 free roll, if Ricky could run 8 kilometers at 6 minutes per kilometer pace, which is not that difficult. I mean, it's if you don't run, it is, certainly, but you know, Ricky looks to be in decent shape. And Ricky hasn't even attempted the bet yet. I said, Ricky, I'll run with you. You know, you got to do this. That's a free 10K. So Ren, I do believe, runs, and apparently he's run a marathon in the past.
I got lost when you said kilometers.
Yeah, so
not gonna lie.
You're a mile guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't they use kilometers in Australia?
Yeah, man. So I'd never know if I'm speeding or not. It's awkward.
You're still using your California upbringing, huh?
125K C-bet. And today's King 10. Middle pair. Gut shot. Ren Lin. That makes a call.
6 minute kilometer would be just over a 9 minute mile.
Oh, I could beat that in high school.
Yeah, but for 5 miles.
Oh, well, yeah.
A little over 5 miles.
I buy out. Buy out for sure. Okay, check through. Looks like this hand's just going to play itself, as in check, check.
Just check, check, I think, yeah.
Can't get called by worse if you bet with king, queen, right?
Probably not. I mean, you could maybe bet like 100K and get called by queens or jacks or something, but I don't think so. I don't really see it when you check call flop.
Well, does eights want to bet? I don't know about that. Maybe you beat queen high, jack high.
You could still beat some queen and jack high backdoor flush draws. Are you going to get the king to fold? Maybe, certainly.
You're basically targeting the king if you bet, and he is going to bet. Let's see if this works. I'm very curious because it's half the pot.
I mean, this actually could work for sure.
Targeting this precise hand. Wow. I think it's going to work. How are you feeling about this, Alex?
I mean, I like it more if the opens from earlier position just because you have less total trash that needs to bluff like this. In this case, but he does get it through. Nice job.
All-in
Teo
call?
Ming Zhuan.
Maybe.
Maybe I need all-in.
Slap yourself on the wrist.
He loves that move. Very self-critical.
Very smooth bet check. Bet line. 2 8s.
换个人我就投了。
Yeah, I think an underbluffed line, which speaks to why Ren folded it there.
运气好，运气好。
回去看一下视频，再跟你聊天。
When you're studying poker and trying to figure out how to get better, one of the things you want to do is take advantage of population tendencies and how they differ from perhaps the way computers would play hands. And I do think that's an underbluffed spot. That bet check bet line on that board. So kudos.
Kudos indeed. Oh man, we busting out the tunes.
Kishimoto on the button. Ace-4 off. Is Barani going to defend the king-4 off, I think, versus button? Got to get in there. You could even potentially use this as a 3-bet candidate from time to time, but the offsuit version this deep, perhaps not.
Somehow dominated with the 4, not the king. Onto a flop, top pair versus the king high. Kishimoto.
One of these spots we've seen a lot of range bet small, which likely just gets it done. Of course, king high can be best here, but a bit awkward.
Casual. 200K.
Quick fold.
Okay, so what about your KM or mile time?
So, funny you ask. I'm actually training right now. I've got a prop bet with Huckseed, and you're never supposed to make prop bets with Huckseed. So I decided to make a prop bet with Huckseed.
I heard he never loses, but go on.
He never loses, and this was all my idea.
And?
But this summer we were playing together in one of the WSP events, and I said, I don't know, we got to talking about running, and we came up with this idea to do a 5-minute mile prop bet. So both Huck and I have to run a 5-minute mile prior to next year's WSOP. And if one of us doesn't, the other one doesn't, it's $5,000. And if we both do or we both don't, it's just a wash, of course. So he is 57 years old.
You have a huge advantage.
I can't lose a running bet to a 57-year-old guy, right? But everyone tells me that Huck is just free-rolling me, that he's going to hit it no matter what, and that if it's just about whether or not I get there. So I've been training, but not training hard enough. Once I get back to Canada, I'm going to try to get on a really good training program.
May I ask your age?
I'm 38.
So 20-year difference.
20-year difference, but a 5-minute mile is tough. I mean, so my best mile right now on a treadmill is 5:49. Also, we said no treadmills. So I'm going to have to do it on a track, and it's always a little bit more difficult on a track. You've got a bit of wind resistance, and usually just times are slower on tracks in general.
I like your side, to be honest.
And I'm using AI. I think AI is so cool. I'm using AI to
run for you?
To run for me. To win to make a fake video of me winning the bet. No. Using AI to build my training
I
program.
buzz all your friends. I don't want to buzz you. I want to protect you to final table.
And I can input my times, and
no lesson in
it
my
gives me
brain,
some
my friend.
ideas.
How many yellow? 5 or 6?
6.
6?
Yeah.
Okay. I try to save your tournament life.
Okay.
So, chat, what do you think? Am I going to be able to run that 5-minute mile?
Sorry?
Professional.
Ren
I show
Lin.
you one card.
See betting the 10-4 of hearts that he opened the button
And
with.
what's the other one?
Queen.
This
Lady Gaga.
will get it done.
TDB.
Huh?
Where's your next stop?
What's the next step? I think APT here.
ABT, yeah.
Yeah, I will stay here.
The end of this month.
End of this month. I think maybe 25, 26.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, you after the Triton
After
and
Triton, yeah.
just have a rest and come back.
So Renlin saying he's going to be here
And take a break.
basically the whole month, Randy. There's an APT happening here after the Triton.
Break, then play APT.
Nice.
Then WSOP.
Bahama.
Not Bahama. Bahama later. WSOP, there's a Seiko event on
Where is it?
Cyprus.
Oh, Cyprus.
It's
Gokleong all in,
I know it's
announced.
You go there?
Too far away.
Too far?
This is a
Can see
huge shove,
50
Randy.
hours
I know, but and it actually might get the ace-5 down.
This is an enormous shove. He just shoved 29 big blinds almost.
Yeah, and he downs ace-5.
28 big blinds? Wow.
You are proficient. Right.
Anything smaller and
Just for fun.
probably lose the pot.
Yeah, that was very big shove, and the ace-5 just
strong.
Shrugs.
Let's do Cyprus.
I think not too far.
Ah, too far.
59 players remain here on the island of Jeju.
WSOP and
Not yet.
American?
Not yet. This year want to try, but
Next
too
year.
busy. Too busy.
WSOP better.
Maybe next year.
You're checking your hands, guys.
What? Checking for?
For
what
every
are you
table
doing?
to play the same number of hands.
Okay, it's
So did he come in?
one of these
Oh,
soft
boss
hand
man.
for hand things.
No more time?
Bossman come in, we need a wait.
Handshake, the new player.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
So no more time?
I think they will close the clock.
Clock and then
Yeah.
15 hands like that.
I don't know.
You played too fast.
Yeah.
Too fast.
And this happens from time to time in these Triton events where one table plays
similar hands.
too many more hands than the other tables. The organizers try to even things out. Really like
I
that.
got a chance.
$1.37 million up top. 59 players remain. The inaugural Triton ONE main event. What a turnout, Randy, and I think everyone's been more than impressed with the success so far of this Triton ONE series.
Yeah, it's just so cool to see, what, 1185 in our opening event, and then it carries over to the main event, like, what, 1,000 some odd players. But let's take a peek outside for a second. You can see that play has been paused a bit. So, what a good time to scan that QR code on the top right, as you can peek and look at the remaining 55 players of 1,046. Some of these players are probably your favorites. Keep an eye on them. Who else do we have out here? Wang Yang, Hong Yun Zhao. Which table is holding up our play? This one?
I'm not sure if it was one slow table or
Take the pot.
a couple, but it does appear that cards are back in the air here on our feature table. And I'm not sure if we're on a pay jump bubble. Let's have a look at that.
Okay, hit me. We're at 55 remaining at the
We're
moment.
at 55, so we just hit a pay jump, so that shouldn't be the issue. But, you know, the tournament organizers just wanting to keep things fair.
2BB.
2BB announced. Ren is fond of raising with that announcement.
So is that binding?
I think it's not, interestingly enough, but when he puts the chips in, it is. Hijack open, Jack 8 of hearts.
Good for, good for. Professional for my friend.
It was just a button fold, all right?
Ace Queen here.
自己人，自己人，自己人。
And this feels like a hand that potentially could come in for a 3-bet. Hijack versus big blind. You are 40 big blinds deep. I'm not sure you want to 3-bet and try to play for stacks, but you can always 3-bet the side. Calling, of course, very, very fine.
Never fold.
交流一下。
交流交流一下，自己人自己人。
Top pair acquired for Ren Lin, overtaking the ace queen. Does he want to build a pot on 6, 8, 4?
I think when you do bet on boards like this, using a bigger sizing makes some sense because you have plenty of checkbacks as well. So because you're not range betting, he does bet just over half. Because you're not range betting, you can often use a slightly bigger sizing.
Well, he does go slightly bigger.
And as ace queen, it's a bit uncomfortable. He does just let it go.
没事，等一下看到。
Tricky there with ace queen. Because your opponent will potentially bet some of the cards that improve you, but again, just facing that large bet on a coordinated board lets it go.
Yeah, I guess he didn't expect all air to c-bet on 8-6-4, which rates to hit the big blind, so...
Exactly, and
stay away.
Kind of a difficult hand to call down across multiple streets, barring improvement.
I
don't see my hand yet. Nothing to say.
The ever dangerous Alex Ponikovs has been eliminated among our recently eliminated players.
250. 2 BB.
Mehdi Chaoui still leads, followed by Yufeng Pan, Igor Yaroshevsky.
Chase is going to raise 10-9 suited in the cutoff. Seen him, pass some more loosely connected hands, so this one quite nice.
Oh. And Ming Zhuan has options here in the small blind. May just come with call.
725.
Oh, look at this.
725.
This was one of his options. Uses this hand as a small 3-bet.
I'm like totally distracted by this masseuse named Ren Lin. Well, that was quick. Sorry. Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay,
Thanks, Ren. We got a 1.7 million chip 3-bet pot.
That was amazing. Ren going over and giving Laszlo a little bit of attention.
Oh my God!
Wow.
10-9 of clubs just flopped the double gutter with the flush draw.
Yeah, so Chase peeled here because he liked his price. What a flop for him.
No connection for King 10 suited. It's like, all right.
10 high and a big draw. Very compelling to just start betting something now.
Well, I would bet this for sure.
Yeah, maybe just 1/3 pot or so.
It's already 1.7 in middle. You got 3 million back. Your opponent's checked you. They look like they've got high cards that whiffed. Why not bet?
Agreed.
Yeah, you're just trying to figure out what size.
750.
This looks nice.
50,000 plus.
Fastest fold I've ever seen. Oh, can we rabbit hunt, please? Come on. Dealer. I'm a little annoyed now. Here comes Karu Kishimoto. The KQ. Ooh, 7s for Ren Lin. Not bad. Similar stack depth. It is undergun versus undergun +1.
Yeah, I was going to say I've seen Hands like sevens just fold in these positions. Not something you would have seen prior to 2008 or so.
So much respect.
But with so many players behind you, a hand that's not very durable against the squeeze, under the gun open, it's not a crazy fold.
Two eights.
On the other hand, with this stack depth in the small blind, I think you're just all in. I mean, only 10 big blinds. Perhaps you don't love it, but you're going to get that 2 big blind overlay.
You just might not get a better spot if you don't take this, given you've got 10 big blinds.
And you still have a little bit of fold equity here off this stack.
Yeah, for sure. I think this should be an all-in.
Sometimes you're just way ahead, too. Your opponent can have some suited ace-X under the 8.
Finds the correct play. And the count is going to be requested, just in case it's shallow.
And it is shallow, but is it shallow enough?
Here's the thing with king-queen offsuit. With these positions, I feel like I'm never dominating like a king-jack, queen-jack, queen-10. These hands might not go for it as much, right? Small blind versus UTG.
I agree. I think it's pairs.
Ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack.
Yeah, and then how much suited ace-X is there? Of course, there's a lot more offsuit combos than there are suited ones.
I don't think all of the suited baby aces are jamming the spot either.
Agreed.
I think that's the right fold, but it's unfortunate because it was actually up against 8s.
Yeah, I think good fold against range. Maybe we call king-queen suited.
A little bit of life for Trung of Vietnam.
Big pickup there.
Well, it's huge. To go from 10 big blinds to 14.
How many BB you owe in people?
Yeah, very gross.
250 is like a 10 BB you fold.
Yeah.
Ren poking
Oh
some
my
fun
God,
at
I better call
Kishimoto.
you. I give bigger respect. I folded Huggy 7.
Ren, you didn't lose
Maybe
any
on
chips
field.
that hand.
Yeah, Ren would have had 7s into 8s, and you know if Ren flats, still faces the squeeze and the under the gun razor folds, maybe Ren calls it off at that point with even more extra money in there.
I'm pretty sure he would call, yeah. He would get extra 2 big blinds from the open raise. That should be enough to kind of make up, you know, that extra cost.
Ace-queen.
Laszlo.
For Laszlo, who's been bleeding a little bit here. Came in as our overwhelming table chip leader.
Yeah, had about 7 million or so when he joined our table. Let's see if he can get some rebate with this ace-queen. Any customers?
Not as of yet.
No, not Jack 8 suited. Nor the 10-9. Kishimoto. Ace-5 suited. You know, solvers love this hand.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to play this one. Probably mostly call, but some 3-bet as well.
Opted for the call. Ace-high texture is going to be problematic because his opponent's got top pair. Pretty much top kicker. Ace-king 6 rainbow. And a swift 200K dropped in.
Something you actually do see some of on this board from a solver is big bet sizes in this spot where you can have all the really strong hands and your opponent can't. But small bets, of course, fine too.
Pure blank.
I mean, if I'm Barani, I like a pretty big bet here.
650.
I like this. Targeting the weaker ace-X.
650 is the price. Not too large where the ace-5 might get worried. But for this price, how could you ever fold? Cannot. One more card, please. Some chop outs for the ace-5. Not that card. Looks like an easy bet here, right? Oh, check back from
Checks
ace-queen.
back,
That's
yeah.
conservative.
That is conservative. I think you would have heard from better hands at least some of the time. Of course, your opponent could make aces and 7s, but still plenty of other worse ace-X that you can get value from.
Yeah.
But nice pot nonetheless for Laszlo.
Yeah, it just feels like only Ace-7 improved there, as King-7 probably would have folded the turn, 6-7 would have folded the turn.
Yeah, it's a bit monsters under the Betty.
Yeah.
But he did get a lot of value
I
betting
think
so
the
big
table
on the
will be
turn.
very boring without you, you know.
Little pocket pair, first position, straight into the muck. Didn't even consider it.
With the ducks, I like that.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Over to our button,
Go for it, man.
Ace-King. You know what to do with that.
Yeah, open fold.
Right.
Yeah.
The hammer says, no, let's protect these cards. Bump it up.
Pass.
Wow.
What has he got?
You got a
Wow.
bigger trouble now.
Queen 7 of clubs.
Okay. He's my friend, I call him.
Oh.
Just call.
Okay. Apparently he's calling
But
because
he
it's
got
his
bigger
friend. Oh, and the Jack 7-6 monotone. Interesting one. Middle pair.
Yeah,
versus
King of
the
Diamonds
combo.
working for the opener, Yu Hang.
Professional check.
Does go check, check.
Check.
And a bit of showdown value here for Enlin, despite the 4 diamonds. Yu Hang quickly reaches for a small bet. A nice fold there from Renlin.
He's going to show him. Free look.
King high. King high flush.
Professional reading.
I would say king high
Ren
flush.
saying king high flush. I believe before it was shown.
Only for the dinner break first. Okay. Go to dinner break first.
Hold to dinner break.
Yeah. Okay. It's up. Chop.
Okay.
Thank you. I never went.
Suppose our next break will be a dinner break,
Last time
Randy.
I went the heads up is 2015.
So blinds are small blinds, Renlin. Big blinds, Laszlo. They just fist bump, like chop up the blinds like it's a limit hold'em cash game at the casino.
Pass.
Sacramento. $1, $2. Did you ever play limit hold'em those days?
Yeah,
You
the
know
first
about the
games-
chop?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, you still see the chop in some mixed games.
5 seconds.
Yeah, the first poker I ever played at my home casino in Halifax was Limit Hold'em because No Limit didn't exist yet for the first few months I was playing there. I would play 2-4 Limit, and then the big game was the 5-10 game, and occasionally it was 10-20, and I would shot take that game.
Easy game.
I remember having an epiphany. I was like, oh, I'm just pro playing $1, $2, whatever, $1 to $3. I'm like, no chop on the blinds.
Yeah.
Dealer takes it like a whole big blind after.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, like, they rake it, right?
They rake? Well, they can't rake the chop.
No, because I was like, I don't want to chop with you because I'm a professional big blind player.
Professional.
And they raise and I call and I was like, what? I just got my money back. Really dumb.
Yeah, California rake.
For the life.
Kind of high, isn't it?
That's when I
Like me,
realized
you never feel
rake
tired.
is a thing.
Okay.
When I reach, I always feel tired. But when I pull, I just never feel tired.
Pass.
So where you come from actually? You are not from China, right?
I'm from Las Vegas. I live in Vegas.
Ah, okay.
Before I live in New York.
Pass.
Ace
If I
queen
win
here.
at 1.3 million, I feel tired.
Lu Yuhong.
I'll take a long break.
Raise 250,000.
Yuhong was trying to ask Renlin where he's from. He said Las Vegas.
Yes or no?
Pass.
He does spend a lot of time in Las Vegas. He said he lives in Vegas. I think he's back and forth a lot with Asia, though.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what Yuhong was trying to
Right.
get after. More, which province are you from in
Right.
China?
More his background.
Las Vegas. Yeah, I'm from the Rio.
Well, Yuhong rocking the Australian flag, he could just say, yeah, I'm from
He's from the
Sydney
Crown.
or Melbourne.
The Crown.
Three-way pot here. Not much for anybody. Gutter ball for Kokleong.
That rolls off the tongue nicely, huh?
It's a cool name.
I like it.
Kokleong. I've been saying it all day. I mean, it's the second time he's been on our feature.
We've got experience. Checks around. See a gut shot now for the King Jack High. Perhaps enough playability to fire a bet into multiple people who have checked.
He agrees with you, Randy, and this is a nice play here. Although just a 125K bet, if you're Kokleong with that weak gutter, this is a very tempting price. Or perhaps do you even make a play at the pot?
Sure, it's crossing his mind. He stays away. What about ace queen high?
I mean, for a min bet? Wow, and how effective was that? Barani getting both players to fold, betting the minimum.
I think he heard us talk about limit hold'em.
Yeah.
Like, what's the minimum? Very nice play. Tried to set the price himself and somehow got two folds. I don't think he was expecting that.
Maybe just trying to buy himself a cheap river like you mentioned.
Outer table action, perhaps. Obviously, scan that QR code if you want to get the exact details on hands that happen on the outside.
54 players remaining here on day 2 of the $8,000 main event.
This is actually a pot between Josh McCauley and Calvin Lee, but just give me a little preview of what's could come in the future.
Players are currently guaranteed $23,800. Our 9th place finisher at the final table will receive $101,700.
5 seconds.
All the way up to our winner of $1.367 million. 2BB announced from Renlin, a loose raise in the cutoff with the 8-4 suited.
This is loosely connected by a thread.
And, you know, I don't mind it just because both Laszlo and Chase, who are on the button in the small blind, have proven themselves to be on the more tight side pre-flop. So I think this is just a nice adjustment from Renlin, but he's not going to get through the 2 queens of Chase Kokleong. And if you're Chase, I'd really like to see a non-all-in 3-bet here. You really want to keep your opponent with that ability.
Raise 850,000.
850
to 4-bet something light. And for Batavi, 7s quickly hit the muck.
Yeah, he didn't even think about it.
Recognizing
My friend, how much you got?
his opponent on the tighter side.
Total around 4 point something.
Alone 4 point something. You gamble so much.
Surely just posturing here from Ren.
Okay. Very good listening. Yes. Ace free. Good listening.
No, it's 3. You can see on TV later.
Yeah.
Very strong hand.
Good hand or bad hand?
Very good.
Yes. Promise?
Promise.
I believe you.
I don't bluff you.
Ace king?
I never bluff rich guy.
Yeah. I tell you I'm poor.
No.
He's a rich guy. I tell you a moment ago, I'm poor now and never feel tired. That was true. When I rich, I feel tired. You know. But fly.
I'm not rich, but I feel tired. So tired.
that was not good. No good future.
No good future.
If you're not rich and you feel tired, no.
Panning again to our outer table.
Okay, let's see.
A lot of chips in the middle there.
Yes. He has a ton of chips in there. This is the King 10-4, 10-6 between Josh McCauley and Calvin Lee. 325K bet from Calvin Lee. Gets it done after multiple bets went in.
Please take your seats. Once again, main event players, please take your
Calvin,
seats.
it's on about 5.5 million now. No, actually 7 million. Excuse me. It's like Jong also on this table. Artur Martirosyan. Dude, this table is good.
Stacked.
Pass. 5 seconds.
Comes Australia's Lu Yu Hong, ace-10 offsuit. Playing a relatively solid game.
Ren Lin in the
Jack.
hijack. Interesting spot here, isn't it?
Is he a 3-bet or a call kind of guy?
3-bet fold is reasonable.
750.
Raise 750,000. Pass.
750. You like it?
I like it. I mean, you could even go a little smaller, I think. 700, not to nitpick too much.
Go for my friend.
You are not my friend anymore then.
That was good.
If you see the TV, maybe it's a good friend. You don't see it, maybe not a good friend. Go for good.
So hard to combat with ace-10 offsuit.
No
Gonna
future. I would
show
tell
the
you
ace.
no future. Yes, no.
Thank you.
I need to stay here. And my sugar mommy watching.
What table we should move to? Huh?
Table 6, table 6.
Table 6, right?
Yep.
Tournament staff informing players they will be returning to an outer table pretty shortly as we wrap up this segment in just a few minutes here.
That was a pretty good line. My sugar mom is
5
watching. I
seconds.
gotta stay on
Yeah.
the table. It has been impressive. 5.3 million now for Ren Lin.
Paul G says, poker should be fun. Ren is a great player, good for the game. Couldn't agree more, Paul. Ren is both a great player and good for the game in the sense that he promotes that fun-loving atmosphere. At the end of the day, is going to keep people coming back. Barani here. King,
Same-
queen.
Same hand.
Indeed. Just flats.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Six-five offsuit, I'd be tempted to take a flop here. 3 ways. Doesn't have a ton of chips, but usually this hand is somewhat likely to be live. And he's very live here against 2 players sharing the same cards. You can see 42% to win. That 1 and 2% just refers to the chances to outright win for those other hands, as they are going to chop the pot quite often. What a
Whoa.
flop.
Whoa.
Open-ender versus top pair and top pair. Advantage Kishimoto with the superior club in the event of a club-club run-out.
There's instances where Trung may go aggressive with the open and straight draw. Just mainly depends on how Kishimoto approaches. But Kishimoto is going to fire a C-bet,
75,000.
which will probably result in a call from Laszlo. Then it kind of makes you think that someone's got a king for sure. Maybe you just check call rather than go aggressive with 6-5 off now.
Yeah, I think it's a little ambitious to expect to get through both players here if you shove. Of course, if you do, it's just a massive takedown, but in the face of this much heat, I like calling.
5 seconds.
Strong is thinking, come on, one time. Hit me.
Four of diamonds. Just dreaming of the 4 of diamonds.
Not that card, but that card might be okay in a sense that it slows down Kishimoto and Laszlo, and maybe he gets
Yeah.
one free peek at the river.
I agree. That card could definitely freeze the action here. Kishimoto and Barani still quite deep.
It's so hard to bet again with King Queen because someone could be lurking with an 8. Here's the check. I didn't even realize he doesn't have lenses.
Yeah, just the frames.
That's cool.
And as Barani, you would certainly expect to have the best hand given this action. Maybe occasionally the big blind overcalled flop with 8x, but you'd think Kishimoto continues here with aces and ace-king quite often. So this is nice.
This is pretty nice in the sense that it's denying 6-5 offsuit from continuing, most likely.
I agree. Very difficult to call here with 6-5 offsuit. Occasionally your outs are tainted, particularly the 9 and 4 of clubs, but sometimes even the offsuit ones.
Well, he's going to go for it.
He disagrees, and
He's hoping.
I wonder if he can bluff any rivers or if he's intending to or if he's just drawing to his open ender. And a little awkward is Kishimoto, but I think versus this size, we just continue to overcall.
Yeah, this is a close your eyes and hope for the best call spot with this kicker.
Agreed.
If you're a weak kicker, sure, maybe you can get away, like a king 10, but king queen calling as we expected. 3 million chip pot now. 3 ways. And the ace is a full brick for a 6-5 offsuit.
Check, check, check feels likely here.
Check. 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 Madame? Pass.
Chop up that pot.
Queen.
Gotta be disappointing, but did try to hit his hand down to a short stack. The next feature table is this one, Igor Yurashevsky. We've been requesting him to come to our feature table. Currently second place with 11 million in chips. And he's got chips in front of him right now in this hand.
And I believe his countryman, Sergei Petreveshky,
right.
also at this table. Excuse me, not countryman. Igor is from Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you, Vince.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard in the app. Alex, anything stands out to you?
Well, Yufeng Pan has actually overtaken the others and has a significant chip lead now, 17 million in chips. So I'm going to have a quick look to see if he won one big pot. And it looks like, yes, he did. Ace-King offsuit on a Ace-King 9-6-9 board. And he got a huge bet in on the river against a player who very likely just had an ace. That was Meidi Chowi on the other end of that, who was at one point our chip leader. So gets in an overbet on Ace-King 9-6-9 with the Ace-King against the very likely ace of his opponent. And he has 17 million, Randy, vaulting to the top by a significant margin with Yaroshevsky lurking in second.
What a time to have a massive chip lead. 52 remaining. 52 locks up $23,800 at the moment. As we see Renlin.
Ducks under the gun. We've seen players fold this hand. Not Renlin.
He's not roasting them ducks.
My man, if I bust you
Do you like
I'll
duck,
pay you
Randy?
All Chinese people do.
Yeah.
You ever had the Chinese way? It's really nice.
I've had duck 3 ways. Is that the Chinese way?
You eat the skin, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the one.
My last hand on the picture table. Yes, yes, yes.
All in.
Queen Jack suited, all in. It's not bad for two
You
deuces.
remember you pass out, take a dinner, okay?
Usually the pair is the favorite, but here the Queen Jack
Good
suited
enough.
actually
Oh,
favored against the
fantastic.
two
Thank you so
twos.
much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wow, yeah. The Queen Jack suited is the favorite. Kind of reminds me of what the Super System said. Doyle Brunson, shout out. Nine, 7, 6. Not much of interest. Deuces
Nothing
remain.
much for the Queen Jack, but again, when you're up against deuces, you can always do the double board pair. Or just spike a jack.
Exactly.
Renlin down to 2 remaining deuces to retake the lead and eliminate Wen.
775.
You don't have to pay me dinner. Okay?
I love that needle.
Gets the needle in on the end as he doubles up.
575. Not much. Not much.
And Ren re-needles him. 575, not much, not much.
So no gamble, no feature, right?
Gamble too much. Undergun no open pocket deuce.
I'm hungry already. You know.
I don't follow the book.
If you don't offer the dinner, maybe I fall.
I know. I just want your call.
Okay, no problem. You can then enter, please.
I cannot
Strong
give
thing
you
is a
offer
win-win
the dinner,
situation.
No future. 本来他不 call 的，给了他5万块韩币，他就 call 了。I say no over dinner you fall. Over dinner you fall.
Yeah, I'm hungry. You know.
Sounds like dinner breaks around the corner, but keep in mind, we do have the technology to reduce the delay, so you guys don't have to wait the whole dinner break.
That's right. We start with a hour lag time, and we trim that down a little bit as we go on. So we'll let you know shortly how long the break will be for the viewers.
Okay, it looks like we're holding up once again. So let's find a hand outside. Look at this table. Who has Ding Biao with no whole cards. But an all-in puck is in front with our man in the foreground. This one opened by Chen Min Kong. 3-bet from Tian Yun Chen. And it was a bet of 1.2 million on the river. A jam from Chen. And Tianyu Chen folded. Board was ace, 7, 3, 2 clubs, and a 10.
So Chen Ming Kong up to 12 million in chips, which places him in 3rd place. As Igor Yaroshevsky, by the way, has won an enormous pot.
Like chip leader now or no?
Oh, yes. He's got 19 million. Let me get you the details on that one.
Who got punished?
It was just a 3-way all-in. Yaroshevsky's queens against 2 players with ace-king. Jun Obara and Tian Than Pham both had ace-king. Board ran out clean for Yaroshevsky, 49996, as he vaults to a enormous chip lead with just under 20 million. And we are going to be seeing him right after the break, so that's good news for our audience. We're going to see the talented, aggressive Igor Yaroshevsky, the Ukrainian, with a chip lead.
Meanwhile, we've got a flop developing here. Pre-flop razor checked over to Calvin Lee, who's stabbed. Board is ace, 10, deuce, 2 diamonds. The original razor is Ishi Tang. 175K went in on a flop. 8 of spades now on a turn. 2 flush draws. Action on Calvin. Check back. 7 of diamonds brings in the front door flush. Ishi Tang defended The big blind, and now shoots out 600,000. Is Calvin working with the Care Bears with this shirt?
I guess so.
Do you know who the Care Bears are?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Let's fold.
Lets it go, and I see just 22 seconds on the clock. I think what happened was our feature table was once again playing a little bit quicker than some of the outer tables, so perhaps they were just asked to move their chips over to the outer table right away and go on dinner break. So Yaroshevsky holding that dominant chip lead. We will see him shortly when we return from our next break. Randy, you will be taking an extended break.
Yeah, I'll be on a little bit of extended break, but this man is moving a bunch of chips.
Kevin Vanderkoy will be joining me in the booth for that segment. So just a bit of rebalancing going on, perhaps.
This guy needs more racks.
Yeah,
Too many chips.
That's a lot of chips.
Can't play all the rack, man.
We don't have a ton of those 500K chips in play yet, so a lot of players just rocking the white and the black.
That's the feature table right there. Yaroshevsky,
who took 2 scalps. And there will be somebody moving into that table, of course, given that he just eliminated 2 players.
They're going to send a man of 10 million chips over.
Perhaps that is our man with the racks.
Yaroshevsky's like, you think you got a lot of chips? Look at my stack.
Isn't that the worst feeling when you're deep in a live tournament and you get moved to a new table and the player on your left is one of the best players in the field and has the most chips in the field? Not a lot of fun.
Oh, I see Punat Punsuri still in there on the right.
Punsuri 4th in chips, by the way.
He's actually pushing out chips right now.
So it's only going to be about a 10-minute break for our audience when we do go on break.
This one was open from Li Xiaoshui. 3-bet by Punat Punsuri to 725K. Board being 10-5-4-2 clubs. 550 on the flop. Call. Turn card the 4. So 10-5-4-4. Punat 3-bet and double barreled now for 1.1 million.
So putting Xiaoshui Li to the test for a good chunk of his chips.
Punat selling the story that he's got the overpair. Is he going to commit? All in, call.
This goes all in, and Punsuri calls.
I see a picture card. I assume Punat's got the overpair. Your card's the ace. And that's it for Li Xiaoshui. Jack 10 top pair versus pocket jack, so he was just trying to hit the 10. Brutal run out. Nothing you can do with top pair jack kicker in that spot. Punat chipping up. 14 million.
Another dangerous man with a lot of chips, and he is going to move into 3rd place with that pot. We've said it before, Punat Punsuri seems like he shows up for the biggest Triton events when the most money's on the line, a lot of 7-figure scores. Can he collect another one here? He'll have to win to do so. And I suppose one more hand here at this feature table as they were pausing to let some other tables catch up.
No offer dinner to you.
Ace 10 of hearts. This is probably just
no
all
offer
in
dinner
from the
to you. I
button.
just let you know.
Trung Hyu Wen.
Offer or not? No offer, no offer. I don't look. I don't look.
I think ace 10 looked.
50-50. If no sign, I call you, okay?
It is no side.
I don't offer any dinner for you.
Wow. How much?
He said he was going to call if it was a no-sider after looking at the queen.
It looks like a bit much for queen
No
deuce.
dinner,
But it is a no-sider. I mean,
is it binding? Doesn't seem like it.
1.4.
How much?
1.4. How many BB? 9 BB. No, 1.411 BB. I let you go. I let you go. Lady Gaga, shoot it.
Suited
Okay.
Lady Gaga.
When showing the dominating hearts, and the players are going to go on dinner break. Unclear if Renlin's still buying Trung-Hyu Wen dinner.
Okay.
Well, guys, it does seem like the players are going on a dinner break, but this is how it's shaped out at our feature table. Looks like Laszlo got back all the chips he did lose. 7.65 million. Positive this frame of play. Nguyen didn't get busted. Got 11 big blinds. Welcome back to the booth. Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston. And I don't know. I think Ren Lin is just a refreshing person to watch play some poker. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he's just a great personality. It doesn't matter if it's the poker table or you run into him downtown or something. He's going to be a lot of fun no matter what. He's always in a good mood. The push-ups were a nice touch. I think he could have done a few more push-ups after seeing how well it worked at the beginning there, but...
You weren't impressed.
Well, I mean...
30 in a row in between hands is pretty...
You do a bunch of push-ups. I'm saying you do a bunch of push-ups, you win a couple pots, then you don't do any more push-ups. I mean...
Okay, I suppose. So he
Yeah.
didn't really know the GTO strategy with that.
Right.
So the players are going on dinner break. We have the power of technology to reduce that dinner break for you guys to watch down to about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll be back with Alex Livingston and Rotterdam. See you guys soon.
Keyway table when you're enjoying
Being
this
represented?
moment, don't gamble too much.
Only you gamble. With Toji bluff.
I don't gamble. I try to let my friend get enough triple to make it here and a day 3.
Thank you. Good.
My Japanese is
Do it for me, please. Then.
very handsome guy and very dangerous.
Ren Lin's going to do the chatting for us. Here we go. 10-9-7-2 clubs. What do we have here? Open and straight draw versus bottom pair.
Check.
Quick check back from Renlin as he
Oh,
turns
Lady
2-pair.
Gaga. Yummy,
But
yummy.
Kishimoto turning diamonds. We could see some action here on this card.
Renlin said, Kaka, yummy, yummy.
My friend, that's my range. It's not your range.
Holy.
That was my range. Ay, bonita. Maybe you open under. You open under, I call.
He is open-ended, Ren, but he's got diamonds to boot.
This speech play is amazing. River card's ace.
And if you're Kishimoto here with just 8 high, very tempting to follow through, although perhaps reading something into Ren's speech play.
Now you check. That was your range and you check to me. I need a bluff this time.
Self-commentary.
Yeah, very happy to let Ren do our work for us.
That's 575.
575K.
Wow, my friend.
Nice check fold there from Kishimoto. I think a lot of players would have been tempted to follow through, but perhaps picking up on some strength
have
in
to
the speech
bluff.
play of Ren.
Say hi, you need a bluff.
Definitely going to be a lot of words exchanged by Ren Lin and the rest of the table.
Certainly by Renlin. We'll see. To be determined about the rest of the table.
It's one-way street maybe for some.
Emilian Patavi under the gun, suited ace. Plenty of chips.
200?
He's in.
Raise 200.
Yeah, but Tavi is actually one of the players who does show up for our Super High Roller Series
My
sometimes.
friend, you sure stay and you still, huh?
Malaysia's Teo Ming Juen. Pocket eights with the call.
9-7 suited folding in the cutoff, not wanting to play off just 27 bigs. Renlin in the small blind with sevens. Call seems prudent.
Yeah, super deep stack for all three of these players. A 3-bet would seem like an overplay. So there's the call as you expected. Chase, Jack deuce of diamonds.
How to fold?
You have to call, my friend.
Yeah, no choice.
No
Even
choice.
a cheek call.
We did
That's
see
my change, right?
Mr. Kokolyong a little bit earlier.
Yeah, yours.
Good to see him back.
Why don't you know?
Ooh, set of eights.
Check.
From Malaysia.
Not much for anyone else. Let's see if Patavi follows through. 4 ways, a little trickier to just bet even these driest of boards.
I got a bad hand.
And the check back from Jun. Realizing, Randy, on this board that has no straight or flush draws, that it's extremely unlikely someone can improve to beat him on the turn. So just giving everyone a chance to hit something.
Yeah, very cool play, especially super deep stack. It's a bit uncommon, but he realizes he's going to get a lot of value out of the king anyways.
Yeah, I kind of like it on that board in particular, where it's so dry. Maybe you just let someone turn middle pair or an open ender and then get a bit of a deceptive raise in, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. You probably stab if
bet.
there's a flush draw, or maybe king 9 where there's gut shots, but here it's king 8-3. As loosely connected as possible. And Patavi.
He's now induced this, yes, from Patavi. And now the question becomes, do you continue to feign weakness just calling here? And I think that does make a lot of sense, even though the turn does bring some straight and flush draws.
Love this.
Kind of makes sense to just continue with call. Make sure that no king X gets away now, and perhaps somebody can even overcall with a hand that's drawing dead or thin.
Here comes the flush draw.
The only hand that does have outs, as Patavi surely facing 2 calls. Unlikely to follow through on a lot of rivers, but a tray would be a disaster for him.
Patavi's expecting someone to have a king that does not exist. The card's a 10. Suppose it connects with some 2 pairs.
Check.
2.25 in the middle. Let's see if he can avoid disaster and slow down.
He looks like he wants to go for it here, Randy.
He's trying to make excuses.
Check.
Gives up wisely. But this hand's going to bet, of course. Set of 8s. What are you worried about?
Question is sizing here. I think something rather big could be nice here.
So are we targeting like 2 pair, or can we get called by 1 pair?
I'm thinking more targeting the 2 pair hands.
1.55, that looks like
I
2
like
pair,
this.
right?
And, you know, something like King Jack could still hero call, potentially.
That's 1.550.
But I could see a lot of 2 pairs on this river checking to play check call.
Pass. Pass.
Doesn't get the river bet, but still a lot of value was had with that flop check back. Imagine he bets that flop, he wins nothing.
Yeah, that was...
In Asia.
Wow. Mama
Upgrade.
mia. Beautiful dealer always give me beautiful hand. You made me like a gambling show. 2 BB.
A little smile of the dealer. How can you not? The words that come out of this man's
I feel
mouth.
like Ren can just get away with saying anything and people will enjoy it. Ace King.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 6 of Triton ONE, where we are, of course, still covering day 2 of the main event. I am Roddy. With me is Alex Livingston, and we are getting ready for our next 2 hours of poker. We are halfway through the day. We've done 3 times 2-hour levels. We're going to do 6 more. And our upcoming 2 hours, finally, I get one of my wishes, and that is Igor Yaroshevsky with a big stack on the future table.
Yeah, you've been pining to see the Yaroshevsky this whole time, and indeed, he is the chip leader, as you can take a look at that stack right there, with the lead over Yufeng Pan, Punat Punsri in third. We also have Pu, who is a regular here in the Triton High Roller scene at the table, and Petroveshki, who we saw earlier on, I believe, day 1A of the 3K event. Played very well in that tournament. Was one of our earlier segments of covering, one of the first ones we did since we got on the island, actually.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Yaroshevsky obviously had one of the biggest stacks throughout the majority of the day, but right before the players went on a break, he had another big one. And it's one of the dream scenarios in poker. You've got queens, and not one, but 2 of them have ace-king, so a little 3-way all-in. The queens did hold up. And
so much better to get the queens all in against 2 ace-kings. Not only are they blocking each other, but there's just more money in the pot. You can triple up instead of, well, not quite triple up, but you can knock out 2 players. So great start for Yaroshevsky, who started the day with a good stack, but certainly was not this high up the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, he's 4 million clear of anybody else at this point. That's pretty sick. No, that's obviously going to be a lot of fun. Other than that, we still have Kelvin Lee in 12th as well. That is a player that I've watched not too long ago. Make a couple of deep runs as well in multiple big fields. Kelvin Lee is one to keep your eye on.
Okay, yeah. Who else do we have there on the top of the leaderboard?
I mean, we still have Arthur. He's hanging around. He lost a couple big pots, but he also bounced back immediately in typical Arthur fashion. So he is right now bang on average, 5.3 million chips. Right below him, a man that we have covered quite a bit today, and that is, of course, Chase from the Philippines.
And we see Tony Lin, of course, Ren Lin. So much fun to watch. Did you watch any of that in the earlier segment, doing his push-ups? And
I saw that part, yes. I saw him do the push-ups. I also saw him announce the 2BB race, and you're like, I'm not sure if that's legally binding. And it was actually kind of funny, because the days here have been long, so I walked back to my room, and I was laying down my bed a little bit, and I was listening to you guys, and at one point, I properly passed out. And all of a sudden, I heard you say something that had to do with me, analysis, and you said my full name. And it shocked me wide awake. I was like, what, what did I do, Alex? You gave me a little panic attack, because for a split second there, I thought I was delusional when I was on air. So I don't know what that was all about.
I woke you up by saying your name. I don't remember what I said about you, but I'm sure it was only good things.
I don't know. I can't confirm. I didn't go back because I was so out of it. But here we go. These are the 7 players that will make it to this future table. And of course, if any tables break, we'll add a few more.
Yeah, and we do have the Brazilian Alisson with the Polish last name that I'm not going to even try to pronounce.
I gave it a shot earlier, and Randy said I was spot on.
Okay, how did you say it?
Pikazovic.
Okay, well, now I can do it. Pikazovic.
Sounds good to me.
Pikazovic.
325.
He had a really big stack earlier today, but it's been a bit of an up and down day for him.
This, by the way, is Pikazovic.
I think he changed wardrobe, by the way. He was not wearing this shirt earlier.
And what does his hat say?
Triton.
Oh, it does. In a very interesting font.
A gamer font.
Yeah, I like it.
You guys know the drill. 2 levels, 2 times 1 hour. Of course, day 1A and day 1B, we had 40-minute levels. So every single time we'd cover a table for 2 hours. They'd play 3 levels. Now we just play 2. Today we were always going to play 12 levels. It doesn't really matter how many players survive or how many players get eliminated. We were always going to do 12. We are exactly halfway through. It is currently 8 p.m. over here in Jeju, South Korea. And there he is, Igor, with all the chips.
It's a cool jacket. I actually thought it was a shirt earlier when he was just on the outer tables, but it is a jacket.
Igor, one of these guys that I think looks cool and everything.
Yeah, fair enough. So 49 players remain. 6 more levels today. It's a long day for everybody, Kevin. We have 6 full levels. Typically, in a tournament, you might see 10 hours of play plus breaks. Here, you're seeing 12 hours of play plus breaks, so it's going to be over a 13-hour day for these players.
We started with over 1,000 runners, and we need to be done by tomorrow night because, of course, the following day, the regular Triton High Roller Series will kick off. So we had to get in a few extra hours today.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I haven't seen this player yet, but Martin Sedlak opening from first position.
That is a name that rings a lot of bells to me. As I believe he has made it to a few final tables in the past of an event that I used to cover together with Nanonoko.
He is from Germany, and you see Igor Yarshevsky, the Ukrainian, in the small blind. Suited connector, certainly, but not a premium one.
No.
Never really know what this guy's going to do. He does just let it go, of course.
For now, there's a good chance that a little bit later he might actually start getting involved with a little baby suited connectors like this.
And he gets an early position open. This King 5 off of Wyron Poo, not a very appealing hand, easily dominated. He does let it go.
That means that Martin Sacklet would take one down.
And Poo Wyran does have a track record of playing Tritons in the past. He's played Jeju a couple of times, also played in Monte Carlo. Biggest score in a Triton was 5th place in a 15K event here on the island of Jeju earlier this year for $309,000.
Speaking of a 15K, of course, the high roller is still running as well. You guys can keep track of that in the Triton Poker Plus app. We've had a couple of really fun people leading that field. A few times early on, I saw Anatoly Filatov leading it, who's been crushing it throughout the entire week. He's way up on that QQPK leaderboard when it comes to player of the series. Michael Watson was chip leading it for a little while. At this point, the chip leader is an American individual called Aram
Ramoganian.
That is one hell of a name. Nacho Barbero, by the way, has got a very healthy stack in the 15K high roller as well, so worth keeping an eye on. But of course, our focus is on the 8K main event at day 2. It's good to see Sergey back, by the way, because he was indeed excellent.
And we see Yarashevsky wielding the power of this big stack against the under-the-gun open of Petroveshki. King Jack off, not the kind of hand you normally want to call. Typically 3-bet or fold with a lot of folding, but he does take the aggressive line this time.
Shevsky versus Shevsky. But the Y versus the double I, which one is more powerful, Alex?
I'll take the man with all the chips and the button.
Fair enough.
In this case, anyway.
It's a big raise, 650K extra. Did he just announce the call? That's a big call. That means we're off to play.
He did.
Wow, that's a big pot immediately.
Petrushevsky not afraid. Raise calling the 9-8 of diamonds out of position.
Not something you truly love to see when you've bumped it up with King Jack offsuit, but here we are. We're off to take a flop. Flop comes Queen 6 deuce with 2 hearts. No one really connects, and that makes these kind of pots extra fun. Who wants it more?
Well, typically, you're going to, of course, see a check to the preflop aggressor. And I think a bet just takes it down, right? Like, hard to imagine Petroveshki doing much of anything with the 9 high.
One of the least appealing boards you can think of when you're making a big call with 9-8 of diamonds. There's just not a lot there. Back to a straight draw. You're going to need a lot of help for. A tiny bet could potentially take it down. And we are going to follow up the big pre-flop race. 450K, and that will most likely do it. There's nothing you can truly do here at 9-8. Unless we want to get very out of line, but second hand, final table, or future table, excuse me, not the moment.
No, I don't think so. I tend to agree.
Not quite the final table yet, of course, guys. That is happening tomorrow, but there is a good chance that we will see Igor on it. If he continues cruising along like this, he already had a 4 million chip lead over the entire field. He says make it 5. Big pot to take down from the button. Blinds and antes were in there, of course, as well. He's making it look easy. Average stack, as we mentioned before, 5.4 million. Igor right now with 21. Life's good.
Yeah, so almost has, you know, the final table average stack, which would be more like 26 million. As he picks up 10-7 of clubs in the cutoff, and with this stack, perhaps just continuing to apply pressure.
250.
It gets folded to him. And we're gonna make it 300K. Why rent for you? A man who has played a Triton event before a couple of times. Wearing a patch of the local poker room over here in this casino, the Leze.
Indeed.
That is the cash game room. been popping. Always busy over the last few days. Till the early hours in the morning.
Does make the call, suited King Jack. Note he does have the dominating clubs here.
Sergey looks down at Queen 9 offsuit in the big blind. It's very tempting to throw in that extra blind, take a flop, and play a pot. It will already be over 1.1 million chips. And with Queen 9, we will make the call. A little three-way action to continue this future table. Flop comes King 10-8 with 2 hearts.
Little something for everybody. Top pair for Wyron Poo. Tens for the opener, Igor Yaroshevsky, and a gut shot for Petroveski. So no player yields a heart on this board of 2 hearts.
Igor with middle pair. He is the one who bumped it up pre-flop.
Looks like he is cutting out c-betting chips, perhaps.
175.
Just goes for a very small bet. Trying to clear out some overcards.
Yeah, you want to tread lightly in a pot like this. Multi-way action. Not exactly the dream board for 10-7 of clubs.
When your opponent bets this small, it's at least worth considering raising as Wyron Poo, because facing a check, I think he would have bet. And you want to treat small bets as being something like a check when they are that small.
He considered it and he liked it, as the price of poker has gone up to 425K. Don't think we can do a whole lot here with our gut shot.
And this is nice because this will shut out Petroveski. If Wyron Poo had just called, may have allowed Petroveski to overcall, and then a jack could have been a real disaster for Wyron Poo. Would have made top 2 pair.
Top 2 pair, but would have been scary as well as he lets it go. So it's a heads-up battle between Igor and Wyron Poo.
And the price is very appealing as Yaroshevsky here, of course. Trying to maybe deduce why his opponent raised so small. Just 250 more.
250 for 2 million. Igor likes what he sees.
And he does come with the call here.
Let's see what the turn will bring. Igor probably knows that he needs some help here. Unless he's got some real devious plans. The 5 of clubs doesn't change a whole lot.
And his Poo definitely worth considering continuing to apply pressure and get value. Your opponent can have a lot of worse one-pair hands. Plenty of draws available.
Grabs a few more chips.
This looks nice here. 800,000, love the size.
That's a big bet. Igor is a rich man, but he would love to continue being a rich man. Calling off here is obviously a bit adventurous. But he makes the call. He's a non-believer. It's a draw-heavy board. Perhaps he feels that his opponent could have some sort of a queen-jack as well.
Yeah, queen-jack, hearts, maybe some other gutters and such. And this card may just freeze the action.
6 of hearts on the river. Hearts do get there. We, of course, know that nobody has a heart.
I think, as Wyron Poo, a little difficult to want to go for a third street of value here.
Yeah. He checks back, and he will receive the news that his king-jack is good. Stuck around, was not afraid to bump it up a little bit on the flop. Played the hand exactly the way you would have loved to see him play the hand.
Yeah, that was very nice from Wyron Poo, who closes the gap a little bit on Yaroshevsky and sends a message, perhaps. Does have position.
And he will fight back, and he's not just going to let Igor Yaroshevsky run this entire table. Igor, of course, still the chip leader, not just of this table, but of the entire field, the 48 players remaining. Kelvin Lee now all the way up to 6th. Really worth keeping your eye on that guy. He's dangerous. See that Alexei Borovkov is still in as well. Does not have too many chips to work with, but he made a really good impression earlier on Randy and I. He's currently in 35th.
Artur Martrogian still in 15th place on 6 million chips.
I already miss Artur.
You love watching him, don't you?
Yeah, no, he's good. Randy and I just had so much fun watching him way back, and he's always been one of our favorites. He's just a man who loves the game, and he loves poker. He's always involved. He's always grinding. I have a lot of appreciation for guys like that. As Martin is going to open things up from the button with Queen 9 offsuit.
Bit of an awkward spot as Petroveski here with Jack 10-0. Does call out of the small blind.
Okay. Building a little pot here. Pikazovic looks down at ace deuce of spades.
And if you think these spots really come down to the small blind, because if you think the small blind, and he does move in, if you think the small blind's flatting wide here, I really like this shove. Now, if you think the small blind's a little bit tighter and they have some stronger hands, some of those like pocket sevens, pocket eights, and some perhaps ace-x that dominates you, then perhaps you just call and take a flop with the ace-deuce suited. But I like the shove there from the Brazilian, and he does get it through.
This is, of course, not a brand new table. These guys were playing with each other before, but we were covering, or at least you and Randy were covering the previous future table. So there is a bit of history among all these players. People do get moved around a little, but at least an hour or so of experience at this point when it comes to most of them.
As you have a fan in the chat, Rotterdam is a great commentator, says Soviet Star.
It's been a lot of fun this week, Alex. Always an absolute pleasure listening to you and you sharing all your knowledge with me, with everyone that's listening. It's been a blast over here at Triton ONE. The days have been a little bit long, you know, 1 day or 2 days of 12 hours, easy peasy. But the moment you're entering day 6, it does start getting to you a little bit.
Absolutely it does, and I finally set my sleep record last night, which was still only 5 hours and 50 minutes.
That is good, and I'm kind of jealous of those numbers. Man.
Yeah.
I'd love to catch
As
up.
Petroveshki flatting the button here against Yaroshevsky, it seems that these two are looking to tangle with each other.
Yeah, also seems like perhaps he's getting a tiny bit impatient, as he's been involved now a few times, has not been able to take down a pot yet.
Certainly could be the case. Note the open came from under the gun +1 from Igor Yaroshevsky. This is not a routine flat with the 5-3 suited on the button, and as the big blind, especially if you think your opponent's flatting wide here as Julian Warhurst, you can consider squeezing, but he does opt to just call.
I love how the Australian has a German-sounding last name and the Brazilian has a Polish-sounding last name. What is happening
Very
over here?
true, and we've seen some of that in the past where, you know, players perhaps their flag is represented by the country they live in, not necessarily their country of origin.
Ace-King 9 with 2 spades. Igor flops good. Warhurst flops better. This is a problematic flop for Igor.
575.
Can't really blame Igor for loving this with how active he has been, basically opening every hand. Like, he probably feels like he's sitting on the absolute nuts here.
Igor just announced 557 and then realized he got it backwards. Said 575. But yeah, this is trouble for Igor because Warhurst's hand is extremely under-repped. Just calling pre out of the big blind. It's not a flop he's supposed to hit hard at all. And if I'm Igor, I definitely think I still have the best hand.
And if he comes along for the ride here, you're probably putting on some sort of a draw, perhaps a pair on a draw. But
yeah, or some weaker ace-x, right?
Yeah.
The jack kicker tends to be basically the nuts. The king could actually freeze the action as potentially the big blind could be calling with some king x hands.
at this point, there's no way for Igor to win this hand. Even if he hits his jack, it's no good.
Yeah, the best he can do is push with a king or an ace on the river.
Or a queen.
Or a queen, indeed.
Yeah. Julian once more continues to check. Yeah, it's incredibly difficult, even for a man as capable of as Igor Yaroshevsky, to put Julian Warhurst on ace-queen here. From the big blind, just coming along for the ride, so far not showing any real interest in this spot other than just calling a little.
Yeah, this is one benefit of not squeezing pre. I think I would have been tempted to squeeze pre if I thought that my man Petroveshki was flatting pretty wide on the button with just some extra money in there, but not squeezing does allow him to be under-repped on these sorts of boards. No point raising now, just call.
Sergey's had a couple of pretty hands, not necessarily big hands, but pretty hands that obviously would have liked to take a flop, but he has whiffed incredibly hard. First with the 9-8 of diamonds, now with the 5-3 of diamonds. As Julian Warhurst will continue under-wrapping his hand. It just makes the call. Igor probably feels really good about any brick on the river. Let's see what the river will bring. The river is a king.
And this is a very fortunate card for Igor Yaroshevsky. We saw something similar earlier when Ren Lin had aces and deuces with a king kicker, and his opponent caught an ace on the end to chop the pot. And you can see Warhurst is going to be a little bit disappointed to chop this one.
You can see Igor smiling a little. It's probably not quite what he expected.
Right.
Tricky, tricky.
Very happy about that river.
And notice that Igor did check back the river at that point, thinking his opponent could have the case king and just won't call with any worse hands. With the draws not being able to call and really 9x not being around much as well.
Are you familiar with the hardware tool called a Steam Deck? Is that something that
Don't believe I am.
All right, it's something that a lot of people use to make streaming from home a little bit easier.
Okay.
And one of the things you can do is put sound bits on it. So you can record something and then you can just put it on a button, and then every single time you want to play that on your stream, you can press that button.
Gotcha.
And then that voice line or a sound bit would play. I really love the way that Igor just said, tricky, tricky.
Tricky, tricky, yeah.
I would love to record that and put it on one of my buttons in case I ever start streaming some poker again.
I mean, Igor definitely has the energy of somebody who could be a movie star, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's cool. Very surprised to see that ace-queen there. Probably thought that that river may have done him a little bit dirty, right? If it was indeed one of those weaker ace-x
For
holdings.
sure, a possibility, yeah. And let's keep our eyes on Sergei Petroveshky after seeing him flat that 5-3 of diamonds on the button, which is a little unconventional. See if he starts to force the action a little bit. If in particular he wants to play pots with Igor. If he's maybe getting a little bit impatient.
He's probably just sizing up that massive stack of Igor and feels that Igor can miss a few chips. But so far, no luck for Sergei. Jack 10 whiffed, 8-9 whiffed, 5-3 whiffed, and he didn't even get close. It's not even that he connected in a small way. He missed as hard as he could. You've got Jack 8 offsuit opening things up from the button. Jack 10 suited comes along for the right, and the flop is 10-10-4. Are you ready for some more? Tricky, tricky, because I am, Alex.
As we see Alisson nearly drawing dead. He could hit running straight cards.
Maybe we can chop this one up as well. Some Jack 10 run out. That would not be good for us. Jack, Jack, Jack. I don't know. Stretching.
Jack, Jack would work.
Yeah, Jack, Jack would work. I guess that's the only thing that would truly work. Poor Allison. And obviously, this spot already means a lot to him. A little over $1 million in the middle. He's got 3 million behind at this point.
Daji does end up just calling.
Very often, a little c-bet will take it down when the big blind is defending and the board is 10-10-4. But if your opponent is flopping trip tens, life becomes a little more difficult. Will Allison. Pikazovic, a slow down. Will he try once more to take this one down?
Pikazovic. If you are Pikazovic, near bottom of range here with the Jack 8.
Oh, no.
I can understand this barrel targeting ace and king high. Daji just saying, how can I get more money?
Yeah. Oh, the confused look. 5 big blinds when you flop trip tens, defending the big blind. A side call. Ugh. I really just want to get to showdown with my 4 over here, Alex.
Yeah, your ace 5 or your weak 4x.
Yeah. Makes the call. We're off to see a river. This is bad news for Allison. Now the good news is that he does not improve or connect at all. The river is a 6. 2.1 million behind, 2.8 in the middle. With Jack high, it is unlikely we're ever good, but I think he has at this point put it together. And that there's a good chance his opponent has something very strong.
Knuckle back. And as much as he ran into the trip tens, I don't mind that turn bet. Targeting again ace and king high. It's a bit adventurous, but you do need to have bluffs in every node, and you are close to the bottom of your range. Perhaps you'd rather have some sort of equity in the form of a straight draw.
And that pot was very valuable to his stack, so it made sense that we gave it one last shot. Also, good job slowing down, not very stubborn, triple battering, and
indeed
moving all in on the river.
Once called, twice alarm bells went off in his head.
Yeah, especially because he did size up a bit on the turn. That is where it's supposed to be very difficult for your opponent to stick along for the ride. Julian Warhust once more looks down at ace queen offsuit. Was done dirty last time around with his hand by the board. He's got the hand of Allison. Jack 8 offsuit.
Sits this one out. Yaroshevsky in the big blind. 10 deuce off. Will he pay tribute to Doyle or just let this one go? Does just let it go. Warhurst picks it up with ace queen.
Does not show. Could have showed for the memes.
Yeah.
To get another good reaction out of Igor. This table's got a lot of potential as well, Alex. Even if we're only 15 or 20 minutes in, I'm already starting to enjoy some of these little rivalries that are clearly brewing over here.
It definitely does, and Wyran Poo hasn't had much in the way of cards, but certainly an aggressive, capable player with a Triton track record, so he could get in the mix as well. There's Daji on the button with a weak holding. Expect him just to fold this.
That was incredibly impressive, by the way, that Punat Punzri, who was on the wrong end of a setup many hours ago here on this future table with queens versus aces. As Igor Yaroshevsky, by the way, wakes up with kings in the small blind.
Yeah, Punzri up to third in chips.
Yeah, we have nothing here. I don't think it's truly worth, unless we're going to get very creative with 8 deuce. I just want to keep an eye on it. It's a pretty big raise from the small blind.
Yeah, over 3x raise. You do want to keep Igor honest, but I don't know if you do with this hand.
Wow,
Who
okay.
says, all right, let's see a flop.
We'll save that story about Punat Punzri later, as this is obviously a pretty big pot immediately over 1 million chips in the middle. And Igor sitting on an absolute monster. Flop comes queen 5-3 with 2 hearts. Honestly, it's good news for Wyron Pugh that he does not connect at all.
Yeah. In the face of what's likely a small bet from Igor, he will just get away, I have to imagine. Sometimes when you make a really loose call pre-flop, you
Yeah.
kind of compound your error by trying too hard to win the pot post-flop. But here, 1 over to the 5, no backdoor flush draw, nowhere to go.
Let's it go. I was hoping to see a few spades or make a random pair, but Igor does take the one down. But yeah, to go back to Punzri, lost most of his chips with queens versus aces. Could have lost a little bit more, but did a great job by saving himself on the river. But that was still 80% plus of his stack gone. And at that point, he was way below average, and he's now all the way back up to 3rd place with 13.6 million chips. Really impressive. That is a fantastic recovery.
Indeed it is, and we do see some of these big names, some of these Triton high roller regulars working their way up to the top of the board, with Yaroshevsky leading the way. Igor Yaroshevsky has $7.3 million in Triton earnings, along with 2 titles.
That is a very impressive track record. Artur Martirosyan is also back in the top 10 with 8.2 million chips. So he's been climbing up. We are a little over halfway through day 2 of the main event. Of course, it is day 3 because we had day 1A and day 1B.
Yaroshevsky with an open of just over the min raise here.
Igor has been involved so far in every hand but one.
Yeah, he's been involved in a lot of the hands for sure. And Chen Kai Pan, I think you have to see a flop here out of the big blind versus button open.
Did they just move Pan to this table?
I believe they did. Either that or he's been extremely quiet and evaded us.
I do remember looking at a name called Pan, but I don't know. Either way, welcome. And we are going to play a hand with King 9 offsuit. Flop comes Queen 5-4, 2 hearts. No one really has anything.
Igor's got initiative and position. Might be enough to take this pot down.
Be very fun for us, Alex, if Martin Michael Sedlak is able to win a couple pots. Because he will fight back in a
Is that right? Yeah, I have not seen much of Mr. Sedlak so far.
He's kind of handcuffed, right? He doesn't have too many chips.
But you've encountered him in previous iterations?
I think he's a very, very good player. As good as they come.
He's got that look of a well-studied player as Pan. Cutting out some chips here.
He's got the look of a man who enjoys 3-betting with King-6 suited.
This is a bit unorthodox. Pan calling King-9 off, no heart in hand. Yes, the bet was small. Yes, King-High can be best, and it is. But certainly unorthodox off his stack against the chip leader, Yaroshevsky. And will Yaroshevsky slow down now that the board is paired? He can bet and challenge some of those weaker straight draws and ace-high holdings to fold right away. Or he can say, you know, I think that when my opponent calls this board, he has something. But no, he's reaching just the 10 high. And this is part of the problem with check calling King-9 off on the flop, is that against somebody as good and aggressive as Yaroshevsky, you're not going to be able to navigate your way to showdown as easily.
They don't give up that quickly. Now, if we thought King-High was good on the flop, it might still be good on the turn. But again, we have 2.3 million behind. And yes, the bet might not be that large, a little over 2 big blinds. It is incredibly tough to make this call.
Completely agree, but he's
Is he
reaching for chips. And this could be one of those just very impressive calls we see. I recall the call with the Queen-Jack double float against Kristen Foxen at the final table of the 10K Mystery Bounty. Very similar. A call I didn't expect to see on the turn, and as the Jack bricks off, Yaroshevsky could slow down here after seeing his opponent call flop and turn.
Yeah.
Might put him on a lot of Queen X, 5X, and just expect those hands not to fold, particularly Queen X. Let's see if he fires a third bullet.
It's be a sick hand. Pan can put it on his highlight reel. If this does go check on the river.
And in terms of a theoretical principle to this play from Pan, perhaps he's thinking that he unblocks all the flush and straight draws.
Hold that thought.
Instantly, Igor Yaroshevsky puts out 4.5 million, which of course more than covers Chen Kai Pan. If Pan can make the call here, I'm going to say it's the call of the series so far, not just the call of the tournament.
I will lose my mind if he can make this call.
I mean, if you're calling flop and turn, Kevin, you have to be at least expecting a fair amount of bluffs, and the Jack of Spades really changes not much. Igor's not likely to value shove this card with just a Jack.
This is incredibly tough to make. After 7 hours of poker on
and
day
he
2
lets
of
it
the
go.
main. Lets it go indeed. Igor Yaroshevsky steals this one away with 10 high, but almost. Chen Kai Peng. That would have been amazing.
Again, as Chen Kai Pan, I think just going back to the flop call, Kevin, it feels very dicey. As you can see, somebody like Yaroshevsky, who's going to continue to apply pressure across multiple streets, showing you why it's going to be difficult to realize that equity.
Can blame Pan, but would have been so cool if he made that call.
Yeah, no, hard to blame him for folding the river, but calling flop and turn, perhaps a little dicey.
In his defense, a lot of people would check back there on the river. They would start giving up, putting perhaps the player in the big blind on an absolute monster.
Igor Yaroshevsky showing why he has such a good track record at these tournaments as he tops the counts, not just on this table, but for the tournament overall.
A different Pan is in second place with 19 million chips, and then Punat Punsri in third with a little over 13 million. Kelvin Lee is in 8th, Artur Martirosyan in 11th. And a player that we haven't seen a lot of yet, but I've seen him on top of the leaderboard for the majority of the day, is Joshua Gebissa from Germany. He's currently working with 7.7 million chips, closely followed by one of my new favorites, Alexei Borovkov, who has gone all the way up to 14th. When we had him on the future table earlier, he was only working with 3 million or so, now over 7. Keep your eyes on Borovkov. And let me tell you, Alex, there is no man in this building who has a cooler check than Borovkov.
A cooler check? Oh, the way, you know, I heard you guys talking about that on the stream, but I think I missed the actual movement. So I'll have to keep an eye on that in the future.
I hope we bring him back because you will love it. It's a whole workout, that check.
I'll have to take a look, yeah. Maybe I'll go rewatch the segment.
Oh, you'll like it. You have a good time.
As action folds over to Igor Yaroshevsky, who comes in for the open with ace-8 offsuit.
Wide and Pew. Let's go. 5 deuce.
Quick fold from Petroveski.
Igor with the casual 97% VPIP at this point. I'm counting down the hands until Igor finds something he really does not want to open. I feel like at this point it needs to be an under the gun open, an under the gun plus 1 3-bet, and perhaps an all-in over the top before Igor does not get involved. This is why we mentioned it a couple of times throughout the day. It'd be super fun to see Igor at one of these TV tables, because yes, we did have him a little bit earlier this week, but he was always working with a relatively small stack, and then of course you can't truly play your A game. It is really fun to watch Igor do his thing right now as the chip leader of the remaining 40-something players in this field. As Julian Warhurst, speaking of under the gun opens, wakes up with aces.
Yaroshevsky considering something perhaps. I mean, he has a somewhat reasonable 3-bet candidate, but 8-handed under the gun open, I think you just let this one go, yeah.
And you're also going to get a little less credit when you've been raising every single hand in the last 20 minutes.
You are, and like, you need to have your standards be a little bit higher versus that under the gun open. But for Alisson, certainly calling this hand out of the big blind.
9-6 of diamonds versus aces. Allison is going to need a lot of help here. Flop comes 4 deuce deuce with 2 spades.
That is not a lot of help.
Every single time I've seen suited diamonds, they have whiffed so incredibly hard. We haven't seen a
Keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, it's like the last 5 times that anybody called with suited diamonds, we haven't seen a diamond on the flop. We know that Julian Waterhurst likes to underrepresent his hand a little. At least earlier from the big blind, he is going to try to build this spot immediately, but not much to look forward to. Allison a little disappointed by that flop. Little does he know. Could have been a lot worse.
Sure could have, yeah.
We flopped top pair there on that stack. It's going to go all in. Does mean that he's real short right now, Alex. 1.6 million remaining. He has to pay the small blind this round.
Yeah, that double barrel with the Jack-8 offsuit running into top of range.
Upon completion of this level, we will have a 45-minute break and chip raise up to 500 value chips.
Tough run of cards and an even tougher table.
On each table to sell and buy all of the 500s before leaving.
As Igor is making perhaps a video for the social medias. Or perhaps he was posting that he just let go of a hand. I could have bet the king-6.
As he lets go of king-6 again, this time of the offsuit variety. We do see Pan folding the queen-9 suited from the cutoff a little bit tight. Petroveski on the button with 10-9 offsuit. Looking interested, eyeing the stack of Alisson Pijowski. Is it Pijowski? I've already forgotten.
Pikazovic.
Pikazovic. Okay, that was way off.
Look at this. A walk for Julian. I feel that quite often Sergey will open that hand, of course, from the button, but because the small blind is so short, he was perhaps a tiny bit worried that Allison would come over the top, and then he'd be committed. I guess he just didn't want to get involved.
Yeah,
and just likes calling a lot more than opening.
Pan's queen-9 suited, of course, also a tempting hand in the cutoff, but just 13 big blinds, a slightly awkward stack size. Yaroshevsky looking at something on his phone, perhaps. 10-8 of hearts. Is Yaroshevsky going to open this one up, just given his stack size, or is he going to?
300.
And of course, he's in.
I mean, his hands are itching. He had to sit out the last 2 rounds. He's incredibly sad. See if anyone wakes up with anything. Julian Warhurst in the small blind, king for offsuit.
Not much for anybody. Yaroshevsky should just take this down, of course.
Najee might be getting a little tired. Oh, Yaroshevsky getting richer, but what can we do with 6-3-0?
Not a lot.
And that's why Igor is back, and he chips up once more.
The Japanese player Daiki Shinge is into the mix in 3rd place. As we take a look at the overall standings, it looks as though he won a huge pot with ace-queen of diamonds. He 3-bet out of the small blind. The opener was Alexei Borakov, who 4-bet. Daiki Shinge called. Flop was 8-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. His ace-queen of diamonds got all in against Shinge's kings. They were effectively flipping. And diamond on the turn for an absolutely massive pot to eliminate Alexei Borakov.
That is sad, because I was excited to watch a little more of Alexei. Kings versus ace-queen on the board with 2 diamonds. Yeah. What are you going to do, Alex?
Not much you can do there. The hands played themselves, and the ace-queen of diamonds was victorious to vault the Japanese player into third.
Of course, great news for Daiki. Very sad for Alexei. But it is what it is. Still great run, and I'm happy that we got to see a little of Alexei Borakov earlier. As we take a look at a hand that has Artur Martirosyan involved. That is Artur. Who is Artur battling it out with? Is that Tang Yixi?
Tang Yixi. Yixi.
Or Yishi.
Yishi.
Yeah.
Yeah, the XI has to be she, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tang Yishi. Checking on 10-7-7-4 after check calling flop.
Has 2.8 million chips behind, and that is what our graphics are telling us. Artur working with a little more. He goes check, check on the turn. The river is an ace of hearts. I am curious why we are suddenly watching this hand. It's got to be something really spectacular. Don't tell me it's like quads versus full house, no?
This is like in golf when they cut to the player who's really far away from the lead, hitting a tee shot on a par 3. It's almost always a hole-in-one.
I will pretend I know what any of those things mean. I know the hole in one.
I think you could figure it out, Kevin.
Yeah, the hole
You're
in
a smart
one.
guy. You know, a guy's 12 strokes back, and they're showing him teeing off on the par 3, or they're showing him hit a 30-yard pitch shot. It's probably going in.
I've watched incredibly little golf in my life, man. Seen Tiger Woods hit a few good shots, and that's about it.
Did you watch the Masters in 2019 when Tiger Woods won his 15th major?
No,
Wow.
I've read about it, but
If
no.
you didn't watch that, then you haven't watched anything.
No, I have not watched anything. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah. Fair enough. I grew up watching Tiger Woods when I was a kid. He was certainly my hero in sports, still is.
So even when you were a young kid, you already had a lot of appreciation for golf?
Yeah, I mean, the Tiger effect was real.
That's cool. Now that's quite rare in the Netherlands, let me tell you. Obviously, there's a lot of people who like golf, and when they grow up, they grow very fond of golf. But I can guarantee you that in my teenage years, I've never really had anybody talk to me about Tiger Woods a whole lot.
Fair enough. Not as popular in the Netherlands, of course. Football, your #1 sport over there.
Yep. Hey, it's now Martin. They moved Martin next to Renlin. They took Martin from us.
They did indeed. And it looks like they're combining tables here as we're combining down to 6 tables of 8, perhaps.
I'd say 5.
Oh, 5, excuse me. Yeah, I'm living in the past.
It's all good.
As we are down to 40 players now.
Sometimes basic math becomes very hard, but I was like...
No, I didn't. I wasn't even looking at the number of players left. I didn't think we'd be down to 40, but indeed.
Yeah, I asked earlier for Martin Michael Sedlak to win a couple pots. Seems like he won a big one immediately. Unfortunately, it is against this incredibly fun player, Renlin. But it's good news for Martin.
Renlin rocking the Golden State Warriors jersey. Are you familiar with them?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
NBA, I know.
NBA, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm an expert, of course, but I know a decent amount, and I've absolutely watched a couple of finals over the years. I'm actually a massive sports junkie. There is a lot of sports out there that you can talk to me about. I
But
will
not
be able
golf.
to. No, golf is one of my not lows. Golf and curling are the absolute bottom of my range.
Curling, popular in Canada, but
yeah,
not to the masses.
It's kind of like how speed skating is incredibly popular in the Netherlands, and we always win 12 gold medals at the Olympics, and everyone's like, nobody cares now.
Right.
Like, absolutely nobody cares. And then we always are so high up on that medal thing. It's It's like America, China, Netherlands. We're like, yes.
But it's not actually popular in the Netherlands outside of just the Olympics.
No, I would say it's like somewhat popular, but it's like football is the overwhelming most popular sport in the Netherlands. And over the last few years, Formula One became incredibly popular because of Max.
Makes sense. As Allison here in the cutoff, just over 10 bigs. As Warhurst on the button, I think 4 is not quite enough hand. You've got 2 players behind you. Putting in a lot of your stack if you do just make the call, and
yeah,
re-raising would be quite reckless, so I would just let this one go.
It's annoying. Small blind, big blind, we're absolutely calling it, but I think you're spot on there with 2 people left behind to worry about. Let's not forget, one of them is Igor.
The other thing with 4s is it's just so hard to be dominating your opponent.
Yeah.
They have to have exactly 3s, deuces, ace, deuce to ace 4.
You're right. Otherwise, best case scenario is that we are flipping, so it's a bit annoying, but we're going to have to let it go. Does anyone have a hand in the small blind or the big blind?
No.
Igor's got a bit of a hand, but just not enough to justify putting 10 big blinds in. That's good news for Allison. As he chips up a little, that's what he was waiting for. So I guess it's temporarily hand for hand until we are down to exactly 5 tables. And this is once more where it becomes incredibly fun for all of you guys at home to keep an eye on that Triton Poker Plus app. You can have all 5 tables open at once. You can follow the action on all 5. And if you're only interested in a couple of players in particular, you can also just follow those in the app. And just have one table open or only have the stream open. Down to our final 5 tables of the main event. Alex, we are nearing the end. Of course, not of today or tomorrow, but the list is becoming pretty small at this point.
Yeah, it's moving fast. You know, at the beginning of the day, we were thinking maybe we'd be down to 20, 22 players, but we could be even under that with 39 left. And we still have quite a few more levels. I believe we have the remainder of this level and another 5 levels left in the day.
No, you're correct. 15 minutes left in level 22, and then another hour of poker for level 23. And then, of course, we have a break. We'll do 2 more hours. Another break. Final
Another
2
2
hours.
more, yeah.
Well, it's going to be a long night for a lot of the players here, but I think at that point, you're just happy you're having such an epic run in the main, and you really don't care if it's 1, 2, or 3 a.m.
Adrenaline is real at that point as Pan gets this shove through from under the gun with pocket 7s. Always nice to get this one through.
Yeah, ideally you don't see too much action. And if you do get called, you hope you're at least flipping. I'm actually kind of curious to see a little more of Pan, because that king-9 call on the flop and on the turn of the stack he was working with, incredibly adventurous. And he was right. Just Igor, being the absolute animal that he is, firing again on the river.
Yeah, and it's a little unclear if Pan was just trying to hit a pair by calling flop and turn, just thinking he was getting a good price, or if he actually thought the king-9 high was good a reasonable chunk of the time. Given that he didn't call the river, of course, he could just be a little bit of a combination of both, where you think you may be good and your opponent may shut down. But again, against someone as aggressive as Yaroshevsky, it's a little difficult when you start making very loose calls on flops and turns, as Allison all in again.
Yep.
Ace-10 off.
Back-to-back hands. This one a little better than the last one. We shoved ace-5 before. We now find ace-10 offsuit. And these are great pickups for Allison. You'll be loving that. He has just increased his stack by almost $1 million while not even being at risk. Well,
Yeah.
he's at risk, but
Yeah, but
not quite like
not
that.
as it turned out, I suppose.
He'll take that.
And we are on a pay, or we just actually hit a pay bubble. 39th place, pays $27,900.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to me to see that Laszlo from Hungary has been eliminated in 43rd place. He was one of the biggest stacks throughout many hours of day 2 here in the Triton ONE main event.
Yeah, he came to our last feature table with the table chip lead, chipped down a little bit, and unfortunately has been eliminated along with your guy Alexei Borovkov.
Yeah. And of course, Jesse Lonas as well was also one of the largest stacks for a long time. Like, let's not forget, many hours ago, these guys were looking at 7-8 million chips. Even now, that'd be totally fine.
I actually missed that Jesse Lonas was eliminated.
Yeah, 48th place. King Jack versus Jacks here. That's Allison perhaps getting a little greedy now. We got 2 hands through.
Yeah, but the min raise seems very reasonable off his stack. You need to have some raise folds. And I like using King Jack. You want to block the strongest hands when picking those candidates. Now, does Matsuda ever get into trouble here with Ace Jack off, facing raise and re-raise? I think you can just get away here.
Yeah, it's early positions as well.
Yeah, you'd really have to think that your opponents are getting out of line to do anything. But the Jacks are going to take this pot down.
This man has got a very healthy stack, way over 10 million, as he takes another solid one down.
Yeah, playing very nicely. He check called those 2 streets against Alisson with the Jack 10. A little bit of confusion there with the time chips perhaps, but stacking a nice pot.
Again, a prime example of someone who's, at this point, keeping the game rather simple for himself. He's just playing well, picking his
Indeed,
spots.
yeah.
He's patient. And then you see some other players, and they're always battling so deep into the streets and making adventurous floats, hero calls, bluffing. And then Joe Davi just chilling, over 10 million. Wakes up with jacks, puts in a 3-bet, takes it down 3. Life goes on. 6-4 of diamonds. Don't do it, Allison. It's a trap. Julian looks down at King 4-0. It's time for Igor to do his thing. Any two. 9, okay.
Perhaps not these two.
Perhaps not us. Almost any two. I stand corrected. Wairenpu, the man with a little bit of Triton experience under his belt.
An ace-10 of diamonds here. This strikes me as a very nice 3-bet jamming candidate off of 21 bigs facing cutoff open. Let's see if Matsuda finds it. It's going to get through, unless, of course, our big blind wakes up with something.
Yep, it is 21 bigs.
And he does.
He already had to fold ace-jack last round, but that was a little different.
Yes, just one raise this time from an aggressive, capable player, and nice pickup there from Matsuda.
Well done indeed. He gets his big blind and his ante back. Bit of a frustrating TV table so far for Sergey. I don't think he's won a single hand. He did get quite involved in the beginning, but...
When second day started, doesn't matter tournament, I don't have.
Indeed, you're right. He did flat that 3-bet out of position against Igor with the 10-9 of diamonds, and then flat Igor in position with the 5-3 of diamonds. So perhaps he believes in the diamonds.
Last hand, everyone had diamonds. 6-4, ace-10, jack-7.
Touche.
Would have been very hard for anyone to flop a diamond.
As the clean diaper hits the muck instantly.
I am glad that every 2 hours, at least once or twice, we can talk about the clean or dirty diaper. And there will always be a new viewer who hasn't listened to us before.
And they're always hitting the muck, you notice, Kevin.
Yes.
An unusual trend.
No.
With such a powerful hand as pocket 5s for Wairenpu. Pocket queens for Petreveshki, and is he just going to get rewarded for his patience? I like a small 3-bet here, leaving the illusion that you have some 3-bet folds.
Hijack open. What does Sergey do with the ladies?
Something in the neighborhood of 825 looks good to me, out of position here.
Let's see what he decides to go for.
He goes pretty big, 1.2.
Oh, well, well, well. Ellison wakes up with ace-king offsuit in the big blind. And he announces all in. And it's a good old-fashioned flip. These 5s kind of look like the dirty diaper at this point.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
So we get rid of those
Just,
immediately.
A classic flip, like you mentioned. Ace-king against queens. Queens is a small favorite.
Big moment for both of these guys. Deep into the main event of Triton ONE. Will it be the ladies? Or will it be ace-king? 4.2 million chips in the middle. Scores a little extra money because of the opening of the 5s. Flop comes 9-6-4. That's no good for ace-king. Ellison needs to improve.
Clean for Petreveshki.
The 6 of hearts does not change anything. It's an ace or a king only. Well, we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Ellison with his beautiful Triton cap. Any miraculous rivers today? That is a jack, and that's not good enough. Sergey gets not the full double, but picks up a very decent pot as he chips all the way back up to 6.7 million.
Good run, sir.
Excellent
as the Brazilian
Thank you.
heads out of the feature table. I'm sure that seat will at some point be filled.
eliminated in 38th or 37th place. That really depends on if something crazy happened on one of the other tables. But that shouldn't really make a difference when it comes to the payouts, because I believe the next 10 or so eliminations will get the same money. There is a pay jump once we go from 32 to 31 players, in case people are interested and do not have the Triton Poker Plus app open. If not, what are you doing? It makes watching poker so much more fun. Even though it can also make you a little bit sad when you see all your favorites being eliminated. And there's been a fair share of my favorites being eliminated, from like 75 down to 40. I've lost like half my list.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad, but part of the game.
Yaroshevsky picking up the very nice ace-5 of diamonds. Pocket tens for Wyron Poo. And how does he want to play this? He's quite deep with Yaroshevsky. Note, almost 60 big blinds deep.
I've noticed that people prefer flatting tens in a lot of these spots. Well, coming into this week, I would have expected them to 3-bet them a little more often, but we have another call with the tens.
Yeah, just the type of hand that doesn't really, at these depths, in these positions, want to 3-bet and face 4-bet. And King Jack off, likely just to hit the muck from the cutoff here. Very dominated. But the man with the Montclair hoodie, giving it some serious consideration. That hoodie looks extremely comfortable.
I believe it. You think it's very soft?
It looks soft. It fits him well.
I don't know much about Montclair, but I believe that my good friend Johan Merlo, French StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3 streamer, and of course poker enthusiast over the years, has mentioned that brand a couple of times to me. I believe it's on the pricey side of things.
I think so too. I know they have ski gear as well, as Yaroshevsky flopping nut gutter, backdoor flush draw, overcard to the 8. Seems like a compelling flop to want to put some more money in on, as you have some turns and rivers you can barrel.
400.
Bets 400 on a board like 8-4-3. I am not expecting these tens to go anywhere. Wyren probably just wondering, do I want to just go, or do I want to raise and see what Igor is truly made out of on this board?
Merit to each. The problem with raising is, of course, when a lot of money goes in, it's going to be a little ugly. So he does just call, which feels like the preferred course of action here. These depths, position.
The turn is another 8. Neither of these two players should have too many 8s in their range, from under the gun +1 and under the gun +2.
Very much agree with that. So Yaroshevsky, does he want to semi-bluff here? Perhaps target some better ace highs to fold. No, he just checks. And for Poo, perhaps now, some sort of small bet to get a little bit of value, potentially a little bit of protection. Vulnerable to all the overcards.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a decent bet here. Maybe close to $1 million even.
He agrees, reaching for about 750, 850 from Poo, and
I think it's a solid bet.
Yaroshevsky needs to think about the hands he can beat at this point. He is ahead of some flush draws, but, you know, given the positions, it's not like Poo is flatting super wide here, pre-flop.
We know Igor does not like giving up chips, but there might be a better spot. Ace-5 of diamonds did not improve at all on that 8 of clubs. Igor is running out of time. He makes the call. We're off to see a river. A little scary now as well if you're Wyren with the 10s.
This is the second time that Yaroshevsky's made a bit of a light call against Wyren Poo. The other time when he had that middle pair of 10s. And with the 4 of clubs completing the board, this time, Wyren, who checked back in the previous example, may well go for value here. Of course, he still has some available bluffs, predominantly being the missed hearts, and he can target ace high or perhaps some worse pocket pairs to call here.
Yeah, the hand you're referring to was the 10-7 versus King Jack, correct?
Correct.
Right, Igor indeed had second pair.
Now, of course, potentially Yaroshevsky can still have some bigger overpairs here, but I think in general, the 10s will be best. And an announcement was made from Wyren Poo, and he goes big. Now, I like this because he is polarizing and targeting that ace high and saying, you know what, Igor, maybe I have a lot of missed flush draws. He's trying to kind of make it look like it's full house or nothing, you know, or perhaps tens and jacks.
And Igor is very well aware of what is happening.
Igor is flummoxed at the moment.
3.5 million is the bet. It's a pot-sized bet on the river with the tens. Igor does not like it, but he does let it go.
Lets it go and talks to himself a little bit. But despite losing that pot, Yaroshevsky's still at the top of the counts overall.
What is incredibly fun for us is that we've got a sound box here, like an audio box, where we can also increase the table talk a little. I'm trying to pick up what Igor was mumbling. This time I couldn't quite figure it out because, as you said, he wasn't really talking to anyone. He was more just kind of talking to himself. Seemed frustrated with that hand, but if he sees it back, he's going to be happy. Good fold on the river. People just hate getting bluffed right on like double paired boards when they have ace high, because it just kind of feels like that's you more often than not. Well done by Igor letting it go.
Igor didn't want to fold, but perhaps the size employed by Wyren Poo made it a little easier for him.
I think if he bets like $1 million, there's a very good chance Igor calls, correct?
Yeah, I think so too.
Sometimes that is the downside of going a little bit bigger, because it's obviously nice to take it down, but it's even better to get called.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because when you do go bigger, you know, you don't need to get called as often for the bigger size to be preferred. You know, even if you get called, let's say, 30% of the time when you go 3.5 million, that's better than getting called 60% of the time when you go $1 million. So it's all about trying to find that sweet spot.
And the sweet spot for that man was the pot size bet. Takes it down. Unfortunately for him, did not get called. Igor Yaroshevsky is still the chip leader, not just of this table, but of the entire field. He's going up and down a little, down to 19, up to 21, back to 19. And that's how it will go if you get involved in the vast majority of the hands.
But it is Wyren Poo opening it up here under the gun +1 with 10-9 of spades. And look at this, Julian Warhurst in the small blind. We saw him play ace-queen rather slow earlier in a possible squeeze opportunity. I don't think he's going to do that here with kings, as he does come with a 3-bet.
Makes sense as well, right? He's in the small blind this time around. Back then he was in the big blind. And it's an under the gun +1 open.
And this is a rather large 3-bet sizing, although reasonable given the depths. But versus such a big size, I think Wyren Poo has the exact type of hand that might have flatted versus a smaller size.
Yeah.
But now may just elect to get away facing this full 4x 3-bet.
I think a little smaller, and he indeed comes along for the ride, but...
But I stand corrected. Wyren Poo keeping his man honest, calling with the 10-9 of spades.
No one believes Julian over here.
And with the stack to pot ratio of just under 2, you know, these implied odds hands do go down in value a bit, but look at this flop.
That's an action flop if I've seen one. We flop middle pair, we flop a gutter ball. The spades are still alive as well. They should always lead into a very big pot. This could also lead into a full double or a bust for Julian.
So it's interesting as Julian, because I don't think you want to range bet this board. You have a lot of ace, queen, ace, king that has a hard time betting into this board that connects well with your opponent's range. So you do want to play some checks with strong hands as well. However, he decides with this one just to pursue value and protection. And for Wyren Poo in position, feels like we want to continue with just a call.
Bets a little less than 6 big blinds. 850K is the bet. Yeah, this is honestly a fun flop that we'll gladly see a turn with. Wyren, of course, has a big stack. He can afford it. He makes the call, and we're off to see a turn. It's the queen of spades. Oh, my. Now, the flush draw is alive as well. We haven't quite improved on the 10-9. We're still behind against the kings, but it does feel like this is a very exciting board for Wyren, and I expect a lot of chips to be flying in here on this turn.
Yeah, interesting here is Julian. Of course, if you were trapped on the flop, you've picked up additional outs.
I almost feel like all in wouldn't be bad. 4.4 million in the middle.
He decides just to bet 1.4. This is designed. The problem with all in, I suppose he's thinking, is that a hand like ace-jack just always gets away. Whereas with this size, he may keep in some more one-pair hands, although the double flush draw board, of course, with the straight draws as well, does
Yeah.
present a little bit of trouble.
I think a lot of rivers could be somewhat difficult to play, even though I think at this point we've made up our mind that we're not really going anywhere with kings.
Possible also that he would go for all-in with aces, but not with kings, where he does have a little bit of protection with the gutter there. And just a call from Wyron Poo,
And
thinking
it's-
he didn't have enough fold equity to semi-bluff.
Oh.
And on this river, surely as Warhurst can't pursue any value anymore.
Nope. 4 to a straight out there. Every 10 makes a straight. The kings are no longer best. And that is incredibly painful for Julian. His opponent just flopped good, turned exciting, and gets there on the river. Does go for the check.
And facing the inevitable shove here from Wyron Poo, Julian needs to try to come up with bluffs. And what he has to do is try to come up with how many one-pair hands Wyron Poo has that called the turn, or no-pair hands, but those no-pair hands would really only be something like nut hearts. He also has to try to think about the range of hands that Poo called pre-flop, right? And it starts to get very difficult to think of one-pair hands that call pre-flop, call flop and turn, and now are able to bluff this river. Specifically because a lot of those hands, like imagine you had something like ace-9 of diamonds and you made a little bit of a light peel pre-flop and you peeled the flop, you're probably just getting away on this turn, right? So a lot of the hands that do continue on the turn already are sets or two pairs or have that 10 in hand.
It's a lot of information, and I think it's very difficult for Julian to put all the pieces together. Connect all the dots. We're on the TV table, the bright lights are shining. He's been playing poker for a solid 7 or 8 hours. And his tournament life is on the line here with kings, 14 million. I guess it's a little bit less, right? Because the numbers are a bit inflated because of the 7 million shove, but it is a big pot regardless.
And I think if Julian Warhurst puts all the variables together here, he can get away from this hand.
You will hate life if you're wrong, though. He has used the time bank extension chip. Can Julian make a big fold? The answer is yes. The kings hit the muck. The man bet when he was ahead. He continued betting when he was ahead. And he folds when he got beat on the river. Well done by Julian. Very impressive.
He played it well. He got his opponent to call a very big 3-bet size, got 2 streets of value, and then just check folded when his opponent improved. So kudos to Julian Warhurst. Loses a big chunk of his stack, but he is still alive with $1.36 million up top. Julian Warhurst still in contention for that first prize.
So there was 4.4 million in the middle on the turn, and we ended up betting 1.4 when we had 3.9 behind. You think if he shoves 3.9, you think 10-9 of spades calls regardless?
Yeah, 10-9 of spades, I think just too much equity to fold there with the pair, the open-ender, and the flush draw. Of course, if he didn't turn the flush draw, 10-9 would fold. So in this case, saved a little bit of money as well.
Saved his tournament life. Still frustrating. You get kings. You play it
Indeed.
well.
Yeah.
Forced to fold in the end. And it all started pre, by the way, because that was a big raise. We bumped it up to 1.2 million.
Yeah, I didn't think that the 10-9 of spades was going to peel in position, but Wyron Poo certainly not afraid as Yaroshevsky
much
gets
you
a
play?
walk.
Around an account.
Igor wants to know how much chips his neighbor, or how many chips his neighbor is working with.
Yeah, and sometimes in those 8 and 1 seats, it's a little difficult to see your opponent's stack with the dealer in the middle. So this is thematic.
Someone should tell Igor about the Triton Poker Plus app. And
Very true.
And there is a way for players, by the way, to be synced with actual action rather than what we are watching on stream. There are 2 modes. If you're part of a tournament, you can actually get the real-time data. And that would be updated hand for hand, so it would be very easy for Igor and anyone to really keep track of how many chips everyone around the table is working with. Honestly, I think it's worth using, not as a hashtag ad, but if you're playing there and you're curious about these things, you want to keep track of what everybody is working with, it makes perfect sense for these guys to also use the Triton Poker Plus app.
Definitely agree. Notice here, Kevin, our blinds are up to 1, 2, and 200. Matsuda, who's been relatively quiet, opens under the gun, or under the gun +1, but of course, Petruveshki with ace-king off in the hijack.
And he is going to raise it up to 1.1 million. Julian will let go of his suited jack. Igor is nowhere to be seen. Myron Pugh is going to let go of his ace deuce. So it is ace jack. Once again, by the way, this man with ace jack offsuit in a bit of an awkward spot. He had it earlier on the big blind when there was a lot of violence happening before him. Now he opens things up and he faces a very strong 3-bet.
Yeah, low jack, high jack. I think you have enough better hands to fight back with. You can just let this one go, but good fold. Certainly not easy. He should get 100K back. There it is.
Look at you, making sure that the dealer stays sharp.
Yeah. Petrovishki holding on to his cards until the pot is entirely shipped to him.
If any of you guys at home are using the app, you can also see that it says in the in progress tab of the tournaments that the data is synced with the live stream. Now the players have a QR code they can scan if they are playing in a tournament, and then instead of it being synced with the live stream, it will be synced with the actual real life time. And it is a very easy way to always keep track of everything that's happening around you. It may not be 100% accurate if we're walking, like if we're working with 30 tables at once. It'll be very close and it will be somewhat accurate, but there may be a few hands missing. But we know that once these events go down to the final 10 tables, there is a chip counter standing behind the dealer on every single table, and everything is actual and up to date. And every single hand will be logged as well. And Sergey is going to open things up with ace-7 of hearts.
Fresh off a win with the ace-king.
He's been chipping up.
Yeah.
And a bit of a frustrating start to this TV table, losing a few hands, dropping down a little over 2 million, I believe, in total, but he has gotten it all back and then some. Of course, won a big hand with queens versus ace-king.
Yeah, back in business is Sergey Petrovishki. We are up to 288 entries in the 15K Triton High Roller, with registration still open for a few levels. Isaac Haxton moving up the board. I do see Konstantin Voronin also in the top 10.
Of course he is.
Always somebody I like to keep my eye on.
I saw that he entered it earlier as well, which I was like, oh, that's cool, but it also means he's out of the main, and that makes me kind of sad.
Yeah.
Konstantin has played a serious amount of hands as well this week. And he's always in good spirits, always having fun, and always involved. Speaking of getting involved, it's Igor's turn, and everyone has folded to him. We know what that means. Any two besides 9-3 offsuit, that is what we have learned so far. And Jack-10 offsuit is absolutely good enough. This man does not like to get pushed around, though, and he looks like he's got a hand. He's giving us that look like he's got a hand.
Yeah, just a limp, by the way, from Yaroshevsky, and that's something we haven't seen a lot of from the players in this tournament. Perhaps just respecting the stack size of Wyron Poo, but yes, look at this. Matsuda, big blind, pocket aces. Can he potentially consider just calling with a hand this strong, or does it just look so strong? If he thinks Wyron Poo has a very strong value range, maybe you just shove it right now before any scare cards come.
No matter what you do, you look strong here.
Exactly. But I think that shoving actually looks a little weaker than calling in some ways.
Because that looks like you're trying to take it down maybe with like pocket 8s or pocket 9s, something along those lines.
Yeah, it feels like you don't have very much of a natural calling range off this stack versus a 3.5x raise.
No.
So I would potentially think it could invite the idea of alarm bells into his opponent's eyes. And a lot of the hands that Wyron Poo raises are just, instead he does something even different. He goes for a min 3-bet. This is very interesting from Matsuda. This definitely looks strong, but perhaps the price is just so compelling.
Yeah, you can go anywhere with a suited ace. 500K for 2.9 million.
But this just looks like incredibly strong. Of course, easy to say when we can see the two aces in his hand, but the min re-raise, quite an unusual move off of this stack.
Absolutely, but we've got a suited ace. What can we do? Like, obviously, if he's a little shorter, then you can start considering getting away. But I think when you have over 12 million chips, you really can't go anywhere. Flop comes ace, king, queen with 2 hearts. Hello?
Wow, and Wyron Poo, who was practically dead pre-flop, comes back from the dead to flop a flush draw.
By the way, Igor folded Jack-10.
Oh, you're right.
Imagine if this would have gone a little different.
Yeah, imagine if Matsuda didn't wake up with the aces, and it would have just been the Jack-10 against the ace-deuce of hearts. Or perhaps if Pooh just or if Matsuda just called the aces,
this could have been an absolute monster
Jaroszewski
pot.
could have been in.
It's funny as well because if you see this board, you're fuming a little of your Igor, but when you later on see that they had top set and the nut flush draw, you're definitely not there yet. You're gonna have to fade half of the deck. That would have been a safeguard as the turn is a bit of a break, the 5 of spades.
And now as Matsuda, you've just bet very small on the flop, but the SPR now less than 0.5. Do you just put the rest in, or is he going to try to somehow make this a 3-street hand?
Nah. I think with 1.7 million, a flush draw out there, 3 Broadway cards, I think we just shove it.
Certainly a lot of reason to deny equity, but how much equity do you think you're denying? Because, and he does just move in.
Yeah, I do like it. I feel like that's really the only play here with 1.7 million left.
And you can tell that Wyron Poo does not like this spot. I think he thinks that his ace-deuce is rarely ahead here, if ever.
And he's not wrong.
So he knows he has the live flush draw, but is he getting the right price? He's not with just the flush draw.
But he feels like he is priced in. Makes the call.
In case occasionally he's ahead.
He will see that he's up against top set. Probably figures that he was up against some sort of a set.
Yeah,
His kings
so
and queens could have played the exact same way.
Can Matsuda dodge the non-board pair heart?
Which goes for all the hearts outside of the 5 of hearts.
Indeed.
You can't find any other. Not a lot of outs, but we've got a bunch. That is a safe card for Matsuda, who gets a full double and then some with the aces.
So against the hand of Wyron Poo, and perhaps just in general, this might have been the play. Just giving your opponent such a compelling price. Of course, it looks enormously strong.
You know what could have also happened, by the way? The Jack-10 limp, maybe just the deuces limp, and then the raise from the big blind.
Yeah,
and
call,
then
call,
Igor
perhaps.
calls. Yeah, call, or call,
I
fold.
mean, Igor may have just limp folded, to be honest, if there's a limp behind.
Yeah, but like, okay, let's say there is a world where the ace-deuce gets out of the way, which is not that likely if it's just a limp. But
I mean, certainly.
There's a lot of ways this could have gone down.
If somehow Jaroszewski found his way to the flop, then we were going to play a big one. But
it's a little annoying, by the way, if you are Igor and you've seen 80% of the flop so far.
Yeah.
And the one time you don't see a flop, you would have flopped Broadway. But well.
As we took a quick look there at our Triton ONE main event trophy.
It's a little bigger than all the other trophies. And it's a little more valuable.
Yeah, as the prize pool also a little bigger than all the other tournaments here in Triton ONE. We do have a 15K high roller that will generate a nice prize pool. 288 entries so far.
Yeah, that's a solid field. That's actually a little more than I expected to enter a 15K one-day event here.
And they're on a dinner break at the moment, but registration's still open in that event for a couple more levels. Ace-10 here for Wyron Poo in the cutoff, and Pan, who's quite short, jams the ace-jack of spades and gonna get called by Wyron Poo. Only 7 big blinds total.
And more bad news for Wyron, as he just lost the big one with ace-deuce against aces. Now he gets it in bad with ace-10 offsuit versus ace-jack suited.
Actually a little unlucky to be dominated here when your opponent shoves just 7 big blinds on the button. He's gonna have quite a wide range of hands.
Outpipped by 1. You hate to see it. Flop comes, stand in the window, but the jack hidden.
Right behind it.
Okay, if I'm Wyron, I'm actually a little upset now, and I'll start fuming. They tease me with it. Oh my goodness, never mind. I'm happy again.
Mr. Van der Kooi.
All smiles, baby.
Yeah.
I love poker.
He started laughing as that 10 hit. Yeah. A jack would be.
Then I'm done. Oh.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Pan. Gets it in good here. Gets a jack on the flop as well. But somehow Wyron finds another 10 on the turn. Swinging game. Poker. A roller coaster of emotions for the players involved. Now Wyron probably already over that ace-deuce versus top set hand. In his mind, he's like, I deserve that. I flopped top pair, the nut flush draw, somehow I was crushed. That's just incredibly unfortunate. No one deserves that. Well, the poker gods have done him right, as he somehow wins with ace-10 versus ace-jack. Pan probably wondering what he did wrong to those gods, but it is what it is, Alex.
Bit of a TV run out there with the 10 in the window, the jack
Yeah.
right behind it, and another 10 hiding on 4th Street.
Scripted. First you're up because you see you get it in real good. Then you're mega down because you see a 10 in the window. Then you're really up again because you see the jack behind it. And then somehow you're still eliminated.
Emotional roller coaster as this game often is.
Within 25 seconds, it's not good for your heart. I don't believe that can ever be good for your heart. As Igor, still the chip leader of the entire field, but hasn't chipped up in a little while. Looks down at King 8 offsuit.
This is a loose open here, particularly with Wyron Poo behind him in the cutoff. King 8 off.
You're not surprised, are you?
A little surprised. He's, you know, of course, he's looking to play hands, but this one is stepping a fair bit out of line, a couple pips wide, as Petroveski, who's been looking to play hands with Yaroshevsky, just calling.
Ace-jack of diamonds. Poor Julian, who lost most of his stack with those kings earlier. He got done dirty by the river. Still is hanging in there. These two at it once more. Flop will come. Ace Queen 4 with 2 hearts. That's a very good flop for Sergey, and that's a very uninteresting and unappealing flop for Igor. Did Igor already check? I thought I saw him check, but I guess...
I don't believe so. Looks like the action is on him. Indeed, he bets 300,000.
That's a very tiny bet. Perhaps hoping that Sergey once more made one of those calls with 9-8 suited, 7-8 suited, or one of those middling pocket pairs. The moment that Sergey sticks around on this board and we are working with King 8, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Igor really slow it down. The turn is another ace, and it's the 3rd heart as well.
Yeah, no heart in hand for either player. We've seen Yaroshevsky barrel off with some very light holdings. It's got a bit of a dynamic with Petroveski. And double checking his cards. Covering his face a little bit.
Unfortunately, still no heart there. It's unbelievable. Igor is running out of time. Igor decides to check it back as we are looking at a river. The river is the 6 of diamonds.
And I do like betting here as Petroveski. Again, your opponent going bet small on the flop, check back on the turn. There can be some give-ups in there. Also some hands that are looking to gear their way towards showdown.
How big would you go, Alex?
He does check. I think something in the 30 to 50% pot region would be okay. Once you start to go too big, I think it's a little bit hard to get called by too many worse hands. And you really do want to target the Queen X of the world. Try to make it look like perhaps you had one of those Jack 10, King Jack type hands with a heart. But instead, by checking the river, he's induced Yaroshevsky to take this bet check bet line, and this is just a snap call from Petroveski. He beat Igor into the pot, so well done, Mr. Petroveski, inducing that bluff there.
Played it very coy, as you would say.
Played it coy, yeah. Not all trappers wear fur hats.
I love it. Well done. This man is properly chipping up. Had a slow start to these 2 hours of poker. But ever since he found that double with the queens versus ace-king, he's on a bit of a run. He's now up to over 10 million. That's real serious.
Serious business indeed.
That puts him like 7th overall. As the roller coaster day of Punat Punsri, by the way, is continuing from almost being out to being 2nd in chips with 14 million. He's now back to 7.7 million in 14th place. Obviously still quite good, but working with 7.7, if we were looking at 14 earlier, it's got to sting a little.
I am being corrected on one of my pronunciations, as I do always encourage chat to help me out. It's Petroshevsky. I'm not sure. Maybe I've been saying Petroveski?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
But it happens, Alex.
Petroshevsky and Yaroshevsky.
It's a little bit... You're not a big football fan, right?
No.
No. I'll move on then. Doesn't matter.
My football knowledge, maybe even lower than your golf knowledge.
Don't think that's possible. I believe you know how they win in football. So
Yeah, I do know most of the rules.
When you guys start talking about birdies and eagles, I'm lost.
As,
Teeing off, I don't even know what that means.
Interesting, as Zhuo Daji defending the big blind. He's been tight lately, perhaps a bit card dead, but he's played solid when he has been involved in hands.
Jack 7-6 with 2 hearts. Sort of flop here for Matsuda. Top pair, decent kicker, backdoor spades. A lot of things to get excited over.
Indeed.
What I have noticed, by the way, is that a lot of the Japanese names, they just sound cool.
And the Japanese, they just look cool too, don't they? As Matsuda rocking this
I think
Montclair
that's
hoodie.
For you, that's mostly because of the hoodie.
Yeah, and Daji actually has a very reasonable check raise bluff candidate with ace of hearts in hand and a 5. Kind of mimicking some of the cards he would have in a check raise bluffing range. Or a check raising range in general, I should say.
And he's in full agreement with you, Alex. Comes over the top.
But for Matsuda, this is not the hand you were targeting to fold.
No.
And calling, I think, off these stacks looks a lot better than putting in a flop 3-bet.
As we are down to 33 players. Julian at this table is the shortest of them all. Matsuda, of course, will make the call. He's not going anywhere with top pair, decent kicker, the backdoor spades.
3 of hearts, and this is a card where, of course, as Daji, you're very tempted to continue telling your story. You still just have ace-high for showdown value. You do have the nut flush blocker. You've turned a gut shot. I like betting something in the region of 1.3 here and setting up a potential all-in on the river.
I think that's exactly what it is. 1.5 million chips have been sent towards the middle. And now Queen Jack becomes a little more problematic to play, but I still don't think we're giving up on it. It's a little too good to give up.
Yeah, I think, you know, you probably still take one more off, but it's a little bit murky as it's a little difficult to know how to proceed on a lot of rivers.
Absolutely, another heart would be deadly.
Of course, you have a lot of hands in them that do contain at least one heart.
A 4 or a 5 becomes very difficult to play against as well.
I wouldn't be completely shocked to just see Matsuda fold here. Given what Daji is representing at this point, right? Because he's check raising flop. He's either got a value hand that's got Queen Jack beat or a draw. And a lot of those draws filled. Even the 5-4 came home.
Yeah.
A hand he can definitely have out of the big blind. So it's definitely getting dicey, and the longer you take, perhaps your opponent starts to feel some amount of weakness too. And you may feel that another barrel's coming, and props to Zhuo Daji, who finds the semi-bluff, well, really just the pure bluff on the flop, and then turns that into a nice semi-bluff on the turn. So very well played, sir.
What a turn card, though. Finding the 3 of hearts there, that's about the best card that could have ever
Certainly,
appeared for him.
yes. That helped make his play look a lot better, didn't it?
I mean, of course, with an ace, he would have taken the lead, but it'd be a little more difficult to continue telling the story that he's currently telling. The 3 of hearts was a god-tier card to find on the turn. He takes one down, and this man just continues to chip up as well.
And let's take a little look over at our overall leaderboard, where it's Yufeng Pan at the top of the counts, followed by Yaroshevsky, who's on this table. Daiki Shinge of Japan is in 3rd. Teo Mingzhuan, who we saw earlier on the feature table, is in 4th. And now Zhuo Daji, who we just saw get that nice semi-bluff through on the turn, has taken 5th place in the overall tournament. Ding Biao, by the way, recently eliminated.
And we saw quite a bit of fun player. A little chatty as well.
Yes, he certainly can be. He's got a good sense of humor, it seems. Chase Kokolyong still in the tournament in 28th place. He was on our feature table twice today, and Artur Maritrosian and Punat Pansri, along with Calvin Lee, all around the middle of the pack.
At this point, most of the guys that are left have been at least at the feature table once. And if we haven't seen them yet, there is a good chance we'll see them in one of the upcoming 2 blocks. As the shortest stack of the remaining players moves all in with ace-4 of hearts from the button, takes it down. Julian did little wrong, played his kings very well, and even got away from a very gnarly river.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff from Julian. Played the hand extremely well. I even liked the sizing on the turn with his particular holding. He is near the bottom of our pack right now, but a very capable player. I see Tony Lin also down towards the bottom of the list as we look at 33 players left. Pay jump looming.
Just like Martin Michael Sedlak, who we saw earlier. It looked like scooping a big pot, but I guess those were a whole bunch of 25K chips, and that made it look a tiny bit deceiving.
Indeed.
It looked like he was collecting mountains over there, but he didn't really move up the leaderboard, so that was not the case. And the man from the UK, Ryan Plant, who I believe we've not had at one of these TV tables yet, is also near the bottom of the list.
4's under the gun for Matsuda. Note that we are only 6-handed right now, so 4 is a little bit more of a conventional open than it would be under the gun 7 or 8.
We are waiting for one more player to be eliminated, and that's when we can fill these tables up again. Right now, 33, the odd number. As of course, Triton likes to do 8-man tables. We need to lose one more, and then we're down to 4. A6.
Warhurst considering, but I think just too early of an open, too weak of a suited ace.
Tournament life too valuable. Very little fold equity there.
I noticed also that Petrovetsky had a real napkins type holding, but took a little bit of time. Just doesn't strike me as a man who likes folding.
He likes playing.
He likes being involved.
Matsuda does take it down though, opening the 4s under the gun. He's on a bit of a run. Not too long ago, waking up with those aces, flopping top set. Getting the full double and then some.
Taking a look here at our feature table chip counts. Igor Yaroshevsky second overall. First at this table with 86 big blinds, and Zhu Daji with that recent pot leapfrogs ahead of Weiren Pu for second place at the table, but all 3 players are quite deep. So still the potential for fireworks.
I think Sergei Petrushevsky is also quite deep. I mean, 10 million.
Indeed.
It's way above average. Average stack right now, I say way above. Maybe a bit too dramatic, but average stack at the moment, 7.9 million, according to the Triton Poker Plus app. That never lies to us. We are waiting for one more player to be eliminated, so we can just go down to 4 tables and obviously fill up every single seat. Are they moving Weiren away? I like Weiren. They're taking his chips, Alex. And I don't like it.
Well, that might be music to the eyes of Igor Yaroshevsky, as Pu did have position on Yaroshevsky, and, you know, noticing that Jack-10 offsuit limp by Yaroshevsky, perhaps he was giving a little bit of respect to the fact that he's got a good aggressive player on his left, as Zhu Daji picks up the 8-7 of spades in the cutoff. Plenty of chips.
I will absolutely not tease you because I've said a million silly things, but music to the eyes is a new one.
Music to the ears, perhaps, is what I was intending. It's late here.
I know,
Jeju, Kevin, and
I've made a million of those, so I will absolutely not give you a hard time.
And while I will be off on the next shift, I'm already not looking forward to that final shift of the evening.
Maybe you can pull a Roddy and actually go to your room, fall asleep until we call out your name, and then you...
I'm strongly considering it.
And then you're like, what did I do?
I'm definitely going to change out of this suit for those couple hours. I was thinking about going to the gym, but that might be a little too ambitious.
Ooh. Yeah, that would be very ambitious for me.
Sleep feels more likely, as Matsuda 3-bets large from the big blind here. Almost a full 4x.
To me, it already feels like I am in the gym with all these steps that I'm getting in over here in the casino. My phone is so proud of me.
You're working hard. And
wait, I'm getting award after award over here.
We did see suited connectors call earlier, not from Daji. This time, just letting it go. Nice pickup for Matsuda. Every pot's so important at this point, especially when you get a 3-bet through.
It's very annoying right now for all the shorties out there. And there are a couple, even though nobody's mega short. The shortest player we're looking at is Wang Yang, currently with 11 big blinds, 2.1 million chips. Julian is the second shortest at this point, little over 12 big blinds. But yeah, these 6-handed tables do not favor the short stacks.
Yeah, that's true. And again, like you mentioned, just one player away from combining.
See if Julian can find something that he fancies, but the 7-5 is absolutely not one of them. Igor has slowed down a little ever since he lost the last big one, where he went from 19 to 17 million. Of course, it has a lot to do with the hands that he's looking at as well. But before, he was truly getting involved in every pot. And that has gone away a little bit. We could have some fireworks here. Potentially one of the last hands that Wyran will play here. As he opens ace-9 offsuit from the button. And Petrushevsky looks down at pocket eights.
So are we sure Wyran Poo is moving?
No, I'm not sure at all, but I just saw someone from floor coming over, and I thought they were racking up his chips, but maybe they
Maybe
are just
coloring him up a little bit?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is.
That is something you see from time to time. As you get too much of one denomination on the table, the tournament officials will do some mid-play color-ups.
No, I think you're right. I think we started to get rid of some of these 25K chips with the big blind being 200K at this point. I guess there is not too much use for them. We'll keep a couple of them around, but...
Yeah, and for Petrushevsky, certainly not folding here. Button versus big blind. Over pair to the 7.
One spade in his hand as well.
Yeah, could get into some trouble.
Absolutely. Especially because Wyran has been quite active as of late. It's hard to always put that man on an ace when he's opening from the button.
And a bit unclear how to proceed as Wyran here. Checking back for pot control would certainly be reasonable on this board. On the other hand, you could try to get some value with the 2 flush draws available. And I think Petrushevsky, excuse me.
It's all right.
Don't want to continue to make that mistake.
Why didn't you go with Sergey? It's easier.
Sergey also works. Perhaps he just wants to navigate to showdown here with a check.
I do love that you're always trying to go hard on the complicated names. You've got way more courage than me.
Perhaps too much courage at times.
Yeah, I feel like you've done a really good job.
Walked into some traps.
They're always out there in a field where it's impossible to know each and every single runner. Wyran will bet a 600K. 3 big blinds on the river. A little annoying. Throughout this tournament, we have seen Petrushevsky, Sergey get away from a lot of these spots.
We've also seen, you know, a reasonable amount of bluffs in this bet check bet line from players in this field. Certainly all the players very capable, and Petrushevsky may just feel that he has a bit too much hand. He's a bit under-repped perhaps. He does flick in the calling chip, so well played from Wyran Poo, who gets those 2 streets of values against the pocket eights. And, you know, with Poo opening from the button and his range being a little wider, I don't totally fault Petrushevsky for calling down there.
No, especially not with how active this man has been. One of these rare moments, by the way, where ace-9 was actually easy to play for once.
Yeah.
Try board, flop
True.
top pair. It's like, all right, bet, bet, bet. Well done. Well done there by Wyran. As he continues to chip up a little. Petrushevsky seems to be a tiny bit annoyed over the way that that one played out. He, of course, under-wrapped his hand a little, as you said. Pretty strong holding. He beats lots of Queen Jack, King Queen, King Jack, all those hands. King 9. But not the ace 9. And that's the one he had to beat. Wyran will get out of the way. His action folds to Matsuda, who looks down at ace 3 offsuit. His very comfy Montclair hoodie.
Please.
Now I want to touch it.
Yeah.
You got me on board.
It really does look nice. Sergey always intrigued. Difficult to play this one out of the small blind.
Yeah. Queen 6 of diamonds. If we feel Matsuda's up to no good, we can 3-bet. But then we get jammed upon by this short stack, big blind. We're kind of forced to call off with Queen 6, and we are not exactly thrilled over that possible scenario.
Very true.
So he lets it go. Matsuda wins another one. If this was one of these online clients, he would have a little flame next to his name, because he is on fire. Seems like we have had an elimination in one of the outer tables, and I guess they are going to show us who it is. And it's a big moment because we had 33 players remaining, but if one player gets eliminated, of course, we're down to 32. And that means that we are down to 4 tables. So last time we checked, it starts becoming a little more difficult to do basic math. 6 days in, 13-hour days. And I'm quite certain that 4 times 8 is 32. Don't know who got eliminated. I guess we can take a look at the app. It was Ryan Plant, who unfortunately we didn't get to see once, I believe, on any of these TV tables. But he's a deep run. We're down to our final 4, Alex.
Yeah, final 4 table starts to get really exciting for these players. Once we do get down to 24 players, there will be a full redraw of the remaining players. As we see, this table that features Ren Lin is the one getting broken, so we will have a couple new players on our table here.
Yeah. Wonder who will end up on our table. This is obviously going to take a couple minutes. Shouldn't take too long though. Look at that, even on stream right now, they are telling you to download the Triton Poker Plus app. I mean, if we haven't convinced our audience by now, Alex, I don't think anyone is ever downloading it. But it is that good. We absolutely promise it. Give it a shot. If you don't like it, uninstall it. But it is
excellent, yeah. Very, very useful, filled with information, but also extremely easy to use and visually appealing. It basically has everything you would want out of an app.
It really does.
And again, we're not just saying this because we're company men. Download it for yourself, and I promise you won't be disappointed.
Yeah, and it's not an app to play poker. It's an app to keep track of everyone. It's an app to keep track of your favorite players, perhaps friends, family. Or if you're just very curious what is happening over in Jeju, South Korea. As we take a little look at our new lineup. Who has joined us? Oh, it's your man Chase in seat 7.
Chase Kokoliong, this is perhaps a record. 3 segments.
In a row?
Well, 3 of 4, I suppose.
Yeah.
And Zhao Hongjun is the other new player to the table.
That is correct, in seat 5. He comes in with 8 million. Unfortunately, Chase from the Philippines has lost most of his stack. Wasn't he at 13 million once upon a time?
Now, I thought we don't have a seat 4 in these Tritons, but it does here list them 1 through 8. Perhaps just in order of chip count, not in order of seat number.
That, yeah.
That makes sense.
Think back of how it was. I actually do think that this is the seats, but I think this is just to make it a little bit easier
no,
for
but
our
look,
viewers.
it's top to bottom in BBs.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That would be a very big coincidence. But it's actually kind of what it was, no? Because, like, Igor was obviously in seat 8, not in seat 1.
Yeah, no, this just...
But if you go around the table...
it always lists them from most big blinds to least.
Yeah. And I guess that Sergey and Matsuda would have been flipped. But other than that, they were pretty much in order. Because Igor is on the right of Warhust, and then Pugh is behind Igor. Daji is behind that. And then we've got Sergey. It's just that Matsuda would be in the wrong spot. But we're going to switch it up a little bit because we've got some new players entering. That was tricky.
22 more minutes in this level before we go on our next break. I'll be on an extended break, and Randy Liu will be joining you here back in the booth. As it looks like play has paused just for a second to allow the new players to populate these tables.
And 4 more levels today, guys. 4 more levels when it comes to the Triton ONE main event. The inaugural edition of Triton ONE. If any of you guys have joined us throughout this stream and you're wondering what is Triton ONE, what happened to Jason Kuhn, where is he? You'll probably see him in the Triton High Roller Series. But this is the first ever edition of Triton ONE, just to make the Triton series a little more accessible to a lot of poker enthusiasts out there. We've had our fair share of top-tier pros play in the opening week, where the buy-ins range from 2K to 20K, I believe, was the biggest one part of Triton ONE. Our main event is an 8K buy-in. We've had 12 events spread across 7 days, and this is day 6.
And I see Artur Meritrosian still in the mix. 6 million chips, 30 big blinds. Punat Punsri, 40 big blinds. Among the other Triton High Roller regulars, of course, Igor Yaroshevsky, no stranger to the Triton circuit, 3rd in chips overall, 1st at our feature table, as the players have joined the table, and it looks like we're getting cards back in the air.
Yeah, I'd really love it if Arthur continues to chip up a little. It'd be super fun to see him have a deep run. This is already a big run, of course. Final 32 of over 1,000 runners, but seeing Arthur at the final 16 would be amazing. Have a lot of fun. I know Randy would enjoy that too. All right. There he is. Chase, he's back. They gave him seat 2. Matsuda in 3.
And we have a player here who is in between the blinds, I believe, was forced to sit out for 1 hand. That's why he was walking around. He didn't miss a hand.
like-
是这边吗？放这边，放这边。
Seems to be some confusion,
Yeah,
though.
okay.
Oh, he's just asking where do I have to put my cards. Do we have an all-in? Yes, we do. Julian decides to make his move here with the pocket nines.
And note that the action started with a limp from
Yeah.
Sergei Petrushevsky, actually allowing himself to get away a little bit cheaper than if he'd raised and would have been forced to fold to the shove.
2,075,000.
Sergei's asking how much it is. It is 9 big blinds extra, sir. 9 and some change. I think that's just a little too much for the suited king. I mean, that's 25% of our stack. I don't see how we can justify that for king 5. And that's not because we can see the holdings.
Yeah, I mean, even if he'd raised the button, he would have been forced to fold here, certainly after limping. Gonna have to fold, but thinking it over.
And also perhaps just making sure that he protects his image a little here, where it's not just a limp and a snap fold.
Correct.
Because then you do come across very weak.
Julian Warhurst, by the way, I think has played extremely well throughout the course of this feature table. Got quite unlucky in that one big pot where he did have pocket kings. But he's kept his composure and should be a nice little pickup here for the Australian.
He's got little to show for it, but I wholeheartedly agree. He has played excellent, and he's still in the mix. And we've seen players move up and down the leaderboard, so let's not count him out just yet. He's going to need to catch some cards eventually, but he's still in there. And it's absolutely making a really good impression. Would you go as far as giving him a star in your Triton Poker Plus app?
Well, given I haven't given anyone a star yet.
Unbelievable.
I don't think I'm going to make him my first, but
Why
perhaps you should add him to your growing list.
All right, as we take a little sneak peek at our next future table, it should be very easy to find as we are down to 4. I believe we see Renlin in
We
seat
see
1.
Renlin, we see Punat Punsri.
So I can bring this entire table up real quick. It is not a table 1, is it table 3? Currently, nope, it is table 5. So, oh yeah, because we have no table 4 either. Oh my goodness. I was like, how can it be 5 if we're down to the final 4 tables? But
it all makes sense.
These unlucky numbers.
Right. As Petrushevsky, who has been quite active.
And after limping the last round. What if we limp again?
Could do, but decides just to come in for the min raise.
I was ready to make the ultimate 1-2 no limit hold'em cash game move.
And I don't think that Warhurst is going to choose the king jack off to reshove from the button. Suited, perhaps he considers it. Ace jack off would be in, but this hand feels a little bit weak.
This would be the wrong moment to make another move on Petrushevsky.
Continuing to show restraint, and Yaroshevsky. Queen 10 definitely going to be seeing a flop.
A very playable hand here for Igor. Would love to get a few chips back. As Petrushevsky did get the best of him in the last 2 pots. I hope we're not going to grab some raising chips. That's not the case. It is just a call. So we're off to see a flop. Let me just check if I still got aces. Yep, they're still there.
Wow!
Are you kidding? Top set versus Broadway.
Unbelievable. And if Yaroshevsky plays this flop fast, this could be a lot of trouble for Sergei. Of course, he may just play check call.
I mean, it can also lead into a lot of trouble for Yaroshevsky, as the board can, of course, pair on the turn or the river, and he is not going anywhere on almost any run out.
Keeping his composure on the outside, but dollar signs swirling in his head. And he does just look like he's going to come with call. He has a lot of weak one pair hands that want to call here.
As Igor is cheering for a brick. That's not a brick, it's the jacks. And that means that top set improves to a full house. And Broadway gets demoted.
And for Petrushevsky, does he just bet now and continue to target Jack X? A little concerning for him that King X might just fold the turn. He does check back.
The river is a brick. But with the turn going check, check, this spot is nowhere near as big as you ever expected it to be.
No, but this is very interesting because if Igor bets really big and then faces an all-in from Petrushevsky, it really looks a lot, in my opinion, like he was slow playing the turn.
He bets 1.2 million, 80% pot.
And I like the size because Ace-X is going to feel compelled to call with all the Ace-X chopping with that king kicker.
How big will this raise be? As Petruszewski is working with the second nuts on this board, which will feel like the absolute coconuts.
I think you do want to go quite big here. Perhaps not
millions.
going for all of it, and he does go for all of it.
That's so strong.
Oh, no, he said 4 million, excuse me. So here's the thing. It's very unlikely that this is just a naked Jack X, and the reason for that is that Jack X is very often going to consider just betting the turn, trying to get value from Ace or King X, particularly Ace X. So it's a bit of a polarizing situation where you have to try to find the natural bluffs as Yershevsky, and I think the natural bluff might be something like King X turning itself into a bluff. But he does just call.
Yep. Makes the call, and Sergey announces the full house.
And it's hard to blame him. But huge pickup there for Sergey Petruszewski, who actually pulls ahead of Yershevsky in the chip counts. One of the biggest pots we've seen on stream so far in this tournament.
I mean, what do? You flop the nuts. Yes, the board does pair. It goes check, check on the turn. Gotta be feeling that Queen 10 is pretty damn good there. And I think it's really good sizing as well by Petruszewski. If he goes bigger, if he did announce all in there, like he'd be betting 3x pot, 4x pot almost.
Yeah, it would have been a huge shove.
Then there is a really good chance that Igor does get away from it. But the 4 million after already betting 1.2, it's just Queen 10, I feel, is a little too good there.
Give me back my 25 chips. You give me back 25 chips.
He wants his 25s back.
Yeah.
Can I continue normally?
Second time on this table in these 2 hours that Igor flops Broadway, and the first time he would have had a very clean run out, by the way, on the like 5-3 of spades, clubs, whatever it was, and he would have held the nuts against top set, but he was not involved because he was forced to let go of his Jack 10. This time he was involved, flops the straight with the board pairs on the turn, and he ends up losing a little over 5 million chips. Big hand, of course, for Petruszewski, who's now up among the chip leaders, currently in 6th overall. By the way, the German that I gave a little shout earlier, Joshua, in 2nd in chips. We haven't seen him yet once at any of these TV tables. But Joshua Gebissa is up to 16.7 million.
Yeah, he's certainly flown under the radar. And that does happen occasionally where players we may not be familiar with who also haven't been on our feature table just do fly a bit under the radar, but perhaps he won a big pot, as I don't remember seeing him even near the top of the counts earlier.
He was healthy, but definitely not 2nd. If you keep an eye on the action here, I can take a little look at the big pot he just played. He went from 8 million to 17 million, so yeah, he won a big pot, Alex.
Yeah, a full double. As Wyron Poo defending the big blind a little bit light with 6-4 off against the open from Matsuda from early position.
They both completely missed the flop.
Yeah, the ace of diamonds working for Matsuda. Some turns and rivers he could barrel.
You could go for a little c-bet here because he is indeed holding that ace of diamonds. He's got the 10 as well. The 10 has some potential.
150.
And we will bet a little over 1 big blind. But that honestly might be too much already if you're working with 6-4 offsuit in the big blind. He's making a move. He's making a move, Alex. Why are we just calling?
Just a call. Good price here, even with such a weak gutter. And do you ever take a turn like this, perhaps, and turn your hand into a bluff? This is a bit thematic that sometimes weaker hands will bluff when the middle card in particular pairs.
Praying for that 5.
Haven't seen much of it yet in this tournament, but Pooh does look like he's reaching, and he's the sort of player who is aggressive, who does respect these theoretical principles.
We did see that earlier in one hand not too long ago, but I forgot the exact details of it. But I guess it was the ace-5 hand as well, where he turned the 3 of hearts, and you know he basically had the world. He had nothing, but he had the ace-high flush draw. He had
but that one was a little different because that was flop check raise. This one here, he plays check call lead.
Matsuda is thinking it over with ace-10, makes the call, ace-high, and he is correct for now. Let's see if he can avoid a 6-4 or a 5 on the river, and he does. It's another 8. Run out 8-8. Trip 8s on the board. What do you think that Byron does here then? How do we continue? Do we just give
This
up?
is a little interesting because on the turn, one of the hands you're representing is 3/8, which of course is a lot harder to have now. And when your opponent calls, it's going to be a lot of full houses and at worst ace high. I like the give up on this particular river. And for Matsuda, I assume just checking back. Should have a little bit of showdown value against missed straight draws. Perhaps, though, he'd be betting to target flushes to fold, actually.
Yep, he is going
and
to
I think
bet.
that's what he's doing. He's got the ace of diamonds in his hand as well. This is a bit unusual, but I could see him just hoping that his opponent rivered some type of showdown value with a flush, and now he can try to represent a full house after calling the turn. In any event, very nice pickup there for Naohiro Matsuda.
Matsuda's been good. Really has been very solid. The hand, by the way, where our German friend Joshua Gebissa skyrocketed into second place overall on the leaderboard. It's not all that exciting. It's a very standard ace-king race, 3-bet with queens, 4-bet all in, and we call ace-king versus queens. Ace-king on the side of Joshua, and he found an ace on the turn.
Just a classic flip.
So there was a little bit of drama there. Of course, big flip deep into the main, but very standard. Down to 31 players at this point. Taking a little look at the pay jumps. I believe 31 is when we had a pay jump, right? From 32 to 31, so we already had it. Whoever just got eliminated in 31st did get $4,000 more than our Frenchie, Emilien Pitavi, who got eliminated in 32nd.
He was on our feature table earlier as Julian Warhurst, ace-10 of clubs in the hijack. Just moving in. I like this.
We just got a pay jump as well. We may as well go for it. Igor Yaroshevsky down from 20 million to 12.2. Obviously still above average. We'll let go of his weak off-suited ace. Byron looks at a suited ace. He lets go of it 2 in the small blind. And your man, Chase from the Philippines, let's go of 6-4 offsuit. Julian staying alive. He's done a really good job in hanging in there.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's just really played very well. Just that one very unlucky pot with the kings against the 10-9 suited, who made a call pre-flop that perhaps we might not have expected.
So we did have a little sneak peek earlier at our next future table, and that is once more table 5. We've got Ren Lin in there. Punzuri is back, who obviously was once upon a time almost eliminated. That was almost a chip leader, and is now a middling stack. We've got Chen on that table as well, who is second in chips overall with 17 million. And yeah, none of the Europeans that are still in there. Not too many Europeans remaining, but there's a couple of them out there. Not a single one of them at table 5 though. But perhaps we'll have some movement, who knows. Igor Yaroshevsky looks down at ace-king offsuit from the cutoff, as he is eager to get some of his chips back. He had a solid start to the hour. He was getting very involved. Lately, it has not gone his way.
Keeping his composure. Picks up the ace-king. Can he get rewarded? Naohiro Matsuda certainly going to defend the big blind here. Ace-8 of hearts.
Matsuda has made very few missteps in these 2 hours of televised poker. This makes the call. And we're off to see a potential exciting flop. Flop comes Queen Jack 3.
That qualifies. Flush draw for Matsuda. 2 overs and a Broadway draw for Igor.
If that doesn't qualify, nothing qualifies.
Igor considering his options. Looks like he is going to come with small bet here. 450. And for Matsuda, you can play it both ways. I think calling is more fashionable these days in spots like this off this depth. But certainly nothing wrong with check raising the nut flush draw.
Call.
He does call.
A potential very big turn card for these 2 gentlemen. Let's see what it... Okay. That's when hyping things up
What
has
were you
gone wrong.
envisioning there? The 10 of hearts? Or?
No, I don't know. Something that's a little exciting, but the deuce of clubs, not exciting. But perhaps because it's not exciting, it becomes very exciting.
Yeah, now Yaroshevsky here with a big bet could try to put a lot of pressure on some one-pair hands while also charging draws. You call that the two-way bet. You can get worse draws to call, and you can put pressure on made hands to fold. I think it's a very reasonable play.
1.550.
1.550.
1.550, he says. This is exactly the sort of bet that would, even a hand like Jack X, you know, even like a Jack 8, Jack 9 already hates life facing a bet like this. And then the hands like the Ace 8 of hearts, which you're ahead of, you do get to put in more money bad. So I like this from Yaroshevsky.
Matsuda does not look like he just wants to give up on his not flush draw yet. But it's a big bet.
It is a big bet. Occasionally ace high will still be good here.
He makes the call.
And there are some implied odds if his opponent does have a big hand.
The river is the 4 of clubs. Both players end up with ace high. Ace king high is best. Matsuda first to act.
It's hard to picture Matsuda leading out here, not really representing anything. And once he inevitably checks, it almost doesn't matter what Yaroshevsky does, because if he makes a big bet, he's just going to get a fold. And if he checks it back, he's going to win either way.
He doesn't know that yet.
No, he doesn't. And as Yaroshevsky, of course, some temptation to continue telling the story.
Yeah.
But when I mentioned that the turn bet was a two-way bet, getting called by some worse draws like the one Matsuda has, perhaps he just wants to realize his equity against those types of hands. But perhaps he wants to empty the clip, and he does check. And he's going to be very happy to hear ace high.
Did you see the change of facial expression,
Yes.
where he was a little annoyed he had to check, and then he heard ace high, and he's like, wait a minute,
Yeah,
that means I'm good.
He went from total frustration to being extremely happy. And
yeah, I love that.
Feeling like his stack was really starting to slip there. A nice confidence-building pickup for Igor Yaroshevsky.
Yeah.
As we head towards getting close to the end of the level here.
Yep. Probably 2 more hands, 4 minutes left on the clock, but we are nowhere near done yet today, so don't go anywhere. 4 more levels, guys, of the Triton ONE main event coming up. I'm gonna head over to a 10-minute break as soon as these final 2, maybe 1 hand is done. As you guys can see the clock there in the top left side of your screen. We've got 4 more levels of poker to be played. Right now we've got exactly 31 players remaining. A couple of shorties. Of course the blinds will go up once more after the break. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to give the video a thumbs up if you're watching it on YouTube. Follow if you're watching on Twitch. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that yet. That would obviously help us out in a big way.
And how cool are these clocks, Roddy, where you can actually see the leaders' chip counts on the clocks, the tournament clocks themselves. Never seen that anywhere outside of Triton.
They keep on surprising you over here, right?
Yeah, there's lots of little things they do, you know?
Someone already got up. I feel like there is a chance that if we fold this hand through very quickly, there is time for another hand.
I would sure think so. It looked like
Julian, right?
Still over 3 minutes on the clock as Petrushevsky looks to take on Yaroshevsky.
Here we go again.
In the battle of the Shevskys.
It's the Y versus the double Y.
Yeah.
So far, double Y has taken the lead.
Petrushevsky, a bit of a deliberate player. Feels like call is the only move here, but takes his time.
Igor probably thinking, here we go again. Flop comes 7.
There's a queen.
8. It's a real good flop for queen 6. Petrushevsky will check. Action over on Yaroshevsky. Was probably on a little bit of a high after winning that previous spot with ace-king. It was a bit of a frustration. I give up check on the river until he heard his opponent announce ace-high. And his face changed. I was happy to hear that. Worst case scenario, he was chopping there. Every other scenario, he'd scoop. And in this case, it was a nice win with ace-king versus ace-8. He leads out here, bets a little less than 2 big blinds. 350K is the bet.
These depths With such a weak kicker with his top pair, Sergey likely to just call.
And it is starting to be quite likely that this will be our final hand, Alex. Especially if Jaroszewski picks up a little bit of equity on the turn. How about a 10?
How about a deuce? Always the brick
Yeah,
when you're calling for exciting cards.
I mean, we've called a couple of exciting cards as well, and they did come, but yeah.
And while perhaps not the most natural double barrel bluff candidate in the world, just given the frequency with which we've seen Igor continue to put money in pots after betting the flop, far from impossible that he fires another bullet here. But instead, is the Russian going to just lead into him with top pair? A bit unconventional.
Yep. Petrushevsky took another look at his cards.
Just comes out with the lead for half pot. And Jaroszewski wondering what his man has, but perhaps not enough to fight back with here.
Yeah.
You can see the hand gesture perhaps indicating the fold is coming.
Perhaps a little bit annoyed. Or maybe he just wants to wait these final seconds out, so this will be the last hand before the break.
Yeah, that's certainly possible if the clock's got 15 or 20 seconds on it, that he just burns through it.
Everyone looks up.
But it looks like they're going to get one more hand in.
It's real close, though. It's 20 seconds left on the level.
Yeah, Warhurst intently watching the clock.
Yeah.
Break.
Like, dealer, you're not quick enough. This has been the closest call we've seen. Is it break time, or do we do one final hand? It's up to the dealer, and everyone gets up, and that means that we are done, Alex.
It is break time. So we take a look there at the chip counts. Igor Jaroszewski at the top of the board for this feature table, but that will be getting changed out soon. Kevin?
That is correct, because obviously our next table is table 5. Once more, the table of Ren Lin, the always smiley and always happy gentleman who just loves the game. I did enjoy these 2 hours. We had a couple of crazy boards. I mean, top set versus an ace with the nut flush draw, top set versus Broadway. It's crazy we didn't have more blood than what we actually ended up with. That fold with kings on the side of Julian was an excellent fold on the river. Lots of cool hands.
Yeah, lots of big ones, particularly that ace-king-jack board with the jack on the turn. That pot could have been even bigger, perhaps, if Petrushevsky bet the turn. But as played, still won a very large one off of Igor, and yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Great bet on the river there, making it 4 million, making it just a little too appealing to ever considering folding there with the queen 10 after flopping the nuts. That was a lot of fun. I know you're tired. You've got another long shift later tonight, or at least 2 more hours. So we're going to head over to a 10-minute break, and after that, we'll be back with the second to last block of poker today. We are down to 30 in the main event of Triton ONE. We'll see you guys in 10 minutes. A man who has played a Triton event before a couple of times. In a patch of the local poker room over here in this casino, the Laze.
Indeed.
It is the cash game room. It's been popping. Always busy over the last few days. Till the early hours in the morning.
Does make the call, suited king-jack. Note he does have the dominating clubs here.
Sergey looks down at queen 9 offsuit in the big blind. It's very tempting to throw in that extra blind, take a flop, and play a pot. It will already be over 1.1 million chips. And with queen 9, we will make the call. A little 3-way action to continue this future table. Flop comes king 10-8 with 2 hearts.
Little something for everybody. Top pair for Wyron Poo. 10s for the opener, Igor Jaroszewski, and a gut shot for Petrushevsky. So no player yields a heart on this board of 2 hearts.
Igor with middle pair. He is the one who bumped it up pre-flop.
Looks like he is cutting out c-betting chips, perhaps.
175.
Just goes for a very small bet. Trying to clear out some overcards.
Yeah, you want to tread lightly in a pot like this. Multi-way action. Not exactly the dream board for 10-7 of clubs.
When your opponent bets this small, it's at least worth considering raising as Wyren Poo, because facing a check, I think he would have bet. And you want to treat small bets as being something like a check when they are that small.
He considered it and he liked it, as the price of poker has gone up to 425K. Don't think we can do a whole lot here with our gut shot.
And this is nice because this will shut out Petroveshki. If Wyren Poo had just called, may have allowed Petroveshki to overcall, and then a jack could have been a real disaster for Wyren Poo. Would have made top 2 pair.
Top 2 pair, but would have been scary as well as he lets it go. So it's a heads-up battle between Igor and Wyren Poo.
And the price is very appealing as Yaroshevsky here, of course. Trying to maybe deduce why his opponent raised so small. Just 250 more.
250 for 2 million. Igor likes what he sees.
And he does come with the call here.
Let's see what the turn will bring. Igor probably knows that he needs some help here. Unless he's got some real devious plans. The 5 of clubs doesn't change a whole lot.
And his Poo definitely worth considering continuing to apply pressure and get value. Your opponent can have a lot of worse one-pair hands. Plenty of draws available.
Grabs a few more chips.
This looks nice here. 800,000, love the size.
That's a big bet. Igor is a rich man, but he would love to continue being a rich man. Calling off here is obviously a bit adventurous. But he makes the call. He's a non-believer. It's a draw-heavy board. Perhaps he feels that his opponent could have some sort of a queen-jack as well.
Yeah, queen-jack, hearts, maybe some other gutters and such. And this card may just freeze the action.
6 of hearts on the river. Hearts do get there. We, of course, know that nobody has a heart.
I think, as Wyren Poo, a little difficult to want to go for a third street of value here.
Yeah. He checks back, and he will receive the news that his king-jack is good. Stuck around, was not afraid to bump it up a little bit on the flop. Played the hand exactly the way you would have loved to see him play the hand.
Yeah, that was very nice from Wyren Poo, who closes the gap a little bit on Yaroshevsky and sends a message, perhaps.
It's been a lot of fun this week, Alex. Always an absolute pleasure listening to you and you sharing all your knowledge with me, with everyone that's listening. It's been a blast over here at Triton ONE. The days have been a little bit long, you know, 1 day or 2 days of 12 hours, easy peasy. But the moment you're entering day 6, it does start getting to you a little bit.
Absolutely it does, and I finally set my sleep record last night, which was still only 5 hours and 50 minutes.
That is good, and I'm kind of jealous of those numbers. Man.
Yeah.
I'd love to catch up.
Petroveshki flatting the button here against Yaroshevsky, it seems that these two are looking to tangle with each other.
Yeah, also seems like perhaps he's getting a tiny bit impatient, as he's been involved now a few times, has not been able to take down a pot yet.
Certainly could be the case. Note the open came from under the gun +1 from Igor Yaroshevsky. This is not a routine flat with the 5-3 suited on the button, and as the big blind, especially if you think your opponent's flatting wide here as Julian Warhurst, you can consider squeezing, but he does opt to just call.
I love how the Australian has a German-sounding last name and the Brazilian has a Polish-sounding last name. What is happening
That's very
over here?
true, and we've seen some of that in the past where, you know, players perhaps their flag is represented by the country they live in, not necessarily their country of origin.
Ace-King-9 with 2 spades. Igor flops good. Warhurst flops better. This is a problematic flop for Igor.
575.
Can't really blame Igor for loving this with how active he has been, basically opening every hand. Like, he probably feels like he's sitting on the absolute nuts here.
Igor just announced 557 and then realized he got it backwards. Said 575. But yeah, this is trouble for Igor because Warhurst's hand is extremely under-repped, just calling pre out of the big blind. It's not a flop he's supposed to hit hard at all. And if I'm Igor, I definitely think I still have the best hand.
And if he comes along for the ride here, you're probably putting on some sort of a draw, perhaps a pair and a draw. But
yeah, or some weaker ace-x, right?
Yeah.
The jack kicker tends to be basically the nuts. The king could actually freeze the action, as potentially the big blind could be calling with some king x hands.
at this point, there's no way for Igor to win this hand. Even if he hits his jack, it's no good.
Yeah, the best he can do is push with a king or an ace on the river.
Or a queen.
Or a queen, indeed.
Yeah. Julian once more continues to check. Yeah, it's incredibly difficult, even for a man as capable of as Igor Yaroshevsky, to put Julian Warhurst on ace-queen here. From the big blind, just coming along for the ride, so far not showing any real interest in this spot other than just calling a little.
Yeah, this is one benefit of not squeezing pre. I think I would have been tempted to squeeze pre if I thought that my man Petroveshki was flatting pretty wide on the button with just some extra money in there, but not squeezing does allow him to be under-repped on these sorts of boards. No point raising now, just call.
Sergey's had a couple of pretty hands, not necessarily big hands, but pretty hands that obviously would have liked to take a flop, but he has whiffed incredibly hard. First with the 9-8 of diamonds, now with the 5-3 of diamonds. As Julian Warhurst will continue under-wrapping his hand. It just makes the call. Igor probably feels really good about any brick on the river. Let's see what the river will bring. The river is a king!
And this is a very fortunate card for Igor Yaroshevsky. We saw something similar earlier when Ren Lin had aces and deuces with a king kicker, and his opponent caught an ace on the end to chop the pot. And you can see Warhurst is going to be a little bit disappointed to chop this one.
You can see Igor smiling a little. It's probably not quite what he expected.
Right.
Tricky.
We know what that means. Any two besides 9-3 offsuit, that is what we have learned so far. And Jack-10 offsuit is absolutely good enough. This man does not like to get pushed around though, and he looks like he's got a hand. He's giving us that look like he's got a hand.
Yeah, just a limp, by the way, from Yaroshevsky, and that's something we haven't seen a lot of from the players in this tournament. Perhaps just respecting the stack size of Wyron Poo, but yes, look at this. Matsuda, big blind, pocket aces. Can he potentially consider just calling with a hand this strong, or does it just look so strong? If he thinks Wyron Poo has a very strong value range, maybe you just shove it right now before any scare cards come.
No matter what you do, you look strong here.
Exactly. But I think that shoving actually looks a little weaker than calling in some ways.
Because that looks like you're trying to take it down maybe with like pocket 8s or pocket 9s, something along those lines.
Yeah, it feels like you don't have very much of a natural calling range off this stack versus a 3.5x raise.
No.
So I would potentially think it could invite the idea of alarm bells into his opponent's eyes. And a lot of the hands that Wyron Poo raises are just, instead he does something even different. He goes for a min 3-bet. This is very interesting from Matsuda. This definitely looks strong, but perhaps the price is just so compelling.
Yeah, you can go anywhere with a suited ace. 500K for 2.9 million.
But this just looks like incredibly strong. Of course, easy to say when we can see the two aces in his hand, but the min re-raise, quite an unusual move off of this stack.
Absolutely, but we've got a suited ace. What can we do? And like obviously if he's a little shorter, then you can start considering getting away, but I think when you have over 12 million chips, you really can't go anywhere. Flop comes ace, king, queen with 2 hearts. Hello?
Wow, and Wyron Poo, who was practically dead pre-flop, comes back from the dead to flop a flush draw.
By the way, Igor folded Jack-10.
Oh, you're right.
Imagine if this would have gone a little different.
Yeah, imagine if Matsuda didn't wake up with the aces and it would have just been the Jack-10 against the ace-deuce of hearts. Or perhaps if Poo just or if Matsuda just called the aces.
This could have been an absolute monster
Yaroshevsky
pot.
could have been in.
It's funny as well because if you see this board, you're fuming a little of your Igor, but when you later on see that they had top set and the nut flush draw, you're definitely not there yet. You're going to have to fade half of the deck. That would have been a safeguard as the turn is a bit of a break, the 5 of spades.
And now as Matsuda, you've just bet very small on the flop, but the SPR now less than 0.5. Do you just put the rest in, or is he going to try to somehow make this a 3-street hand?
Nah. I think with 1.7 million, a flush draw out there, 3 Broadway cards. I think we just shove it.
Certainly a lot of reason to deny equity, but how much equity do you think you're denying? Because, and he does just move in.
Yeah, I do like it. I feel like that's really the only play here with 1.7 million left.
And you can tell that Wyron Poo does not like this spot. I think he thinks that his ace-deuce is rarely ahead here, if ever.
And he's not wrong.
So he knows he has the live flush draw, but is he getting the right price? He's not with just the flush draw.
But he feels like he is priced in. Makes the call.
In case occasionally he's ahead.
He will see that he's up against top set. Probably figures that he was up against some sort of a set.
Yeah,
As kings
so
and queens could have played the exact same way.
can Matsuda dodge the non-board pair heart?
Which goes for all the hearts outside of the 5 of hearts.
Indeed.
You can't find any other. Not a lot of outs, but we've got a bunch. That is a safe card for Matsuda. And welcome back, guys, to day 6 of Triton ONE, where we are getting deeper and deeper into the first ever main event of a Triton ONE. I am once more joined by Randy. We are down to the final 30, Randy. We have just lost before the break, and I think from here on out, it's worth shouting out every single elimination as we're getting closer and closer to the final 2 and then the final table. But Christopher Mateo, unfortunately, got eliminated in 31st right before we humped into this break.
Yeah, but I kind of want to sidetrack 1 second because as I was walking into the casino, I ran into someone who wanted to take a picture of me. Can you guess who?
No, actually, I have absolutely no idea.
What if I told you he looked at me intensely and stared really hard?
Is it Albert?
It was Albert.
No, really?
It was pretty cool, pretty cool. Yeah, I thought you'd like that.
Absolutely. I love that.
But in terms, yeah, 30 remaining, is that what you said?
Yes, we are exactly down to 30. So final 4 tables.
I mean, final 4 tables in a 1K, not a 1K, 1,000 entries, $8,000 buy-in main event Triton ONE. You know it means so much, but of course it's good to have a big stack. If you're on the shallow stack, you're hoping to run it up to kind of keep that dream alive.
Yep, we'll keep on mentioning the pay jumps, of course, as well, as the next pay jump will come into play when we are down to 27. So from 28 to 27, and that's actually a pretty serious pay jump, $6,000, almost an entire buy-in. If 3 more players get eliminated, we have a few shorties at the bottom. Of course, as we are entering a new level after a break, the blinds have gone up once more. Blinds probably 150, 300 now. No, 125, 250. Got a little carried away there. I assume that is going to be our next blind level, and this will be our next future table. Not a single European or American at this table, Randy.
No. Japan on the top and bottom at this table, surrounded by some Chinese, and then Punat Puncher right in the middle, 28 big blinds.
He's had such a cool day, by the way, because we were obviously a part of that crazy hand where he could have potentially lost it all outside of 150,000 chips or something he would have had left. In the end, he kind of saved himself $1 million. He ran that 1 million all the way up to 13 million at one point. Now he's kind of back to 6 or so, but what a day it has been for Punsat.
Super swingy. Here comes King Jack suited.
Punat, excuse me. Punat Punsri. King Jack of Spades. I'm going to open things up under the gun with the min race. You know, I'm getting very unfortunate with the coffee machine over here, Randy. Every single time I try to get myself a coffee, I have to wait a few minutes, and I was like, I don't have time. That's with ace, 9 offsuit? Did we just come over the top?
Did he say
I need one
all
more.
of it?
No, he just let go of it. Or
Oh, he did the fold and the move in, maybe? I don't know.
yeah, I don't know what happened. What I do know is that we've got king, queen offsuit in the small blind. And he did announce all of it, if our graphics are not deceiving us.
Seems correct given the hands. And I don't think Punat can call 20 big blinds.
4,850,000. Okay.
It's our entire stack. Oh well, 80% of it with king jack. It's just a little bit much. Action immediately. First hand after the break.
Especially given that he raised from under gun, even more so, it's not a call.
Very beautiful hand.
Puna, good
beautiful
try.
hand.
My big blind under gun.
I might call you. I might call you.
Okay, my
Yeah,
friend.
this man did announce
Call
all
me,
of
don't
it.
call him.
Earlier we were just looking at an ace-9
Huh?
that got folded
Wait.
before.
I will just say
You know,
more.
earlier today I said
Do you
seat
need
7.
one more?
He is dressed for his final table
one more?
picture. And look at him, he's
They
still
don't
hanging
refill it?
in there.
Yeah, he's ready.
No, there's one.
Daiki
You don't refill
Shinge.
this yet, right?
We got some players
do a new
showing
tool?
up with the sweatpants and the hoodie. This man knew he'd get some TV time and he
Okay,
wanted
sure.
to look good for the folks at
But we
home.
still can use
Looking
that,
good.
right?
Yeah, but
Pre-flop still can use that.
When you play
Yeah.
poker till 3 a.m.,
Why you call
you
him?
hit
Don't
up
call him.
downtown Jeju
Oh, why
right
you?
afterwards.
I'm lucky you call me. Don't call him. Huh?
We've got some cool buildings in Jeju, right next to the airport. The Dream Tower is magnificent, if anybody's ever here. Beautiful views all over the entire island. They've got a pool as well, like the 20th floor. It's crazy.
A swimming pool on the 20th floor.
Yeah,
Oh.
with a view of the airport, because the airport is like right next to it, so you can just see planes take off all day while sitting in the pool. That's pretty sick.
Sounds loud.
I mean, you're on the 20th floor. They won't be flying that close. They fly away. Airport right on the edge of this, let's say, little island. All things considered, Jeju is quite small.
Yeah, you can drive from one end to other.
30 minutes, I'd
Yeah,
say.
super small.
Maybe 45, depending on traffic. I think it's a beautiful island if you're really into cycling. I don't know if you're into cycling, but you would have a bike here.
Would you bet on me being into cycling?
Knowing that you play pickleball, I'd say no.
Yeah, I don't.
Chen looks down at 9-3 of hearts. I'll let go of it. This man not afraid, by the way. First hand after the break. Early position open. It's got you covered. Coming over the top with king, queen offsuit. It's pretty ballsy.
Wow.
This deep into the main. Like we kind of just looked at it and talked over it, just trying to get warmed up again. But that's honestly a pretty crazy, not crazy shove as in like it's bad, but it takes heart.
It's actually not even a standard shove in that spot. He jammed from the small blind against under the gun.
Yeah.
Full ring. Like, you could see some people actually call there. Some people 3-bet fold. He just went for all of it. And what's important, and I think sometimes people kind of forget, is when they get deep in a tournament, they start to see their eyes on the top prize and they start to deviate a bit too much, maybe play a little more passively. But that's not how you create a stack to try to win, you know, a main event for 1.35 million. You know, you just got to stay headstrong and continue to do what's been working. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
What do you not want to talk about? You're not going to talk about pocket fours at all. He's involved in the hand run. You have to do your job here.
Okay, if he gets to the turn, he will make that set.
Earlier we made a big play with king queen. This
Ladies
time
and
under the gun
gentlemen,
+2 we let
I
go of
am
ace-10
gonna be
offsuit. Ren Lin
all
wakes
in.
up with ace-10
Don't
suited.
never call me. Don't never.
Announces all in. If he gets called, he's in pretty bad shape
I
because
don't
ace-10
never
already
call
got
it behind.
folded. One of the fours gets folded as well.
Did he just hold someone else's hand and gave it a high five? Yeah. That was by force.
I think everyone would give consent to Ren Lin though for a high five. Who would ever have a problem with that?
This man, if he happens to call and loses.
That would be pretty rough. Someone would double up through you and they walk over to give you a high five.
All right, pocket fours. It seems a bit much. +1 versus cutoff too. 17 big blinds.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit much. You know you'll never be crushing here with the fours. So Chen will let go.
秒跟我就回家了，想一下你就完蛋了。
I think Ren Lin letting him know that he had a real hand.
You think that guy always going to me?
No, I said you have ace queen.
Could be.
Could be. Close enough. It would have played out in the same way, but it would have been problematic if this would have gone all in, knowing that The man who was right before you in seat 8 already folded ace 10.
I'm a
Makes
professional
hitting a whole lot
ICM
harder.
player. King 7. That's a terrible range. King 7.
Pocket 3.
Ooh, he's close.
Although he's probably talking about Renlin's hand.
That's true.
Are you disabled? Nobody. How you guys still 29 player left? You guys still in here. Terrible range. That was Thailand #1. Huh?
29 players left is correct, as we have just lost Wang Yang in 30th. Perhaps that is what they are going to show us right now, so I just kind of spoiled it. I apologize, I didn't know we were going to show this, but I have the Triton Poker Plus app open. And to be fair, Renlin did call it out. You guys know we started with 30. If Renlin says we're down to 29, we're down to 29.
I think you're safe. It doesn't look like that.
No, you're right.
The hand, so.
I thought I just ruined everybody's excitement.
We're fine.
There's a very fun table, by the way, table 1, that is absolutely worth keeping an eye on. With Kelvin Lee in seat 8, Martin Michael Sedlak from Germany in seat 1.
Come on, this table?
And Artur Martirosian in seat 2. I am indeed talking about this table. That's a fun little part of the table. Seat 8, 1, and 2.
There's Artur. Oh, and also got Michael Jung. He's a very good player, too, in seat 4.
From the UK?
That's right.
So that's why they moved all the Europeans. 3 of them next to each other, with a Malaysian in the middle.
Michael's raised, and he got shoved on by the big blind.
The big blind being Lee. And Lee takes it down. Which means we're still with a 29 remaining. With a pay jump at, was it 28? What did I say earlier? No, not 28 at all. Yeah, from 28 to 27, so we're 2 eliminations away from a pay jump.
Let's take a look at this table. Ray and Pooh. It's in a raise. Take that big blind, sir.
That is a Chase from the Philippines.
Yeah, we got to watch Chase earlier for like a lot of hours.
We got to see a lot of Wei Ran as well. He's good. Very, very solid.
Confirm. What's happening over here?
And it's the table that we just had with Igor in C3. I guess they moved Igor around. Igor's got new friends.
They're like, yeah, we don't want this player. Let's just pass him around.
Igor Yaroshevsky. Chipped down a little, but obviously still has a very healthy stack. Right now, guys, the average, with 29 players remaining, is 9 million. Igor is still quite a bit above that, as he apparently has already won a big hand. He's up to 14 million.
Yeah, there's a chance he wins more chips because he is cutting out chips.
Okay, and do you know what really has to stop, by the way?
What?
Us not showing Joshua Gebissa from Germany. He's in 3rd, and I still haven't seen him.
He's on this table.
I know, but we haven't seen him once. Joshua there in seat 8, with his cap, with his glasses. I have not seen the man play a single hand of poker.
This pot's starting to get pretty big. Yufem Pan. Pre-flop raise against Igor. C-bet 325K. Got check raised to 1.2 million in call. What, queen, 4, deuce, 2 clubs, turn. Jack of clubs. Man, that brings him to flush, man.
That is correct. You read that board out in a very interesting manner, Randy.
Did I?
Yeah, but you're correct. The flop was queen, 4, deuce with 2 clubs, and the turn is the jack of clubs.
What did I say?
Was a little long-winded, but it's all good. I can't believe Albert asked you for a picture.
Yeah, he stopped me.
Did he say anything?
He just stared at me. And
No, he didn't.
And he just
I don't believe
said, picture.
I don't believe that he just stared at you.
Nah, he was very cool. He didn't stare. So it was very unintimidating.
He seems like a very friendly guy, as long as he's not next to you on the poker table. So we once more take a look at this table. where they moved all our Europeans. And of course, Kelvin Lee in seat 8. Keep your eye on Kelvin Lee.
You've got high hopes for him, don't you?
He's good. He's really good. I watched him play like a solid 10 hours of poker when I was here 2 months ago.
You're convinced?
Yeah, I've seen enough. I saw enough after 12 minutes, but...
Oh, no, I like this guy, Artur Martirosyan.
And Martin. You like Martin Michael Sedlick, no?
I don't know him.
Yes, you do.
I do?
Yes, you do.
Martin Michael Sedlick.
Yes. We spoke about him in the past, for sure.
Maybe I wasn't in the booth with you.
No, it's not. I'm not even talking about this week. It's just
in the past?
Yeah, absolutely.
I apologize. I forgot.
That's all right. Lots of good Europeans out there.
I'm telling you, keep an eye on this guy, Michael Jung, in the UK. Trust me.
I'll let you know. Right now, I'm keeping an eye out on all 29 of them, including our Aussie, the last remaining Aussie in seat 27, Julian, who got very unlucky and still played really good. He's short stack, but I hope that he can spin it up a little. So we are back to our future table.
what hand you can fold that. Better just fold.
Where Renlin, let's go over 6-4. Punat Punsri looks down at Queen 9 of Hearts from the cutoff.
550.
And he announces a race to 550.
Feels like his chips are always in motion.
That's how we go from 8 million to 2 million to 30 million to 6.
Jack 10 suited for Daiki Shinge.
It's a beautiful hand to take a flop with, especially when we've got over 15 million to work with. Flop comes Ace 4-5. Who would ever call Jack 10 of clubs, Randy?
This flop is always so annoying. No club.
Nothing.
Just an ace high board. So much potential.
Yeah. You can think of a lot of boards that are very fun for Jack 10. This is absolutely not one of them. It's not very fun for Punat either, but he obviously does have what they call the range advantage, and he will see bet. And there's a good chance he will just take it down because Jack 10 had absolutely nothing there.
Run. Tony, run.
Punat really wants to let Tony know that he took one down, or that the next hand is coming.
Both.
Looking out for his neighbor.
Asian number 1.
Did you say Asian number 1?
That's what I heard as well, but
who is he talking to?
You're my favorite now.
Really?
Yes, but if you're a little bit nice to me, let me be better.
I think he's trying to bribe him. Never hurts to make friends with your neighbors in these tournaments. When we are this deep, down to the final 29. Of course, if we lose 5 players, we'll be down to 3 tables.
Yeah, but Ren Lin tries to make friends of everyone at the table.
It doesn't hurt.
Punat. Motion once again.
He's been involved 3 out of the 4 hands so far.
Take a break, man.
He's got ace queen offsuit. What are you going to do? Pocket 5s for one of the shortest stacks remaining. 6 million chips in total.
Looks like he's going to pitch it. I like it. He's playing a 22 big blind stack. A little bit too shallow to set mine. A little bit too deep to 3-bet shove.
Yeah, 6 million is like near the bottom, but you're not the absolute bottom. You're around rank 20 of the remaining 29 players. Obviously below average, as we have mentioned. Average stack right now is a little over 9 million.
Here comes Chen Min Kong.
The man who's dressed for success. Well, queen high board would be problematic. Flop comes Jack 3-3. That's not very problematic.
Maybe another cute C-bet from Punsri. 375-ish. What he went with last hand.
It's possible, but it also wouldn't hurt to check. Since ace queen is probably going to be had very often. It's hard to connect with this board.
Truth is, if he does bet this, which he will, and gets check raise, he's probably going to call a check raise. I don't think he's looking to bet fold, so you don't have to worry about getting blown off the hand.
Maybe Chen knows that, so that's why he's not even attempting. I know I can get this guy to fold.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, he probably doesn't have a jack, but he's still going to play back.
And we are back to our future table.
Asia. So you're Asian number 1. You need a face. so you need to open. Makes sense.
But you're more handsome, so you always open.
Handsome, yes, that was. I just number one handsome.
Who do you think is number one Asia, Randy?
Number one handsome one.
Number one Asia?
Final table.
Tournaments?
I don't know.
I actually
You
don't.
name it.
I know Punat Punsri is very high up there. He is one of our winningest Triton players since coming onto the tour about a couple years ago.
Ooh, a couple really big hands with decent stacks as well. Pocket jacks from the hijack open things up. And one of our chip leaders, Daiki from Japan, looks down at ace-king offsuit, announces the 3-bet. Randy, they should be fireworks.
Yeah, if I'm Yun Lu, I'm probably going to be 4-betting the jacks. Might not even just rip. I might even just 4-bet to induce to like 3 million. Maybe 275. I'm expecting the chip leader of the table to try and bully me in position on the button.
These guys, of course, should have some history, as they've played with each other for a little while at this point. Announces the call. Those are calling chips.
Perhaps he's looking for a safe flop before pushing in chips.
We did see a jack got folded, I believe, in the big blind, but that doesn't really matter. What we do know is that the black jack got folded, so we can only really hit the jack of hearts when it comes to making a set. If we don't make a set, we are still best, but it is very scary.
Yeah, this is one of those tricky boards where you're ahead of ace-king, but obviously you're behind ace-queen, king-queen. Sometimes you don't know if you want to hit the jack on the turn. Opponent has ace-king, they make a straight. Just very tricky all around, but certainly need to at least check call, flop bet, and just see what develops.
I do like the c-bet here, to putting in the big 3-bet pre. It's like, okay, we're not loving it. We can think of better boards, but it's definitely not the worst board for ace-king either. To continue, we've got 2 overs to the board.
Yeah, he can also garner folds immediately on the flop by hands like pocket 9s, pocket 8s.
We've got a gut shot straight draw. Backdoor spades are alive, but the jacks will stick around. This pot is becoming quite large, over 5 million. The turn is the ace of diamonds. Ace-king improves and takes a massive lead, especially knowing that one of the jacks got folded.
Obviously a great card for Daiki in the sense that, you know, he's turn showdown value. I wonder if he's supposed to bet the turn, though, because, yeah, it makes sense to check it back and just try to contain the pot a little bit, because you don't want to bet, get jammed on, and be like, oh, man, am I just priced in against ace-queen, ace-10?
We needed a king and a king only to still show up with the best hand on the river there, and that does not happen. So that means ace-king gets the check mark. After it went check, check, having 2 overs on the board, it is really tough to make something happen here with your jacks. I gotta say, I guess we have ended up losing the minimum.
True. And preserve the tournament life. I think this hand is just over. There's no way jacks can check call on this board texture. Your opponent always has the ace at least.
Check calling is very hard. Well, what if we start representing King Jack?
I don't know. It's pretty ballsy.
Yeah.
Not just King Jack. You can represent a lot of hands. Ace Queen, Ace 10. But what if you're just wrong? You're just out in 29th. Maybe not worth it.
No. I don't think it's worth it. But it'd be baller.
I'll just say it's better for him to consider that than check calling. I think check calling is like the worst choice.
Yeah, I agree. I think check calling is the worst. And he lets go of it. Honestly, we've lost the absolute minimum there. There are so many ways where you could have ended up losing a whole lot more with the jacks. Was good on the flop. Unfortunately, lost his lead on the turn and needed to hit a king to make it straight.
Hey, if he 4-bets that hand, he's out of the tournament. Because there's no way ace-king's going anywhere.
Now you 4-bet it, and then maybe it goes all in call, or
yeah,
you're just playing a massive pot, and ace-king won't really give up yet on that board. So
exactly.
No, you're spot on. Great job there, navigating these deep moments in the Triton ONE main event. And that's what it's all about as well, right? Not immediately busting in one of these setups where you've got a big hand, someone else wakes up with a big hand.
Yeah, it's very interesting because sometimes you'll see people deviate to kind of give them the best chance to preserve their tournament life in case, you know, they get cooler. But, you know, others, they just press the variance. They're like, so be
Go
it.
for my friend, go for.
We are now down to
Yeah, never
28.
listening.
As
listening,
in
my
30th,
friend.
we lost Wang Yang. In 29th,
me?
we lost Meng Wang.
You triple me, I check.
I hope nobody else is called Wang in the tournament. Because they're getting dropped like flies here. I believe that was it for the Wangs. No more, Randy.
Blind versus blind. Kishimoto versus Renlin once again. Middle pair.
I mean, flopping a pair on 7-7-4 is pretty good.
Go for value.
Outside of the pair of sevens, of course.
Even the 10-6 suited has some interest on this board texture. Backdoor potential. Probably expects the small blind lead to be relatively weak normally.
Call.
It seems like Renlin agrees with you as he makes the call. He needs some help. Let's see if we can find some help. The turn is the 8 of hearts. We do pick up some extra cards that we'd love to see. Outside of a 10 or a 6. And 9 is now good too.
Yeah, that's actually like one of the best cards you could find that doesn't pair him up. Outside of the 8 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Double gutter.
Mm-hmm.
An over. Actually 2 overs to the 4. He's probably going to stab here just because he has 10 high. He's got a lot of equity in case he gets called. He can probably just shut out king and ace highs a lot too.
Renlin is betting. And the bet is 1.2 million. That's a sizable bet to face when you're playing 4.7 and you're just looking at a pair of 4s. I want to say that pair of 4s suddenly feels very tiny, but look at this man.
Do you see how fast he called?
Yeah, Kishimoto is not going anywhere. He's like, this is not tough at all. I've got a pair. It's hard to make a pair. And the river is a 3. Let's check real quick. 10-6 ends up with nothing other than 10 high.
He hasn't even given Renlin that much time to think about whether to put in the third barrel with that snap call on the turn. It might scare Ren. Like, this guy's got showdown value. How can he snap call such a huge bet? Can he unload the clip?
Such a difficult spot. 3.3 million is not a lot, but it's better than being out of the tournament. There is even a world where the small blind has a 7 too.
Small blind could have an 8 that's never folding. Gives up. Kishimoto. Well played.
Shows the 4, and the 4 is good.
What the hell? 4, 5, no 4?
That's pretty funny.
Bet 1.2 million, and he got snap called. And look at this Japanese guy. He looks so cool in his hoodie. Snap calling 5-4 there. So deep into the main.
He's just loving life. Deep run.
My friend.
Triton ONE main.
Station.
Rough me.
He's handing that title out to everyone. Means that Tony Renlin falls even further down the leaderboard, now in 26th. Wen looks down at pocket nines, under the gun +1, starting the hand with 6 million chips. Goes for the min raise to 500k. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You see it? Chen Ming Kong, ace king suited.
How do you beat a man in that shirt?
He's got the winner's photo in mind. You really want to go up against the guy who's going to be first place?
He's living in the future.
Big 3-bet. So the big 3-bet makes you want to play your hand more as a 4-bet or fold.
Yeah, and I think with these stack sizes, it's more like all in or fold.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't really, like what are we going to do? Size up to 3 million? Put 50% of our stack in the middle?
Yeah,
and then face like 2 overs or something. I think it's all in or fold.
Yeah, because against the bigger 3-bet size. When your 4-bet jam gets through, you win more chips. Yeah, I like this play, and he is slightly ahead of the ace-king suited.
That snap call is going to be a little scary when you have 9s, and then you just hope that it's 2 overs that you're going up against. And it is 2 overs. But it's from the man who is dressed for that final table. He's dressed for his winner's picture. I know it says he's a minor favorite, but I would feel like a 4-1 underdog here with pocket 9s. How do you beat this guy?
I don't know. Let's see.
Flop comes,
like
7-5-4. That's a really good flop for the 9s. No clubs to worry about either. This is where you see the 3 or the deuce on the turn, right? For the extra sweat. Because it's never that easy. Maybe it is that easy.
It is that easy because he only has one more card to fade.
The 7 does not bring any additional outs, and that means that Wen just needs to fade an ace or a king on the river, and if he does, he gets the full double, and he does. Look at that. Pocket 9s. As he chips up to over 12 million. That's a big hole.
Chen Min-kong might need to change his shirt. He might be not ready for the winner's photo just yet.
He was dressed for a wild night. It wouldn't be a wild night without a little drama. But yeah, standard, right? And
hand played itself, given the stacks.
Do you think there are people who would consider folding 9s this deep? With like over 20 bigs?
Oh, there certainly are players that would. Should they is a different question, you know? But I think it's the right play.
That's fair enough.
If your opponent's got 3-bet folds, why not?
Perhaps there is a new #1 player in Asia. Since we do seem to hand the title out every single time someone wins a big pot. Rocking the 6s shirt. Any idea what that is related to?
Yes, I know. The Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh my goodness, Randy. You're dialed in.
I can't believe this table.
You're peaking at midnight. Honestly, I did not think you would know.
I know my basketball.
Yeah, you are a basketball guy?
Yeah, back in 2000.
That's good enough. All right, time to get some chips back because we are dressed to win this tournament after all. 5 seconds to announce the race. Starting this hand with 4.7 million chips. A little below 20 bigs. Ishimoto lets go of the 4s immediately because he knows that those are no good. Small blind folds. Big blind wakes up with 7-6. It's close, right?
It is close.
Could toss in a chip.
I could see it. More so based on your appetite to play.
Yeah. Toss in the chip. We take back the original chips. We're off to play a 1.3 million chip pot. 7-6 offsuit versus pocket kings. Flop comes queen 7-3. Feels like one of these flops where you just get suckered in with 7-6 and you're gonna pay at least 1 street, maybe 2.
Yeah, most likely 1. Try to hit your 7 or 6. If not, maybe it checks down. Should be a small sizing incoming for Chen Min-kong. What do you go with? I think I heard 500K.
Yeah, maybe 4. He goes for 500, 2 big blinds. It's a very reasonable bet here. Seems like the 7s have called already. As we see a turn, it's not a queen. It's one of these flops, Randy, where you just get suckered in by paying off a little more with your 7-6. And it's not like Leo has done anything wrong here, but
I think the good thing about the queen is that he's unlikely to get stacked, although he is taking the lead. I don't blame him for thinking the 7 is good.
Not even just that. Maybe once in a while he hopes that his opponent's going to put him on a queen, but we know that these cowboys ain't going anywhere.
Not for this price.
I think not for any price at this point.
Yeah, there's obviously huge concerns about the queen, but there's so much already in the middle and you don't have much back.
They got a queen, it is what it is.
I like calling, though, in case your opponent is bluffing. Give him one more chance to put in more chips poorly.
If we're gonna go for it anyway, then we may as well play it like that. There
Yeah.
are 2 spades on the board, so that's maybe one argument for shoving. But
But
we
it helps.
also have the king of spades.
Yeah, the king of spades is important. And also, what's important is a hand like 7-6 actually has reduced outs, right? When the queen pairs.
Yeah.
So the 6 is no longer good. Nothing to fear.
2 pair no good for 7-6. Leo needs to find a 7 and a 7 only on the river if he actually wants to end up with the goods.
His body language kind of exerts concern, but
well,
critical.
we're the final 27 players of the main event. Of course, he's a little concerned. Well, he ain't folding those kings. When we are dressed like this, we did not make it to the TV table to fold kings incorrectly. I've seen enough. The river is the 5 of clubs.
Yang Yunlu 7-6. I think he just has to slow down and hope for the best. His kicker is also really poor in case Chen Min Kong raised the 7. Well, he's betting again. So basically a block bet.
Yeah. And I guess we can just call the 900K here with the kings. Like, might be a little bit greedy to go for all of it. Don't think there are a lot of hands that are worse than yours that would call you anyway if you come over the top. So calling makes a lot of sense.
I agree with you, just in case you're up against the queen. And if you don't think a 7 is going to bet call anyways, why risk your tournament life?
Yeah.
Just make sure you call before your time runs out.
Got 5 seconds. He's thinking of calling or raising. Announces the call, and I think that's the correct play. And a lot of chips will go back immediately to Chen with the Cowboys. Don't hate the way that Leo played the hand at all. I actually thought it was kind of cool. This is one of these moments where your opponent actually has it.
Yeah, I think it's very well played.
It seems like we are moving the man who just got that full double with the 9s versus ace-king suited.
Hit and run?
Not sure if that's a thing in tournament poker, but that's what it feels like.
My friend.
Thank you, good luck.
快点把人干掉哈，快点哈。
The only time I would ever pull a hit and run in tournament poker is when I double up through Arthur. Then I'm out of there.
Just fold, fold, fold,
Yeah.
fold, fold. Good luck.
And I'll just keep my eye on the Triton Poker Plus app and hope that he eventually gets eliminated, and that's when I'm back. We did lose another player in 27th place. It is John Hao Hong, also from China. He gets eliminated. And that means that the field gets a pay jump.
Is it pay jump time?
No, he already got that pay jump, sorry. Because it actually was Cheng Cheng who got eliminated in 28th. So John Hao, maybe they got eliminated in the same hand, but that I'm not certain of. Either way, everyone from here on out walks away with $38,000. In case you guys somehow missed it, first place is 1.3 million.
Not too shabby for Kishimoto.
You mean the first place prize, or because he's got King Jack with the Jack of Diamonds?
Because he's got King Jack,
Ah.
Jack of Diamonds. Checks it back though. Doesn't opt to c-bet and turns to flush. That's wonderful.
Not too bad at all.
I probably check once more. More so, not because I'm afraid of the bigger diamond. I just think it's easier to get a bet on the river, or maybe you can induce your opponent who is just drawing dead to stab. But it seems like Kishimoto feels like he can get 2 straights. Oh, he's getting snapped by the 4. The 4.
These Japanese guys, when they have a pair of 4s, they won't let it go. The river is a 9. Pair of 4s on 4 diamonds while we're not holding a diamond. That's pretty gangster.
Also, because if your opponent's bluffing, they might be beating the 4,
Yeah.
or they might catch up and beat the 4.
I know. What did we beat?
Like, let's just say the guy had Black Queen Jack. He still got there.
What if he had Black King Jack? We'd be a legend. We'd go viral in the world of poker.
Okay. Well, he tried once.
You know what is actually kind of cool, and I think worth mentioning, is that we are now down to 26, and we've got 4 Japanese players remaining.
That's really awesome.
Yeah, I would say that's above expectations, no? Like, of course, Japan is not too far away from Jeju, but 4 Japanese players remaining in the final 26 in this field, where it's not like we had an overwhelming amount of Japanese participants. Like, they were there, but they were definitely not a majority.
I do feel like the Japanese poker, community has grown a lot, especially with, what Shino Okamoto's been doing as of late. It's just really cool to see them venturing out and joining our Triton, growing the numbers. Kudos to them.
Yesterday night I was playing a few hands with the kid from Japan that I referred to earlier that flew in here yesterday to play the 2K Triton, but he didn't have a hotel room, so his plan was just to play cash games till 6 a.m. and then go to the airport and go back home. You're laughing, but that's the spirit, Randy. That could have been you once upon a time. Then he asked me, he's like, any chance that Triton is coming to Japan? I was like, I'm not the right guy to ask, mate, but I hope so for you. He's like, I think it'd be very big. I was like, I'm sure.
They're the most passionate
Why you say
people.
four? Because your hand very bad, you want to fold.
Ace 3 of diamonds takes it down.
And he wanna you call because you got real strong hand. That's why he wanna tell you exactly amount 3.7. And then you want
3.7.
but you wanna fold because you wanna say 4 million.
Punat Punzri opened things up there. Immediately Liu shoved. Ace 3 of diamonds, by the way, with 3.7 million. Randy, we didn't really address it, but pretty baller play as well. These guys just not afraid.
That's what you got to do. Chip up.
Do you know who has been chipping up?
Artur Martirosian?
Wait again.
Oh, you didn't respond.
Not
right away.
really, no.
Okay, then who is it?
Our German that we still have not seen at one of these TV tables. Joshua Gabisa. 28 million chips, chip leader of the field.
He does his best work when he's not on the feature table.
Don't jinx him. Now you're setting him up for failure. Don't do that. Oh, that's sick. Obviously, we had a couple of Germans in the field, especially when it came to day 1A and day 1B, but kudos to Joshua.
I'm pretty sure you told me he had 15 million not too long ago.
That is correct. He's got 28 million now. Perhaps we're about to take a look at how he got there. That looks like Joshua. Is he playing a big hand against Igor? I feel like Igor still has cards in front of him, no?
That's right, Igor. Joshua was the pre-flop raise on the button. Igor called. Joshua bet 450K on King 5-4-2 diamonds. Check on King turn. River. Joshua bets 1.5 million on the jack and takes the pot.
Perhaps that's why we take a little look at Joshua, as he is now the chip leader of the remaining 26 players in this field.
Joshua has 117 big blinds.
That's so sick. When you're down to 26, your buddies are asking you how you're doing. I'm like, slightly above average. Got 117 bigs.
I know.
At this point, they're going to color up his chips. He has collected every single 100K chip.
You got everything right.
I believe one of the heroes that is logging all these hands for us in the Triton Poker Plus app was just asking Joshua if that's how it went. Joshua said, you got everything right. So if you guys were interested in the hand that was just shown to us, you can find the details over in our app. Just click on table 1, I believe it is. No, that's not table 1. It's table 3 or 4. The one with Joshua.
There's only so many tables left.
Yeah, no,
Shouldn't be too hard to find.
There's 4 tables. It's not table 5, because that's our future table. It's not table 1, because that's the table with Kelvin, Lee, and Artur Martirosian. So it's table 2 or 3.
There you go. 50-50.
Yeah.
A coin flip. Ace, king, or queens.
All right, now I need to know. You know, you said 50-50. I clicked on 2 and it was wrong. It's table 3. I'm running bad in the app over here. Yeah, table 3, guys.
Joshua is raising once again. This time the big blind of Takashi Yaguda, one of the 4 Japanese remaining, is in there.
These Japanese guys do not like to get pushed around. They've been absolute warriors.
King, queen, 4-2 diamonds.
It's very cool that we're now just taking a look at almost every single hand that is being played on any of these 4 tables. Obviously, once we're down to 24, only 3 tables remaining.
250K C-bet. They play fast, the Japanese. Quick check call.
No time to waste.
It is spades on the turn. Here comes the photographer.
Takashi Yagura does not have too much behind. 5 million. Little less than 20 bigs. Skills in comparison to what Joshua is working with. If I didn't know any better, I think he'd be trying to bring back the German wall.
Double barrel incoming.
1,250,000.
As he takes a few bricks out of that Berlin wall. This time around, a Japanese player is taking his time to go over it. It's 1.3 million. Represents a solid 25% of his stack.
Yeah, the board is king, queen, 4, 2 diamonds, 8. He's getting in there.
Makes the call.
Wow. What's
This
he
is
got?
I don't know what he's got, but I know it's a big pot. The river is the 6 of diamonds. So Takashi Yagura is in the big blind. Joshua is the original raiser from the cutoff.
He just out of position.
Jammed?
Jammed. He just jammed into
Diamonds
the
got
flush
there.
that got there.
Yep, diamonds got there. But
he's repping the flush.
Yep. Yeah, I guess that's what he's saying, yeah. He is repping the flush. The flop was king, queen, 4 with 2 diamonds, turn 8 of spades, river 6 of diamonds, and we lead jam on the river.
It looks like a flush, man. It really looks like a flush.
Players in the Triton ONE high roller, new blind level, small blind 6,000,
What if it's
big
Jack
blind
10
penalty
that
12,000,
whiffed? We've
6,000,
turned our hand
12,000
into a
next
bluff.
hand.
That's the only hand I can
And
really
this
think
level,
of that
we
would
have a 50
potentially
minute
take
break
this
and
line.
a chip race up to 1,000 value chips.
It seems like Joshua has a really big hand. Like,
I feel like at least top pair, no?
At least top pair, top kicker, something like this. Might even have 2 pair. 2 pair would need to tank too.
Not too many 2-pair combos that I can think of.
King,
Other than
queen, I
king,
guess.
queen. That's a very obvious one.
Maybe king 8 suited. Still.
I mean, Joshua could be wrong, and he'd still be second in chips overall with more than 10 million than whoever is in third.
But he doesn't want to be wrong.
No, he hasn't been wrong since day 1B.
Folds.
Folds.
Come on, show us.
Please take your seats.
Getting a little feedback. That was really funny. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Seems like one of Takashi's friends came over and said, you have to be careful with the way you're peeking at your cards, because I can actually see them. And Joshua peeked up and said, what was it?
That was funny.
That was really good, yeah. I loved it.
你真的很穷，照顾不了我。
Takashi could appreciate that as well, by the way.
We need to go find Michael and ask him, did he have the flush or not? Only he and Takashi know.
你的那个呢 ？No game on, no future. 被人拿光。
I mean, if we would have turned Jack 10 into a bluff there,
战斗力减少50%。
absolute gangster move.
It would have been super sick. What if he just had like, I don't know, a random pair was just like, you know what? YOLO, let's go.
There was a random straight that got there as well, right? Like 7-5, or am I imagining
Maybe
things?
we're stretching. If it is, it's.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he had that. I'm just saying that that is one of the
It
hands.
was definitely king, queen, 4, 8. Oh, maybe it
And then a
was
6 on
it was
the 6 of diamonds on the river. So, yeah, I'm not saying that he had 7-5, but
sure.
I guess it is one of the things that we don't have to mention. But I think you're right. 7-5 never gets to see a river there, unless it's the 7-5 of diamonds.
My bad. For some reason, I thought you were big blind next. That's why we were saying I need 2 to bust. So I thought you. That's why I make very tight fold. You say it's not your big blind.
It's a blind versus blind.
Could have been a hand like ace-10 with the ace of diamonds too. Ace-jack with the ace of
More,
diamonds.
if it's going to be something like that, it's probably ace-jack and ace-10, just in case you're up against the same hand. I don't know, but I really wish.
Now I need to know.
We
have to ask him.
Where's Michael at? Because we know.
I'm going to try to get to the bottom of it,
The
Randy.
Japanese guy's not going to tell us. But Michael, he might if we
We've got 19 minutes left on this level. We've got an hour next on the next level. And then we're going to take a break before we continue the final 2 hours of poker. And in that break, Randy, I'll do my best to figure it out.
I bet you Joshua's going to try to find Michael. Come on, man. Just tell me. Ooh, look at this one. 3x-ish open from Chen. Small blind. And then the Japanese, Kishimoto. 3 bets a 2.4 million A7 offsuit.
You know, these are the first 25 minutes I've seen of Kishimoto. But I'm giving that man a star, too.
That guy's very cool.
Yeah. Chen was the star all along.
Sucks for Chen, he's got no time banks.
No. Kishimoto does really look like a bit of a final boss as well.
This
You know
is
what he
vibe,
reminds
right?
me of? I know there is an exact name for this meme, but I'm not that familiar with it. But it's like, you've got the beginner guy in the front of it, and then you've got the big bow that goes in the top, and then there's like a little tryhard, and then you've got the very cool looking guy with the hoodie in the end. Looks like Kishimoto.
That's Kishimoto?
Yeah, there's a name for that meme, but I'm not good with the names. He does look like the very cool guy who's got the same approach as the beginner, which is having fun. And then the tryhards in the middle are getting really upset.
He's got swag.
Absolutely.
Like, his arm is just like, yeah, whatever. A7, 2.4 million. If I lose, I lose. But I'm going to win this.
9-8 of diamonds. It's good enough for Daiki as it gets folded to him. Chen looks down at King 4 offsuit. He lets go. I'm sure Chet knows the name of that meme, by the way. Check 9 of clubs gets folded. Renlin lets go of his Queen 5. Renlin obviously very, very short, guys. Second shortest stack remaining of the 26 players. The only shortest stack is Chase Pokaliang from the Philippines. But he still has 10 bigs. Like, yeah, we're short, but we're not 3 big blinds short. 10 bigs is, honestly, I still dream about winning the tournament with 10 bigs.
Once upon a time, 10 big blinds wasn't. People didn't think they had a chance. Nowadays,
yeah,
it's
heaps.
More than enough. It really is. You double once, you have 20 big blinds. You know 20 big blinds turns into 40.
If I
You
tie a
can
push-up,
raise.
You turn 40 into 80, and then you're very close to what Joshua's working with.
That's a hard run to do, but you know.
Hey.
Not impossible.
Absolutely not. Yu Fang Pan is in second, by the way. We haven't really addressed him a whole lot, but he's got 27 million chips, Chinese player. Igor Yaroshevsky in 5th. Sergey in 6th. Where's Arthur? In 13th. Little below 10 million. Is Daiki once more looks down at the hand that he enjoys.
Whoa.
Chen had enough.
6.4 million. Oh my God, he's gonna rent to 2 kings.
But he would only lose half of his stack if he does ends up losing the hand.
Yeah, but still, it's a bold play.
He had enough.
The cutoff versus high. Telling you, having no time banks really puts the pressure on you.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also just think it's Daiki opening multiple hands in a row, and
everything combined.
Shen didn't put that shirt on for nothing.
I am gonna be triple up.
Triple up.
He said triple up or chip up?
Triple up.
Okay. Well, it's not a triple up.
A double up.
But it could be a double. A double and then some because of the opening, of course, from Daiki. And the big blind. And the ante. And then Lin flying. Well, Queen 9 does have 17%. It's not great, but we've seen worse things.
It is 17. We've seen Jacks beat Jacks, so here we go. What does he need? Running straight.
Yeah, Jack 10. I think. Well, Jack 10 or running 9s. Jack 10 or running 9. So this hand is a wrap. And with the 7 of spades, that will do it. Renlin deserves the check mark. And he gets the full double.
Never did. Huh? Yeah, I tell you. Good looking dealer, I win. No good looking dealer. I know.
It's a big shove.
Waiting for good looking
I think
dealer.
Chen got a little annoyed by Daiki opening almost every single hand. Chen wants to chip up a little, instead he loses half.
Renlin tried to get a fist bump. Punat denied.
You know, it's also still alive.
Only the tiger now.
我猜他碰到你了，被你
Luck box. King, king. Great.
Only play king king.
It's hard to play a lot of hands when we
这个
have
然后
sub
有
10 big blinds.
推的是对的，但是没有办法。
哪知道后面还有这么大的东西。
I'm sure Chad is happy to see Tony Renlin get the full double. Always a fun character to have at our tables.
AA you lose.
Ace comes also.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, don't lose.
Oh, what you do? Oh,
Would have been set over set. Daiki with 7-5. Let's go with it. After opening a couple of hands in a row, does not want to open 7-5 suited under the gun. Perhaps worried that Chen will shove again. This was obviously a bit frustrating as well for Chen that he now was forced to show his Queen 9 of hearts.
Yeah, also, if you see someone jam over you a Queen 9 suited, you need to open tighter before.
I don't think I can.
Oh, I think this might even be an all-in spot with base 10 off. Although slightly deeper.
Yeah.
All in.
Looks pretty good, though.
Don't think we're going to get called. Not by Queen 10 at least. King, Queen suited in the big blind. 4.4 million. Let's go with it quickly. Not much that Renlin can do here.
Show me bluff. Ace 5. Ace 5, show me.
The other one bigger than 9, huh?
No, no.
Really?
Yes?
Gamble. Different shit.
No ace 5. It was ace 10. Which would have had the Queen 10 of Renlin in real bad shape.
Or like king something.
The big blind is letting them know they had King Queen.
Ace queen. No.
Yeah.
Maybe you win, flop a king or queen.
I'm happy.
Never know.
The man is telling the truth.
3,
Had
4,
King Queen
5,
suited
6,
even, Randy.
If
Honestly,
you
is it gonna
double
pay
me,
off?
You have no future. Oh, you have a great future.
Yeah.
You know I only play king king. You got very lucky this.
This is a fun table. These guys are having a good time. Chen have a proper wild card. Final 26 players of the main as we have a Neil Shorter stack, and it is Martin Michael Sedlak, our German. Daiki makes the call.
Daiki's a feisty one.
Yep, 10-4. Daiki did not come from Japan to Jeju to fold. Doesn't flop a whole lot. Yes, we can mention all the backdoors. Backdoor Broadway, backdoor wheel draw, and backdoor hearts, but we've got top and bottom pair for Punat. He's gonna try to build this spot.
I think the hand is over on the flop, but I don't know. Daiki does some moves sometimes, but he insta-folded. Never mind.
He
Never
folded
mind.
so quick, we never even got to see him fold. So many backdoors, though, man. Twenty-six players remaining. Of course, if we go down to 24, we will lose one of our 4 tables. That also means that they are going to redraw the entire field. So there's a chance that we get all the Japanese folks next to each other, all the Europeans next to each other, and all the Chinese guys next to each
We're
other.
gonna sort it by country?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's put them in a line.
Cool.
So everyone can discuss their holdings. Turn it into a little Battle of the Nations over here. Aces for the man who just folded King, Queen suited after a button open and a small blind shove.
Oh, I love this flat by Ya Yun Lu. You know, he's...
Small blind is in, right?
Yeah.
Or not? No, he just tossed in his small blind.
The flat's
sorry.
really good, though, because when he 3-bets, it looks super strong. He can hope that the big blind comes along, who's been a little bit looser.
Yep. He was forced to reveal the fact that he came over the top with Queen 9 of hearts. So we're off to see a 3-way flop. And the U has got aces. Flop comes king in the window, but an ace behind it. Ace, king, deuce. Above average flop for aces. Maybe a little too good, but against the king nine, we should be able to get some chips here. And Chen needs to get the hell out of here.
Just open fold.
Yes. Sorry, guys, I passed. I should not have gotten involved here.
Oh, how good is this if you're Lou? Just seeing your opponent c-bet into you. Top set. So disguised.
I like how we acted a bit nervous. Maybe he is a bit nervous. From excitement. Makes the call. Chen apologizes for intervening. We are heads up. Punat Punzri, a man with a lot of experience over at the Triton events, and of course not just talking about Triton ONE this week, but the Triton high rollers in the past. He's gotten a couple of really big scores. It's probably Liu his first Triton. Obviously we can look that up.
Should be.
Yeah.
But the way this board's developing, I would assume Punzri doesn't lose many more chips, if at all, any.
It is his first Triton. Hasn't even played any events yet. This is the first event he played.
Whoa, look at that check. Oh my god, this board is developing terribly.
God. What a run out if you flop top set. It looked so safe. Somehow the backdoor flush gets there. Every 10 makes a straight. Ugh. I mean, man, if Punat announces all in here, it'd be so tough to call off.
It would be so tough, but also it's so ballsy to be able to make
Yeah,
that
of
play.
course. But we have seen Punat already make a couple of great plays.
I think Punat knows the king is never good, though.
No, it can't be good. He does check. And honestly, I think I check back a set of aces here, Randy. I know that it seems silly, but on this board, I think I check back.
No, we can't show this one down. We got to bet to not show it down.
Okay, fair
No,
enough.
but I know what you're saying. Like, but wouldn't Punat bet if he had a 10 or a flush? But he might have a flush. He might check and then check raise all in, right? Try to get the max out of a 10. I could see that, but
Ooh, we do bet. We bet 1.1 million with a set of aces.
it's actually healthy.
Yeah.
I beat queen nine of spades and jack nine of spades.
I think we're reaching.
Except for pair, right?
What do you think he has, Punat?
Well, it's obviously tough to put him on a set of aces. As played. When it says he beats queen nine of spades and jack nine of spades. If we can think of exactly two holdings that our opponent could have that he made it to the river with. I believe Leo said no flush draw. Or flush.
Well, didn't Punat just announce that he raised a really bad hand now by saying that?
I think we redraw, I think. 24. Huh?
Well, he raised
I'm always there for you. Always look
king
after you.
something.
You know what I'm saying, though?
Or ace something. But
No, he said he couldn't only beat.
Because I know I'd be
oh,
right.
yeah, right, sorry.
Oh, I guess ace rag. I apologize.
No, because then he could have also mentioned that he beats king 9, king 8, king
Hey,
7.
right.
So you were
Perfect.
actually right. I was wrong.
Bonita, perfect.
Yeah. Well, not a really bad hand, right? I guess he just kind of told him his hand.
Do we have time to go toilet or not?
I don't know.
If we go down to 24, you will absolutely have time to go to the toilet. And it does seem that we've lost not one, but two players on the outer tables,
So
Randy.
got enough time. 1 minute maybe, right? 2
The
minutes?
players are obviously revealing it. So I guess I can talk about it too. Chen
Chen
moves
Miko.
in with 3 million from the small blind, takes it down. Chen is still going to have a sick run. I can feel it. It doesn't matter that he's short. But yes, we have just lost Martin Michael Sedlak in 26th, the German. And we've lost a chase from the Philippines in 25th. And that means that we are down to our 24 players. And you guys know what that means over here at the Triton events. A full redraw. Everyone gets a new neighbor. Everyone can make new friends. And I still think we have to put the 4 Japanese guys right next to each other. Because I'm looking forward to some open 3-bet, 4-bet jamming. These guys like to get involved. Perhaps we can show you guys how we have lost. Nope. This is actually just an hand that's currently going on. So obviously this is not Chase or Martin Michael Sedlak.
Yeah, that's Michael saying. Winner. He knows the information. He knows if that was a flush.
Oh, tell us.
You know what I would really like to see? I would like to see him and the man that was asking the question, but without the Japanese guy there on our feature table and have him discuss it.
You mean Joshua?
Yeah, Joshua, that's right. Have him try to just pry that information out.
All right. Good news, by the way, for us, Randy, as we're not just down to the final 3 tables, but Arthur Martirosian has chipped up.
Nice.
Arthur Martirosian has chipped up to 12.1 million. Sergei Petrushevsky has also chipped up. He's at 14 million. Igor Yaroshevsky has also chipped up to 14.5 million. I know he had more once upon a time. And those are just a couple of the great players that we've got left over here in the Triton ONE main event. We are down to the final 24, which means we're going to take a 5-minute break. And after that, we've got a surprise for you guys. And we'll reveal our next future table. It will even be a surprise to Randy and I, as I've got no idea. We'll see you guys soon. 5 minutes, final 24 is coming up. Wen looks down at pocket nines, under the gun +1, starting the hand with 6 million chips. Goes for the min raise to 500k. Uh-oh.
Three bet size, when your 4-bet jam gets through, you win more chips. Yeah, I like this play, and he is slightly ahead of the ace-king suited.
That snap call is going to be a little scary when you have nines, and then you just hope that it's 2 overs that you're going up against. And it is 2 overs. But it's from the man who is dressed for that final table. He's dressed for his winner's picture. I know it says he's a minor favorite, but I would feel like a 4-1 underdog here with pocket nines. How do you beat this guy?
I don't know. Let's see.
Flop comes,
like
7-5-4. That's a really good flop for the nines. No clubs to worry about either. This is where you see the 3 or the deuce on the turn, right? For the extra sweat. Because it's never that easy. Maybe it is that easy.
It is that easy because he only has one more card to fade.
The 7 does not bring any additional outs, and that means that Wen just needs to fade an ace or a king on the river, and if he does, he gets the full double, and he does. Look at that. Pocket nines. As he chips up to over 12 million. That's a big hole.
Chen Mi Call might need to change his shirt. He might be not ready for the winner's photo just yet.
He was dressed for a...
I know my basketball.
Yeah, you are a basketball guy?
Yeah, back in 2000.
That's good enough. All right, time to get some chips back, because we are dressed to win this tournament after all. 5 seconds to announce the race. Starting this hand with 4.7 million chips. A little below 20 bigs. Ishimoto lets go of the 4s immediately, because he knows that those are no good. Small blind folds. Big blind wakes up with 7-6. It's close, right?
It is close.
Could toss in a chip.
I could see it. More so based on your appetite to play.
Yeah. Toss in the chip. We take back the original chips. We're off to play a 1.3 million chip pot. 7-6 offsuit versus pocket kings. Flop comes queen 7-3. Feels like one of these flops where you just get suckered in with 7-6 and you're gonna pay at least 1 street, maybe 2.
Yeah, most likely 1. Try to hit your 7 or 6. If not, maybe it checks down. Should be a small sizing incoming for Chen Min Kong. What do you go with? I think I heard 500K.
Yeah, maybe 4. He goes for 500. 2 big blinds. It's a very reasonable bet here. Seems like the 7s have called already. As we see a turn, it's not a queen. It's one of these flops, Randy, where you just get suckered in by paying off a little more with your 7-6. And it's not like Leo has done anything wrong here, but
I think the good thing about the queen is that he's unlikely to get stacked, although he is taking the lead. I don't blame him for thinking the 7 is good.
not even just that. Maybe once in a while he hopes that his opponent's going to put him on a queen, but we know that these cowboys ain't going anywhere.
Not for this price.
I think not for any price at this point.
Yeah, there's obviously huge concerns about the queen, but there's so much already in the middle, and you don't have much back.
They got a queen, it is what it is.
I like calling, though, in case your opponent is bluffing. Give him one more chance to put in more.
Welcome back, everyone, to Triton ONE, day 6. We are, of course, still watching the main event. We've got 5 minutes left of level 24. After this, 1 more hour for level 25. Then a final 10-minute break of the day. And then Alex and Randy will bring you guys home with the last 2 levels of the day. We are down to 24. We've got a new table. And this looks like, oh my goodness, look at these first 4 seats, Randy.
This is the table to watch. Oh, my God. They've delivered.
Wow. You get your wish of watching Michael. I get my wish of seeing Igor back in action.
And we both get our wish to get Artur Martirosyan.
And Sergey is in the mix as well. Unbelievable. No, Sergey, sorry. But he's still in the mix. But where's Joshua? I cannot believe it. We've dodged him again. How is it humanly possible? I mean, this table's so good that I understand it. But how do we keep on missing out on our German who's chip leading with 29 million chips?
We'll get him when he's at the final table where he's forced to be on our feature.
Even when we're down to 2, we're somehow not going to show Joshua. We do still have Chen, the man who I still believe in. He's off to see a flop with 4 deuce of hearts. The board runs out Jack 10 deuce, all diamonds. Arthur has decided to take a flop from the small blind with 9-3 because he's Arthur.
The deuce gonna bet? Pretty scary.
Yeah, it's very scary.
With this guy, he's shown no fear throughout today.
And Arthur lets go of it immediately as he did not hold a diamond in his hand. It has been another fun day of poker over here at Triton ONE. Of course, we are just 2 days away from the Triton High Roller Series starting. That is, of course, when you guys will be joined by Ali and Henry and Kevin Rabichow as well, correct?
Kevin Rabichow, yep. Swap one Kevin for the other Kevin.
It's a good upgrade, I'll say that much. Has he done a Triton before?
He has done about 2 or 3 now.
Oh, so he's basically a veteran.
He's a veteran now, yes.
Are you the most experienced of the bunch, though?
I've done the most.
Yeah.
I did it before all of them.
You're the OG?
The OG.
You've outlasted all the other guys you used to commentate with? How did you do that?
Sometimes you're just lucky. What can I say? What's happening here?
Or you're just very good, Randy. Oh, seems like we've got an all-in and a call. It's a pre-flop all-in. Queens versus Knights. A 9 on the turn.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yao Yun Lu.
Is that Kelvin Lee who spiked a 9 on the turn?
No, it was Yao Yun Lu.
Sorry.
Against Mehdi Chowdi. Brutal.
Mehdi should have been the one who had more chips.
Oh, Mehdi is the one that had the 9s. Yao Yun Lu had the queens.
Wow, that's so sad. Really enjoyed watching Liu.
Oh,
that is a brutal way to go out of the main. You are spot on, Randy.
That's rough,
It
man.
was Liu with the queens. Mehdi representing Morocco. called with the 9s and drilled a 9 on the turn. It was Kelvin Lee between them. That means we're immediately down to 23. As we say goodbye to the man who gave us some really fun hands in the first 55 minutes of watching level 24. 2 minutes left of level 24, then the blinds go up once more. Kelvin Lee is still in it in 19th. He's working with 4.5 million. And Julian, the man from Australia, like I know it's hard for you to watch everything and there were 2 hours before you came on, but he was always short. He made a great fold with kings on the river where he had to face a very gross run out. He was ahead, ahead, ahead. And then obviously on the river he was beat. He let go of his kings. He was left with crumbs, but he's doing such a good job in hanging in there. I'm absolutely rooting for Julian, but we'll talk more about it later as we've got quite a hand developing over here, Randy. Jack 10 versus 10-9, both players working with top pair.
Yeah, and you can't blame Ray Rampu for thinking the 10-9 is good, especially after getting called on the flop. He turns a gut shot, which gives him additional outs against the Jack 10. Well, it looks like Jack 10 is considering a lead. Interesting on the 6. I suppose range-wise, the 6 rates to hit the big blind more, and he's expecting 2 overcards, if they c-bet this flop, to always check back the turn. So he doesn't want to let this one check through.
Michael Zhang bets a little over 2 big blinds. I do think this is a clear call. I think raising is a bit much. Folding is way too much.
Yep.
So it seems like a very clear call here on the turn. We'll have to play a river.
Hand plays itself at the moment.
Oh,
straight.
Is it this time of the night where we're going to get dramatic runouts non-stop? We just saw Maddie spike a 9 on the turn to eliminate Liu in 24th. We now see Wyren make a straight on the river with 10-9 versus Jack 10. It's hard to put your opponent on a whole lot of 9s here if you're Michael Zhang.
He went block, 450K.
That's not going to do it. Of course, the spades do get there, but I don't think we're too worried about that. Michael Zhang probably feels that it's very likely his Jack 10 is still best.
Yeah, and he's willing to pay 450,000 at most, so hence why he leads it rather than check and let his opponent bet a bigger size.
At least. I think if we raise small, there is a chance we get paid off. If we raise too big, I think Michael Zhang can get away. Oh, that's tiny. I like it.
I think it's the right size.
I like it a lot. 4.5 big blinds extra. What do you do now if you're Michael Zhang? Top pair, somewhat decent kicker. Even though most other 10s probably have you beat. You basically lose against every 10 that I can think of.
I know. It's, he's just going to be like, call, what do you got? Well played, sir. Well played. And the perfect raise size to get paid off.
Really, really nice sizing there. Because I think if we get greedy and we make it 3 million or even more, I absolutely do believe that Michael Zhang can get away there. But for that price, where do you go? Well done by Wyren. Continues to make good plays. Chips up all the way to 16 million, by the way. That is very solid. 23 players remaining. And with Chen, the man in the fancy, solid black shirt, sitting next to Arthur Martirosian, now being the shortest stack. And there is the announcement on screen, Randy. The first hour is over. Which means we've got one more hour of poker until we head to a break. And the blinds have gone up, 150K, 300K, with, of course, the 300K ante.
It's a really big moment for all of these players. 23 remaining.
Since we're down to 3 tables, obviously the setup here is very simple. And in case you guys get confused sometimes, we've got 2 TV tables right next to each other. Of course, they're split by walls and whatnot, but that's why sometimes you'll see some shots from a TV table, and there's just one outer table remaining. That is, of course, right in front of these 2 sets. But it's very easy for everyone to keep track of who's standing up, who's getting eliminated. They can peek over. Michael Zhang
Trying to get in there.
There is Sergey in seat 1. Sergey
Oh.
Petrushevsky. There we go.
He's not a nice man, is he?
He is a very nice man. Petrushevsky takes it down. The long Eastern European names do get a little more difficult past midnight.
Yeah, I thought it sounded pretty good.
The second attempt was better than the first. Really fun table. Really, really fun table, this one. I'm not surprised that this is going to be our main focus, but of course we'll keep a very close eye on the remaining 2 tables as well, as we are down to 23 players in the first ever Triton ONE main event, and over 1,000 runners 3 days ago. Igor Yaroshevsky looks down at Queen 9 offsuit. He lets go of it. Dang. Looks down at King Queen. He is one of the absolute shortest stacks remaining. 4 million chips, 13 big blinds.
I wouldn't fault him for just open jamming.
Yeah, I always feel like if we want to play, then that's maybe the best play.
He's got 13 big blinds.
Yep.
I mean, there's a case for min raising as well.
It does look strong when we're min raising.
Both were viable.
Maybe we get a little more respect.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Why?
Either way, just make a move.
He's making a move, all right, don't you worry. As he has announced all in for his last 4 million chips. Chan cannot play. Michael Zhang lets go of his ace-5. I believe one card got exposed, right?
It might have got exposed only to Michael, potentially.
Yeah, and that's why Michael said, I'm folding anyway, don't worry about it, dealer.
Yeah.
Don't have to show the rest of the table.
Correct, because it could definitely change how players play.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Petrushevsky here, why can't I say his name anymore?
If it's Sergey here.
Yeah.
I got it.
If it was an ace, there's a very good reason to let go of it, but we don't know. Ace-8 will not make the call for 4 million. That means that Tang takes this one down with King-Queen. You wanted him to make a move, and he did make a move. And he will chip up. Julian from Australia. Or is that New Zealand? No, our shortest. I'm going to guess Australia, because they've got way more people. It is Australia. I have a hard time...
Why didn't you ask me? I know what the Australian flag looks like.
But it's so similar to the flag of New Zealand.
I know. Probably
especially when the flags are tiny, I think it's hard to...
It's a 50-50.
Yeah, but then you just go with the country that has way more people. Which one has a bigger population? Like, well, we'll go with Australia. Yeah, Julian. Are you familiar with Julian?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay. Thought everyone knew each other down there.
I'm just a, I'm a fake Australian.
Queen 10 offsuit. Under the gun for the man who just took one down with King Queen. He will let go of this. That's perhaps a good thing, as Arthur Martirosian is looking down at pocket 8s. Shan has to fold his Queen deuce. Michael Zhang, Jack 10, let's go of it as well. Seems like every single hand is hitting the muck rather quickly. Where is our mystery hand? Did we just guess so bad that production gave up on us? We're like, all right, we're making these commentators look worse than they already sound. Like, let's not do it.
Hey.
I thought we were kind of close a few times. I missed the mystery hand segment. It was fun.
Those are really fun. Maybe next hand? Come on.
No, I think it's a bit too late. At this point, production is like, F you guys. That takes way too much effort. I know you guys are talking about your long days, but what about us? Yeah, fair point. Touché. So Arthur takes one down with his pocket 8s, and that puts him slightly above average. Average stack remaining, 11 million. Arthur, 12.5. 11th place overall.
I'm just looking at the leaderboard, and there's a huge gap from the first two and so on. Like a 10 million chip difference at the minimum.
Joshua still in first. Yu Feng Pan still in second. They've got 29 and 26 million chips respectively. Third is Daiki from Japan. He's got 15 million, so that is indeed a massive jump.
Look at Tang Yishi.
Oh.
Oh, look at him likely going to be out of this tournament because Sergey has got big slick.
This time around, Petrushevsky won't go anywhere. Thought about it earlier with the ace-8. Not like what he saw. Sure he likes what he sees this time around. This represents around 33% of his stack. But of course, we ain't folding ace-king here. Announces the all-in. The other players get out of the way real quick. And Tang receives the bad Niels. It's even worse that Sergey does hold the king of spades, but you know, 27% Randy. We've seen many crazier things in the last 6 days alone. But obviously Tang does not like what he sees here.
Yeah, gotta find that queen. Is it there?
It is not there yet. Also, well, some running straight chop outs. Obviously pairing the board always gives you a little bit of hope in this scenario.
Not that one.
That doesn't give you any hope at all. And that means that Tang needs to find a queen and a queen only, or he will be eliminated. And he'll go out in 23rd place. That is not a queen.
Good game, sir.
Unfortunate. Good game indeed. The good news is, Randy, he's got a beautiful Triton shirt, and he walks away with $45,000, as they did just all receive a pay jump after Liu got 2 outed on the turn. And that's extra painful. Obviously, so deep into the main, losing with queens against nines is painful.
$45,000, 23rd. Very respectable. You should be very proud.
And obviously a very standard play there towards the end.
And like you said, that shirt, you got to enter a tournament to get that one. You can't buy that one. We can't get it.
So you're telling me I should stick around? But Triton 1 is over.
Johnny Depp was so young.
Oh, really?
You didn't see this movie?
No. What's the movie called? Find out. This sounds like a movie I'd love, so I'll probably watch it with this tournament series.
Страх и ненависть, да? Сейчас я найду. Fair and Law Sync in Las Vegas.
Fair and Law?
Fair and Law Sync.
Legendary movie.
Ah.
What's the movie?
Oh, yeah, that is
Fear and Loading in Las Vegas.
Oh, it sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I believe that's when they go on like a big trip. Like, I started it once, and I know it gets incredibly good reviews. I didn't really get into it. It wasn't really my jam, but if everybody tells me that it's such an amazing movie, I'm not going to fight it.
So you gave it a Rotten Tomato?
No, I don't do that. I'm not a hater.
So you just
No,
abstain?
I tried it twice, but maybe it was just the wrong moment.
feel
But
old.
this
I feel
wasn't
like
really
Two
my vibe.
times is a pretty big data point.
You know, I'm not talking I've seen the entire thing. I've seen like 10, 15 minutes. I gave up, and then last time I stuck around a bit longer. But, you know, I believe it's great. It's just not for me. Igor looks down at ace-5 offsuit. It's not great, but if it gets folded to you, we're going to play it.
It's for him.
Arthur Martirosian in the big blind. Arthur decides to take a flop with queen 4 of clubs. The flop comes 9-9-8, rainbow. 1 club. Ace high on a board like this in small blind, big blind. It's got to be feeling pretty good if you're Igor.
I think both players are happy to check for now.
I'm sure that Arthur would love to improve his hand a little. A club, or, well, a 10. We now make a straight with any jack that rolls off on the river.
Definitely merit to betting if you think you can get ace or king high down. But just hard to figure out Igor's hand.
It's also hard to make Igor fold ace high on a board like this. King high with a weak kicker, perhaps, but ace high is not going anywhere. Wow, production is like that hand is not interesting at all, guys. Let's go ahead and go back to the other set. These are right next to each other. It seems like Kelvin Lee is at risk. I don't know who's got what, but we have pocket 6s on a board And a bunch of baby cards. The river is a check. Randy. No, they've done my man Kelvin Lee dirty.
You never lose flip, huh? Last time I see you lose flip 2007.
Ouch.
Ren Lin is calling out Mehdi for never losing a flip. Jack 10 of hearts. That's a pair of jacks on the river.
Hello, all my friend, this guy. This was my friend. No, he's not your friend anymore. Not your friend anymore.
Kelvin gives a little pat on the back to the man who just busted him. Unfortunate for Kelvin. The sixes could not hold there. Flop was so promising as well. 5-4 deuce with only a single heart. The turn was pretty scary, to be fair, as it was the 4 of hearts. So any jack, any 10, any heart would have done it. We go back to the hand that we were watching. That is over. Did Arthur take it down? Because I believe that Arthur made a little bet.
Yeah, he bet 600K and won on the turn, successfully folding the ace-high out.
And we say goodbye to Kelvin Lee, who finishes in 22nd. If one more player busts, the remaining players will get another pay jump. From 45K, we'll go up to 52. As Michael Zhang looks down at ace-king offsuit. Sergey Petrushevsky looks down at ace-5 of hearts.
If he's seen a solver, he's probably going to 3-bet this hand.
He looks like he lives in the solver. That's a good thing. This man looks like he made the solver. What are you talking about, Randy, if he's seen one?
He folded.
Okay. Maybe it was his brother. Igor looks down at 6-5 of diamonds. Sergey has been incredibly entertaining to watch. Just incredibly solid, high-level poker. He's been on these TV tables for probably 5+ hours at this point. And just a very, very, very solid poker player.
Look at Igor.
Igor is always fun. And Arthur. I love everything about Arthur. Chen looks down at King Jack as he is, I believe, the shortest stack remaining of the 22 players. Second shortest, excuse me. Julian from Australia is a little bit shorter, but did just manage to take a pot down.
You're supposed to just call here. Yeah, he does. But we've seen him be hyper aggro.
So we're off to see a flop. Flop comes 10-10-3. No one really gets anything. Chen with 2.8 million. Probably gave up on this one. Michael Zhang might feel that ace-king high is best on a board like this. And you can blame him for it.
It's tricky because Igor definitely is flatting in position with a lot of pocket pairs as well that are ahead of ace-king.
If you guys just joined us, welcome. 44 minutes left on this level. And we're going to head to our final break of the day. It will be approximately 10 minutes. And then there is 2 more hours of poker. By the end of the day, Randy, I don't think we have our final table, but we'd be real close.
Yeah, very close. Probably
like 1 or 2.
Yeah, a few people off. But look at this, Igor. Trying to represent that he's got the pocket pairs.
On the button. Chen will let go of his king jack. At least I thought he would. He's grabbing chips, but now he's folding. Tricky spot there from Michael Zhang, but he does not strike me as a guy who will fold immediately to a single bet of Igor. Even though you could be drawing so slim.
Yeah, but he should be calling here. He's expecting Igor to have a lot of paired hands that will stab like 6-5, even like queen jack. Yeah, has to call.
Makes the call. Tosses in the 500K chip. Oh, that's a fun card, by the way, for Igor. To continue telling his story, as he has now turned an open-ended straight draw.
I think Igor needs to fire this turn card. He's got very clean outs. Even the 6 or 5 might be good if he's up against ace high. And he also has all those pocket pairs
that he was representing.
Yeah. The story would check out.
Michael Zhang checks his ace-king once more. He was, of course, the original raiser under the gun. And, of course, Yaroshevsky will bet when you want him to bet. He makes it 1.7 million. That is a much larger bet than we saw on the flop. Flop was 500K, of course. Price has gone up to 1.75.
Pretty tough spot now for Michael.
Yeah.
He could be getting value bet by the pocket pairs that we mentioned. He might even be drawing dead against the 10 sometimes. But the thing is, there are backdoors that would float. Or not float, but just bet one check two. Clubs, and he just lays it down. Well played, Igor. He's tough.
Igor is very tough, but you can't really blame Michael Zhang there. That's just such a tough bet to face on the turn. It makes sense that he lets it go. Down to 21. Two shortest stacks remaining are Julian from Australia and Chen, of course. Don't ask me to help out.
Do you know any of it?
I know like very basic pleasantries and then lots of insults from my gaming years. As anybody who has played a lot of video games online will be familiar with a couple of the terms that I'm thinking of. But no, I don't know what Igor is discussing. Okay, I heard one of the words I do recognize. Moving on. Pocket threes here. Petrushevsky. Does not strike me as a guy who uses the gaming language very often. Seen a little of Chao Li as well, right? Like I can't recall many hands of him. I know we've seen him like once briefly, but either he just got moved and then we went to a break, or they moved him away. But I've seen very few hands of Chao Li, who's obviously having an amazing run. Everyone deserves kudos. He's currently in 17th place. He's got a smaller stack. As Chen might just go for it. The only awkward thing here, Randy, is that we are on a pay jump bubble. If you get eliminated in 21st, you walk away with 45K. You survive one more elimination, you're up to 52.
He's not scared, and he wins.
He's dressed to win the entire thing. He's not looking for a pay jump. Chen takes one down. Means a lot to his stack, of course, going from 2.7 to 3.4. I'll gladly take that. Or 3.3. That's a cool jacket, by the way, of the local poker room here in the Jeju casino. The Laissez. Have you stepped into the Red Dragon poker room yet?
The one over there. I haven't played in it, but I've been in that room.
Yeah, I'm just
Close
asking
enough.
if you took a little look at it.
Oh, yeah.
It's very nice. But the AC is high there. I got really cold the other night.
You didn't have your hoodie?
No, I was just sitting in my Triton shirt, mate, when we were doing the opening days, because I was really loving this shirt. So obviously I keep wearing them as soon as the broadcast was over. Thought it would maybe give me some run good as well. Michael Zhang looks down at ace-8 of hearts from the small blind as he limps. Sergei Petrushevsky looks down at jack-7 offsuit.
We've seen him raise the big blind of like 8-6 offsuit, but this hand's a lot better where you probably don't want to get blown off of it, so he checks.
And a funny frowny expression there. 9-5 deuce rainbow. No one really flops anything. Is this better for anyone? Or?
Probably the big blind, but not much better.
No.
You know, it's just a bit of...
I mean, the limping range is very wide too, right?
Yeah, I would say it's irrelevant a bit.
No, thank you. I think that's useful. Queen of hearts rolls off on the turn. I guess that's slightly better for the small blind.
Slightly, but then again, Sergey could just have a random hand like Queen 3 offsuit.
Yep.
That got there. Regardless, though, it's ace high versus the jack high. Ace high has no reasons to bet.
Might be time for Petrushevsky to start representing one of these random hands if he wants to take it down. Does not do it. The river brings the ace of spades. An ace on the river. Someone should write a book about that.
Someone did.
I know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wasn't sure if you knew.
You think I would just randomly say that?
I don't know. It's Dang it. I just stepped right into that.
Yes, you did. You got me many times.
2/3 spot. The ace. Makes sense.
Yeah. Not sure if it makes any sense for Petrushevsky to really get creative here. Of course, calling, we're never good. 99% of the time we won't be good. And raising seems incredibly unnecessary in a pot that we've never been truly invested in.
Yeah,
We checked. No need to be a hero on the river.
Yeah, how could you represent anything for raise, of course?
Because it'd be so confusing. It'd be incredibly difficult for Michael Zeng to figure it out.
10 million.
All in. That would actually be so sick if you're Michael Zeng there and you bet on the river when you pair your ace and he does all in. You have to fold now because it could be 4-3. But then again, 4-3 probably would have bet at that point because we would have flopped an open end there. So what is he representing?
Nothing. That's why he didn't do it.
I'd like to see him put Michael Zeng to the test. Just the casual blow up at the final 21 of the Triton ONE main event. You play incredibly solid for 24 hours. They just randomly shove the river.
Sometimes you just gotta go for your one moment. What can I say?
We're gonna take a little look at the one outer table. There, well, oh no, don't tell us oh, he's just standing up. He's just standing up, but he probably hasn't seen Joshua lose a hand in forever. Obviously, this is Julian versus Joshua. I guess the cards have already been dealt as he's getting up and he's stepping away from the table. It was a pocket sevens for Julian, the last remaining Australian. And Joshua Gewissa from Deutschland, Germany, made the call with Queen Jack. The board ran out deuce 3, Queen 6 with a mystery river, but it wasn't a 7. Otherwise, Julian would be back in his seat.
Confirmed.
That means that Joshua gets even richer, and the rest of the field gets a pay jump. Let's not forget about that, Randy. $7,000 guaranteed extra for the 20 remaining players. Excuse me. So obviously, Julian has gone out in 21st.
They're flying.
The chips?
I mean, the players.
Because they locked up 52K?
Meaning they're busting quickly.
Oh, they're flying out.
Yeah, you didn't let me. Actually, I didn't really add any other words. I'm sorry.
No, you just said they're flying. And I was like,
yeah, literally.
I was like, yeah, we could go many ways here. 35 minutes left on this level. The third last level of the day. There is one more break for everyone here. And then the final 2 levels of poker will be played on the second to last day.
You know, at the rate we're going, we're going to be done to like the final 2 table redraws soon.
Yeah, there is a chance. Is there another? I assume there's another pay jump coming up though. Next pay jump is actually the final 17. Obviously, the last 2 tables and the final redraw would happen when we go down to 16. What have we got over here? 1.8 million in the middle. Petrushevsky looks down at 9-8 of diamonds. Michael Zeng has opened up the action from the button, Jack-9. What I have noticed, by the way, is that Petrushevsky really loves calling from the small blind, more than most players I've seen.
Right, so you're saying that he rather flat a hand like this than 3-bet it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't say for certainty, but with a high frequency.
I mean, it makes sense he can kind of splash a little more with his chip stack.
He chipped up properly, all the way up to 19 million.
Delayed C-bet here from Michael.
With the jack-high. And once again, the diamonds have whiffed for Petrushevsky. So Michael Zeng chips up a little. And he gets a few of the chips back that he lost before. He's got some cool shades as well, Randy.
Iho, what's the name of that film in English?
Just a second.
We're discussing movies.
Fair and like, with.
It's Fear.
Who's in the film?
Fair and Loa Sin.
I think the confusion comes from
the translation.
Yeah, Arthur calling it fair.
Oh. Loathing. Ah, okay. Thanks.
I don't know the second word.
Well, we loathe you sometimes when you have position on us and take all our
movie's
chips,
the best.
Arthur.
Love it. Yeah, I guess you're not a very big movie guy if you don't know the movie, because I feel like most movie fanatics would immediately know the ins and outs of that one.
I know a lot of movies. I just don't know that movie.
It is pretty old.
Is it like Gone with the Wind old?
Is that the one with Leonardo DiCaprio?
No.
Oh. I thought it was.
I guess we're just on 2 different wavelengths. All good.
Let's take a little look at Ace King offsuit then, Petrushevsky. I would say it's a solid 15 to 20 years
Michael,
old,
you
if I have to
born
guess. I'll look it up.
in England or you moved?
But you don't recommend it. So I don't really
No,
care.
but I might. No, but you and I might have completely different taste. A lot of people swear by it that it's a legendary great movie.
You Moscow your whole life? You were born in Moscow?
Yeah.
No, not
1998.
1998.
That's a big place.
I'm not going to watch it based on your review.
I could
A
never
lot of
find
people in
you.
the chat will be very upset with that, because I'm certain that they'll like it a whole lot more than I do. But you just got to be into that kind of stuff. It wasn't really for me. But then again, I think that The Phantom Menace is the best Star Wars movie of all time.
You still live in Russia?
People don't really get behind that idea either, so don't trust me.
So Fear and Loathing in
Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas.
Yeah, from 1998. It's very famous. That much I
Has it
know.
changed much in the last few years?
Yeah. I won't say if it's good or bad. It's just not really my
Some
jam.
point.
I'm just going to type it in. See? Let me see if maybe I know the movie poster.
I think it's a bit of a classic.
This photo looks very familiar.
It's a
Johnny
very-
Depp's in this movie?
It's a very famous
Benicio del
movie.
Toro?
It's a very famous movie, Randy.
Oh, I've seen this photo before. This one. I've seen this 100%.
Yeah, that's possible.
Never seen this movie. Never will.
Sure, something you have seen is Arthur Martirosian opening things up under the gun. This time around with ace queen offsuit. It's a tough table to get raises through. And obviously with ace queen, we're not too afraid. Chen is taking his time.
You never know. He did jam the queen 9 suited.
I mean, the queen 9 suited was a bit out there, but not the craziest thing ever, considering the fact that a Japanese player opened quite a few hands in a row.
This could be
Jamming
fun.
Jack 5 here would make absolutely no sense. And obviously, he did not do that.
I think Ren Rampu is more likely to flat than 3-bet,
I
given
think so
it's
as well.
suited.
And they're both pretty deep, right? They're both healthy, above average.
Yeah, and he knows that Archer's the type of guy that puts in 4-bet bluff, so you don't be put to the test for a lot of chips. I like flatting. Keeps it simpler with position.
I think Igor would have gotten along with a lot of hands, but this is not one of them. 9 deuce offsuit gets folded. I even like the way that Arthur tosses chips.
You like everything about Archer.
I know, I can't help myself. What I don't like is that he's in trouble here, though. 10-5-4 rainbow. That's why Ren flops top pair, top kicker, backdoor clubs.
Problem too is that Archer is probably going to check call bet against Ray Ren.
And with an ace, we could say goodbye to Arthur, but let's hope that won't happen. Arthur needs a minor miracle. A queen, king jack, maybe some scare cards. But it seems very difficult all of a sudden to win this spot with ace queen versus ace 10. Is Arthur good enough? They can get away from this immediately.
Wow, he's a fighter. I just don't really see him check folding ace queen high.
The bet is a little over 2 big blinds, 700K. Arthur is taking his time. Of course, every single decision this deep into the main can be crucial. He does make the call. We are off to see a turn. And the turn is the 6 of hearts. Let's put 3 connected cards on the board. Second heart on the board as well. Arthur holds the ace of hearts, but given the action, not super relevant right now.
I think this card saves him because Ray Ren is going to want to bet again with the ace 10 and you know, some of the semi-bluff hands on the flop got there, like 8-7 suited, 6-7 suited, they get pair up. He also loses to some sets that would probably flatten the button. Top pair, of course.
Wonder how big the bet will be. It is 1.5 million by the looks of it. 3 gold chips.
Yeah, pretty nice bet size too.
Yeah.
He's pretty well aware that Arthur has a hand like this, or maybe an ace-5, an ace-4. He wants to allow those hands to continue.
Does seem like Wyren is indeed very dialed in. Arthur correctly lets it go. A little unfortunate there that the ace-queen had to go into the muck against ace-10. Ace-10 flop best. Another pot heading towards Wyren. Joshua is still our chip leader, guys. First place with 35 million chips. Our mystery German.
Mystery German.
I don't know what he has ever done wrong to production, but they refuse to show him. He also cashed, by the way, in the 3K opening event, the QQPK Genesis.
And we didn't see him then either?
No, we didn't see him either. But he did finish in 154th place for a min cash of $4,500. This one is a little better. This man could go AFK and make it to the final table.
Chen Ming-kong, King 9 suited. He might fight with this one. 11 big blinds. He's the big blind next hand.
Yeah. We know that he's not afraid to make moves, and he announces all in. There we go. Kind of rooting for Chen, man. I think Chen is cool. Yeah, that Queen 9 shove was a bit out of line.
I think he's fun to watch.
Punch.
Oh, no, he's going to need a 9.
Ugh. Where is Maddie? Maddie is good in catching 9s. Oh, that's unfortunate. Chen is in all sorts of trouble. Of course, Wyren is never going anywhere here with ace-king offsuit.
Just formalities of asking for a count. But we know. Chips are going in.
He's not going anywhere. Tony Renlin, of course, still in as well. Currently in 19th. Still one of the shortest stacks in the tournament. Ace-king does make the call. Yarashevsky looks down at nothing. Martirosian looks down at nothing. That's not very kind.
I think it's because a card fell on top of the other card.
Yeah,
So he
I
didn't know
know.
what was under it. I'm not sure if he saw the king or the 9, though. But here we go.
Ace-king. There is a spade.
Looking grim.
Looking very, very grim. We need a jack or a 7 or a 9 to stay alive.
Spade would help too.
Yeah. Spade would help a lot. How about an action? Oh my goodness.
Drawing dead. Good
that
game,
does
sir.
it. Good game to Chen. Lots of fun to watch his men play. Did really enjoy it. Unfortunately, he is eliminated in 20th place. Walks away with 52K. Wyren just keeps on chipping up. Waking up with hands. Some very good moments. Connecting with flops. Life's good. Just won like 7 million chips in back-to-back hands.
Life is good. But I'm going to miss you, Chen Ming-kong.
Yeah, Chen was awesome.
Just
Oh,
super
sorry.
chill.
Just. Yeah, that's right.